On a night shrouded in black rain, Leon traversed into another realm, becoming a grotesque amalgamation of various beings, destined for dissection under the hands of a sinister doctor. Upon activating the attribute interface, he discovered that daily training could yield allocation points. With these points, he could enhance his abilities and even achieve evolution. As he gazed upon the body, a fusion of countless species, exhilaration surged within him, as if he could envision myriad paths of evolution unfolding before him. Let us commence with the octopus tentacles capable of being launched from my right arm. The octopus tentacles, equipped with ink sacs that could spray paralyzing neurotoxins when Leon reigned over the abyss, surveying the dark creatures at his command, they responded to his every call. Let the entire world drown in the abyss of terror. Chapter 1. The Dark Creatures, a Dawn Biome. The cold rain fell like needles, angrily piercing the earth. The tremendous sound of the rain drowned out all else, resonating with a deafening roar, recklessly unleashed in the darkness. Nature was flaunting its might, or perhaps seeking to cleanse the hidden sins lurking within the shadows. Crack! A lightning bolt descended from the heavens, brutally cleaving the night sky in twain. The electric illumination cascaded upon an upright antenna. Thunder drowned out the impact of the torrential downpour, as well as the furious roars emanating from the underground research facility. Successfully harnessing lightning energy, the ninth return experiment officially commences. Cellular absorption of energy initiated, Leon's bodily functions begin their reset, reverting to their original state. Erasure of Leon's memory data successful. Ninth return accomplished. As the antiquated devices beeped and hurried voices echoed around him, Leon's consciousness gradually awakened. Where am I? He could only recall that before his sudden demise, he had been immersed in designing numerical data for a large-scale MMORPG based on a renowned Western fantasy web novel IP. As the company's flagship game for the year, the weight of responsibility was immense, demanding an unwavering pursuit of excellence. However, his proposals concerning numerical design had been rejected multiple times by higher-ups. They incessantly warned against data explosions, an economic system that must endure for a decade, providing players with a tangible sense of growth, yet also stimulating in-game purchases and avoiding the reputation of a company that only values profit over people. In essence, it was a delicate balancing act amidst a plethora of impossibilities placed squarely on Leon's shoulders. At last, after 2 months of relentless toil and sleepless nights, Leon met an untimely demise at his post, living up to the expectations of many. Just when he believed that his promising life had come to a definitive end, he found himself confronted with an unexpected reality after a sudden cardiac arrest. His consciousness did not fade away. Instead, he was greeted by a cacophony of bustling sounds in his ears. With great difficulty, he managed to open his eyes, only to be blinded by a harsh, glaring light that pierced his pupils, delivering another staggering blow to his already muddled mind. Subject Leon has awakened. Monitoring physiological indicators. Sedatives prepared in advance. After taking a moment to acclimatize, he finally discerned his surroundings. The stark gray concrete walls bore no embellishments, merely a tangle of exposed pipes and glaring lights. Surrounding him were individuals clad in masks and white coats, adorned with the emblem of Dawn Biotech embroidered on their chests. Were they medical personnel or researchers? Leon could not ascertain. As he attempted to rise, he was abruptly aware of the constraints binding him, rendering him immobile. His arms, legs, and torso were tightly restrained. "Who are you?" Why, he shouted, struggling, but as he spoke, a searing pain shot through his throat, followed by a rush of iron-tinged blood. The sensation was akin to having molten iron poured down his gullet. The burning, stabbing, and acrid sensations surged into his mind, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. If this agony were inflicted upon a capricious corporate executive, they would surely be unable to voice a single demand, nor would they succumb at their post. This fleeting thought encapsulated Leon's resentment. He strained against his bonds, desperately seeking freedom. Yet in the next moment, his movements ceased. Through the glass of the laboratory, which was veiled in a luminous haze, he glimpsed his own reflection. His skin was an unsettling shade of gray, mirroring the cold concrete walls of the laboratory, devoid of any hue of life. Beneath this chilling exterior lay a grotesque sight. His body was marred with visible surgical sutures, and several areas oozed dark, sanguine fluid. Unbearably, the tissues adorning his form, though uniformly colored, were unmistakably mismatched, resembling a haphazard assembly of disparate parts. In stark contrast to his body, his face revealed an even more distressing state. Sutures crisscrossed his visage, forming an asymmetrical pattern that divided his face into 4 uneven sections. The junctions of these segments appeared exceedingly rough, lacking any semblance of proportion or harmony. The surface of his head resembled the gnarled texture of a walnut shell. His mouth was askew, while his eyes were mismatched, one a vivid red, the other a deep blue. The sole feature that remained intact and original was perhaps his prominently shaped nose. Even with such a visage, even the most exquisite nose would be rendered grotesque. Indeed, it was utterly revolting. Upon witnessing his own reflection, Leon's brain sent a strong signal urging him to vomit. He was unmistakably a repugnant amalgamation of stitched-together parts. It is often said that transmigration is a blessing. Leon could hardly comprehend why. After toiling himself to death in his previous life, he would find himself transformed into a hideous creature. Was this merely a cruel jest at the expense of the innocent? However, Leon soon recognized a far graver predicament. Rather than fretting over his appearance, he ought to contemplate his current circumstances. He found himself bound to an examination table, immobilized, with an array of tubes and monitoring devices affixed to his body. The white-coat personnel around him were engrossed in their instruments, reporting the laboratory's activities through intercoms, with only a scant few casting glances in his direction. This, he mused, was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Should all eyes be fixated upon him, he had no doubt that the next moment would see him dissected and submerged in formaldehyde. At this juncture, he needed to ascertain the nature of his transmigration and the reality of his situation. Abandoning his struggles and cries, Leon observed the laboratory environment with a newfound calm. The electronic apparatuses were quite sizable, many encased in sturdy, cumbersome iron boxes with exposed tubing as thick as a human arm. All visible display devices presented a green and black text interface, accompanied by the whirring of fans and the occasional beeping from circuit boards. The technology resembled that of computers from the 1960s and 70s. The other experimental equipment exhibited a pronounced utilitarian design, adhering strictly to functionality, devoid of any modular or compact design. The technological level was decidedly archaic. This was Leon's assessment of a laboratory. Yet, on the other hand, the ability to reassemble and stitch together body parts, endowing them with consciousness, transcended the realm of conventional science. To some extent, it hinted at profound mysticism. This reality diverged starkly from the Earth Leon once knew. He strained to listen, absorbing the reports from the experimenters. The subject, Leon, exhibits normal vital signs. All organs have returned to baseline levels. After a brief period of confusion, calm has been restored, and the calming protocol has been bypassed. Please give the next instructions, Doctor. Affirmative. Commencing stimulation of the neural units to determine the direction for the next round of return experiments. No sooner had the words been uttered than 2 lab-coated technicians approached, pushing a transparent tubular apparatus, which they placed against Leon's right palm. Inside the tube was a device reminiscent of an incandescent bulb, featuring 2 metal rods supporting a twisted filament. A sense of foreboding washed over Leon. In the next moment, a series of sticky tendrils erupted from his palm, crawling upward through the tube. Multiple appendages clamored to reach the end of the conduit, revealing variously sized suckers along their lengths. They were unmistakably akin to the tentacles of an octopus. Leon's brow furrowed in distress. How many species had been integrated into this stitched-together body? As Leon found himself momentarily lost in thought, the metallic rod within the conduit suddenly illuminated a filament, radiating a brilliant azure glow. Driven by electrical energy, the filament began to expand and spread, intertwining with the tentacles of an octopus. The blue sparks surged from the filament to the tendrils resting in the palm of Liang's hand, pulsing rhythmically, accompanied by the spasms of the tentacles. The 2 researchers, upon establishing the connection, disregarded Liang and instead fixated on the display device beside the control panel. The CRT screen, with its dark backdrop, flickered momentarily before revealing a series of green text options. Neural system loading successful. Research parameters: strength, agility, perception, emotion, social, recovery, combat, potential. The checked boxes indicated previously studied areas, while the rest remained untouched by experimentation. Reflecting on what he had vaguely overheard from the researchers about regression, Leon began to comprehend that the previous series of experiments involved an endless cycle of testing and resetting. Yet, the specifics of this reset process and its underlying principles eluded him. Emotion, social, potential, combat. These four aspects were the current unexamined experiments. For Liang, the most advantageous experimental option was social interaction, as it would afford him greater engagement and insights into this world, making it undoubtedly the most liberating type of experiment among the four. Sometimes fate, while closing one door, opens another. Social validation experiment, now officially initiated. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from the intercom, mechanically issuing commands. Yet to Liang, it was a melodious sound, akin to celestial music. It seemed that whatever he wished for came to fruition. Initiate social experiment. Inject electrical signal stimulation. The researchers applied stimuli through specially modulated electrical signals, and it was at this moment that Liang grasped the purpose of the octopus's tentacles. The electrical signals simulated the impulses between neurons, and fortuitously, the octopus's tentacles were rich in neurons, serving as the optimal conduit for signal transmission. In essence, these tentacles functioned as a human USB interface, transforming machine language into biological signals that directly influenced the subject's brain. Just then, Liang suddenly noticed a line of fluorescent green text projected before his eyes. Alert! Simulated neural electrical signals received. Content stimulating thalamic activity for social interaction successfully resisted mental intrusion once. Willpower 0.05, free allocation points 0.01. After the text faded, a new line of information appeared. Name: Leon attributes. Strength 2, speed 0.7, willpower 0.65, constitution 0.8. Note: average adult male values are 1 skill development. Tentacle control LV1 1100, free allocation points 0.01. Though tardy, it has finally arrived. Is this truly my system for traversing realms? Liang could not help but exclaim inwardly. Meanwhile, outside the laboratory, a different scene unfolded. A haggard middle-aged man with spectacles stood before the main control console, observing everything with keen interest. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly spoke, prepared to transfer Liang to the bunker housing the second-generation entity. At these words, the researchers beside the bespectacled man exhibited expressions of terror. Doctor, is it safe to place Liang alongside the second-generation entity? Could it lead to disaster? Other researchers and the assistant echoed similar concerns. After all, the second-generation entity has not undergone the initialization process. With its relentless iterations and accumulation, it possesses a volatile temperament and formidable power, arguably the most potent synthetic being cultivated within the Institute. If Liang is confined with the second-generation entity, a conflict is inevitable. It will be a scene of utter devastation. At that point, we may be left with nothing but a gruesome aftermath. A glimmer passed over the lenses of the middle-aged doctor, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Regardless, this is the final return. According to the records in the Black Codex, synthetic beings cannot return more than 9 times. Combat and potential experiments have already been shifted to the second-generation entity. Liang's remaining value hinges solely on this experiment. We will document it as part of this year's progress report, allowing us to secure a substantial sponsorship. The middle-aged doctor cast a glance at the researchers under his command, stating, with the new funding, we can advance to the second phase of our research. Let's not forget the investors' purpose for supporting our institute: to break free from the shackles of ultimate demise. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the researchers gazing through the glass at the synthetic entity, Liang, on the operating table. It seemed they had already foreseen the grim image of him being reduced to mere flesh by the second-generation entity, discarded as if he were worthless. Chapter 2. Socializing is not merely about extending tendrils. Liang lay upon the experimental table, his mind fixated on the system that had arrived punctually before him. This system was rather straightforward aside from the first line of superfluous nomenclature. It contained little extraneous information. The attributes section displayed 4 distinct traits: strength, speed, willpower, and constitution. For Liang, whose background was steeped in game data, these attributes were easily comprehensible and required no further elaboration. As for the skill development feature labeled Tentacle Control, it likely stemmed from the solitary point of experience gained while attempting to manipulate his tendrils. The indication of skill levels suggested that upgrading these abilities would unveil further applications. Upon examining his attributes, it became evident that, while his strength surpassed that of an ordinary person, the other 3 traits were comparatively weak. After all, as a synthetic being, His bodily composition was intricate, achieving such an unnatural manipulation of biological principles without any side effects would indeed be a miracle of creation. What intrigued Liang most was the method of acquiring points for free distribution. As a game data planner, he recognized that this free distribution point was the very essence of his newfound advantages and the key to his empowerment. By deciphering the technique to obtain these points, he would effectively uncover the pathway to becoming stronger. The electrical signals continued to traverse through the transparent conduit, and before Leon, an indicator materialized as anticipated. Successfully repelled a mental invasion once willpower increased by 0.05. Allocatable points increased by 0.01. A spark of realization illuminated Leon's expression. Could it be that enduring an electric shock could augment his allocation points? Such serendipity. It was no wonder Leon transformed into a cyber-obsessed youth. As he delved into the intricacies of his point allocation system, the day's return experiment approached its conclusion. The system emitted 3 alerts in total, resulting in a cumulative increase of 0.15 in willpower and 0.03 in allocatable points. Following the cessation of the signal stimuli, several experimenters received the latest directive from the backend, instructing them to escort Leon to the residence of the second generation for a social experiment. Upon hearing this news, the experimenters' expressions shifted dramatically. Although masked, the astonishment in their eyes was unmistakable. Their glances at Leon were laden with complexity, culminating in a collective sigh. The 9th return experiment had essentially reached the limits documented in the Black Codex regarding the ability of stitched beings to revert to their primitive state. The doctor's actions were not merely for social validation, but also aimed at extracting the last vestiges of value from Leon, who was on the verge of losing his utility and research significance. After all, the experiments on combat and potential had already been conducted on the second generation. Yet, this sigh bore no hint of pity for Leon. Rather, it reflected a stark contrast to the brutality of the second generation, as Leon's demeanor appeared comparatively stable, ensuring a greater guarantee of safety and survival for the researchers. It was said that the number of researchers who had perished at the hands of the second generation had already surpassed double digits. Leon astutely sensed the researchers' demeanor, a multitude of questions blossoming in his mind. Wasn't this merely a social experiment? Why did these researchers appear as if mourning a profound loss? In the corridor of the Dawn Biological Experimental Facility, the overhead incandescent light strips flickered past, and soon Leon was ushered to his destination. Unlike the brightly lit laboratories encased in glass, this residence was a hemispherical bunker. The hemisphere was constructed from exceptionally thick concrete, with only a 2-meter diameter arched glass panel at its apex, allowing for an aerial observation of all activities within the abode. Following a series of rustling handovers, Leon was propelled into a transport slide, akin to a slide, entering the depths of the bunker. Concurrently, the restraints binding him were released, restoring his bodily freedom. With a wave of liberation, Leon surveyed his surroundings. The interior of the hemispherical bunker was starkly simple, featuring a cold bed fashioned from poured concrete and a smooth stone stump serving as a makeshift table. The light within the bunker was scant, relying solely on the transparent arched glass of the dome to channel the corridor's illumination inside. A beam of light formed, piercing straight down to the center of the bunker. The radiance gradually diffused, ultimately failing to extend its reach, succumbing to the encroaching darkness. The entire bunker resembled an immense black web, ensnaring Leon within its depths. Nonetheless, as Leon immersed himself in the darkness, a sensation of adaptation and comfort enveloped his body. His throat felt as if it had been moistened by a refreshing stream, while the burning and stinging sensations gradually faded under the gentle caress of the shadows. Indeed, creatures of the dark possess remarkable resilience in the absence of light. My recovery has improved significantly. With over 20 years of experience prior to his transition, Leon discerned that human recuperative abilities were far inferior to those of the amalgamated beings. Currently, the system indicated a physical condition score of 0.8, notably lower than that of an average male, which was clearly illogical. Rising to his feet, he re-entered the shaft of light, only to have his palpable recuperative power suppressed once more, as familiar pain reclaimed its dominion. It appears my hypothesis holds merit. The amalgamated being is indeed a creature of darkness, exhibiting a proclivity for shadow daylight and brightness seem to inhibit bodily recuperation. Consequently, when averaged, the recovery effects during day and night fall below that of an ordinary person. As Leon pondered this, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly ignited in the darkness. A potent aura of malevolence surged forth, enveloping him. Fresh meat, fresh blood. The amalgamated creature emerged from the shadows, its terrifying visage the first to catch Leon's eye. It bore the grotesque head of a wolfman, its skin marred and its jaw lined with 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth, reminiscent of a shark's serrated maw, exuding an aura of menace. Just a single glance conjured vivid images of flesh being violently torn apart. Viscous saliva dripped from its serrated jaws, a greenish slime cascading in sporadic drops. Those scarlet eyes blazed like fire, brimming with murderous intent, as if they yearned to consume Leon whole. Towering ominously, the creature measured at least 2 meters in height. Its body was a grotesque amalgamation of shattered muscle and bone, with no intact portion in sight. The seams of its body were marked by bizarre protrusions and grotesque swellings, some of which were bursting forth, oozing pus in a most repugnant display. The limbs of this second-generation entity appeared clumsy, yet bore an undeniable strength. Its fingers and toes resembled claws, capable of rending steel. Despite the apparent lack of intelligence, its power, aggression, and hostility were palpable. It was no wonder that the researchers outside recoiled at the mere sight of the second-generation entity. Leon was left in a state of bewilderment. The doctor at this research facility expects me to socialize with such a mindless creature? Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Perhaps beneath its fearsome exterior lay a gentle and kind heart. Ahem, greetings. Leon ventured forth with a gesture of goodwill, to which the second-generation entity reciprocated with fervent enthusiasm. Food, delectable food. Devour, decompose, crack bones, and suck marrow delightful. As soon as the words left its mouth, it lunged at Leon, jaws agape. Damn, is communication even possible? Before he could utter another word, the creature attacked, igniting Leon's ire. The second-generation amalgamated being lunged forward, yet Leon stood his ground, refusing to evade. The distinction between man and beast lies in the ability to wield one's intellect, transforming disadvantages into advantages. Once the researchers outside ushered Leon into the bunker, they recoiled in dread, unwilling to witness the gruesome spectacle of the bloodthirsty second-generation entity's merciless slaughter. Within the bunker, no surveillance existed, for nothing could remain intact in the presence of such a murderous creature. The sole monitoring device was a closed-circuit camera situated outside the window, directly above the bunker, but it could capture only a portion of the scene. The only 2 objects inside the bunker were a stone table polished from pebbles and a hard bed made of concrete. Even the routine feeding was conducted through a sliding chute several meters long. This task had become a recurring nightmare for the researchers, who would frequently shirk their responsibilities. When the researchers outside heard the ominous, buzzing vibrations, their faces betrayed an indescribable terror. Though unable to witness the events firsthand, their imaginations conjured horrific images of Leon being dismembered, blood splattering everywhere. Inevitably, a thorough cleansing of the bunker would be required afterward. The second-generation entity has stirred. It seems this one-sided massacre is about to conclude. One researcher could not help but declare, the Stitch creature is ultimately just a beast. The social experiment was doomed to failure, especially against a bloodthirsty second-generation entity. This being possesses no concept of kinship, able even to swallow its own severed limbs. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, the 4 researchers jumped in alarm, their faces turning pale. They understood that it was all over. Next came the second-generation entity feasting upon Leon, devouring him entirely. The bunker fell silent. The researchers swallowed hard and remarked, "It seems to be over. Let's retrieve the footage from the closed-circuit monitor." The 4 researchers approached the bunker's surveillance terminal, preparing to capture the replay of the recorded events. However, upon seeing the live feed from the monitor, they were all left speechless. There stood Leon in the center of the bunker, illuminated by the beam of light streaming through the window, gazing upward. In that moment, the 4 researchers locked eyes with Leon on the screen. A wave of confusion washed over them. Why was Leon still alive? Was he not meant to be dismembered and devoured by the second-generation entity? Look at his left hand. One researcher exclaimed in horror, pointing at the monitor. In the stark black and white footage, illuminated by the pale light, it became evident that Leon's left hand grasped a large, dark object. From a silhouette, all 4 discerned. It was the head of the second-generation entity. An indescribable terror surged within them, as if invisible hands were tightening around their throats, rendering them breathless. In the next moment, Leon extended his right hand, and tentacle-like appendages erupted from his palm, shooting towards the window above the bunker. The many tendrils obscured much of the window. In the surveillance footage, only the dispersing suction cups remained, resembling a grotesque, writhing flower of death. With a sharp crack, the window shattered into countless sparkling shards, transforming the thick, transparent glass into a myriad of glimmering ice crystals scattered across the ground. Leon sprang forth, leaping from the bunker. In his left hand, the head of the second-generation entity lay shattered into several fragments, crimson and white cerebral matter oozing from the fissures and crevices, rendering it unrecognizable. Leon cast his gaze towards the flickering red lights of the operational surveillance camera, parting his lips to reveal a smile more grotesque than tears. He raised his left hand, gesturing towards the half-remaining head of the stitched being. Leon requires a new companion. Chapter 3. Are you my new friends? Leon lifted the shattered cranium of the second-generation entity, and with a sinister smile, hung the head upon the surveillance camera. The screen of the monitoring terminal abruptly went dark. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the faint sound of a pin drop. An atmosphere of tension and dread permeated the surveillance chamber. The eerie visage of Leon was indelibly etched into the minds of the four researchers. A haunting image that would not fade. The faces of the four researchers turned ashen. One, unable to contain his fear, collapsed to the ground. The shock was so profound that they momentarily forgot to press the alarm button. Suddenly, a series of knocks shattered the oppressive stillness, pulling them from their suffocating dread and thrusting them back into a cauldron of terror. Their hearts raced, nearly choking them. The realization that Leon had effortlessly vanquished the most formidable and brutal second-generation entity within the Dawn Biological Research Institute shifted their fear from the entity itself to Leon. Was it not agreed that this would be the final return, with social directives inputted? Why did Leon now appear more terrifying and bizarre than during the strength and emotion experiments? Was this a failure of the return experiment? Or had Leon undergone some form of mutation? Yet, no one could provide answers to their mounting questions. A thunderous sound suddenly erupted, resonating through the air. The iron door of the monitoring room groaned, the entire frame buckling inward, faintly outlining the imprint of a fist. The surrounding frame crackled ominously as concrete dust cascaded from the edges of the door. It seemed that with just a bit more force, the door would be utterly shattered. It's over. The research institute is doomed. We are all going to die. The researcher whimpered, tears of fear welling in his eyes. In that moment, another researcher, in a frantic realization, scrambled to press the red alarm button, shouting into the microphone with a heart-wrenching cry. An accident has occurred in the social experiment. Leon has killed the second-generation entity and is now breaching the monitoring room. Please, save us. No sooner had the researcher finished speaking than the door crashed to the ground, followed by a cacophony of screams and the busy tone of disconnected calls. The management of the research institute was left in stunned disbelief. The assistant and other senior researchers turned their gaze towards Dr. Maid, the founder and head of the institute, who wielded the sole authority within its walls. Having just pronounced Leon's death sentence, intending to extract one last flicker of utility from him, Dr. Maid was now confronted with a resounding slap in the face from Leon. His will was undisputed, and they were eager to witness the fate of anyone who dared challenge it. Simultaneously, they found it inconceivable that Leon could defeat the second-generation entity and escape from the bunker. After all, the second-generation entity was the most potent killing machine crafted by the Institute, possessing an innate, beast-like bloodlust and combat instinct. The fact that it had fallen to Leon in such a brief span of time left them utterly baffled. Just as the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty and silence, Dr. Maid, maintaining his composure, spoke without a hint of the rage and shock one might expect after such a humiliation. Send personnel from Andy to suppress him. Remember, do not allow the experimental subject to escape. Leave no survivors. At the Dawn Biological Research Institute, the security department was in a state of shock. Minister Ander, upon receiving the order, displayed a similar expression of disbelief. The news of Leon's counterattack against the second-generation experimental subject struck like a thunderclap. Akin to declaring that a hyena had slain a lion, simply unfathomable. Yet, such an absurd occurrence had indeed transpired. And now Ander was compelled to lead his team of mercenaries to quell the chaos instigated by Leon. Although the specifics of how this individual had managed to counter the second-generation entity remained elusive, I would much prefer to confront Leon than the Abomination itself. As the head of mercenaries employed by Dawn Biological, Ander was responsible for the security of the research facility. Throughout his 3-year tenure in this role, he had encountered both Leon and the second-generation entity. Leon's achievements included injuring 4 of his subordinates, while the second-generation entity's record escalated to 5 dead and 7 wounded. Brothers, it is time for us to act and restore order, Ander declared, rallying his 10 fully armed security personnel who wielded specialized firearms. As they proceeded to the surveillance terminal located in the underground bunker of the Research Institute. The Dawn Biological Research Institute was situated subterraneanly, comprising 3 levels. The research area was heavily fortified, with each critical zone isolated by reinforced steel and lead barriers that required password verification for access. This design aimed to minimize losses during incidents of uncontrolled experimentation, confining threats to a limited area and preventing chaos from spiraling out of control. As the heavy doors of the defenses swung open, the anticipated scene of devastation, bloodshed, and dismemberment failed to materialize. There were no anguished cries, no severed limbs, no traces of blood. The entire area was enveloped in an eerie silence. In the past, entering such a space would have revealed rampant destruction wrought by the experimental subjects. But this unprecedented calm was unlike anything previously experienced. Ander's subordinates cast anxious glances his way. With a grave expression, he raised his hand to signal the team to advance cautiously. The 10 members remained vigilant, wary of any potential ambush from the creature lurking behind cover or shadows. Upon reaching the bunker, they beheld the shattered glass overhead and the damaged cranium of the second-generation entity displayed on the closed-circuit monitor, prompting a collective change in demeanor among the group. The act of obscuring the surveillance footage to conceal one's tracks revealed Leon's cunning. Wasn't it stated that today marked Leon's 9th return, with memory erasure and a complete reset of all abilities? One subordinate ventured to inquire. However, the evidence at the scene suggested that such deliberate actions were far from indicative of a post-return state. Ander's expression grew more solemn, echoing his apprehensions. His only hypothesis was that this return had not eradicated all traces as had the previous 8, but rather had resulted in some alterations. In any case, we must proceed with utmost caution, Ander reiterated. The security team continued their advance, drawing closer to the surveillance terminal room, where researchers had initially gathered. After triggering the alarm and a brief moment of panic, they had vanished without a trace. As they approached the terminal room, the tension in the air intensified, and finally, the sound of rustling within the chamber reached their ears. Ander gestured with his hand, signaling an immediate assault. A throng of individuals surged into the room, intent on administering a tranquilizer to Leon. However, in an instant, they found themselves immobilized, as if weighed down by lead. Leon sat leisurely in a chair, one hand holding a platter of snacks while the other, adorned with tentacles, methodically brought morsels to his mouth. Meanwhile, several researchers huddled in the corner, clutching their heads in silence, paralyzed by fear. Upon observing the fully armed security personnel, Leon scrutinized their equipment, the heavy, bulletproof vests emblazoned with the insignia of Dawn Bio, the translucent visors of their helmets, and the compact handguns they wielded. From this, Leon gleaned a general understanding of the Institute's technological prowess, which he surmised to be reminiscent of the mid-20th century, akin to the technological level during Earth's Second World War. Setting aside his snacks, Leon grinned. Are you my new friends? Chapter 4. I, Leon, volunteer to stay. At this proclamation, the security personnel, including Captain Ander, froze, their backs drenched in cold sweat. This eerie sensation was unprecedented, sending shivers down their spines. The former Leon had been dull, rigid, and vacant. Even after extensive training and experimentation, his condition had shown little improvement. Yet the Leon before them now emanated an unsettling strangeness. Ander's orders had been to suppress Leon's uprising. Yet here he was, merely seated and enjoying snacks from his platter. The 4 researchers remained unharmed, cowering in the corner. Aside from a shattered bunker and the decapitated second-generation amalgamation, there were no casualties. Caught in this predicament, Ander found himself at a loss. Any aggressive action in such a confined space could easily provoke Leon, who had the advantage of position with furniture surrounding him. Conversely, if they refrained from acting, how could they resolve the stalemate? The 2 sides exchanged glances. The researchers unable to resist peeking at the security team and then back at the voracious Leon. Perhaps it's best to keep our heads down, they thought. Once Leon had finished speaking, he too adopted a defensive posture, the platter of snacks poised to be hurled. He had initially believed that after eliminating the second-generation amalgamation, he could simply acquire a pass from the researchers and confidently exit the Institute. However, after a moment of contemplation, Leon resolved to remain. He was entirely ignorant of the power dynamics and external environment of this world. Leaving the Institute in the guise of an amalgamation would surely render him a target of universal disdain. Within the confines of the Institute, however, he held the status of a test subject, and the researchers were eager to experiment and validate various hypotheses through him, which afforded him a degree of safety. Moreover, This experimental endeavor focused on social interaction. With the second-generation entity now obliterated, he was curious to see what other peculiar entities the Institute would have him engage with. As long as they were not like the second-generation entity, which resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, he could extract valuable information through dialogue. Of course, Leon remained cautious and refrained from excessive bravado. All actions and behaviors must be moderated. Excessive flamboyance could easily arouse the profound suspicion of the PhD researchers at the Institute. As a game balance designer, Leon adeptly navigates the delicate standards required. While numbers may appear to be mere mathematical constructs, they are, in fact, an intricate understanding of player psychology, a discipline that intertwines numerics, strategy, and expectations. Moreover, although the recent battle was fraught with peril, the rewards were substantial, making it difficult for Leon to depart. His decisive victory over the second-generation creature earned him an additional 0.5 points for free distribution. Simultaneously, his experience in the tentacle control skill also increased by 2 points. Remaining here is not only safe, devoid of life-threatening concerns, but also allows him to gradually comprehend the outside world, without the anxiety of basic sustenance. This is far superior to the uncertainties that lie beyond. Thus, Leon embraced a social persona, articulating words that left Captain Ander astonished and at a loss when confronted with a new friend. He crafted a character that appeared in need of companionship and social interaction, a persona that seemed harmless. This is precisely what Leon is undertaking now. Captain Ander, unsure of how to respond, quietly instructed his teammates, "You stay here and maintain the standoff. I will consult for further guidance. Should anything arise, open fire to suppress." Ander would not jeopardize the lives of his subordinates. After departing, he promptly contacted the doctor to seek instructions. "Are you saying it not only spared the 4 researchers but also snacked at the monitoring terminal while you approached?" Ander pondered for a moment and replied, "My assumption that it would still be there upon our arrival is purely conjectural. Aside from breaking out of the bunker and blocking the second-generation creature's head from the surveillance camera, the Institute suffered no other losses." The doctor on the other end fell into silence. In a surprising turn of events, Leon, who had previously been regarded as a mere pawn, now presented an unexpected revelation. No one understood the initial data of Leon and the second-generation creature better than Dr. Maid, who had personally created it. Judging solely by the data, Leon could never have been a match for the second-generation creature. Yet now, the creature had been decisively defeated, a fact that could not be disputed. Did the 9 returns mentioned in the Black Code imply something more? Dr. Maid contemplated for a moment, realizing that only by reviewing the video footage and conducting a field investigation of the bunker could he obtain a comprehensive understanding of the chain of events and data, allowing for a thorough evaluation of the incident. One thing was unequivocal. The current experimental subject, Leon, had indeed awakened a stronger intelligence. However, he could not yet ascertain whether this intelligence was stimulated by social attributes or resulted from mutation. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, it would represent a significant advancement in the research of the creature, bringing Dr. Maid one step closer to his ultimate plan. "I will personally oversee the handover. You must keep Leon's emotions in check. There is no need for gunfire." As Ander departed, Leon understood that this individual could not make decisions independently and had sought counsel. However, he had not anticipated that Dr. Maid, the head of the Institute, would come in person. The performance must continue. At this moment, Leon felt an immense sense of gratitude for his stitched-together body, as the rigidity of his facial muscles rendered any deception undetectable. Under the watchful gaze of a group of researchers and doctors, Leon uttered his renowned phrase, "Are you here to befriend Leon?" Dr. Maid, suppressing his profound excitement, stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture of goodwill. "Indeed, we are here to befriend you." Ander, armed and poised to protect the doctor, was halted by the latter's outstretched arm. In Leon's gaze, the doctor discerned a glimmer of clarity, a feeling beyond quantification, a gaze only intelligent life could possess. The doctor reached out, grasping one of Leon's arms to guide him outward. "Is there something you wish to do?" he inquired further. "Friends, conversation, food." Leon unabashedly stated his desires. After the doctor escorted Leon away, Ander promptly led his team and the researchers into the bunker for an incident investigation. Upon observing the dented walls and the splattered bloodstains, Ander's mind vividly reconstructed the previous confrontation. Leon had faced the onslaught of the second-generation entity without evasion, merely sidestepping at the last moment to evade the attack. The second-generation entity, unable to control its momentum, collided with the bunker wall. Seizing the opportunity, Leon utilized his octopus-like appendages to firmly pin the entity's head against the wall, subsequently delivering a decisive blow that shattered its neck, severing head from body. Ander, compelled to lift his gaze, stood beneath the hollow beam of light above the bunker, gazing at the shattered edges of the window. He was suddenly engulfed by a sense of vertigo. Was it truly possible for a stitched entity to exhibit such a level of combat finesse? To possess such mastery and analytical prowess? Was this not a stimulation of the social neurons, rather than anything else? Chapter 5. All are master actors. All are in a dramatic performance. Leon was ushered to his quarters for rest, in stark contrast to the semi-spherical bunker of the second-generation entity. Leon's living environment appeared significantly more pleasant. Not only was it well-furnished, but it also boasted an array of objects designed to divert attention or facilitate training. The lighting was also considerably brighter than that in the bunker, creating a spacious and clean atmosphere. Leon understood this, as he was indeed a key experimental subject at the Research Institute, having earned both accolades and burdens alike. Furthermore, based on the experimental directions he had previously observed on screen, he had undergone trials in strength, agility, perception, and recovery. The second-generation entity, judging by the expressions and behaviors of the researchers, had likely been subjected to combat and potential experiments. However, regrettably, combat is not solely reliant on strength and speed. It requires intellect. Leon had effortlessly vanquished the second-generation entity, feared by all at the Dawn Biological Research Institute, earning a substantial number of freely allocable points and subtly mastering the nuances of skill enhancement. The current living environment perfectly fulfilled his needs for activity and training. According to Leon's plan, in the days to come, he would merely need to engage in social experiments, conversing with people to glean insights into this otherworldly realm. In addition to daily exercises to enhance skills and earn freely allocated points, one grows stronger with each passing day. Once the necessary intelligence has been acquired, it will be time to depart from the Research Institute, soaring high like a bird in the sky. I have prepared some food for you. Please rest here while I attend to my work, and then we can chat, shall we? Dr. Maid spoke with an unprecedented patience, his words gentle and his gaze shimmering with an indescribable emotion. Leon nodded, eager for Dr. Maid to leave as soon as possible. If it weren't for Leon's prior encounter with the second-generation amalgam, he might have genuinely believed that Dr. Maid was a benevolent figure. The second generation, a cruel and bloodthirsty amalgamation, could not possess such a ferocity without the nurturing and training provided by flesh and blood. Not to mention Leon himself, a grotesque amalgam containing a plethora of bizarre creatures. Just his head was a jigsaw of different parts from 4 human beings, not to mention the body. His arms housed octopus tentacles, and the other body parts warranted thorough investigation. Leon nodded vacantly, saying, "All right, my friend, farewell." He extended his hand to wave goodbye to Dr. Maid. Both wore smiles on their faces, appearing as if they were truly good friends. However, as the heavy defensive door closed, the smile on the doctor's face faded instantly, replaced by an excitement that seemed about to overflow from his eyes. It was a success. Not merely the activation of social nerves, but the awakening of self-awareness. Although the origins of this phenomenon were unknown, the unexpected development significantly accelerated the progress of the experiment, transforming the ultimate plan from a mere illusion into a tangible reality. In the midst of this exhilaration, an unprecedented madness surged through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Within his quarters, Leon surveyed his surroundings under the guise of familiarizing himself with the environment, primarily to identify the locations of the closed-circuit cameras. Indeed, Shuguang Biotech held him in high regard. The room was equipped with 2 closed-circuit cameras. The combined angles of these cameras allowed for a full view of the room. Additionally, Leon discovered a listening device positioned near the exhaust vent at the top of the room, though somewhat concealed. The technological level of this otherworldly realm was so inferior that it could not achieve the miniaturization of pinhole cameras or listening devices found on Earth, making them easily discernible. With both closed-circuit cameras and a listening device, he truly enjoyed preferential treatment. In contrast, the second-generation amalgam had merely 1 camera installed above the bunker, making Leon's accommodations the pinnacle of privilege. Leon approached the closed-circuit camera, his grotesque amalgam face grinning widely, reminiscent of a macabre figure, the smile stretching nearly to his ears, exuding an unsettling aura. "No peeking," he admonished, then adjusted the camera's direction, elevating it to capture only the ceiling. He replicated this action with the other camera. As for the listening device, Leon chose not to tamper with it. Given Dr. Maid's abrupt change in attitude, it was clear that the doctor harbored suspicions. Yet, all of Leon's actions remained within a realm that could still be rationally explained. To completely eliminate the surveillance devices within the room would undoubtedly arouse greater suspicion, ultimately hindering Leon's daily training and preparations. Lu Sun once articulated a notion that remains profoundly applicable even in alternate realms. The nature of humankind is always a balance of compromise. For instance, if one were to argue that the room is excessively dim and propose the installation of a window, such a suggestion would likely be met with resistance. However, should one advocate for the removal of the roof entirely, others may find themselves amenable to the idea of merely opening a window. The total dismantling would certainly be unwelcome, yet retaining the audio equipment would fall within the realm of tolerability. Upon hearing the news that 2 closed-circuit cameras had been relocated by Leon, the doctor, who was listening to Ander recount the circumstances surrounding the bunker incident, fell into a brief silence. He eventually spoke again. As long as the audio devices remain, it suffices. After all, Leon had previously exhibited a marked aversion to closed-circuit cameras while in the bunker laboratory. The presence of 2 such devices in its living space could potentially provoke its resistance. The doctor continued the conversation. Captain Ander, please proceed with your assessment. Captain Ander appeared somber. He had also heard the researcher's report, and when combined with the assessment results, his concerns deepened. Doctor, are you certain that Leon is engaging in social-level cognitive stimulation? Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? The doctor's demeanor remained unruffled as he adjusted his glasses. Ander's voice trembled slightly as he articulated his findings. Doctor, do you not find Leon's behavior exceedingly abnormal for a recently returned amalgamation? Even the adept second-generation entities rely more on instinct than technique. Moreover, it is rare for them to seize fleeting opportunities and execute a decapitation as a decisive maneuver. I have witnessed the injuries sustained by second-generation entities. After tearing through the neck, Leon refrained from any follow-up strikes or secondary harm. This indicates a profound awareness of its actions, knowing that once the head is severed, the second-generation entity perishes, posing no threat to it. Ander glanced at the inscrutable doctor. Augmenting his conjecture, perhaps it can still regulate its emotions. Such lethal efficiency towards the second-generation entity mirrors its treatment of the 4 researchers. This experiment seems to have transcended expectations. Hearing this, Dr. Maid raised his hand to interrupt Ander. Very well, Captain. I am now aware of your reconstruction and analysis of the incident. The details concerning the experiment are for us researchers to investigate. You should remain focused on maintaining the security of the Institute, as that is your primary responsibility. With that, Dr. Maid closed his notebook and rose to depart. Ander observed the doctor's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. No one could discern the true thoughts of this enigmatic and perilous doctor. Yet, a notion lingered in Ander's mind. Perhaps with Leon's return, many things were destined to change. Chapter 6. The Amalgamation Skills Training School. Leon retained 2 and left 1, transforming the Institute's surveillance into mere listening. After completing these actions, Leon did not rush, but rather awaited quietly. The Institute's response mirrored Dr. Maid's stance. This was both a test and a game of strategy. Ultimately, no researchers came to effect repairs, and it was as though nothing had transpired. Leon was quite pleased with this outcome. His acting and performance had garnered him a degree of leverage. It was precisely because Dr. Maid was currently intrigued by him that he was afforded a measure of leniency. What Leon needed to do was to capitalize on this rare forbearance, akin to the precious oxygen in water, striving to enhance himself amidst the gaps, and eventually, after discerning the intricacies of this other world, depart from the Dawn Biological Research Institute. Leon took a seat and meticulously reviewed his experiences since his traversal into this realm. His greatest asset now was his data system. All his information had been visualized and quantified by this system. Following the initial electrical stimulation and the combat with the second-generation entities, Leon had also gleaned some insights into the system. Firstly, electrotherapy could yield freely allocable points and could enhance the will attribute. During the ensuing period of dormancy, he must not forsake this lucrative avenue of enhancement. The higher the will attribute, the more resilient one became against mental assaults, hypnosis, or intrusions, while also proving remarkably effective in resisting various negative states. Secondly, during his battles with the second-generation amalgamations, Leon discovered that merely employing tentacles would increase his proficiency in the tentacle control skill. These were methods for rapid enhancement of strength, requiring relentless practice. With astonishing resolve, Leon immediately commenced his training, utilizing the heavy iron bed in the room as his target. Extending octopus tentacles from the palm of his right hand, several tendrils shot forth, accurately grasping the bed's legs. Standing 2 meters away from the iron bed, he exerted force to manipulate the tentacles, lifting the cumbersome structure weighing hundreds of pounds. The greater the distance, the longer the lever arm, necessitating even more strength. Nevertheless, Leon still managed to elevate one of the bed's legs. The power of the octopus tentacles coursed through from the appendages to his forearm, then to his biceps, and ultimately resonated in his chest. Leon attentively sensed the exertion, the burning sensation gradually saturating his muscles, making the effort more palpable. He had initially thought that the amalgamation was merely a matter of simple assembly, yet to his surprise, the integration of these disparate biological components from muscle to nerve was seamless. as if they formed a cohesive whole, devoid of any obstruction or stagnation. From a modern medical perspective, Leon found himself at a loss for explanation, recognizing that achieving this purely through scientific means was utterly impossible. After all, merely the rejection reaction between alien bodies would be sufficient to complicate matters greatly, let alone the current amalgamation of multiple species, adhering from muscle to nerve. Despite his disdain for his current grotesque appearance and the myriad of sutures adorning his body, Leon could not deny that from the standpoint of mysticism and creation, this corporeal form was exquisite. Tentacle Control Proficiency Level 1. You have gained greater mastery over the tentacles. Free allocation points, 001. With Leon's endeavors, the system once again displayed 2 strings of prompts. His eyes brightened, and he instinctively clenched his fist with determination. As expected, exertion indeed enhances proficiency and grants free allocation points. However, he remained uncertain whether there was a daily limit to the amount he could acquire. Acting on impulse, Leon embarked on numerous attempts, ultimately formulating his own system's parameters. The maximum proficiency attainable through training is capped at 10 points, with a corresponding limit of 1 point for discretionary allocation. However, Leon remains uncertain whether this cap resets daily. The resolution to this query will await the morrow. After engaging in 7 training sessions, his experience in tentacle control reached 10,100. Thereafter, no matter how diligently he endeavored, he failed to gain further proficiency or allocation points. The earlier electrotherapy directly enhanced the will attribute, yielding a total of 0.15 over 3 sessions, indicating that this type of direct attribute enhancement is not subject to restriction. Additionally, rewards from combat are also exempt from limitations. Following the swift defeat of the second-generation amalgamation, Leon received a reward of 0.5 discretionary allocation points from the system, bringing his total to 0.6. In comparison to his meager initial attribute values, this accumulation of 0.6 allocation points is quite substantial. Since he could not acquire additional discretionary points in the short term, Leon decided to sit cross-legged and contemplate the investment of his 4 attributes. The strength attribute, without doubt, is currently Liang's sole attribute that significantly surpasses that of an average adult, and it is imperative to enhance this powerful attribute to expand his advantages. As for the speed and will attributes, Leon does not plan to allocate points to them at this time. Firstly, the will attribute can be augmented through electrotherapy, rendering the expenditure of precious discretionary points unnecessary. Secondly, based on his current understanding of the research facility, their methods concerning brain invasion and cognitive interference are limited to biomimetic simulations of neural signals. Leon possesses inherent immunity to this, thus requiring no additional investment. Regarding speed, even with point allocation, it would merely elevate him to the standard level of a normal person, offering little enhancement to his escape capabilities. Finally, Liang's attention shifted to the Constitution attribute. In essence, Constitution encompasses recovery, endurance, and the body's resistance to various adverse conditions. In Liang's view, this attribute holds equal importance to strength. He recalled prior experiences in the bunker before facing the second-generation amalgamation. Aside from the central light beam, the bunker was shrouded in darkness. During that time, when he spoke, he felt a slight sting in his throat, as if enveloped in a gentle warmth, gradually mending the torn ligaments and trachea. However, upon leaving the bunker, that burning sensation resurfaced. At that moment, his attention was diverted elsewhere, leaving no time for in-depth examination. Now, however, he found himself with the opportunity to explore this phenomenon. Leon gazed up at the room's overhead lights, recalling the bunker's dark environment. Perhaps the strength of recovery is related to the surrounding environment? With this thought, he decided to experiment, as this matter pertains to his allocation strategy and focus, warranting meticulous attention. In well-lit areas, he sensed a mild discomfort in his body. When he spoke, the stinging sensation in his throat persisted. Subsequently, Leon sought to obstruct the light source within the room, causing the illumination to dim, as if veiled by a shroud of darkness. At that moment, Leon distinctly sensed an enhancement in his physical constitution. The stinging sensation in his throat gradually dissipated, and the metallic, sanguine taste began to dilute. It appeared that the robustness of one's physique was indeed correlated with light. In the darkness, one's physical attributes could be significantly amplified, which was characteristic of creatures of the night. Thus, Leon deduced that the value of 0.8 assigned to his constitution by the system must represent an average between day and night. During the night, the restorative capabilities of his body, which could be palpably felt, were undoubtedly greater than 1. Consequently, his constitution became an attribute of paramount importance. After considerable contemplation, Leon resolved to invest 0.2 points into his constitution attribute, aiming to restore it to a level akin to that of an ordinary person, ensuring he would no longer be a liability. The remaining 0.4 points were allocated entirely to strength, further amplifying his advantageous attributes. Thus, the attribute interface transformed as follows. Name, Leon attributes, Strength 24, Speed 0.7, Will 0.75, Constitution 1. Skill development, Tentacle Control 1, 10100, free allocation points, 0 as soon as he concluded the allocation, a mechanical aperture resonated from the heavy door. And a tray emerged from below. Leon, it's time to eat. Here is your food. Leon glanced at the tray, which contained raw meat still glistening with blood, and a flicker of revulsion crossed his eyes. Tentacles shot out, swiftly overturning the tray and the raw meat onto the floor. Accompanied by a low growl, Leon detests raw meat. The roar and the clattering of the tray were captured by the sound equipment, drawing the attention of the researchers. Sown beings typically consumed raw meat, occasionally supplemented with targeted nutritional components, such as blueberries to promote neuronal and brain cell health, fish for omega fatty acids, or eggs to support muscle growth. This was true for both Leon and the second-generation entities. However, Leon's unusual display of anger today piqued the researchers' curiosity, prompting immediate reports to Dr. Maid. Upon learning that Leon had refused raw meat and had reacted with anger, Dr. Maid paused momentarily. Fresh, bloodied meat had always been a favorite among sown beings. The second-generation entity, primarily composed of wolf genetics, was inherently bloodthirsty. The mere scent of blood and flesh would send it into a fervor. Leon's body housed a multitude of biological integrations, predominantly carnivorous or omnivorous, and thus shared a profound affinity for blood and flesh. Yet now, he exhibited an unexpected aversion to raw meat. Even displaying rare anger, a deviation from his physiological structure that plunged Dr. Maid into contemplation. He had anticipated that the ninth return would witness Leon utilizing his final vestiges of purpose. However, the current changes, if described in 4 words, could be summed up as a complete metamorphosis. Leon's series of transformations transcended his biological instincts and nature upon return. Dr. Maid, adjusting his black-framed glasses, reflected 2 glimmers of insight and then raised his head, stating, "Prepare 2 portions of cooked meat and deliver them inside. Once Leon has eaten, take him to the paradise," allowing him to meet his kind and engage in meaningful dialogue. Dr. Maid's lips curled into a slight smile as the situation appeared to grow increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, Leon had caused quite a ruckus but chose to disregard the fallen fresh meat. As a human suddenly thrust into the form of a stitch being, transformed into a monster, the reality was profoundly difficult to accept. Leon had engaged in considerable mental fortitude to begrudgingly accept this corporeal vessel. However, to compel him to consume blood and raw flesh like a beast was simply beyond his limits. This was a threshold he could not cross, no matter the circumstance. Moreover, Leon discovered that upon catching the scent of fresh meat, his body instinctively stirred, invoking a deep-seated fear within him. This primal urge must be subdued. Otherwise, if left unchecked, he risked losing his humanity and becoming a true, bloodthirsty monster. Soon, the researchers presented him with new sustenance, 2 succulent roasted steaks. Wafting with an irresistible aroma from the tray, the fat on the surface of the steak sizzled, releasing a mouth-watering sound as heat enhanced its allure. The spices, roasted to perfection, mingled with the flavor of the cooked meat, eliciting an involuntary salivation from Leon. He managed to muster a radiant smile, drawing the tray closer with his tendrils, and exclaimed in a deep yet excited voice, "Delicious, Leon likes." Upon inhaling the delicious and familiar scent of cooked food, Leon felt his stomach beneath the skin rumble in anticipation. Without hesitation, he seized the steaks and began to devour them. It seemed Dr. Maid was quite astute, having prepared cooked food knowing Leon would not partake in raw fare. However, this would undoubtedly heighten the man's curiosity about him. Perhaps, once this meal concluded, new experiments or tests would ensue. Although Leon and Dr. Maid had yet to confront one another directly, both were engaged in a subtle contest of wits within the confines of the research facility. Dr. Maid was eager to uncover the reasons behind the stitch being's sudden transformation, while Leon sought to leverage the man's curiosity to acquire resources and grow stronger in silence. As he ravenously consumed the 2 steaks, Leon could not suppress a satisfied belch. At that moment, a series of notifications suddenly appeared from the system. Paralytic substances detected within the body. Currently in effect, Constitution attribute increased by 1 point. Paralysis substance dosage effect determination failed, activating metabolic capability. The effects of the substance are commencing metabolism. You have received a free allocation point. 0.1. Leon was momentarily taken aback by the system's message, but quickly regained his composure. To his astonishment, they had laced the meat with anesthetic. Had he not just augmented his constitution, the effects of the drug would have surely taken hold. An idea struck him. The researchers intended to incapacitate him with the drug. Therefore, He would turn the tables and see what Dr. Maid had in store. Leon feigned a staggering demeanor, collapsing to the ground with a thud. His gaze became vacant, his tongue lolling to the side, and even his tendrils hung limply at the edge of the tray, giving the appearance of having been thoroughly subdued. Just moments after Leon struck a pose, the mechanical heavy door emitted a hissing sound as it depressurized and opened. Subsequently, several researchers hurried into the room, briskly instructing one another. Quickly, tidy up the room, lift Leon onto the stretcher, and transport him to the designated location. Some were collecting fresh specimens. Others were tidying up and gathering trays, while the majority affixed restraints onto Leon's limbs. They then employed a mechanical apparatus to hoist him onto the stretcher, swiftly departing the room. The entire procedure unfolded seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Leon exerted a slight force to test the restraints. At this level, he could easily break free if he so desired. This was the advantage and confidence bestowed by his enhanced strength. Since they intended to take him to a new place, he would bide his time and observe what further actions the doctor would undertake. Ultimately, after a few minutes, the stretcher slowed to a halt, and the researchers commenced inputting codes and facilitating the transfer. The journey could not be described as a mere cursory glance, yet it offered a glimpse into a larger mystery. Lying on the stretcher, the overhead fluorescent lights glided by, and through his calculations and observations, Leon noted that there were over a dozen junctions along the route. He passed through 3 password-protected heavy doors. Aurora Biotech was far more vast and complex than Leon had imagined. Following a series of code inputs and verifications, the sound of a heavy mechanical door depressurizing resonated in his ears, accompanied by an indescribable stench of decay. The researchers swiftly unfastened Leon's restraints and exited, sealing the heavy door behind them. Leon did not immediately rise. Instead, he feigned the lingering effects of anesthesia, remaining motionless on the stretcher. Now that he had been brought to a new location, it was certain that countless eyes were observing him from behind a closed-circuit camera. Trapped, he would not overlook any opportunity to catch his adversaries off guard. Minutes later, Leon finally crawled off the stretcher, his gaze wandering in bewilderment. However, upon closer inspection, the scene before him was chilling and sent shivers down his spine. This was a slaughterhouse, a place reeking of blood and terror. Chapter 8. The Terrifying Killer in the Container. To the right of the stitching area were 5 consecutive operating tables. Each table was covered with a thick layer of dark, congealed blood, emanating a faint, fishy odor. Beside the tables lay some unprocessed tissues, intestines, fragments, and fur. The gruesome mixture was crawling with visible maggots. The nauseating stench of decay emanated from this very spot. A viscous green liquid, produced from putrid matter, dripped onto the ground, mingling with the blood, creating an indescribable hue. A blend of strangeness and disgust. Filthy. Slaughterhouse. These were the only 2 words that Leon could conjure to describe this place. On the other side stood several enormous transparent glass vessels, each containing complete human bodies. Each body had an oxygen tube connected to its face, eyes tightly shut, half submerged in a green solution, unconscious. As Leon walked past, he observed that the glass vessels contained both men and women, and even a young girl. Even children have been reduced to mere experimental materials, which left Leon somewhat astounded. Yet, he understood that he must not display any emotion. The thickly built surveillance camera in the corner of the slaughterhouse was currently fixated on him. He had to suppress his feelings, ensuring that no flaws were evident. Leon circumvented the exhibition area and ventured deeper inside. However, upon entering, he was once again taken aback by the scene before him. The only notable difference from the slaughterhouse outside was that this space had become larger and more expansive, yet the collection was even more dazzling. Oh, let me see who has arrived. Is the mad Dr. Maid's faithful hound here for an inspection? A voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed unexpectedly, despite the speaker remaining unseen. Leon searched around for a while before discovering the source of the voice emanating from a rusted dog cage in the corner. But in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. The one speaking with such sardonic flair was indeed a dog. However, this dog had also undergone a grotesque surgical modification, and the very sight of it evoked a sense of revulsion, leaving one to ponder what kind of perverse individual could conceive of such a fusion. A human head had been forcibly stitched onto the body of a dog. The bizarre and horrifying image was beyond imagination. Leon even noticed exposed stitches at the juncture, reminiscent of a surgical scene. The massive human head atop the diminutive canine body created a dissonance that was unsettling. Even the way it spoke and moved exuded a profound rigidity and awkwardness, sending chills down one's spine. To call it human would invite disdain and scorn from humanity. Yet to label it an animal would mean even creatures of its kind would shy away from such a repugnant aberration. In a shock, Leon astutely gleaned some useful information. The creature before him, the stitched head dog, was quite articulate and capable of communication. Excellent. It was a target from which he could extract intelligence to acquire valuable information more effectively and swiftly. Liang extended a cordial greeting to the hybrid creature in the corner. "Head dog." There were no grandiloquent phrases nor lengthy discourses. Liang, despite the sharp pain in his throat, managed to utter the briefest of words that conveyed his feelings most succinctly. Yet, these 2 words encapsulated the most sincere and pure emotions. Upon hearing those words, the stitched head dog's mind buzzed. It could hardly believe that Liang, the stitched being, would utter such a phrase. Last, the single exclamation aptly expressed Liang's delight at encountering a kindred spirit. The term dog clarified the creature's identity and implied a desire to bridge the gap between them. In a certain sense, head dog resonated with a similar sentiment. The stitched head dog immediately bristled with fury. Though chained, its rage was palpable as it clawed at the iron cage, seemingly intent on tearing it apart to confront Liang directly. "You are the dog, the most loyal lackey I've made, devoid of intellect. A mass of decaying flesh stitched together. You don't even comprehend the meaning of existence, nothing more than a mere tool." The stitched head dog spat vehemently. Its face flushed, and in the midst of the quarrel, it was indistinguishable from a normal human. Yet the body possesses its own desires, the tail held high, rhythmically swaying with a peculiar charm. In conjunction with the furious demeanor of the stitched canine, it evokes an endearing contrast. Liang comprehends that the stitched canine before him shares a similar plight, perhaps enduring even greater humiliation and agony than his own. While he has merely transformed into a stitched being, he remains a humanoid monstrosity. The stitched canine, however, has entirely lost the possibility of humanity and dignity. Devolving from human to beast, subjected to the ultimate humiliation of being displayed in its original form. Though Liang can sense this sentiment, he cannot truly empathize. Nevertheless, the articulate stitched canine, harboring deep resentment and animosity towards Dr. Maid, serves as an ideal conduit for Liang to comprehend the intricacies of the Dawn Bio Corporation and this world, perhaps starved for human interaction after such a prolonged absence. The stitched canine greets Liang with exuberant warmth. Intent on allowing the canine to settle, Liang decides to withhold his response, biding his time until emotions stabilize before engaging in conversation. Thus, he feigns interest in examining the other stitched entities. The remaining stitched beings fail to evoke the same shock as the canine. Primarily, they lack any trace of humanity, resembling either piles of decayed flesh or grotesque forms assembled purely from animal parts, bereft of instinct or intelligence. However, upon arriving at a vast wall of containers, partitioned into countless squares, Liang is utterly astounded. The wall is embedded with a variety of containers, varying in size, housing arms, eyeballs, muscle tissue, palms, and feet, among others. At the very center of this wall stands a prominent solution vessel, measuring 3 meters in length and width. Within this vessel lies an overwhelming sight, a colossal mass of neural tissue containing a brain. It resembles the unraveling of a silk cocoon, meticulously stripping away all flesh and bone, leaving behind a dense network of nerves akin to roots. The primary nerve roots, emanating from the spinal cord and brainstem, serve as the trunk, branching out like tree limbs, connecting thousands of smaller nerve branches. These branches extend in various directions, forming a uniform and orderly network, reminiscent of branches and leaves growing in the air. Most astonishing to Liang is the fact that the commanding brain of this neural mass still pulsates, a terrifying precursor to the assassin, possessing lower intelligence yet exponentially greater strength and destructive capability. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Liang. It belonged to the previously raucous and vituperative stitched canine. Yet now it bore no trace of madness. The voice was remarkably calm, a stark contrast to its earlier hysterical state. Chapter 9. Flight. The scheme of 4 generations yet unattainable. Just as Liang intended to turn around, he was sharply cautioned. Do not look back. Your astonished expression will be captured by the surveillance cameras. Liang was momentarily taken aback. How could the stitched canine, which had just been vociferously venting its rage upon him, suddenly alter its tone? It seemed that everything was unfolding in a direction he could not possibly fathom. In a moment of contemplation, Liang was beset with countless questions. Why did the tone of the stitched canine head fluctuate so dramatically? What was the source of its fear regarding the closed-circuit cameras, yet its audacity to speak freely, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of recording devices? Why had the doctor sent him to this place? Was it a setup for the creature before him to engage in entrapment, extracting confessions through deceit? Or were there deeper, undisclosed motives? A plethora of uncertainties awaited resolution. Liang dared not respond. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he could potentially make. For now, feigning ignorance seemed his only recourse. Unprepared for how to engage in conversation, the sudden shift in dynamics disrupted his plans. This was to be a social experiment, was it not? Previously, we had determined that combat and potential tests were assigned to the second-generation entities, leaving only social and emotional experiments. The emotional aspect was too intricate. Given the pitiful capabilities of that wretched creature, it was certainly incapable of proceeding. Thus, only social interaction remained. The stitched canine head spoke eloquently, each utterance slicing through the air like a sharpened blade, instilling fear and trepidation. Hence, silence was not a mere reaction to the stimulation of social instincts. Your current muteness is decidedly atypical. I suspect you have indeed regained some semblance of intelligence, yet perhaps you are newly returned and remain wary of your surroundings. The pressure on Liang was immense. If this creature were to don a blue suit, a red bow tie, and black-rimmed spectacles, Liang would have no doubt it was the reincarnation of Conan. Its analytical prowess was extraordinary, nearly uncovering all of Liang's inner turmoil. The weight of uncertainty bore heavily upon him, rendering him even more hesitant to speak, fearing a misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences, even in the presence of Dr. Maid. Liang had not felt such pressure. He clasped his hands atop his head, continuing to feign ignorance, observing how his interlocutor would proceed. Liang could not comprehend. Liang was overwhelmed. The stitched canine had regarded him with suspicion, contemplating Liang's silhouette in deep thought. It remained unclear whether Liang was genuinely uncomprehending or ensnared in a web of suspicion, too afraid to reveal his true thoughts. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. The stitched canine head had long prepared a contingency plan for such scenarios, one that had proven effective time and again. Not understanding was of no matter. Allow me to share a tale. The stitched canine head ceased its restless pacing upon the iron cage, adopting a comfortable position as it began to narrate. Once, there existed a nefarious doctor who, in pursuit of his clandestine ambitions, established this research facility. Yet, to execute his plans, he required substantial funding and manpower. In an era rife with hidden currents, amassing such a fortune seemed a fanciful illusion. He shifted his strategy, setting his sights on the aristocrats and warlords who feared death and yearned for immortality. Prior to this, he needed to validate the efficacy of his stitching techniques. Thus, the stitched canine head came into being. Utilizing the forbidden alchemy of the Black Codex, he successfully garnered funds from the nobility. However, mere financial resources were insufficient. A long journey lay ahead to achieve his ultimate goal. The birth and experimentation of forbidden life itself consumed vast resources. Thus, he set his sights on a dark and terrifying forbidden experiment from the Black Codex, a creature assembled from dozens of beings. Endowed with a dreadful potential for life through the arcane arts of forbidden alchemy, capable of withstanding 9 resets of its corporeal form. Not only could it demonstrate a youthful appearance to the nobility, but it could also endure multiple experiments. Little did he anticipate that this forbidden amalgamation would, under such a complex alchemical reaction, develop a nascent sense of self-awareness. The confines of the experiment, the inhumane treatment, and the torment of bodily consciousness gradually instilled within the creature a desire to flee. Thus began a flight born of free will. Leon felt a profound shock within. While the veracity of this tale remained uncertain, the initial creation of the amalgamation clearly referred to the head dog creature, and the entity capable of withstanding 9 resets pointed directly to him. According to the head dog, before Leon's crossing into this realm, the creature had already awakened its self-awareness and commenced plotting its escape. Was the head dog before him indeed a partner? Yet, a question arose. How could Leon awaken his memories and establish a connection with the head dog, given that each reset involved a complete data wipe? Without clarity on this point, Leon found it difficult to fully believe the story presented. Nevertheless, a response was warranted. The tale was indeed captivating, prompting Leon to smile foolishly and applaud. Yet, beyond this, he offered no further acknowledgement. After all, a story is merely a story. One does not truly expect to find human teeth embedded within the core of one's own tentacle every time a tale is recounted. Even an old dog has a finite number of teeth. From behind him came the intermittent laughter of the head dog. Upon hearing this, Leon instinctively extended a tentacle to reveal the dark core at its innermost tip. He then rotated it, unveiling the inner part of the core that can form tightly. For human teeth were unmistakably embedded within the core, deeply ensconced. Leon's body involuntarily trembled, and his pupils constricted sharply. These teeth were undeniably human. Yet neither their size nor their style matched his own. After all, each reset restored his body to its original state. If these teeth did not belong to him, they could not possibly be hidden in such a secretive location without intent. Thus, it became evident that verification was achieved through corroboration. I understand now. I comprehend fully. At this moment, although Leon could not wholly trust the head dog before him, he had come to believe a significant portion of this past. Now, he merely needed to compare the 4 teeth with those missing from the head dog's mouth to ascertain their authenticity. Simultaneously, Leon was struck with astonishment. These 4 teeth indicated that this escape plan had been in the works for 4 attempts. Silently, he twisted the core, concealing the teeth once more. My name is Pompey. You have seen the 4 teeth embedded in the core, have you not? Next, we can compare them with the teeth missing from my mouth to verify the truth of my words. And do not worry, there are no listening devices here. This is the place designated for the gruesome task of slaughter and suturing. The tome controlled by Maid, titled the Black Codex, is a dark and sinister alchemical grimoire. To prevent its spells from circulating, only closed-circuit surveillance has been installed here, devoid of audio recording devices. Next, you need only feign curiosity, slowly turn around, and approach the cage. The prior uncertainties have been elucidated, and after a moment's hesitation, Leon resolves to pivot. When his gaze meets that of the head dog within the iron cage, the creature's lips curl into a smile as it softly intones. Welcome back, my friend. Chapter 10. The misty shadows looming above Leon has increasingly inclined himself towards the truth espoused by the head dog Pompey, primarily due to its reasonableness and the absence of flaws. Certainly, there remains a possibility that both the Doctor and Pompey have orchestrated a scheme, merely to test whether the stitched entity has indeed awakened self-awareness upon its return. However, with events having unfolded to this extent, Leon decides to take a gamble, maintaining the guise of nonchalance. He understands he must independently gather intelligence regarding this world and the research facility, a pursuit that will inevitably heighten his risk of exposure. Leon is not deterred by the prospect of confronting Dr. Maid. Given his current prowess, escaping from Dawn Bio would not pose a significant challenge. His decision to remain is motivated by a desire to maximize the allocation of freedom points and uncover more of the underlying truths. After all, Leon's familiarity with his own body is still quite limited. Thus far, he has only developed the skill of tentacle control. It is imperative that he comprehends the biological components that comprise him and the specific locations of these amalgamations. Without such understanding, how can Leon expect to further develop his skills and enhance them in a targeted manner? Moreover, he is profoundly intrigued by the alchemical tome, the Black Codex, which grants Dr. Maid the ability to create life. This knowledge is crucial to understanding the origins of his own corporeal form. Acquiring more insight will undoubtedly allow him to avoid many future pitfalls. Leon offers no response to Pompey, instead directing his attention toward the iron cage. Shifting his gaze away from Pompey, he swiftly scans the surroundings for any signs of audio recording devices. After a thorough search, he finds no evidence of such equipment, which only serves to bolster his trust in Pompey's assertions. As Leon approaches the iron cage, his silhouette casts a formidable shadow upon the ground, enveloping the cage in darkness. A sinister grin emerges on Leon's face as he crouches down, his eyes fixed intently on the head dog Pompey. Pompey observes the familiar yet foreign visage of Leon. For reasons unknown, this iteration of Leon, having returned, exudes an enigmatic aura that is difficult to penetrate. The previous Leon, though initially dazed upon his return, would soon earn trust through verification, swiftly immersing himself in the updates of their plans. Yet this time, Leon's caution surpasses Pompey's expectations. And the inability to discern Leon's thoughts is what truly instills concern. As their gazes lock once more, Leon extends his right hand, resting it upon the iron cage. Subsequently, the tentacles emerging from his palm slither forth like serpents, encroaching into the cage and firmly ensnaring Pompey's body, exerting pressure at the juncture where head meets body. After experiencing a force, the neck instinctively lifted. The scalp simultaneously tugged backward, causing the mouth to involuntarily open, revealing the gums and teeth. One of the tendrils had stealthily concealed 4 teeth within its suction cup, and seizing the opportunity to observe, Leon began to compare the positions of the gaps. The dimensions of the 4 teeth, and their growth all matched perfectly. Indeed, these teeth originated from Pompey's mouth. Although Pompey was restrained, upon seeing Leon's comparisons, a sinister smile crept across his face. I did not deceive you, did I? It matches, doesn't it? Now you can trust my words. Leon thrust his tendril into Pompey's mouth, the thick appendage ruthlessly forcing its way in, leaving Pompey gasping for breath. Feeling as though his throat were about to burst with an overwhelming sensation, he could distinctly feel the suction cups along the tendril. With a pop, Leon withdrew the tendril, allowing a rush of air into Pompey's mouth, which emitted a sharp sound upon its release. Pompey's tongue traced the contours of his cavity, his expression shifting dramatically as he questioned, "Why have you removed another tooth? This is your final return, there won't be another chance. And you still think of marking for the next time? This is a human head, not a dog's. Losing 5 teeth in one go will make eating a challenge." Leon gazed at the 5 teeth resting in the suction cup, retracting them into his tendril, embedding them within the hard core inside. Subsequently, he revealed a goofy smile, shaking the iron cage and saying, "Little dog, adorable. His series of actions, under surveillance, appeared as if he were entranced by the human-headed canine. Pompey rubbed his tongue against the empty sockets where his teeth had been removed, using his saliva to stem the bleeding. Leon's ambiguous demeanor left him uncertain whether to continue. Yet, Leon remained silent, merely grinning foolishly and occasionally toying with the cage. Pompey's mind raced. Although Leon's smile seemed foolish, his eyes were clear, betraying no sign of ignorance or confusion. Were you encouraging me to continue speaking? If so, just jostle the cage. After pondering for a moment, Pompey speculated on Leon's thoughts. Leon chuckled again and tapped the iron cage. Pompey paused, murmuring to himself, "So that is indeed what you meant. What do you wish to know? If you want to hear something, tap the cage again." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, pausing for 3 seconds after each statement, awaiting Leon's response. The long-prepared escape plan? The defensive arrangements of Dawn Biology? The secrets of Dr. Maid? The forbidden alchemical tome? Black Codex? With a clap, Leon struck the iron cage. Compared to earlier inquiries, he was far more interested in the nefarious alchemical grimoires, Black Codex, which detailed how decayed lifeless flesh could be sutured and transformed into a stitched entity. At this moment, Pompey was certain that Leon indeed possessed intelligence. However, after their encounter today, he had to concede that Leon, in his 9th return, seemed to have grown more cautious, entirely unlike his previous self. Even when revealing his trump cards, he chose not to expose himself, and a series of actions remained utterly inscrutable. However, Pompey could comprehend that this was Leon's final return. Failure would lead to ruin. All I know is that the Black Codex is an ancient tome. This book has been buried beneath the vast, endless sands, but due to an unforeseen incident, it was inadvertently extracted from an ancient tomb. Following a series of coincidences, it found its way into the hands of Dr. Maid. To Maid, possessing the Black Codex was akin to clutching a lifeline, transforming him from a medical doctor into a mad scientist delving into the taboos of life. As for Maid's motives in studying the Black Codex, I remain uncertain. Since my creation, I am aware that this individual conducts experiments on many, performing various stitching trials. What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg within this grand slaughterhouse. Should you choose to delve deeper, you will uncover many terrifying truths. Pompey's words are quite persuasive, yet the useful information received by Leon is scant. Thus far, he has gleaned that the Black Codex is a work of ancient alchemists, unearthed and subsequently falling into the hands of Dr. Maid, which led to a series of inhumane stitching experiments. Just as Leon conversed with Pompey, the topic's protagonist, Dr. Maid, rested his chin on his hand, intently observing the surveillance footage. Although no sound was recorded, as one who constantly interacts with stitched beings, he is well aware of their condition. After all, these stitched creatures are his own creations. As their creator, how could he be oblivious to their state? Interesting, intriguing. Since the conversation is so engaging, a smile crept upon the doctor's lips, his glasses glinting with a flash of insight, as a new, mad scheme formed in his mind. Chapter 11. New Shackle's social experiments can sometimes take on a bloody yet fascinating nature. While Leon, like a parched tree, struggled to extract information, Dr. Maid did not remain idle. Their clash, though not face-to-face, ignited sparks in the air, constantly colliding with intensity. Leon's abnormality granted him greater freedom and privileges of movement. However, it also drew the attention and suspicion of Dr. Maid. This game of wits resembled a tightrope walk. A slight misstep could lead to irretrievable disaster. After imparting information regarding the Black Codex, the stitched creature, Pompey, remarked, "All right, we shall cease our discussion for today. If you linger here too long, Maid will undoubtedly grow suspicious." Pompey possesses a keen sense of counter-surveillance. Having conspired with Leon for 4 returns without exposure, this seemingly hot-tempered creature is, in fact, a cautious being. Yet, as Leon's activator, he must risk exposure to integrate Leon into the plan. Having said this, Pompey promptly fell asleep, soon emitting a rhythmic snore. Leon rose, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, and continued to wander through the stitching room. Although the information gleaned from Pompey was minimal, Leon endeavored to analyze it, attempting to distill something valuable from the scant details. After fortuitously acquiring the Black Codex, Maid had become frenzied in his attempts at stitching experiments. The act of stitching living organisms and subsequently amalgamating cadaveric remains, merging disparate forms of life. What could possibly be the intent of this individual? Is it a quest to achieve immortality through the enigmatic Black Codex? Yet, this person seems to peddle the tantalizing notion of eternal life between aristocrats and warlords, soliciting investments and research funds. Every endeavor necessitates an intrinsic motivation, especially for someone as decisive and swift as Dr. Maid. The myriad of experiments conducted within the Dawn Biological Research Institute regarding these stitched entities encompasses a comprehensive exploration of their physiological capabilities and emotional cognitions. Strikingly, none pertain to the concept of immortality. According to Pompey's assertions, his ability to revert 9 times and physiologically rejuvenate is merely a contrivance of Dr. made to facilitate his experiments while placating investors. Hence, Leon can ascertain that Dr. Made's extensive and large-scale stitching experiments harbor ulterior motives. The so-called immortality is but a mere ruse to attract investment and serve as a pretext. As for the true nature of Dawn Biological's research, that remains to be unearthed in the days to come. Just as Leon continued to peruse, the grid-patterned ceiling of the stitching chamber began to shift, revealing white nozzles. Before he could react, a multitude of nozzles sprang to life, emitting a hissing sound as they released a dense white vapor. In an instant, Leon found himself enveloped in the swirling mist. The next moment, a series of prompts materialized before him. Inhaling paralyzing gas, effects in progress, physique attribute 1 point. Paralyzing gas effect determination failed. Activating bodily metabolic capacity, drug effects commencing metabolism. Similar to his previous experience with the meat steak, this time, however, the notification regarding the acquisition of free allocation points was absent. It appeared that each type of acquisition had a cap of 1 point, precluding repetition. Understanding that this signified the conclusion of their social interaction, Leon unceremoniously collapsed, feigning complete paralysis. Pompey, who lay in the iron cage pretending to sleep, did not possess Leon's robust physique. After merely a couple of inhales, his pretense of slumber transformed into genuine unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, the mechanical heavy door swung open, and several researchers escorted Leon out of the stitching chamber of the institute. Leon initially anticipated that the doctor would have new arrangements for him. However, upon observing the trajectory of the incandescent lights, he realized they were merely escorting him back. It seemed that today's experiments and trials had reached a conclusion. Upon returning him to his quarters, the researchers engaged in whispered exchanges, their intentions unclear. After a brief interval of mutual urgings, they hastily vacated the room. Click, click. The familiar sound of restraints releasing echoed, signaling the unbinding of his shackles. Why did the sound repeat several times after the initial chime? Puzzled, Leon continued to feign unconsciousness for a moment longer before finally rising from the gurney. However, upon standing, he was astonished to discover a bracelet emitting a green signal around both his wrists and ankles, resembling some form of device. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life, and Dr. Made's voice resonated through the room. Leon, do you remember me? Seeing that you have developed a good rapport with Pompey, it shall henceforth be your pet. Leon turned his head and beheld the black iron cage in the corner of the room, within which lay the grotesque figure of Pompey, a dog with a stitched head. Curled up in slumber, Leon furrowed his brow. Leaving Pompey at the stitching facility ensured that their communications would remain unmonitored by Dr. Maida. However, bringing Pompey to his residence meant that the recording devices within the room would capture every exchange between them. In essence, while he could now be in Pompey's company, the presence of these recording devices rendered any meaningful communication between them impossible. This maneuver effectively obstructed Leon's means of communication, rendering Pompey a mere pawn. Although vexation stirred within him, Leon forced a smile and applauded. He opened the iron cage, extracted the mud-like form of Pompey, and tossed it aside. After this, Leon began to examine the metallic rings encircling his limbs. The rings were tightly fastened, almost adhering to his skin, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. On the right side, there was a signal receiver the size of a fingernail, blinking green every 2 seconds. Each limb bore one, just as Leon intended to pry at the rings. A mocking and tempting voice resonated. Yes, yes, use your hands to dismantle the rings. Pompey, having awakened unbeknownst to Leon, exerted his front and hind legs, tauntingly evading capture. Observing this, Leon understood through their shared intuition that Pompey was warning him not to act rashly. The exaggerated movement suggested that any recklessness might trigger an explosion. Leon raised his hand, pointing to the distorted closed-circuit cameras and then to the recording devices on the ceiling. Pompey's expression shifted to one of comprehension, nodding to indicate his awareness of their predicament. Subsequently, he erupted in curses. Damn it, why have you ceased your actions? If you continue to dismantle those explosive signal shackles, they will sever your hands and feet, turning you into a mere abomination. His tone was rife with resentment and indignation, seemingly lamenting the earlier inaction. Seizing the opportunity, Leon replied, Leon does not wish to die. Leon wishes to live. Both Leon and Pompey exchanged glances filled with profound concern. What had begun as a discussion about the fifth escape plan had now devolved into a dire situation, with Leon's limbs shackled by high explosive devices. This was indeed a predicament. Chapter 12. The carnage of the stitching beings, you shall not perish, echoed Dr. Maida's voice. Leon is my most remarkable creation. How could I bear to extinguish your life? Yet to Leon's ears, this proclamation offered no solace, instead brimming with a sense of menace. He had also drawn Pompey closer, affixing the high explosive shackles upon himself. Was Dr. Maida discerning something, or was he merely probing further? Leon's mind raced, analyzing the current situation and contemplating his response. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Pompey's derisive laughter interrupted. "Oh, Maida, how many stitching beings have you uttered those words to?" "To you. All stitch beings are merely instruments for your experimental data. Moreover, one would naturally refrain from inflicting harm upon a loyal hound. After all, this marks its 9th return, the last of its lives." Following his scornful remarks, Pompey adopted a more menacing tone. It was infuriating. Just moments ago, the high explosive shackles had nearly claimed his life. A momentary silence enveloped the room. Amidst the exchange between Pompey and Dr. Maid, Leon chose to remain silent. He understood that Pompey was subtly revealing useful information through their heated dialogue, assisting him in reconstructing his memories. After a brief pause, the doctor emitted a chilling chuckle. "Your body bears an immense burden. At the current rate, you have less than a decade left to live. However, through the fusion of the Black Cannon, your head and consciousness have been preserved, allowing for a form of immortality by way of bodily replacement. This is the very thing that those nobles and warlords covet. You ought to be grateful to me." Pompey, unwilling to back down, retorted with a cold laugh. "If you deem this immortality a gift, then why do you not undergo the transformation yourself? The immortality you tout is merely a fade. All your fusion experiments are not aimed at achieving eternal life. Strength, physicality, perception, recovery, potential, and data from combat-related experiments. What are they meant to balance? For the sake of a Black Cannon, you have forsaken your family, deceived nobles and warlords into investing. Have you ever contemplated your own fate?" The doctor fell silent once more. After a moment, fluctuations in his tone could be discerned through the transmission device. "Upon acquiring the Black Cannon, I became distinct from you all. The alchemy that can create life has allowed me to touch the essence of existence, to bestow life upon the inanimate. My aspirations are beyond the comprehension of you mere mortals. Do not presume that a few years of collaboration grant you insight into my thoughts." Though their verbal sparring was brief, it bore great significance, far surpassing what Leon had gleaned from Pompey during their time in the fusion chamber. It became evident that Pompey and the doctor had once worked together, only to be unwittingly transformed into the current abominable hybrid. Pompey's provocations had effectively stripped away the pretense of the doctor's research. The initial establishment of the Research Institute and the fusion experiments were not aimed at achieving immortality, but rather pursued a hidden agenda. Within the reception room, it was not solely Dr. Maid present. There were also his assistant and other senior researchers. Pompey's words were not merely aimed at provoking Maid. They planted a seed of doubt in the hearts of others. If it was not for the pursuit of immortality, then deceiving nobles and warlords would exact a heavy toll. The doctor, dismissing Pompey's taunts, continued to address Leon. "Leon, I bring you a pet with which you can communicate. Correspondingly, you are now its master." Upon hearing this, Leon turned to look at Pompey. Although they were ostensibly on the same side, their previous discord had merely been a fade. Yet, the doctor's words carried an air of solemnity. "As its master, you must learn to care for it yourself. I shall not provide any sustenance or resources to this foul-mouthed old cur. All resources must be earned through labor and experimentation." Leon furrowed his brow. This is the doctor's cunning scheme. By bringing Pompey here, he can monitor more effectively. Moreover, it allows him to manipulate Leon with greater ease. The doctor has set his trap, a series of interconnected schemes, each one ensnaring the next. Now, it is Leon's turn to respond. Leon despises the dog. Yet, he yearns for communication. Despite the searing pain in his throat, Leon enunciated each word with determination. Leon is willing to labor. Without hesitation, he accepted the experiment. Since the other party has arranged everything, he must wait for the bait to be taken. To refuse would be to show utter disrespect. Furthermore, now that Pompey is here, Leon has lost his pretext for seeking interaction. The experiment is the optimal avenue to leave his quarters and gain insight into the Dawn Biological Research Institute. Leon chose to play along. As the number of participants in the experiment increases and its depth unfolds, he will undoubtedly glean more information and unearth the secrets of Dawn biology. As Pompey stated, his greatest leverage now is the immunity granted by the Black Code. This particular artifact can only endure 9 cycles of return. With the second-generation body having been eliminated by Leon, and given his unusual state, it is imperative that Leon remains alive for research purposes. He keenly understands this point. using it to his advantage to navigate the situation. Very well. Since you are willing to labor, let us begin by earning a dinner for this old dog. Excellent. Leon has now acquired another piece of useful information. It is either afternoon or evening. Pompey let out a sinister, resentful laugh, declaring, "Good, I curse you to perish in the experiment. Let Maid's abominable endeavor be utterly thwarted." Leon nodded. Previously troubled by how to communicate with Pompey, it now seems they have discovered a method by speaking in veiled sarcasm. Pompey's curse against Leon, in the latter half, made it clear that should Leon perish, the experiment would indeed be doomed. It serves as a protective charm for Leon, making the doctor consider his actions carefully. Simultaneously, it reassures Leon that he can act boldly. The doctor still requires him for research and will not allow him to come to harm. The mechanical heavy door emitted a jarring sound as it released pressure, thundering open. There were no researchers outside. "Now, step out of the room. I will guide you to the experiment site." The doctor's voice resonated once more. Without hesitation, Leon strode out of the room. There were no anesthetics, no restraints. This was an excellent opportunity for him to observe and explore. As he traversed the corridor of the research institute, the icy, cement walls, matching his skin tone, imparted a heavy chill. There were no signs, only the doctor's guidance. "Having met Pompey, I shall now introduce you to another of your kind." Following the guidance, Leon arrived at a new heavy mechanical door. Beyond it, he could hear piercing, shrill screams. The high-frequency wails, reminiscent of the torments of hell, stirred an involuntary discomfort within him. The mechanical heavy door creaked open, revealing an immense transparent glass container. Within this vessel lay an indescribable abomination, a creature known as Carnage. "Your old acquaintance, come to pay you a visit." Chapter 13. I shall accept this grand gift. The creature encased in the transparent dome differed vastly from the amalgamation Leon encountered in the stitching ground. While the previous entity could be described with terms such as repulsive, nauseating, and devoid of humanity, the being before him evoked the word cultic in Leon's mind. Rather than a mere stitched entity, it resembled a nearly skeletal specter. This amalgamation, named Carnage, displayed its skeletal structure in stark relief, with skin and muscle appearing desiccated, tightly clinging to its bones as if starved of any sustenance. This state should have resembled that of a withered corpse, however. The surface of the creature's body oozed a vivid crimson viscous fluid, as though every inch of its skin were weeping blood. The thick, red liquid seeped from its shrunken skin, dripping layer by layer from its scapula down to its ribs, reminiscent of molten red syrup. Blood continuously exuded from its form, draping its emaciated silhouette in a sticky layer. Coupled with its hollow, lifeless eyes and a mouth revealing blood-stained teeth, the sight inflicted a profound psychological impact, instilling a sense of imminent danger. It was little wonder Leon resorted to such a term as cultic. For the creature's configuration and the shock it evoked transcended that of a typical amalgamation, approaching the threshold of mental pollution. Each time Carnage emitted a ghostly wail, the viscous blood resonated in tandem, shooting outward in a visceral display. Subsequently, the splattered blood would writhe back towards the creature's body like maggots seeking refuge. The doctor had led Leon into the chamber housing this monstrosity, causing a slight furrow to form on his brow. It seemed that another battle was unavoidable today. In a bid to secure sustenance for Pompey, Leon was prepared to risk it all. "Let us greet this enthusiastic old friend. You catch up, and I shall return in 10 minutes. The communication device crackled with a sharp disconnection sound, signifying that for the next 10 minutes, the doctor would remain uninvolved in the events unfolding here. Leon surmised the doctor's intentions previously. The closed-circuit cameras had failed to capture the entirety of his battle with the second-generation entity. Now, he had been brought to this place for a personal demonstration. The combat of amalgamations primarily relied on instinct, with skill demanding both intellect and timing. Therefore, Leon's ability to evade the second-generation entity's lunges and achieve a headshot indicated he had mastered such technique. By extension, this validated that Leon had indeed developed a conscious intellect. Understanding the doctor's objectives, Leon began to strategize. The menacing presence of Carnage was formidable. Utilizing it to assess Leon's true capabilities would undoubtedly yield significant results. The primary concern, akin to the second-generation entity, lay in its lack of intellect, relying solely on instinct. Drawing from his experience in vanquishing the second-generation entity, if he could eliminate Carnage, Leon would undoubtedly gain a substantial allocation of freedom points. Since the doctor had kindly bestowed upon him a distribution of points, Leon naturally accepted them all. The sealed glass vessel rose, and the creature of slaughter, upon making contact with the outside world, inhaled the liberating air, its blood surging with exhilaration, moving with an increased pace, giving the impression of red maggots coursing throughout its form. In the hollowed eye sockets of the creature were two lifeless orbs. Viscous blood filled the space between the eyeballs and the empty sockets, causing the eyes to rotate in their writhing. Upon seeing Liang, the creature instantly became intensely agitated. Crouching in a grotesquely contorted manner, then arching its spine, its body poised like a feline ready to pounce, Liang lowered his center of gravity. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the creature. The pressure it exerted upon him was greater than that of the second-generation entity within the bunker. A piercing shriek erupted from the creature, a sharp, high-pitched wail that assailed Liang's eardrums and will, instinctively prompting him to cover his ears. While a wave of agitation surged within him, the blood upon the creature seemed to boil, rising over a meter into the air, vaguely outlining the visage of a skull. Suddenly, the creature charged forward with astonishing speed. The desiccation of its skin and muscles resulted in a decrease in weight, reducing the resistance within its body and enhancing both speed and thrust. In comparison, the previous second-generation entity was utterly trivial in terms of velocity. In that fleeting moment of the creature's assault, Liang reacted swiftly. The tentacles of an octopus shot forth, but the target was not the creature, rather, it was the ceiling. The suckers of the tentacles adhered firmly to the ceiling, and then the muscle within the tentacles contracted, yanking Liang upward, ascending into the air. Liang deftly evaded the creature's attack. As the two brushed past one another, the creature's blood suddenly detached, resembling a scarlet net that surged toward Liang, who was now on the ceiling. Indeed, such an appearance was undoubtedly suspicious. Liang had anticipated this, utilizing the octopus tentacles to maneuver swiftly across the ceiling. The thwarted creature displayed a grotesque expression, howling upward in frustration. Its ribcage flared outward, the writhing blood coiling into a mass, forming a pulsating tumor the size of a fist. The creature turned, gathering its strength before extending its arms. The tumor on its chest erupted violently, the membrane bursting to reveal the writhing blood filaments within, which surged rapidly towards Liang. Quick-witted, Liang darted behind the glass dome. The tumor exploded against the ceiling, countless blood filaments bursting forth and scattering throughout the room. Half of the chamber was inundated with these sanguine tendrils. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these filaments were minuscule bloodworms. An involuntary shiver coursed through Liang at the thought of these vile creatures contaminating him. Who could say what effects they might have? With a substantial quantity of blood lost, the scattered filaments obediently began to retract toward the creature's core. The creature, having shed so much blood, exhibited a noticeable sluggishness in its movements. Liang's eyes gleamed with realization as he detected the creature's vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was hindered, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. At last, a faint smile graced the corners of his lips. He accepted this grand gift, yet he resolved to wait before analyzing his battle. Dr. Maid and Security Chief Anders were currently ensconced in the monitoring room, their eyes glued to the screens. Dr. Maid had specifically invited Anders, who had previously harbored doubts about Leon's potential failure to return, suspecting that his memories had not been entirely erased. With this professional observer at hand, they were certain to gain insights from the first-person perspective of the fight. However, as the brutal clash unfolded, the closed-circuit monitor before them suddenly flickered with gray and white static, losing its signal. Almost immediately, the audio devices emitted a cacophony of crackling sounds. And after 2 reluctant sparks, they too were rendered utterly inoperative. Dr. Maid regarded the screens that had lost their signal and the disconnected audio equipment with a dark expression. The ferocity of the two amalgamates' battle had been so intense that it incapacitated the devices, preventing him from witnessing the confrontation and reaching any conclusions. Let us proceed to the scene, Dr. Maid declared decisively. Chapter 14, Strengthening Day by Day. Anders, standing nearby, bore an odd expression. Before departing, his gaze lingered on the screens that had lost their signal for a few moments. What a coincidence! Although the battle between the amalgamates was indeed savage and of tremendous destructive capacity, the entity, known as Carnage, while not the most vicious amalgamate within the Dawn Biological Research Institute, possessed a formidable and unsettling array of abilities, undoubtedly making it one of the most tenacious adversaries. Of course, Carnage's weakness was glaringly apparent. It was terrified of fire. To subdue Carnage, one merely needed to wield a torch to compel its submission. However, in the current scenario orchestrated by the Doctor, the clash between Carnage and Leon lacked any flames. The tumult of the battle was astonishing. Prior to the setup, the Doctor had deliberately evacuated half of the personnel. From the earlier surveillance footage, it was evident that Leon wielded his tendrils with remarkable agility, while Carnage's blood manipulation had reached near perfection. The timing of the monitor's failure amid such an intense confrontation, coupled with the audio device's fate, seemed rather too coincidental. Following the hurried footsteps of the Doctor, a thought flickered through Anders' mind. Could it be that, like at the bunker, they would arrive only to find the battle had already concluded? If that were indeed the case, his instincts warned him that this was no mere coincidence but rather a deliberate act. 2 minutes later, upon arriving at the area where Carnage was located, Doctor. Maid and Anders peered through the observation port outside the heavily secured door and beheld the scene within. Leon sat, gasping for breath, while the former occupant of the room. The amalgamate carnage had been reduced to a pool of blood, its skeletal structure shattered and scattered, its head pulverized by Leon's fists into fragments no larger than a fingernail, merging indistinguishably with the coagulated blood. The room lay in utter disarray, bearing the marks of a fierce battle as though a tornado had swept through. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Leon revealed a broad smile, his white teeth glinting as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Pet food, Doctor." Maid's face darkened to a deep shade of iron. Originally intending to probe further into Leon's capabilities, I was thwarted by the unfortunate malfunction of the surveillance system, which recorded only the initial stages of the battle. The footage captured during the first half yielded little insight, and most critically, the decisive moments of the latter half went unrecorded, rendering today's confrontation devoid of its intended impact. Dr. Maid quickly composed himself, remarking, "Very well. You have secured your pet's dinner for the evening. I eagerly anticipate your performance tomorrow." With that, Dr. Maid turned and departed, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. In this area, the absence of anguished cries from the slaughter left an unsettling void. Without diverting his gaze, the doctor remarked, "What is your perspective?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Anders' eyes as he pondered before responding. "It is truly regrettable that we could not witness the latter half of the battle firsthand. I truly cannot fathom how Leon triumphed over the massacre. However, judging by the extent and distribution of the bloodshed at the scene, it seems Leon seized the opportunity to engage closely and swiftly vanquish the massacre. Otherwise, given the massacre's ability to condense blood, had the struggle continued, it would likely be Leon lying on the ground now." After a moment of contemplation, the doctor pierced through Anders' facade. "That is not what I inquired about. I am asking for your view on Leon." Following the reconnaissance of the bunker, Anders had speculated that Leon's return experiment might have encountered issues, but at that time, the doctor had advised him to refrain from meddling. Now, less than a day later, the doctor sought his opinion again. Anders, feeling an internal resistance, contemplated briefly before stating, "The information I have observed is still insufficient for a definitive conclusion. As a representative of the nobility dispatched to this research facility, Anders bore the dual responsibility of ensuring security while also monitoring the progress of the experiments. However, Dr. Maid had always imposed strict limitations on security personnel, rendering them nearly incapable of accessing details regarding the experimental advancements. Despite not receiving counsel or insights from Anders, Dr. Maid had already begun to harbor an unwavering belief that the loss of contact during the recent battle was no mere coincidence. As the architect of the creature, he was now faced with the unsettling emergence of a challenger. The disobedience exhibited by the creature was not uncommon in Dr. Maid's various stitching experiments. However, Leon's subtle resistance through intellect was unprecedented, and even more astonishing was the emergence of a reciprocal struggle. This ignited within Dr. Maid a fierce desire for victory. As the divine creator of the stitched beings, he had always maintained control over all aspects. Now that a challenger had appeared, he intended to demonstrate that the will of the creator is inviolable. He possessed countless methods to deal with his own creation. With this thought, the game would unfold at a leisurely pace. A smile crept upon the doctor's lips. Today had been navigated safely, but tomorrow promised new surprises and unforeseen events awaiting Leon. "Let me see how long you intend to maintain this charade." Although the surveillance footage did not afford him a first-hand view of Leon's triumph over the massacre, he was nearly convinced that there was something amiss with Leon. With a lighter step, the doctor continued onward, the latter half of the day feeling much more buoyant. Anders observed the doctor's suddenly accelerated pace, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. Although the two appeared to tread the same path, each was ensnared in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Leon, having resolved the slaughter, was rewarded by the system as he had hoped, 5 allocation points. He had triumphed in battle, dismantled surveillance, and managed to vex the doctor, all while reaping rewards. This was undoubtedly a win-win scenario. Indeed, Leon had emerged victorious twice. He also confirmed an important insight: eliminating formidable foes would yield generous allocation point rewards. Leon discerned the doctor's intent in orchestrating this confrontation. Since the doctor wished to ascertain whether he had awakened his intellect, Leon resolved to deny him that satisfaction. In his estimation, the doctor's scheme had failed today, and he anticipated the arrangement of new trials by the morrow. He sincerely hoped for more such amalgamated adversaries. Accruing 5 allocation points daily would surely enhance his prowess significantly in no time. Previously, he had received 1 allocation point while incapacitated, and now, having vanquished the slaughter, he had acquired 5 more. His interface now displayed a total of 6 allocation points available for distribution. After a moment's contemplation, Leon invested all his allocation points into strength. His original strength of 24 now surged to an impressive 30, reaching a new pinnacle. Name, Leon, Liang. Attributes, Strength 30, Speed 07, Will 075. Constitution 1 Skill Development, Tentacle Control 1, 10100, Allocation Points, 0. Feeling the palpable transformation coursing through his body, Leon's gaze burned with intensity. He had learned from Dr. May that it was either afternoon or evening. This indicated that in a few hours, he could determine whether consistent training would yield daily allocation points. If so, he would grow incrementally stronger each day. Chapter 15, Secrets of the Resurrection Chamber. Before long, the heavy mechanical door creaked open. Leon strode forth, chest held high, embodying the posture of a victor. Not only had he eliminated the slaughter, but he had also thwarted the Doctor's scheme, ensuring his malevolence did not prevail. As Leon passed through the door, he reached out to feel the frigid metal's strength. His current power was thrice that of an average adult male. However, to claim he could shatter the heavy door with his fist would still be an exaggeration. Leon estimated that once his strength reached 50, breaking through would no longer be a mere metaphor, but an authentic depiction of his capabilities. Given the Doctor's current frequency of trials, acquiring 2 allocation points was merely a matter of time. Upon returning to his room, Leon discovered a basin of minced meat, mixed with fine flour, awaiting him outside the door. However, the meat was entirely raw. Frowning, Leon carried the iron basin inside. Pompey, upon seeing Leon enter, fixed his gaze upon him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Noticing that Leon bore no injuries, he exhaled in relief, though his words were far from forgiving. Ah, you've returned. How is it you didn't perish out there? Leon chuckled lightly, lifting the iron basin. Pet food. You eat. He set down the basin and then gestured animatedly with Pompey. Though it was their first encounter, an uncanny rapport existed between the two. Leon inquired whether anyone had entered after his departure, to which Pang Bei shook his head, indicating that no one had come. Finding a dim corner, Leon settled down. Shortly thereafter, the sound of Pang Bei consuming his food echoed in the stillness. Leon regarded Pang Bei with a complicated expression. He could refuse to consume raw food for the sake of human dignity, procuring cooked meals through his own means. Yet, in Pang Bei's state, having been imprisoned for years and transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of man and beast, he had long lost the ability to fend for himself and could only subsist on what was offered. Had Leon found himself in a similar predicament, he would likely have succumbed to despair and taken his own life. It was only Pang Bei's unwavering resilience, his relinquishing of dignity, that allowed him to endure. All for a chance to escape. A subtle twitch flickered at the corner of Liang's mouth. The battle against the slaughter had left him not unscathed, but rather wounded. To win this conflict, he had deliberately exposed a vulnerability, suffering a brutal blow from behind. Yet, it was through this exchange of injuries that he discovered the opportunity for a decisive strike, ultimately vanquishing the slaughterer. The 3 distinct scars on his back were a stark reminder of the ordeal. Retreating into the shadows, Liang felt a measure of relief. The pain in his back gradually subsided, replaced by a tingling sensation as his cells began to heal. The enhancements to his physique finally bore fruit in this moment. Before long, with the sound of slurping, Pang Bei had devoured every morsel from the iron bowl. Noticing Liang's stillness in the dark corner, Pang Bei frowned. This behavior seemed unusually quiet. You aren't injured, are you? He inquired. Huh, do you hope for my demise? You think too highly of yourself, Liang retorted. Pang Bei quickly replied, there are numerous stitched beings within the laboratory, many stronger than you. This is merely an appetizer. The heavier stitched entities are yet to come. Liang closed his eyes to rest, offering no response. However, Pang Bei's words served as a reminder that the doctor possessed many more tricks and hidden cards. And neither he nor Pang Bei could ever anticipate what lay ahead. All they could do was grow stronger, adapting to the ever-changing circumstances, and patiently await the dawn of a new day. Time passed, and the rhythmic sound of Pang Bei's snoring filled the room. Liang's tentacles clung to the ceiling, relying solely on the strength of his octopus limbs to suspend his body in midair, honing his control. The wounds on his back began to scab, yet each exertion of his tentacles sent waves of tearing pain through him. Tentacle Control Proficiency Level 1. Current Experience 1, 11,100. Freely Distributable Points 001. A glimmer of realization sparked in Liang's mind. The answer to his final query regarding the system had arrived. Freely distributable points and skill proficiency refreshed daily. This meant he could accrue 10 points of skill proficiency and 0.1 freely distributable point each day. Without hesitation, Liang allocated his freely distributable points to enhance his physique. It was only the first day, and to confront the slaughter, he had to resort to an exchange of injuries. However, he had already discerned the weaknesses of the slaughterer. A flawless kill was achievable. It was merely a matter of time. However, at that time, all surveillance cameras had been deliberately destroyed by Leon, rendering the doctor deaf and blind. And he would undoubtedly arrive promptly. Leon knew he had to swiftly eliminate the remaining threats before the doctor's arrival, which would require a certain sacrifice. In retrospect, it seemed this sacrifice was entirely worthwhile. After enhancing his physical capabilities, Leon felt a notable improvement in his body's recovery abilities, instilling him with confidence as he prepared to continue his struggle against the doctor. Each day brought a tangible sense of his growing strength, which became his greatest support and source of confidence. Embracing this thought, Leon's eyelids gradually grew heavy, marking the end of his first day traversing this foreign realm. The following day, Leon was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately saw Pompey striking a metal basin. With a cold smirk, Pompey remarked, "If you sleep any longer, you may never awaken again," gesturing towards the door with a paw. Leon understood this was Pompey's way of rousing him, as the creature had undoubtedly heard something. At that moment, Leon felt fortunate to share a room with Pompey, who served as an auditory alarm. The observation window of the heavy mechanical door was opened, revealing the doctor's shadowy eyes. "Good morning. A new day has begun," the doctor said, his gaze betraying a hint of amusement. "Are you ready to face today's challenges?" Leon rose, his voice trembling with a mixture of excitement. "There are new friends to meet. Indeed, I will introduce you to several new acquaintances today. In the evening, there will be a grand party, where you will take center stage." Before Leon could respond, Pompey interjected, "It seems you won't be returning tonight. The cunning doctor has laid a trap. After the grand celebration, it will be a feast of death. A dog-eat-dog scenario, though I regret not being able to witness it." Pompey's words served as a warning to Leon that today's challenges would be perilous. A smile flickered across the doctor's face. "Of course, you could choose not to attend. However, your rations for today would then be uncertain." Unfazed, Leon was determined to explore new territories, knowing he would gather more valuable information. "Friends, a party. It is imperative to go." With a loud bang, the observation window was abruptly closed, and shortly thereafter, the heavy door lifted. Awaiting Leon was a new day, filled with the unknown and challenges ahead. The doctor's voice echoed once more in the corridor, providing guidance and introductions. "Today, you will be visiting the Resurrection Chamber, an essential area within the Institute dedicated to the study of the amalgamations. Here, you will encounter some old friends and a few new ones." After passing through 5 layers of fortified doors and descending underground steps, Leon arrived at the Resurrection Chamber. The intricately patterned stone door slowly opened, revealing 2 seemingly lifelike amalgamated bodies. Chapter 16. To Alice. Leon's pupils constricted in an instant. The 2 amalgamations before him were old acquaintances, one headless, the other also lacking a head. How peculiar, how strange. The first body was the second-generation amalgamation Leon had killed on the morning of his first day. The second was the one he had dispatched in the afternoon. The reason they are described as living yet dead is that, in Leon's eyes, the 2 conjoined heads are merely a collection of shattered fragments. However, through patience and meticulous cleaning, these pieces have been reassembled to resemble their original form, akin to a jigsaw puzzle. Yet, despite such careful restoration, both heads are missing substantial portions, rendering them incapable of returning to their initial state. Inside the cranium lies a gelatinous mass, with a nerve strand the thickness of a finger coursing through it like a cable, inducing rhythmic tremors throughout the body. The striking scene that greets Leon upon entry only deepens his curiosity about this secret chamber. Firstly, it is situated deep underground, representing the very heart of the research facility. Secondly, the sight of these stitched bodies, coupled with the chamber's name, Resurrection Chamber, instills within Leon an unsettling premonition. It appears that the 2 conjoined entities, which he had previously destroyed, are somehow undergoing repair and revival. Leon continues to venture deeper, observing the entirety of the Resurrection Chamber. The structure is hewn from stone, a natural cave carved out, with clear marks of chiseling on the walls, devoid of any signs of pouring or construction, and lacking any recording devices or surveillance cameras. This further solidifies Leon's conviction that this is indeed the core of the research facility, the secret venue for Dr. Maid's genuine stitching experiments. If observation is impossible here, what, then, is the purpose of his being led to this place? Having already encountered old acquaintances, what of new ones? With these questions lingering in his mind, Leon presses onward. The stitching research within the Resurrection Chamber delves far deeper than that in the stitching arena. If the arena serves merely as a site for rudimentary stitching experiments and storage, then the Resurrection Chamber truly points to the heart of the stitching secrets. Within this chamber, Leon encounters numerous semi-finished stitched entities. Some are missing arms and legs, Others are so grotesquely altered that their human semblance is nearly indiscernible, and there are even those monstrosities, grotesque tumors filled with eyes that evoke a sense of mental pollution. Each of these stitched beings is chained to the wall, with peculiar circular runes inscribed at the points of their confinement. In the resurrection chamber, a vast, smooth operating table awaits, pristine and devoid of any traces of blood, starkly contrasting with the filth of the stitching arena. Soon, Leon reaches the end of the chamber, where he encounters a stark, unadorned black stone wall. He stretches out his hand to push it, only to find that this wall, weighing several thousand pounds, does not budge. Even with strength thrice that of an ordinary man, he is unable to shift it. It appears that his path concludes here. Is the objective today to confront all the stitched beings within? Leon ponders. Just as these thoughts swirl in his mind, a melodious piano tune suddenly graces his ears. Leon is taken aback, for the source of the sound seems to emanate from behind the black stone wall at the chamber's end. Even more astonishing is the realization that this familiar piano piece is none other than Beethoven's F or Elise, a timeless classic. Pressing his ear against the stone wall, he listens intently. The presence of music suggests a connection between the interior and the resurrection chamber. Before him, the stone door stood as the sole barrier separating the two entities. The once melodious piano piece, within this eerie atmosphere, took on an unsettling and sinister quality. A sharp sound interrupted the music, the unsettling noise of steel cables snapping. In the resurrection chamber, the fleshy tumor, adorned with a multitude of eyes, broke free from its restraints. The countless eyes of the tumor fixated on Leon, their gaze unmistakably hostile. As Leon turned, he beheld the liberated tumor, and an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could this rendition of F or Elise serve as the control mechanism for these stitched beings? However, he had no time to ponder this notion, as the hundred-eyed tumor had already set its sights on him, advancing relentlessly. Leon cast a glance at the other stitched entities, which began to stir in response to the classic melody. The sound of iron chains clanking seemed to harmonize with the piano's notes. The tumor's thin, short legs struggled with each step, teetering precariously as if it might topple over at any moment. The quivering little limbs bore the weight of the massive tumor, resembling a weightlifter in a comical yet grotesque display that would be forever etched in the minds of those who witnessed it. With a fleeting glance around the resurrection chamber, Leon sought any advantageous factors for the impending confrontation. Yet, in the next instant, calamity struck. With a sharp crack, the right leg of the hundred-eyed tumor could no longer support its weight and fractured. The already unsteady form lost control, staggering and rolling uncontrollably. Leon watched the rolling tumor, unable to suppress a chuckle, musing to himself, does this count as a victory without a fight? The spinning mass of eyes created a dizzying spectacle, inducing a sense of fatigue within him. Leon felt his body grow weak, his eyelids heavy. Caught in the mesmerizing gaze of the hundred-eyed tumor, he began to perceive multiple afterimages as countless eyes danced before him, disrupting his mental clarity. A foreboding sensation washed over him, but his muscles relaxed, and he felt as though his body and soul were on the verge of separating. Summoning the last vestiges of his consciousness, Leon forced himself to take a deep breath, his eyelids struggling against the captivating allure of the hundred eyes. Alert, under the influence of an illusion, effect is hypnosis, successfully resisted mental hypnosis once. Willpower 005. With his willpower bolstered, Leon's mind began to clear. He fought to regain control over his body, staggering backward to increase the distance between himself and the hundred-eyed tumor. The system's alerts continued, the battle of mental will resembling a tug-of-war, with each side vying for dominance. Clenching his teeth, Leon persevered, gradually reclaiming his mental faculties with each boost from the system. His willpower attribute surged to 009. At that moment, he sensed a wave of malice approaching from behind. With no time to look back, Leon executed a roll to evade. A flash of white light passed where he had just stood, as the shadow of a stitched entity's claws landed precisely on his former position. Unbeknownst to him, during his struggle with the hundred-eyed tumor, he had inadvertently retreated closer to the other stitched beings. If he had reacted just a moment slower, he would undoubtedly have been gutted from behind. How sinister! Leon couldn't help but curse inwardly. The mental pollution from the hundred-eyed tumor relentlessly pushed him toward the precipice. Fortunately, the previous electric shocks had significantly enhanced his will attribute. Otherwise, today would have ended in utter defeat. In such a tense and anxious moment, the melody of F. R. Elise became increasingly vivid and clear, adding an indescribable flavor to the eerie and sinister resurrection chamber. Chapter 17. The secret of the music box. At this moment, all of Liang's attention was focused on the hundred-eyed tumor. Unable to look directly at it, he relied solely on sound to discern its position. The ability of the hundred-eyed tumor lay in its mental attacks. utilizing its unique 100 eyes to cast illusions and hypnotic spells upon its adversaries, possessing little inherent offensive power. To deliver a fatal blow, it required the assistance of other stitched beings locked within the resurrection chamber. As Liang dodged, he searched the chamber for anything that could serve as a weapon but found nothing. The eyes of the 100-eyed tumor radiated a strange energy, causing the space around its pupils to ripple under the influence of this energy. Liang felt as if his movements were burdened with lead, suddenly slowed down. Yet, only his actions had been hindered. The 100-eyed tumor remained unaffected in its speed. This was no mere illusion. It was a combination of ocular prowess and psychic force. Liang stood firm, neither retreating nor evading. Confronted with a single 100-eyed tumor, he found it already quite challenging. The melody of Fr Elise continued to resonate from behind the stone wall, hinting that at any moment, additional stitched beings might be unlocked and join the fray, complicating his situation further. Thus, Liang was determined to end this swiftly. Adopting a stable horse stance, he drew back his right fist, twisting his upper body like a coiling spring, gathering strength. Liang's gaze remained averted, deliberately avoiding direct confrontation with the 100-eyed tumor. With a fierce shout, he closed his eyes and surged forward. His speed was not particularly swift, only about 70% of that of an ordinary person. However, in comparison to the 100-eyed tumor, it was notably quick. The 100-eyed tumor's ocular power and psychic force bound Liang, rendering his movements as laborious as trudging through mud. Nevertheless, his fist, charged with threefold strength, resembled a thrusting rocket. The gray-stitched arm bulged with veins, and his heart erupted with engine-like energy, causing his blood vessels to swell and pump vigorously. Liang sensed his fist moving as if submerged in water, the surrounding air thick and viscous, like an endless tide striving to obstruct his trajectory. This punch was a fusion of strength, will, and physical prowess. His heart raced uncontrollably, each pulsation propelling blood throughout his body, particularly into his now swollen right arm. Whether arteries or capillaries, they brimmed with a fuel known as blood. This was Liang's first full-force strike, a culmination of all the strength he could summon, an infinite push toward his physical limits. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced his ears. The oppressive sensation surrounding Liang abruptly dissipated, releasing an overwhelming pressure as he surged forth like an arrow loosed from its bowstring. Possessing thrice the strength of an ordinary man, with the force of a typical adult male's punch estimated at 150 kilograms, Liang's fist could now unleash a staggering 450 kilograms of power. The immense force, combined with a sudden burst of energy, rendered the 100-eyed tumor as fragile as a large jelly, lacking the robust skin and bones to withstand such might. Liang's fist, devoid of any hesitation, shattered an eyeball and penetrated deep into the tumor's flesh. A wave of warmth coursed through his arm, mingled with the chaotic remnants of flesh. If it were possible, Liang would have preferred not to experience such a delicate sensation, discerning even the sinewy nerves adhering to the ruptured eyeball with remarkable clarity. His fist did not falter. Both his forearm and upper arm plunged into the mass, along with his entire being, as if he had plunged into a red persimmon. Entering from one end, he burst forth from the other. The tumor erupted like a cannon firing, sending fragments flying in all directions. Chunks of flesh and blood cascaded from the air, striking the ground with a series of wet, slapping sounds. The ground was awash with blood, mingled with shattered sutures and filamentous nerves, all set against the haunting melody of Fr Elise, sending shivers down one's spine. Liang opened his eyes to a grim tableau of dismembered corpses and an indescribable stench of decay. It was not foul, but rather cloying and acrid, reminiscent of a mixture of formaldehyde, disinfectant, and ammonia. Inhaling it sent a buzzing sensation through his head. With a single punch, he obliterated the 100-eyed tumor, prompting another system notification to appear before him. Kill the elite stitching entity, 100-eyed tumor. Reward, 0.5 free allocation points. This time, Liang did not rush to allocate his points. The emergence of the 100-eyed tumor made him realize for the first time that these stitching entities were products of the Black Codex. Beyond the bloodthirsty aberrations, there existed creatures like the 100-eyed tumor, capable of mental assault and illusionary manipulation. Who knew what surprises Dr. Maid had in store next? Retaining his points would allow him to bolster his strength as a trump card in dire circumstances. Liang refocused on the shattered corpse beneath him. Although the 100-eyed tumor had been utterly ruptured, its form disintegrating, some eyes still writhed on the ground, twisting with connected tissue, straining to turn their gaze upon Liang while continuing to wield their illusions. He evaded the eyes on the floor, directing his attention solely to a heart, still pulsating and the size of a fist. Despite the system's notification confirming its demise, the heart remained vigorous. With a decisive stomp, Liang crushed the heart, causing a burst of blood mist, flesh, and valves to contort and collapse under the immense pressure. Then, he lifted his foot again, shattering each remaining eyeball. Accompanied by the classic, melodic notes of F. R. Elise, a series of crisp pops resonated, akin to applause for the renowned composition. Only when every last eyeball had been obliterated did the invisible shackles upon his shoulders dissolve, allowing Leon to exhale a long, relieved breath. Speed and willpower were his two most vulnerable attributes. Speed is a manifestation. As long as the opponent's velocity is not excessively rapid, one can compensate with skill and strength. However, the illusions targeting one's will and telekinetic assaults render one defenseless. Given that the stitched beings within the resurrection chamber are designed to confront him, it is better to take the initiative than to be passively battered. Leon approached one of the chained amalgamations, preparing to strike first. Yet, as he made his move, the piano melody resonating from the stone walls grew increasingly distinct. Concurrently, a dark golden line materialized on the ground before the stitched entities, emanating a luminous sheen akin to a mirror, separating Leon from the amalgamated creatures. As Leon reached out to touch the mirror formed by the dark golden glow, a plume of black smoke erupted from his fingertips. The point of contact exhibited signs of scorching. The bound amalgamations, as if witnessing something terrifying, emitted involuntary wails. Their faces contorted with fear and panic as they recoiled. Even Leon felt a wave of agitation and a primal resistance emanating from his very being. Unable to engage the stitched entities, Leon's focus shifted once more to the stone wall. This time, he pressed his ear against it, striving to hear more clearly. Leon's brows knitted together as he discerned, beyond the music, the subtle sound of gears clicking. Though concealed within the melody, it was perceptible enough to notice. A sort of music closely intertwined with mechanical operations played in his mind, instantly conjuring images of a music box. Upon closer listening, he realized that this piano piece did not originate from a genuine piano performance. Deep within the resurrection chamber lay a music box controlling the stitched beings. What could this bizarre combination signify? Chapter 18, the second phase of the experiment. Leon pondered in vain. Yet the current scene allowed no room for further contemplation. The door of the resurrection chamber swung open once more. The emotionless voice of Dr. Maid resonated. Congratulations, you have earned breakfast for yourself and your pet today. Only the voice was heard, the figure unseen, likely lurking in some shadowy corner, observing with cunning intent. Pet shall also enjoy cooked food. Leon managed to utter through the pain tearing at his throat. Dr. Maid appeared surprisingly agreeable, hastily acquiescing to Leon's request. Although aware of Dr. Maid's sinister intentions, Leon resolved to improve his situation to the best of his ability while awaiting the doctor's next move. Despite seemingly being at a disadvantage and under someone else's control, the knowledge gained within the research facility was indeed substantial. In just 2 days, the attributes, skill proficiency, and freely allocated points Leon acquired had dramatically altered his physical data. Moreover, during this time, significant insights into the Institute's secrets had come to light. A grand tapestry of secrets regarding the research facility and Dr. Maid's true motives was gradually unfurling. Leon did not linger in the resurrection chamber. Having annihilated the 100-eyed flesh tumor today, he had unexpectedly uncovered so many hidden stitched beings, with the most crucial revelation being the music box playing F. R. Elise behind the stone wall. Leon had a premonition that this news was likely related to Dr. Maid's research on the enigmatic black code, a fascination entwined with the secrets of suture studies. Upon returning to the entrance of his chamber, he discovered 2 iron basins awaiting him. True to his request, the meat steaks and minced meat were both well-cooked and exuded an enticing aroma of spices and cumin, whetting the appetite and enticing the senses. Leon couldn't help but imagine the excitement that would envelop Pompey upon opening the door. Enjoy this meal thoroughly. There will be no lunch today, but in the evening, I shall take you to a grand event where you will be the sole protagonist. Dr. Maid's voice echoed once more, before he abruptly severed the connection. Dr. Maid deactivated his intercom signal and descended the staircase, his shadow elongated, ultimately melding into the darkness of the resurrection chamber. Accompanied by the melodic strains of F. R. Elise, Dr. Maid's footsteps took on a buoyant rhythm. The sutured beings, chained on either side of the chamber, failed to capture his attention. Arriving at the stone wall that had previously obstructed Liang's quest for the truth, Dr. Maid came to a halt, softly murmuring incomprehensible, disordered syllables. These chaotic utterances seemed imbued with a peculiar energy. As he chanted, the smooth stone wall suddenly radiated with light, revealing a luminous crack at its center. Advancing towards it, Dr. Maid pushed the stone wall aside, his silhouette gradually consumed by the brilliance until he vanished entirely into the fissure. Inside lay a modest stone chamber, immediately revealing its entirety. The absence of shadowy hues allowed for a bright and clear ambience, suffused with inviting warm tones. Dr. Maid's slender fingers glided across a table adorned with a rainbow tablecloth. They traversed a neatly arranged row of dolls, finally resting upon an exquisite music box inlaid with blue gemstones. The music box, opened, featured a charming doll in a flowing gown dancing gracefully. Gently caressing the doll's head, Dr. Maid activated the mechanism, which controlled the sutured beings to the tune of F.R. Elise, abruptly halting the melody. The smile on his face gradually stiffened, the previous lightness fading away. Patience. For tonight the second phase of the experiment shall commence. Your return is imminent, he muttered to the wall. While manipulating a sharp surgical knife meant for severing flesh and blood, Leon entered the room, carrying the food. Upon seeing the blood-soaked and dismembered figure on the ground, Pompey, who had been languidly reclining, sprang up with concern. Yet, with a fierce tone, he exclaimed, "How can you still be alive after such injuries?" Leon chuckled softly, shaking his head to indicate that the sanguine stains were not his own. He approached Pompey, forcing a smile that, due to his bloodied appearance, resembled a nightmarish visage, sending shivers down one's spine. Breakfast is served. At this moment, Pompey noticed that the minced meat in the iron basin was, astonishingly, well-cooked and still steaming, leaving him momentarily bewildered, as he assumed Leon had made a mistake. Leaning forward with curiosity, he sought to glimpse the breakfast of Leon. Seated comfortably, Leon grasped a meat patty and began to savor it, his mind wandering to the hope that perhaps today it would be seasoned with some enticing spice, enhancing his physical prowess further. However, after consuming 2 patties and idly picking his teeth, the anticipated notification from the system never materialized, leaving him profoundly disappointed and bereft of an opportunity for physical enhancement. As Leon collected his thoughts, he cast a glance at Pompey. He had expected to see the latter indulging heartily, yet found him instead staring vacantly at his bowl, utterly devoid of any inclination to eat. Could it be that Pompey found the food unappetizing? Leon speculated, extending a tentative appendage to nudge him gently. Startled from his reverie, Pompey turned to Leon, his gaze rife with complex emotions, before erupting in a torrent of invective. "Damn it, I knew you harbored ill intentions. You deliberately prepared cooked food to torment me, denying me a decent meal. You truly are insidious. Though you may speak little, your actions are anything but humane," he exclaimed, then turned away in a huff, devouring his meal with fervor. Pompey had lost count of how long it had been since he had tasted cooked food, particularly meat. The moment the seasoned, spicy morsels entered his mouth, his body instinctively reacted. Ugh! His mouth and stomach fought vigorously against this unfamiliar sensation. It was not a sense of familiarity, but rather one of strangeness. He had been deprived of civilized sustenance for far too long. To survive, he had been compelled to force down raw meat, gradually erasing his body's memory of cooked meals. Consequently, after years of abstaining, the experience of consuming cooked food now elicited intense physiological discomfort. Yet, despite his body's vehement resistance, Pompey gritted his teeth, chewing through the meat slices, battling against his revulsion, and forcing himself to swallow. With each bite, he struggled to digest the food, even as nausea threatened to overwhelm him, the spiciness causing his nose to run and tears to stream down his face. He even retched, expelling a mixture of stomach acid and chewed meat. Nevertheless, he persisted in swallowing it down. For this meal represented more than just breakfast. It was a reclamation of the dignity and respect he had long lost. Once a man, now reduced to a mere dog. He endured in silence, nursing the hope of one day escaping the clutches of the Dawn Biological Research Institute and avenging himself personally. Chapter 19. The Scarlet Moon and the Black Rain. Leon voluntarily disclosed his plans for the day ahead. "Take your time eating. There's no lunch. This evening, I will return with food." Pompey recalled the words of Dr. Maid from the morning, who had mentioned a grand feast prepared for Leon. Yet, Leon returned, drenched in blood and remnants of flesh from the morning's appetizer. Although it was not his own, the intensity and brutality of the battle were evident. The evening's exclusive gathering would undoubtedly pose even greater challenges. "Then I wish you luck tonight. May Dr. Maid deal you a fatal blow. Loyal hound, sacrificing yourself for the grandeur of your master's aspirations should be your most glorious demise." Leon nodded in acknowledgement. Under the vigilant surveillance of the audio equipment, the dialogue between the two individuals was sparse, often requiring convoluted reasoning to articulate even the simplest of thoughts. Fortunately, Pompey's initial portrayal of a quirky persona allowed their conversation to remain within safe boundaries. Although Leon was eager to grasp more information, he understood that urgency was counterproductive in such a situation. After all, the doctor was waiting for them to slip up. Upon finishing his meal, Leon approached the nearby water spout and activated it with his foot, unleashing a powerful jet of water that washed away the grime clinging to him. The blood mixed with torn flesh flowed down the intricate, grayish skin, creating a crimson whirlpool at the drain. Chunks of flesh gradually clogged the filter, transforming the once silver outlet into a strikingly vivid red. The swirling mixture of blood ultimately coalesced around the remnants of flesh, seeping through the gaps into the ground. The accumulation of blood-soaked debris resembled a blood moon. When Leon was escorted again and had his mask removed, he was not greeted by the blinding glare of fluorescent lights, but rather by an eerie sight, the blood moon, reminiscent of the grotesque drain filled with remnants he had witnessed earlier. The enormous blood moon loomed before him in an exceedingly disproportionate manner. For a brief moment, Leon was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the grand soiree mentioned that evening would entail leaving the research facility and entering the outside world. As he became aware of his surroundings, Leon's emotions soared to their zenith. Yet, in the next instant, that exhilaration was forcibly extinguished. He was the only one brought out. Pompey had yet to emerge. He could not abandon his companion to flee alone. Moreover, Leon noticed that he was now in the cargo hold of a large truck, surrounded by heavily armed security personnel. The most familiar among them was the security captain, Anders, whom he had encountered previously, clad in full armor, with a helmet tightly fitted to his head and face. Revealing only his eyes and mouth, he wielded a semi-automatic rifle with a solemn expression. Leon observed a mechanical device on Anders' wrist, pulsating with a green signal. Anders, noticing Leon's gaze, spoke with a tone of warning. Behave during this mission. If I press this button, the explosive shackles on you will detonate. You know well the pain of losing limbs. As one of the first to recognize Leon's potential for independent thought, Anders harbored deep reluctance regarding this operation. Despite understanding it was a second-phase test, the nature of the experiment evoked an instinctive aversion. However, under the guise of the experiment, he could not refuse the task, which also bred disdain for Leon, the subject of the experiment. Don't think about playing tricks. I'm not the only one with access to such a button. If you wish to escape, feel free to try. I can accommodate your desires. Leon had never contemplated fleeing without Pompey. Thus, he remained unfazed by Anders' threats. Shifting his gaze from Anders, Leon began to survey his surroundings. His previous eagerness to discover the outside world of this alternate realm had unexpectedly culminated in his unanticipated emergence into it that very night. What initially captivated Leon's interest was the blood moon hanging in the sky. This magnificent orb was extraordinarily large, appearing 3 to 4 times the size of a typical full moon in his memory. Its immense scale rendered the craters upon its surface visible to the naked eye, allowing for the observation of various intricate details. Shrouded in a crimson hue, it exuded an enchanting allure. Before Leon could indulge in prolonged observation, the clouds, akin to the curtains of a theatrical stage, obscured the scarlet moon from view, half concealed as if awaiting the commencement of the next grand performance. Leon withdrew his gaze and peered into the distance from the truck bed. The entire expanse of land was cloaked in a dark veil, revealing a hue reminiscent of blood vapor under the illumination of the sanguine moon. The black horizon, coupled with the dark red sky, formed a composition that was both eerie and foreboding. In the far reaches of the horizon, scattered lights struggled to coalesce, resembling a remote and desolate village. The truck jostled along the rugged road, and through the beams of the headlights, he could faintly discern some shrubs and woodlands nearby. Leon counted the armed personnel resting with closed eyes on either side of the truck bed. There were 15 in total. There were 3 such trucks, amounting to nearly 50 fully armed security personnel, all equipped with firearms, traversing the night for an undisclosed mission. Leon was almost certain of this conjecture, though the specifics of the task remained elusive. Nevertheless, he understood one thing. This mission was fraught with peril. The deployment of a 50-man security team, all armed to the teeth, implied that their adversaries would be formidable. Perhaps this was the very reason the doctor had dispatched him for this operation. He would serve as the primary combatant and a wild card in this conflict. Convinced he had unraveled the nature of today's undertaking, Leon contemplated seizing an individual amidst the ensuing chaos to extract information regarding this alternate realm through coercive interrogation. He even envisioned that Captain Ander and others wielding remote controls would undoubtedly keep him under close surveillance, necessitating a touch of intimidation to lend authenticity to his act. As the truck continued its journey, an indistinct rustling sound began to emanate from the earth, providing a soothing auditory backdrop. Leon felt something dripping onto him and instinctively reached out to touch it. A dark stain appeared on his ash-gray hand. Why is it black? Just as Leon pondered this, Ander erupted in expletives. Damn it, we come out for a mission and encounter black rain. He then produced his walkie-talkie and commanded. Black rain detected. Everyone, don gas masks. Leon furrowed his brow. Even without knowledge of the black rain, the sight of the security personnel promptly equipping themselves with gas masks, as if bracing for a dire threat, indicated that this phenomenon was certainly no benign occurrence. Leon extended his hand to catch a few droplets of black rain, grinding them slowly in his palm. The substance had a subtly coarse texture, and he could not discern whether it was slag or some other black material. But he was certain it was toxic and harmful to the human body. The relentless patter of black rain fell inside the truck bed, while the security personnel donned raincoats and gas masks, standing motionless with their weapons in hand. The sudden onset of the black rain complicated the mission. As Leon felt the dampness of the rain against his skin, his mood inexplicably shifted. It was a sensation that gnawed at him, a maddening turmoil that stirred his irritation. Note: affected by crystal radiation interference, resulting in confusion. Constitution attribute at 11. Resisting this radiation interference. Free allocation points 001. Chapter 20. Here lies the Blackstone Federation. It became clear that the security personnel feared the chaotic effects of the black rain. Upon seeing the system notification, Leon finally understood its implications. His constitution surpassed that of an average adult, and with his enhanced night attributes, he was able to withstand the corrosive effects of the rain. However, the security personnel had a constitution of at most 1 point. Prolonged exposure to the black rain would inevitably affect them. If it were merely a physical erosion, it could be managed. But the chaos it inflicted upon the brain and spirit could lead to madness. It was no wonder the atmosphere had grown so somber. The black rain intensified, striking the security personnel's raincoats with a crackling sound. Strangely, Leon felt invigorated, allowing the rain to drench him. Earlier that day, he had been assigned by the doctor to the resurrection chamber and later blindfolded and taken outside, causing him to miss several opportunities to acquire allocation points. Now, this unexpected black rain compensated for that loss, bringing his free allocation points to 06. Ander and his subordinates kept a vigilant eye on Leon. They were well aware of the black rain's potency, yet witnessing Liang's nonchalance stirred a sense of awe within them. The resilience and constitution of this amalgamated being had been significantly enhanced in the darkness, even to the point of immunity against the black rain. After a bumpy ride, the swaying in the truck finally subsided. The road became smooth, and the speed began to increase. The truck's roaring engine was nearly drowned out by the downpour. The earth rustled while the rain poured down in torrents. Ander lifted his binoculars, gazing toward the distant, increasingly vivid lights on the horizon. He spoke into the radio, instructing all 3 teams, take your positions, approach the mission site, and prepare. Focus on capturing the target. Avoid unnecessary reckless confrontations. After issuing his command, he turned his gaze back to Leon. Leon understood that it was now his turn to receive orders. Leon, your task is to draw fire and provide us with the opportunity to capture the target. There was no need for Ander to elaborate. Given Liang's current appearance, his mere presence would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. Ander added, let me remind you once more, do not even think about fleeing. I will certainly activate the signal transmitter before you can escape. Leon thought to himself, who would be foolish enough to attempt an escape at this juncture? He had just begun to uncover the secrets of the Dawn Research Institute, and Pompeii was still within the institute. There was no reason to flee now. Moreover, although it was night, Leon could utilize the crimson moonlight and the lights along the way to gauge his surroundings. It could be said that he was flanked by desolate mountains ahead and a barren wasteland behind. Choosing this location for an escape offers no obstacles. It is likely that within 2 hours, one would be recaptured. Leon gazed at the lights gradually becoming discernible through the dark rain, and he surmised that the objective of this operation was likely situated within this small town. Team 3, extinguish the headlights and infiltrate the town, he commanded. The countdown for the mission had begun, 30 minutes remaining. The headlights of 3 trucks abruptly turned off, and even the roar of the engines diminished, their sound swallowed by the incessant rain. Leon cast a glance at the town. At its entrance, 2 sentry posts had been established. Yet they were deserted at this moment. Presumably, the guards had sought refuge from the rain. The streetlights in the town were sparse, and the houses were irregularly arranged. Yet almost all had either dim or bright lights flickering through the windows. The downpour was relentless, and in the dead of night, not a single pedestrian was to be seen. The trucks easily demolished the sentry barriers, advancing into the town. The security personnel moved with agility, opening the truck beds and swiftly leaping out, weapons drawn as they charged into the nearest residence. Ander clapped Leon on the shoulder, grinning. Now, it is your turn to take action. No sooner had he spoken than he produced a flare gun, raising it skyward. A shrill, piercing sound akin to a bird's cry shattered the oppressive silence of the rain. Simultaneously, the red flare ignited in the night sky, bathing the darkness in a vivid crimson glow, draping the town in a striking hue. Against the backdrop of a blood-red full moon, it was as if a macabre feast had begun. The flare hung in the air, burning fiercely. Security team members had already stormed into the homes, gunfire erupting, with flashes from the muzzles and cries of anguish escaping through doors and windows. The townsfolk, alerted by the gunfire, donned raincoats and emerged with hunting rifles. What they beheld was a figure standing amidst the black rain, its body illuminated by the ghastly red hue of the flare, a grotesque amalgamation. With the intermittent illumination of the signal flares, Liang exuded an aura of dread. A monster! Kill that beast! As he regained his senses, he found several firearms aimed at him. Reacting swiftly, Liang turned to find that Ander had already disappeared into another house. Damn it, so this is what it means. Realizing he would not serve as a target, he promptly darted toward a shadowy corner beyond the reach of the signal flares. The crack of gunfire rang out flintlocks, shotguns, handguns, all in chaotic succession, the muzzle flashes illuminating the shape of the town. Suddenly, a window shattered in one residence, and a figure tumbled out, falling lifelessly to the ground. Ander peeked out, observing Liang cowering behind cover, and remarked with a grin, "If you wish to survive, then act. Show these wretched souls the might of the amalgamation." As Liang witnessed the security team wreaking havoc throughout the town, realization dawned upon him. This operation was not a strike against hostile forces, but rather a senseless massacre. Even during his imprisonment in the research facility, he had never felt as he did now. His heart felt as if it were being scorched by flames. Caught in a tormenting dilemma, he was becoming an accomplice to this slaughter. For Liang, who still considered himself human and held onto a moral compass, this was the true essence of torment. The panicked residents regarded him as the architect of this disaster, the source of all evil. "You monster! Get out of the Blackstone Federation!" shouted one of the townsfolk in rage, firing his gun. The bullet struck the barricade with force, leaving it riddled and battered. It seemed the residents sought to unleash all their anger and fear through their screams and gunfire. The cacophony persisted, accompanied by the wails of children and the cries of adults. Leon's mind buzzed with urgency. If this continued, by the time the security team could intervene, these residents would meet their demise. He must take action. He needed to disarm them and drive them away, instilling fear to scatter them. Seizing the moment, Leon rolled out from behind cover, his hand extending with octopus-like tentacles that swiftly ensnared the arm of the nearest individual. A mere tightening of his grip elicited a chilling scream from the man, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. For these ordinary people, a gun was their courage. Once it was gone, their last vestige of defiance against the dark creatures evaporated. "Run, flee!" Leon's hoarse, deep voice became the final weight that crushed their courage on this night of blood-red moon and dark rain. Chapter 21. Forever advancing, never retreating, fear spread like a virus, swiftly permeating the air. The terrifying visage of Leon amidst the dark rain was indelibly etched in the hearts of every resident who had mustered the courage to confront the malevolent beings. As they witnessed their weapons being confiscated, and the horrifying face illuminated by the flickering crimson light, their fear magnified exponentially. At last, at a certain moment, the courage within them broke the dam, only to be submerged by fear. "Run!" The crowd scattered in all directions, shrieking and crying out, summoning every ounce of strength to flee. Leon felt a sense of relief. These people were ultimately terrified. If they ran, he could feign a pursuit for a while, then conclude the matter. Fear and slaughter pervaded the small town. Those who lagged behind found themselves ensnared by Leon's tentacles. The panicked townsfolk, some even fainting in terror, were flung away by Leon into a nearby stack of hay. When they regained their senses, they discovered themselves unharmed and dashed away once more. The sounds of gunfire and cries became the backdrop of the town. No resident could maintain composure during such tumult. All had transformed into creatures driven by raw emotion. Leon unleashed his most fearsome demeanor, forcefully driving the townspeople away. If they fled, they would survive. Observing the dispersing residents, Leon felt a flicker of solace. Although he was powerless to halt this chaos, ensuring that the majority could escape was the utmost he could achieve. Should he be questioned later? He would claim he simply could not run fast, that he was inherently slower than others, which would be entirely accurate, just as Leon feigned a continued pursuit. The wooden door of the town's blacksmith shop was kicked open with a resounding thud. A resident emerged, trudging forward with heavy steps, draped in a substantial chainmail. Intricately linked metal rings enveloped his upper body. The armor, still devoid of embellishments and patterns, was evidently a mere unfinished product. In his left hand, the man grasped a heavy round shield, its surface adorned with an irregular stone symbol representing the Blackstone Federation. His right hand wielded a one-handed sword, its hilt polished to a deep black sheen, honed through numerous quenching processes, the blade exuding a razor-sharp edge. His helmet struggled to contain his wild locks, with strands defiantly escaping through the gaps. The man's countenance was resolute, his gaze fixed intently on Leon, as if bracing himself to thwart any advance. He lowered his center of gravity and struck the blade against the shield, a clear provocation directed at Leon. "You all flee. This beast is mine to confront." He bellowed to the residents behind him, raising his shield, the sword resting against its rim, and began to advance steadily. His movements betrayed a remarkable prowess. At that moment, the two faced off in the town's fountain square. Below, the cacophony of gunfire and anguished cries mingled with the frantic sounds of residents fleeing like headless flies. The fountain square became a delineation of sorts. Leon could acutely sense the aura of combat emanating from this man, a presence more potent than any amalgamation he had previously encountered. With a thunderous roar, the man spread his arms wide, his spirit surging once more. In the blink of an eye, he charged at Leon with astonishing swiftness, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring. By the time Leon registered the threat, the man was upon him. The glimmering blade reflected the crimson light of the blood moon as it descended towards Leon's chest. With a deft sidestep, Leon seized a statue adorning the corners of the fountain to block the attack. Bang! The half-height marble statue was obliterated in an instant. Yet, this brief reprieve afforded Leon the opportunity to retaliate. His left fist coiled, muscles rippling with power, his arm bulging with a force nearing 500 kilograms. The air crackled as he unleashed a devastating punch towards the man. However, the man was no ordinary adversary. Almost instantaneously as Leon struck, he had raised his shield, intercepting the trajectory of the blow. Clang! A resonant thud erupted from the shield, the shockwave dispersing the surrounding black rain within a 2 to 3 meter radius, creating a vacuum devoid of precipitation. The man was pushed back several meters, barely stabilizing himself with his sword plunged into the ground. Wisps of blue smoke curled from the shield's surface, yet it remained unscathed, without a single crack. Leon was taken aback. The force of his punch, capable of deforming ordinary metal, had failed to leave a mark on this shield. In fact, most of the impact had been rebounded. The figure blocking his path was undeniably extraordinary. Before Leon could utter a word, the man charged once more, his speed undiminished. Simultaneously, Leon noticed a faint orange aura enveloping the man, flickering like a small flame. Once again, the single-handed sword suppression, the shield's block, and now the orange rage. As a game data planner, the man's skills and demeanor strikingly resemble those of a typical warrior in conventional game settings. As the man charged forward, he employed the same tactics, the same moves, the slash, the suppression, the shield block. With only 3 techniques, after enduring another round, Leon had already devised a countermeasure. Just as the warrior prepared to block Leon's attack with his shield, Leon cleverly ensnared the sword-wielding hand with his tendrils, instantly bridging the gap between them. "I do not wish to harm you. Flee, run." As this deep voice resonated, the warrior's once fierce eyes momentarily froze in surprise, filled with shock and confusion. He could hardly fathom that a creature, deemed a dark entity by society, could actually speak. To the warrior, the amalgamation was an exceedingly terrifying being, bloodthirsty and merciless, solely obedient to its master's commands. Yet, this very creature urged him to escape, expressing a desire to avoid violence, shattering the warrior's preconceived notions. "Leave now, or it will truly be too late." Leon, stifling the pain in his throat, felt the strength of his tendrils waning, signaling his sincerity. The warrior, his gaze resolute, declared, "My duty is to protect the town. No one may abandon it." It was evident that the warrior referred to the portion of the town that Leon's security team was ruthlessly slaughtering. "To defend the town is my promise to the banner of the Blackstone Federation. As a warrior, retreat is not in my creed, nor is it acceptable to stand idly by in the face of death." The warrior glanced at the collars and shackles adorning Leon's limbs and neck, likely coming to an understanding. Although Leon and this warrior were strangers, their brief encounter had revealed each other's true intentions. "At my doorstep, there is a garden of tulips, and within my home, a box that I hope will be of use to you." The warrior produced a black iron key and placed it in Leon's hand. An indescribable feeling welled up within Leon. While ordinary townsfolk regarded him as a terrifying monster, this guardian of the town, having only crossed paths with him once, exhibited a selfless trust. As Leon stood momentarily dazed, the warrior hoisted his shield onto his shoulder, expertly maneuvered to the side, and sent Leon tumbling behind him. He then secured the shield to his back, wielding his sword with both hands, his gaze unwavering toward the fiery chaos ahead, where gunfire echoed like a forest of sound. Always charge forward, never retreat. For the sake of Shiyuan Town, for the people. Chapter 22. The Great Legacy. Leon watched in awe as the warrior charged ahead. His heart was profoundly moved. He didn't even know this man's name. As he observed the warrior's receding figure, the gunfire noticeably intensified, shifting from sporadic to concentrated. Without a doubt, The man had already engaged with Ander and the others. Liang truly yearned to assist him, yet the thought of Pompeii confined within the research facility, alongside the other materials poised to become amalgamations, weighed heavily on his mind. He cast a glance at the black iron key in his hand, tightened his grip, and resolutely ascended, seeking the house adorned with tulips in the flower bed at his doorstep. At this moment, the only course of action available to him was to carry forth the man's instructions and press onward. Before long, Liang discovered a residence with tulips blooming at its entrance. However, these once resplendent flowers now drooped, tarnished by the corrosive black rain, losing their luster. This seemed emblematic of the man's fate, reminiscent of a gathering of mourners clad in black suits, heads bowed in sorrow. Liang rushed into the modest dwelling. The interior was simple, devoid of ostentation. Every object bore the marks of rust, with the tables, chairs, and teapots revealing the passage of time. Even the bed was a plain wooden frame, covered with animal hides, straw, and linens. Though aged, it was impeccably tidy, reflecting a meticulous disposition in its arrangement. Soon, Liang unearthed a black wooden box beneath the bed. Its surface gleamed with a lustrous coat of paint, slightly larger than the palm of his hand. He used the key to unlock the box, revealing a book with a yellowed cover, inscribed with essentials of warrior skills. As Liang perused its contents, he found the table of contents detailing the foundational skills of a warrior, which included cleave, suppress, shield block, charge, and rage utilization. These 5 skills constituted the warrior's fundamental abilities. After reviewing the introductions to the first 3 skills, a system prompt emerged. Basic weapon skills not yet learned. Unable to comprehend this skill, whether it was cleave, suppress, or shield block, all were contingent upon weaponry and shields. As Liang had not yet mastered the basic weapon skills, he could not grasp these 3 warrior techniques. However, upon encountering the last 2 skills, charge and rage utilization, and after digesting their essentials, a new prompt from the system appeared. Acquired warrior basic skill, charge, current level, 10100, acquired warrior basic skill, rage utilization. Your profession is now locked as warrior. Simultaneously, Liang's system interface underwent a transformation, revealing new information. Name, Liang, Leon, profession, warrior attributes, strength, 3, speed, 0, 7, will, 0, 9, constitution, 1, 1 skill development, tentacle control, 1, 2100. Charge, 1, 0, 100, free allocation points. 6. Liang had not anticipated the swift locking of his profession. Nevertheless, the warrior class bore a significant affinity with the amalgamations. He finally comprehended the man's sincere intentions. He realized he was being coerced, and thus the man hoped he would master this skill compendium, providing him with a strategic advantage for future escapes. The man harbored no prejudice against Liang as a dark being, viewing him instead as a fellow individual burdened by oppression. Just as Liang found himself lost in thought, the town erupted with the sounds of gunfire, urgent and fervent. He heard the man's furious roar and the anguished cries of the security personnel. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, shattering the air and causing the very foundations of the building to tremble. Dust cascaded from the ceiling, settling gently on Leon's shoulders, as if a colossal hand were softly patting him, conveying a sense of hope and solace. All sounds ceased abruptly. Leon understood that this nameless warrior had completed his final charge, defending the vow he had pursued throughout his life. The sounds of gunfire and the thudding of boots grew nearer. The security team continued their advance. Leon glanced at the essentials in his hand, contemplated for a moment, then returned them to the wooden box, concealing it in a corner at the foot of the bed, an inconspicuous spot, easily overlooked. Even if someone were to search the house later, it was unlikely they would notice this hiding place. With no other means to carry books on his person, he had no choice but to leave the essentials there, intending to retrieve them after escaping from the research facility. As for the black iron key, Leon had hidden it within a hardened appendage stored alongside Pompey's 5 teeth. Having accomplished all this, Leon did not linger. He kicked the door open and charged out, screaming, consumed by madness. The black rain lashed against his face, concealing the tears at the corners of his eyes. The tulips at the doorway had, unbeknownst to him, withered and separated from their roots, now fallen into the dark soil. Perhaps today they would drown in the black rain, yet life always harbors miracles. When the sunlight graces the earth once more, the decayed flowers will nourish the soil for new blooms, and fresh tulips will once again emerge. This is the essence of legacy and heritage. Captain Ander's countenance was grave. He had sacrificed 3 of his men to confront that deranged warrior, with several others rendered incapable due to injuries. Most infuriating was Leon's absence. Now, seeing the frenzied Leon running amok, Ander withdrew his hand from the signal ring. His gaze shadowed and ominous. He had heard the sounds of combat between the warrior and Leon. Yet he found it suspicious that Leon could lead the man to the town's edge without sustaining any visible wounds. However, Leon was not the focal point of tonight's operation. The observation of Leon's performance was merely an additional task assigned by the doctor. As the observations increased, Ander's curiosity about Leon deepened. Witnessing Leon's chaotic rampage and the townsfolk fleeing in terror, Captain Ander issued his command: abandon the pursuit and focus entirely on searching for any remaining hidden individuals within the town. The adults were to be eliminated, while the children were to be taken back. Ander's orders echoed ominously over the town. Leon, who had been feigning madness at the fountain, suddenly froze, his expression momentarily blank. Yet, after a brief pause, he suppressed his confusion and intensified his destructive actions. He had assumed tonight's operation was a raid on the town under the Blackstone Federation, where slain adults would serve as materials for stitching. Little did Leon anticipate that Maid's true target would be the children of the town. This revelation ignited a fury within him, an anger that could not be contained, causing his body to tremble violently. Even the innocent children are not spared. It is utterly heartless. The thought of the little girl confined within the stitching laboratory ignites a furious rage within Leon, compelling him to rush forth and eliminate all security personnel. Yet, in the next moment, clarity returns to him, as reason triumphs over wrath, guiding him back to composure. If he is to rescue these children alive, a meticulous plan must be devised. Alone and with his hands tied, it would be exceedingly difficult to extricate all the children unscathed. Upon returning to the laboratory, with Pompey, who is privy to the dark secrets and the fourth-generation plan, by his side, Leon's chances of success would significantly increase. However, this time, his strategy is not one of escape, but a definitive plan to obliterate the doctor and this gruesome research facility. Chapter 23. Inferno of Rage. Leon mimicked the security team members as they scoured the town with fervor. Due to his earlier display of volatility, none dared to search alongside him, fearful of being ambushed in a shadowed corner by his sudden onslaught. While the task did offer additional compensation, the reality of being obliterated by a stitched monstrosity came without any form of pension. To be crushed to death would be a fate far too grim. Thus, Leon roamed the town alone, creating a cacophony of noise and destruction. Ander and his subordinates paid little heed to the chaos. After all, anyone would instinctively recoil in terror upon encountering such a grotesque amalgamation of flesh. Leon deliberately generated sounds, both to rouse the hidden townsfolk and to deter Ander's men. As he searched, he pondered strategies for dismantling the laboratory, although his strength could breach its walls. The security team and the various stitched beings obedient to the doctor posed substantial obstacles. If the area could not be cleared swiftly, they would face an array of defenses, including fortified barriers and chemical attacks. Leon could withstand such assaults, but the children and Pompey were vulnerable to such threats. Upon his return, Leon must seize the opportunity to inquire about Pompey's fourth-generation plan, hoping to extract valuable insights. In the midst of his reckless search through a dwelling, as he carelessly lifted a bedboard, he suddenly froze. Leon locked eyes with a small boy. The light illuminated his towering figure of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, casting a shadow over the child, who was enveloped in darkness. Fearing the boy might scream, Leon gestured for silence. To his astonishment, the boy covered his mouth with his hands and nodded obediently. Cautiously, Leon used his tendrils to restore the bed to its original position. Throughout this encounter, the boy's gaze remained fixed on him, devoid of any sound. Once the bed was returned to its place, feeling it was insufficient, Leon disheveled the sheets, the scattered fabric perfectly concealing the space beneath. He then repositioned a bookshelf, leaning it against the bed to prevent others from moving it, while still allowing the boy to crawl out if necessary. Remember, wait until dawn to emerge, Leon instructed before forcefully kicking open the door and departing into the night. With his own hands, Leon saved a life, simultaneously earning an invaluable second trust bestowed upon humanity. The search persisted for approximately an hour, with sporadic gunfire resonating through the town. Each gunshot signified the discovery of yet another hiding resident, succumbing to the fatal onslaught. Leon's body trembled slightly with each echo of gunfire. The innocent town and the children reduced to mere subjects of experimentation. This was all in servitude to Dr. Maid's nefarious research. An insatiable greed, forever yearning for more. Leon's emotions were steadily accumulating. It only required a spark to ignite this fury completely. Leon, we must depart. Captain Ander waved his hand, the signal ring on his wrist glinting ominously. Though unspoken, the threat was palpable. The primary mission was successfully accomplished, having captured over 10 children, fulfilling Dr. Maid's demands. Now, the only task remaining was to ensure Leon's safe retrieval, thus concluding this assignment. The members surrounding Captain Ander watched Leon with hawkish intensity. Any indication of his attempt to flee would provoke gunfire. Several senior soldiers, also bearing signal rings, kept their hands poised, ready to trigger the signal and shatter Leon's limbs if necessary. In 4 words, they were on high alert. "All right," Leon replied flatly, then proceeded toward the convoy. It was only after he boarded the vehicle that the security team members exhaled in relief. However, the moment he entered the truck, a gust of wind carried a strong scent of gasoline. Why is there such a strong odor of gasoline? Leon wondered if someone had accidentally breached a fuel barrel during the search, when suddenly, torches ignited on the other 2 trucks. Amidst the cheers of the onlookers, the torches were hurled to the ground. The gasoline, flowing like a serpent across the surface, was instantly ignited, forming a crimson fire serpent that swiftly engulfed a nearby building. Immediately, the flames spread rapidly to other structures, creating an enormous curtain of fire. The scorching waves of heat rushed towards Leon, yet he felt an intense chill enveloping him. More torches were cast down, followed by the roaring engines of the trucks, leaving behind an ocean of flames. A red moon, a black rain, a sea of fire. The engine's roar mingled with the taunting laughter of bloodstained security personnel and the sobs of children. The town transformed into a fiery inferno, burning fiercely and illuminating the darkened sky. The deluge of black rain fell relentlessly, showing no sign of abating. The flames did not diminish but rather thrived, intensifying the chaos. As the trucks ventured far away, the towering inferno remained vividly visible. They soon wound into the forest, where the night sky was still stained crimson, reminiscent of a fiery sunset. The last image etched in Leon's mind was the horizon brightening with a pale light, before a hood was drawn over his head. The surrounding sounds shifted from the rustling branches as the truck passed overhead to the echoing winds of the cave. Even with his head covered, Leon could discern the wind and echoes characteristic of being within a cavern. Soon, the mechanical sound of heavy doors releasing pressurized air reverberated through the space. When Leon was relieved of his helmet, he found no sign of the truck transporting the children. Captain Ander wore an inexplicable smile and remarked, "The mission tonight was executed splendidly. I shall speak favorably of you before the doctor." Leon cast a glance back at the research facility, beside the parked truck. 2 distinct tracks of mud led into 2 separate doorways. A plan began to form in Leon's mind, and he promptly declared, "Food, more food, as a reward." With that, he turned and strode into the corridor. Upon reaching the entrance to his quarters, Leon was greeted by a lavish spread of food. It was not the usual iron basins and plates, but rather a 3-tiered cart brimming with an array of meats, fish, beef, lamb chops, and more. The mouth-watering aroma of the cooked meats wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. Yet, gazing at the sumptuous feast before him, Leon's spirits were far from elevated. The 3 layers of roasted meat reminded him of the inferno that consumed Shiwan town. The residents who were mercilessly slaughtered would have been thoroughly roasted in the searing flames. Leon had no appetite and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Back in his quarters, Pompey lay listlessly on the ground after just 1 meal. Although he remained within the confines of their dwelling, the mental strain often proved more exhausting than physical labor. Pompey had been on high alert regarding the grand party the doctor had mentioned. Now, with Leon absent for an extended period, his worry intensified. With a hiss, the mechanical door opened, and Leon entered, pushing the food-laden cart that resembled a small mountain. Pompey rose, his face lighting up. He saw no traces of blood on Leon, but his smile quickly faltered as he noticed Leon's icy countenance and the fury smoldering in his eyes. Leon extended a tendril, which swiftly seized the ceiling-mounted audio device. In an instant, the device was yanked from its place, sparks flying as it severed its connection. "I want to know about your escape plan," Leon demanded through clenched teeth. Pompey appeared flustered. "By removing the audio device like that, haven't you completely aroused the doctor's suspicions? What exactly is this grand party the doctor spoke of? Why have you returned so changed after just 1 outing?" Pompey's questions were numerous, yet they were drowned out by Leon's seething words. "First, tell me your plan." Faced with Leon's sudden ferocity, Pompey glanced nervously at the door. The research facility would certainly take notice of the removed audio device and send someone to investigate. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to delay. Given the circumstances, rather than regret his earlier impulsiveness, it was better to lay everything on the table and disclose the accumulated intelligence and plans from the previous 4 lives to Leon. As for what lay ahead, they would have to navigate it step by step. Pompey's expression grew grave as he solemnly replied, "Very well. I shall reveal the entire plan to you. Firstly, the entire research facility is divided into 3 levels, cleverly concealed within a grand mountain. The subterranean first level serves as the domain for researchers to conduct their studies and activities. All suturing experiments, as well as the conventional amalgamations, typically take place on the second underground level, which is where we currently find ourselves. The third underground level is the most secretive area, accessible only to the amalgamations and the esteemed doctors. Pompey paused momentarily before continuing. The true crux of our escape plan lies on the fourth level. This is a place that ostensibly does not exist. In reality, all the failed amalgamations or those deemed expendable are disposed of here, like refuse. The reason these amalgamations are regarded as a taboo of life is that their creators cannot fully control these sutured beings. These beings exhibit a dark, self-adaptive nature in response to environmental changes. In the forsaken graveyards, what do you suppose happens to these incomplete amalgamations, treated as mere waste? Pompey's words swiftly ignited a deep contemplation within Leon. Based on his experiences in the suturing chamber and the resurrection sanctum, once an amalgamation possesses life, it is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Even though Leon had shattered the heads of second-generation entities and the slaughterers, as long as the tissues are reattached, the neural connections can miraculously re-emerge. While this does not restore consciousness, it does instill a reflexive instinct. This implies that these dismembered remnants will instinctively bond with nearby tissues, transforming into mindless, soulless automatons. Are you suggesting we unleash these soulless creatures to create confusion and present an opportunity for escape? Leon retorted. Pompey, with unwavering conviction, nodded affirmatively. Indeed. However, this is merely a strategy to divert the attention of the security personnel. The number of security officers within the facility is approximately 100. Releasing these amalgamated beings could alleviate about half of our pressure. Leon clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if ready to burst forth. Then I shall handle the remaining half. That won't be necessary. The other half can be dealt with by the other amalgamations, which my takes great pride in. Pompey's lips curled into a sinister smile, his canine visage suddenly instilling an inexplicable chill. In the second life, upon awakening his free will, Leon orchestrated an accident to gather information regarding the Black Codex, compelling Mind to utilize it for repairs, thus obtaining first-hand knowledge about the Codex. This included specific details, which they could discuss after escaping. Before your second return, you managed to learn a segment of the free code embedded within the Black Codex. As long as you have the opportunity to recite this incantation to the amalgamations, they can break free from Mind's control and temporarily regain their own consciousness. With this knowledge, we can restrain the remaining security personnel. Pompey hesitated for a moment, his ears twitching as if he sensed approaching footsteps, and quickly stated, "You must remember that unlocking phrase." No sooner had Pompey uttered this, he abruptly changed his demeanor, exclaiming with fury, "I, Pompey, never partake in scraps from others. Threats are futile." Leon etched that phrase firmly in his memory, while also noticing Pompey's subtle gestures. The recording device on the Tentacle suddenly crashed to the ground, simultaneously seizing the meat from the cart and forcefully stuffing it into Pompey's mouth. "Eat, pet, you cannot die," it insisted, heedless of the consequences. Shoving the meat with great vigor, Pompey, held tightly in hand, was overwhelmed by the greasy, substantial morsel, her mouth and throat filled to the brim, even rolling her eyes in distress. The observation window of the mechanical door opened, revealing a pair of piercing eyes scrutinizing the scene. "Leon, put down that dog, or it will perish," a researcher bellowed after witnessing the unfolding chaos. Yet Leon persisted with his actions, responding, "If it doesn't eat, it will die." Leon cannot be without a pet, and intensified his efforts. The researcher, in a state of desperation, recognized the stakes. Pompey was crucial to this social experiment, and her demise would halt progress, wasting precious time. Thus, he urgently contacted the control room. "Quick, release anesthetic gas in Leon's room to terminate his actions." In the next moment, the ceiling expelled a dense cloud of anesthetic gas. Seizing the opportunity amidst the smoke, Leon hoisted Pompey and extracted the meat he had just forced into her, feigning unconsciousness as he did so. Without this extraction, Pompey could have suffocated from the obstruction of her esophagus and trachea due to the anesthesia. Alert, under the influence of anesthetic gas, currently in effect. Physical attribute at 11. Anesthetic drug effect determination failed. Activating metabolic capability, drug effects commencing metabolism. You have obtained 0-1 free allocation point. As Leon lay down, his mind raced, unconcerned with the newly acquired free allocation points flashing on the system. Upon entering the room, he began dismantling the recording device. His actions, seemingly reckless, were in fact meticulous, aimed at confirming his suspicions. When he discerned that the visitor was not the doctor but a researcher, his hypothesis was validated. He was a critical component of Dr. Maid's research, which allowed for his various boundary-crossing behaviors to be tolerated, even encouraged by the doctor. However, upon his return from a mission today, it was not Dr. Maid who rushed to investigate the incident. What did this signify? It indicated that the doctor had matters of greater importance at hand. What could possibly be of greater significance? Naturally, it was the group of children apprehended during the grand party earlier that morning. Leon's thoughts drifted to the small girl submerged in solution at the stitching site. The large-scale abduction of children for experiments had evidently taken precedence over Leon himself, prompting unsettling reflections. Realizing Leon had succumbed to unconsciousness, the researchers seized the opportunity to urgently contact the doctor. Doctor, Leon suddenly went into a frenzy, forcefully feeding Pompey large quantities of food. I have arranged for the release of anesthetic gas to halt his actions. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Dr. Maid murmured to himself, what an uncanny coincidence. Let's reposition the recording device. This time, it will be installed directly on the mechanical door. After hanging up, Dr. Maid forced a smile, withdrawing a handful of candies from the pocket of his lab coat as he crouched before the children. The black-framed glasses reflected a glimmer of light from the ceiling, tenderly caressing the head of a little girl before him as he spoke. Children, I assure you, I am not a bad person. Here, I have some candy. Would you like to join me in a little game? Chapter 25. The storm approaches a mere few minutes later, as he observed one child after another collapsing before him. Dr. Maid's smile froze. He removed his gloves and gently stroked the hair of one of the little girls. Closing his eyes, even his breathing quickened. At the moment his palm brushed against the strands of hair, an imperceptible tremor coursed through his arm. His brow and the corners of his eyes relaxed, and the tightness of his lips gradually eased into a subtle smile, as if he had conjured a delightful thought. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, Dr. Maid uttered a chilling statement. Since your hair is so soft, let us make use of your scalp and tresses. As the unconscious children were whisked away on a conveyor belt, the doctor picked up a tissue to wipe his hands once more, his eyes glinting with a spark of excitement beneath his glasses. Everything was now in place. Only one final step remained before the ultimate plan could be realized. Discarding the tissue, he retrieved his notebook. Should Leon glimpse the contents of this notebook, he would undoubtedly be filled with dread, his spine tingling with fear. For within its pages lay a record of all the anomalies that had arisen since his ninth awakening, accompanied by Dr. Maid's analyses. Grasping his pen, Dr. Maid swiftly inscribed a new line. After the preliminary task concludes, during the acceptance of experimental materials, a fit of madness occurs, disrupting the recording equipment and prompting researchers to investigate. Following the release of anesthetic gas, the subject is subdued. Analysis. The timing of the madness seems too coincidental, as if it were a test of sorts. The destruction of the recording equipment appears intentional, indicating a complex relationship between Leon and Pompey. Upon completing his latest analysis, Dr. Maid rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, before writing another passage. Preparations for the ultimate plan are complete. The next step involves dissecting Leon's awakening of self-awareness, while simultaneously crafting a new vessel in anticipation of his return. As he moved his pen across the page, Leon's fate became irrevocably entwined. The unexpected turn of events during his ninth return, while granting him some time and a degree of freedom, also aligned with Dr. Maid's own aspirations. The emergence of Leon's independent consciousness was nearly a foregone conclusion. As the creator of this stitched being, no one understood these forbidden lives better than Dr. Maid. Coupled with his numerous tests, it was now almost certain that Leon had undergone some form of mutation. This transformation, which had turned Leon, from merely a pawn destined to expend his last energy, into a catalyst, unexpectedly accelerated Dr. Maid's ultimate plan. Now, only one final step remained. Decades of effort were on the verge of yielding results. So who should take the stage? Following his awakening, Leon learned to think strategically, rendering ordinary stitch beings no match for him. Sequentially, the second-generation beings, Carnage, and the hundred-eyed tumor made their appearances, each excelling in strength, speed, or mental fortitude. Yet all ultimately fell victim to Leon's prowess. To sever Leon's limbs directly would undoubtedly render him powerless. However, such a brutal approach carries inherent risks for a dissection study that presents but a singular opportunity. The doctor has devoted countless years to the research of the Black Cannon, striving towards an ultimate plan, and is naturally averse to any potential peril. The glimmer of Dr. Maid's glasses caught the light as an idea swiftly materialized in his mind. If that is the case, then it must be it. Gently setting aside the sharp surgical knife from the table, he made his way to the suturing area located on the second basement level of the research institute. Though Leon and Dr. Maid did not cross paths, both engaged in their own forms of probing and strategizing. The events in Shiyuan town had made Leon acutely aware of his dwindling time. He could not stand idly by as those children became Dr. Maid's test subjects. The very thought of those innocent children being dissected, mutilated, and stitched into grotesque beings sent a piercing pain through Leon's heart. Even for the unfulfilled wishes of the nameless soldier, he was determined to rescue these children. As the anesthetic gas dissipated, Leon feigned consciousness. The researchers had not entered to reinstall the recording devices. Instead, sounds of construction emanated from the heavy mechanical door outside. It was evident that, to prevent a recurrence of such incidents, they had opted to install the recording equipment outside the door. Leon had no intention of crossing boundaries to test the sensitivity of the devices, nor did he possess the luxury of time. The absence of Dr. Maid on this day spoke volumes about the significance of these children. It was only a matter of time before the doctor would take action. Leon's window was rapidly closing. Having learned of the plan from Pompeii, a whirlwind of thoughts surged through Leon's mind as he strategized how to weave together these hidden cards into a formidable play. Upon awakening, his first act was to rouse Pompeii. The tormented Pompeii stirred from his slumber, his 4 little legs twitching involuntarily. Exhausted, he lifted his eyelids, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the gates of the underworld. While aware that Leon's actions were intended to deceive the researchers monitoring the entrance, Pompeii could not entirely dismiss the possibility of personal vengeance on Leon's part. Coughing violently, Pompeii expelled the remnants of flesh lodged in his sore throat. He shot Leon a glare. Leon gestured toward the shattered recording device on the ground, then pointed to the heavy mechanical door. Pompeii immediately grasped the situation. The researchers had chosen not to enter during the anesthesia to repair the device, but had instead installed the recording equipment outside, thus eliminating the possibility of sabotage to ensure constant surveillance. Leon settled onto the floor, casually grabbing a piece of meat from the cart. The imminent threat of Dr. Maid's intervention loomed large, compelling Leon to maintain his strength and optimal condition. He was prepared to incite chaos at the first opportunity that arose. Observing Leon's silence, Pompeii recalled Leon's fury upon his return and his sudden resolve, leading him to understand Leon's intentions and begin fortifying his own mental fortitude. The critical hidden cards had already been revealed to Leon. Now, they could only adapt to the unfolding circumstances. As Leon indulged in his meal, a question arose in Pompeii's mind. Could they truly succeed? Stay away from me. Leon suddenly gestured for Pompeii to keep his distance after finishing his food. Confused by Leon's antics, Pompeii complied and moved a bit further away. However, before departing, he made sure to grab a chicken leg. Yet, in the next moment, the chicken leg fell from his mouth as Leon charged at him with surprising speed, akin to a train hurtling down its tracks. Pompeii had no doubt that he would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh in the next instant. His legs trembled, and feeling utterly powerless, he collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed with fear. Yet, the anticipated disaster did not materialize. Leon halted before him, his shadow engulfing Pompeii completely. Gradually, Pompeii's mind cleared from its stupor. This maneuver resembled a skill he had observed in the captain of the town's guard. Was he that the warrior's charge skill? How had Leon acquired it? Chapter 26. Confronting the ultimate challenge, the mechanical heavy door was equipped with recording devices, leaving Pompeii unable to voice his inquiries. Reflecting on the matter, he realized that during their time in the research facility, Leon had no means to access such knowledge, let alone learn new skills. Even with the entire security team present, there was not a single warrior among them. The only plausible explanation was that Leon had obtained this skill during his outing the previous night. As Pompeii reveled in this revelation, Leon moved away again, subsequently executing another charge. Your charge skill proficiency level 1. Current proficiency 1, 2100. Leon seized every opportunity to enhance his charge skill. After 10 attempts, the proficiency increase ceased. Next came tentacle control, followed by the customary 10 attempts. After rigorous training, Leon's skill development displayed notable progress. Name, Leon. Profession, warrior. Attributes, strength 3, speed 0, 7, will 0, 9, constitution 1, 1, skill development, tentacle control 1, 30100, charge 1, 10100, free allocation points, 0, 7 while honing his skills. Leon also channeled his frustration into a means of calming himself, compelling himself to think rationally. It was crucial to maintain composure during such times. One must not be swayed by emotions. The primary objective was to save the children, but overt displays of intent could be perceived as weaknesses, leading to being manipulated. Failing to rescue the children would also jeopardize the research facility. Although Leon remained oblivious to Dr. Mead's ultimate intentions upon reflection. Since his return to this world and his subsequent peculiar behavior, he had consistently tread upon the Doctor's boundaries. The doctor's curiosity and permissiveness towards him undoubtedly harbored ulterior research motives. Coupling this with the 8 studies on stitched beings, Leon boldly speculated that Mead was intent on creating a stitched entity with independent consciousness, and he was the catalyst for this intricate endeavor. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Leon's mind regarding the abducted children. The doctor's expertise lies primarily in the art of stitching together creations, and naturally, a multitude of children serves as the raw material for his endeavors. Is the doctor truly intent on fabricating a composite being using children as the core ingredient? For reasons unknown, Leon instinctively recalled the eerie music box that played FR behind the heavy stone walls of the resurrection chamber. Perhaps there exists an intricate connection between the two. However, at present, these remain mere speculations, and Leon has no opportunity to confirm them. Anxious as he is, there are others who are even more restless. After decades of meticulous planning, the moment of fruition draws near. And even the most enigmatic and composed individuals find it challenging to suppress the fervent blaze within their hearts. Excitement surges like an inferno, nearly bursting forth from his throat. Leon, how do you find today's delicacies? This serves as a reward for your mission execution. Now, there lies a new task ahead. Upon your successful challenge, you shall gain a broader area of activity and greater freedom. The doctor's words seemed to carry an enchanting power. Upon hearing this, Leon immediately rose, his tone brimming with enthusiasm and exhilaration. Friend, Leon requires more friends. With a mechanical door rising, guided by the doctor, Leon traversed the corridors of the laboratory. The doctor's unusual behavior heightened Leon's vigilance. He had assumed it would be him who faltered, yet it appeared the doctor was even more restless. Barely half a day had passed since returning from his task when he received yet another challenge. It seems the doctor could not contain himself first. Clearly, within the architect's grand design, Leon occupies a pivotal role, indispensable just like those abducted children. Leon made this astute observation. Who would be his opponent this time? Would it be the remaining composite beings from the last resurrection chamber? Yet this path did not lead back to the resurrection chamber. As he pondered, Leon found himself led to a familiar location, the very site of his initial encounter with Pompeii, the stitching arena. Now, he must prove to everyone who truly stands as the strongest composite being. Your adversary is an ultimate terror crafted specifically for you. In the control room, Dr. Maid's lab coat was stained with fresh blood, streaks of crimson marring his lenses and face, slightly crusted. He could hardly contain his anticipation to execute his ultimate plan. Thus, once preparatory tasks were completed, he personally prepared this gift for Leon. Though hastily assembled, in Maid's eyes, this gift stood as a near-perfect creation, second only to the ultimate plan. Leon stepped into the stitching arena. The exterior remained unchanged, with the right side housing a soiled stitching workstation. However, this time, the thickly blood-crusted workstation flowed with copious amounts of still fresh blood. The table was cluttered with fragments of flesh, including facial tissues and muscle remnants that still exhibited signs of neural response, their surfaces writhing. Leon cast his gaze to the right, where specimens remained in transparent jars. Yet when he approached the final vessel, he halted. The jar that once contained a young girl equipped with a breathing apparatus was now devoid of its occupant, leaving behind only an empty container filled with a green solution. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. The experiment that the doctor is about to conduct is indeed related to children. It is highly probable that the intention is to create a self-aware amalgamation. Thus, the forthcoming challenge surely lies ahead. Leon involuntarily recalled his previous visit to the stitching arena, where he had observed the dissected wall of cultivation containers and the immense neural network. Taking a deep breath, he strode directly towards the rear of the stitching arena. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the entire wall of cultivation dishes at the far end, all of which had been opened. The diverse tissues and organs, including the centrally located dendritic neurons that connected to the brain, had vanished without a trace. However, beside the cultivation dishes stood a colossal amalgamation towering over 3 meters. Although he could only see its back, the freshly stitched seams were continuously oozing pus and blood. The knotted muscles of its back rose like a small hill, while its robust arms and thighs exuded an overwhelming sense of power that left one breathless. It was evident to the naked eye that this creature possessed strength far exceeding that of Leon, and by no small margin. This brought to mind the words once spoken by Pompeii. This entity, known as the terrifying killer, was a prior iteration of himself. The only silver lining was that this creature possessed a low level of intelligence, allowing Leon to rely on his wits to resolve the situation. The terrifying killer emitted a muffled sound from its nostrils, as if it had detected something. A delectable, familiar scent wafted through the air. Our old friend has arrived. Do we have new toys to play with? Leon suddenly felt an uncanny familiarity with the two voices. In the next moment, the massive figure slowly twisted its body to face him. Atop the head of the terrifying killer, three faces were grotesquely misaligned. They belonged to the second-generation amalgamation, the Ripper, and the head of the terrifying killer itself. Their bodies were a perfect fusion of the three distinct characteristics. The left arm was entirely composed of the second generation's knotted physique, while the right arm and shoulder were derived from the Ripper. The exposed bones were clearly visible, with viscous blood coursing between them, even intertwining with portions of the second generation, as bloodworms burrowed into various parts, connecting flesh and skin. Most striking was the pulsating heart nestled among the bloodworms between the ribs, beating powerfully and surrounded by a dense network of blood vessels that supplied energy to the body. Meanwhile, the muscle tissue of the terrifying killer was situated in the abdomen and back. Three distinct styles of amalgamated beings had been forcibly stitched together in an absurd manner. Particularly astonishing was the presence of three faces, each with its own consciousness. Such an oddity was a first for Leon. If his earlier judgment of the terrifying killer had deemed it a mere brute lacking intellect, he would have to retract that assessment now. This three-faced creature possessed intelligence far surpassing that of any amalgamated beings he had previously encountered. This time, Leon altered his strategy and initiated the attack. The tendril suddenly shot out from the right hand, yanking towards the nearby surveillance camera. With a swift motion, it tore it down and hurled it away with great force. The fearsome assassin did not flinch. Instead, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch. The muscular fist of the second-generation body collided with the surveillance device, reducing it to mere fragments and debris. Delicious. This time, I must savor the flesh. The second generation's head revealed a grotesque visage, the sutured skin showing signs of separation from the skull, with the stitches pulled taut, threatening to rupture at any moment. Meanwhile, the slaughter echoed in agreement, this time. I shall crush its skull, devour its heart raw. Father instructed me to capture it alive. Once he is finished, it will belong to us. The head belonging to the terrifying assassin proclaimed a decisive statement. Just as they spoke, Leon accelerated and charged at the terrifying assassin with a charge. The speed of the charge was astonishing, and the slaughter, adept in agility, was the first to react, twisting half of its body to defend itself. The terrifying assassin and the second-generation body, however, were caught off guard, only realizing Leon's presence when he was almost upon them. Leon extended his tendrils, ensnaring the skeletal arm of the slaughter, disregarding the viscous blood that stained him, while his other fist struck directly at the wildly pumping heart exposed before him. With threefold strength, the punch penetrated the sternum, shattering the pulsating mass of blood. A spray of blood erupted, dispersing like a jet, engulfing the surroundings in a mist of crimson. The anticipated scene of the towering 3-meter giant collapsing did not occur. Instead, a sinister smile spread across the slaughter's face. You've fallen for it. In the next instant, the fist of the second-generation body crashed into Leon's form, sending him hurtling backward, colliding with the wall with a muffled thud. The overwhelming force nearly suffocated him. A tearing pain radiated from his abdomen, swiftly spreading throughout his body, leaving him paralyzed. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. The power of that punch was immense, suggesting his insides were on the verge of being shredded. Little toy, you're about to lose. The second-generation body exclaimed excitedly, bouncing on the spot, causing the entire stitching arena to tremble. Damn it, do you want us all to sink? The slaughter shrieked in distress. It was then that Leon noticed the cracks and depressions forming in the floor due to the leaping of this colossal creature. This reminded him of what Pompey had previously mentioned. Beneath the research facility, there was a hidden fourth layer used for accumulating discarded stitching materials. Pompey had once lived in the stitching arena, which frequently conducted slaughter and stitching experiments. Thinking of the 3 blood-soaked stitching tables outside and the waste outlets below, coupled with the hollowed-out stitching arena, Leon deduced that this forsaken graveyard lay directly beneath the stitching arena. Better late than never, since that is the case. The grand performance must commence ahead of schedule. Although he was sent reeling by the confrontation with the terrifying assassin, he had discovered its weakness. Now, with the fortuitous revelation of the stitching graveyard, everything could be fast-tracked. Leon struggled to rise, his abdomen, struck by the terrifying assassin's fist, had caved inward, and the skin, unable to withstand the brutal impact, were numerous radiating fissures. The underlying tissues were exposed, oozing blood from the gaping wounds. A piercing pain throbbed at the injury site, intertwined with a tingling sensation of self-repair coursing through his body. These conflicting sensations rendered Leon profoundly uncomfortable. Yet, at this moment, a more pressing matter demanded his attention. As he stood, a forced smile stretched across his face, and he addressed the 3 assailants. I am but one, yet all 3 of you wish to end my life. What shall we do about that? The desires of 2 are destined to remain unfulfilled. His words immediately stirred unrest among the terrifying assassins. Each entity, the second generation and the original terrifying assassin, yearned for Leon, the latter having been implanted with the command to bring Leon before the doctor after his reassembly. However, the second generation and the slaughterer, having previously suffered defeat at Leon's hands, harbored a deep-seated animosity toward him. As soon as his declaration echoed, the second generation and the slaughterer fell into a fierce dispute. "Leon is mine. My delicacy, my toy," shouted the second generation, straining his neck in defiance. The slaughterer responded with a shrill scream, venting his dissatisfaction. "Smash his skull, devour his heart, merge with his blood. All of him belongs to the slaughterer." This was the flaw Leon had discerned. Although the terrifying assassin amalgamated the minds of three fused entities, the doctor had failed to unify their consciousness. Intelligence may have been heightened, yet divisions had emerged. As the adage goes, 2 peaches can slay 3 warriors. As the prized possession, Leon could incite discord among the 3 fused minds. Though the terrifying assassin held the dominant role, his ability to suppress the others was waning. The second generation and the slaughterer each commanded the left and right arms of their shared body, while the original could only control the legs. "First, capture Leon. Our father will provide us with the perfect solution," the terrifying assassin murmured as he inched closer. Leon, wielding shards in hand, expertly struck the incandescent bulbs within the fusion arena. As the light sources extinguished one by one, darkness enveloped the entire space. With the absence of light interference, Leon's healing accelerated significantly, the tingling sensation soon overshadowing the pain. While the wounds did not heal instantaneously, at least the surface injuries and internal bleeding were alleviated. Creating a dark environment was merely the initial step. The quarrel between the second generation and the slaughterer did not cease under the terrifying assassin's suppression. Rather, it intensified. "2 defeated subordinates wish to kill me? Let us see what you've got." Leon's taunting words reverberated, as if whispered directly into the ear of the second generation. Following the sound, the second generation unleashed a powerful punch. Though it failed to strike Leon, the force and momentum of the blow crashed down precisely where the ground had caved in earlier. With a resounding boom, a deep pit formed, and the colossal figure of the terrifying assassin tumbled into it. Meanwhile, Leon clung to the edge of the pit with his tendrils, narrowly avoiding the fall. Bowing his head, Leon gazed into the dark cemetery, where an unfathomable multitude of grotesque, freely assembled amalgamations congregated like frenzied catfish. He crawled back into the assembly ground, instinctively surveying the densely packed creatures within the graveyard, akin to a king surveying his subjects. Yet this monarch did not bring dominion, but rather liberation. Chapter 28, Rise. All amalgamations unwilling to be enslaved. The terrifying assassin sank amidst the throngs of stitched organisms, as if ensnared in a quagmire from which he could not extricate himself. The imposing figure of the assassin became increasingly perilous as he struggled, sinking deeper into the morass of severed limbs, festering fluids, and decay, an unholy emlang akin to a grotesque broth. Leon felt a shiver run down his spine, confronted by the inky blackness, the stench of blood and rot. This was no mere cemetery. It could justifiably be dubbed the River Styx. Each fragment, every remnant, bore testament to a life cruelly transformed by sanguinary experimentation. As these remnants coalesced into an ocean, they chronicled the heinous transgressions of Dr. Maid. A weight settled upon Leon's chest, an indescribable discomfort. The malevolence of Dr. Maid was beyond measure. All he could do now was grant these tormented human amalgamations a fleeting moment of freedom and lucidity to fulfill their vengeance. "O Spirit of the Dark, bestow upon your loyal creations wisdom, and with my blood, I offer this to you. May your name be eternally inscribed by your creations." He called upon you, Nozareth. He called upon you, Nozareth. Leon extended his left hand, slicing his palm with a blade. Blood cascaded from his height, a bewitching crimson that dripped into the graveyard. In an instant, the blood melded with the black, viscous pool, spreading at an unimaginable pace. All the amalgamations seemed to receive a blessing, temporarily granted freedom. The once writhing stitched entities now leapt with exuberance, clattering noisily. Those with vocal organs unleashed primal howls, venting their wrath. The cacophony of tumult, fury, and roars crescendoed. "You are free. Now, go forth and exact your revenge." Leon tore apart the pipes and steel beams within the assembly ground, casting them into the cemetery. Countless amalgamations surged forth like a tide of black ichor, clinging to the rods and writhing upward. Even the 3-headed assassin regained lucidity, clamoring for retribution against Dr. Maid. A final trial aimed at Leon was deftly averted, transforming instead into the inaugural volley against Maid's reign. The amalgamations within the Blackpool Cemetery were now wholly incited by Leon. These entities would become the vanguard against the security forces of the Dawn Research Institute. Countless diminutive amalgamations swarmed the pipes and beams, akin to a black tide surging towards the mechanical heavy door. Faced with what had been foes, now allies in battle, Leon extended his tendrils, pulling the assassin from the depths of the Blackpool Cemetery. The assassin's strength far surpassed Leon's, with just a few violent collisions. The mechanical door was caved in, ultimately shattered in a fit of rage. The amalgamation spread like a tidal wave, the mechanical heavy doors under siege, while the corridors echoed with the ominous glow of red lights and the shrill sound of alarms. Leon paused momentarily in the corridor, contemplating before making his way directly to the rebirth chamber. By liberating the amalgamations within, he could exert further pressure on the security team, thereby freeing himself to confront Dr. Maid and rescue the children. The news of the amalgamations running rampant spread swiftly throughout the entire research institute, like wings taking flight. Upon witnessing the black tide of amalgamations rapidly disseminating, the personnel in the monitoring center immediately sealed all mechanical heavy doors. "Hurry, report to the doctor. The amalgamations have gone berserk." The researchers cried out in despair. They quickly contacted the security division. "Captain Ander, we have a riot in the underground level 2. Requesting backup." Requesting backup. Just moments after finishing a mission and barely resting, Ander sprang from his bed upon hearing the news. "I knew things wouldn't be so simple." Since returning from Shiyuan town, a nagging sense of foreboding accompanied his memories of Leon's obedient demeanor. However, this anxiety was soon overshadowed by the sorrow and rage of his fallen comrades. Having barely settled the affairs of his brothers, he never anticipated a sudden uprising within the Institute. It was clear without a doubt that Leon was deeply involved in this chaos. Ander swiftly donned his gear and led his team to suppress the unrest. Meanwhile, Dr. Maid, preparing for his ultimate plan, was naturally aware of the turmoil above. Following closely was the Institute's communication line. Dr. Maid gazed at the meticulously arranged stitching table and the complete set of surgical apparatus, his expression unwavering. Nothing could impede him from executing his ultimate plan. "Disperse the anesthetic gas and subdue them," he commanded, eyes fixed on the brain immersed in a vessel. He then inquired, "Where's Leon?" As the creator of the amalgamations, Dr. Maid was oblivious to the reason behind their sudden rebellion, yet he understood it was undoubtedly orchestrated by Leon. The amalgamations had turned against their creator, which intrigued him. They were surely heading towards the rebirth chamber, intent on confronting their target. A meaningful smile crept upon Dr. Maid's lips. The task left unfulfilled by the terrifying assassin would now be entrusted to the other amalgamations. Conveniently, the preparations for the stitching procedure were complete. All that remained was the arrival of Leon's hypothalamus to initiate the ultimate plan. Open all mechanical heavy doors on the way to the rebirth chamber and let it through. Dr. Maid's fingers gently brushed over a photograph beside the experimental table, whispering softly, "My dear, soon we shall meet again." The image revealed Maid's wife and their young daughter. As Leon approached the rebirth chamber, he noticed all the mechanical heavy doors standing wide open, completely unobstructed. Realizing this, a sense of certainty washed over him. It seemed the doctor was already aware of everything. This was a setup for a final confrontation in the rebirth chamber. Leon quickened his pace. His trump card was merely a single incantation to liberate the stitched entities. Yet, the doctor possessed the entire tome of the Black Canon. However, their formal confrontation was far from a mere struggle for a few stitched creatures. Leon arrived at the resurrection chamber, where aside from the previously obliterated hundred-eyed tumor, the other stitched entities remained tethered like dogs. Upon Leon's arrival, the stitched entities exhibited a frenzied bloodlust. With a firm grip, Leon's palm, which had only recently ceased bleeding, reopened, blood flowing anew. "Spirit of the dark heavens, grant your blessings upon me," Leon intoned, preparing to caress the bodies of the stitched entities with his blood. Suddenly, the music box within the stone wall resonated once more, accompanied by the mocking voice of the doctor. "So, you incited the stitched entities to riot through the incantations of the Black Canon. Have you considered that I am intimately familiar with the entire text? I possess the means to regain control over them. As creations of a creator, never entertain the thought of opposing your master." Chapter 29. One against four. Mide's words bore no tremor, akin to the relentless decree of fate. Ignoring Mide's taunts, Leon continued to chant the incantation that could grant the stitched entities a fleeting moment of freedom. Upon completing the incantation, his blood dripped onto the agitated stitched entities. The anticipated scene of awakened intellect did not materialize. They remained in a dazed stupor. Finding it futile, Leon wasted no time and delivered a punch directly to the head of one stitched entity. In an instant, the skull shattered, brain matter splattering. Unable to break free and regain their liberty, these stitched entities would ultimately serve as mere obstacles to be vanquished. Successfully killed an elite stitched entity, gained 0.5 freedom allocation points. Having previously dispatched the 100-eyed tumor, he now obliterated another with a single blow. Only 4 stitched entities remained in the resurrection chamber. Sensing the threat to their lives, the 4 entities grew increasingly agitated, releasing piercing howls. The chains binding them clanked as they struggled. "Prepare to experience the surprises I have in store for you," Mide declared, utterly unfazed by the loss of one stitched entity. At that moment, the chains binding the remaining 4 entities suddenly snapped, granting them their freedom. Mide paid no heed to the situation within the resurrection chamber. Even if the 4 stitched entities perished, he had not forgotten that Leon's limbs were still shackled with high explosive restraints. Whenever he wished, he could render Leon immobile. However, as the ultimate plan commenced, he needed to perform preliminary surgeries to restore Alice's biological activity before proceeding with the stitching and hypothalamic transplant. As for Leon, the cerebral congestion brought on by battle heightened the activity of the cerebral cortex and hypothalamus, serving as a warm-up for the impending transplant. Mide removed his gloves and gently caressed his daughter's face with warm hands, his tone exceedingly tender. "My dear, you will soon be revived." He picked up the scalpel, its sharp edge slicing through the pale skin, revealing the internal pink tissue. As the music box played to Alice, the battle and the surgery commenced simultaneously. Leon observed the 4 freed stitched entities. The 4-headed amalgamation comprises a wolf-headed human, a giant eagle with dual wings, a 4-armed human, and a spider-like creature. Within the confines of the resurrection chamber, these grotesque entities are the masterful creations of Dr. Made, representing the more sinister life forms chronicled in the Black Codex. At present, all 4 amalgamations have liberated themselves from their chains, their predatory gazes fixated upon Leon, intensifying the pressure upon him. The wolf-headed amalgamation bears the sharp fangs and claws of a wolf. It was this very creature that had stealthily attacked Leon with illusions during the previous encounter with the Eye of the 100. It is reasonable to surmise that it possesses commendable speed and olfactory senses. The human arms fused with the giant eagle's wings create a pair that spans over 3 meters when fully extended, capable of sweeping and striking to obstruct Leon's movements effectively, making it the most expansive in attack range among the 4. The 4-armed human, true to its name, boasts 2 additional arms emerging from the sides of its ribcage, appearing robust and sinewy. Lastly, the spider-like creature features a human upper body but a grotesquely swollen abdomen, adorned with 6 slender, sword-like legs. At the tip of its abdomen lies a glistening, toxic stinger made of chitin. Each of these creatures poses a significant threat to Leon, and the combined onslaught of all 4 is nothing short of daunting. Nonetheless, retreat is not an option for Leon. In his quest to confront the Doctor, he must confront these 4 beings head-on. Taking a couple of cautious steps back to create distance, Leon prepares himself. The wolf-headed amalgamation roars, propelling itself forward with tremendous force. Its gaping maw reveals sharp, glimmering teeth, while the other 3 follow suit with equal alacrity. In response to the wolf's charge, Leon's right tendril suddenly lashes out. However, the wolf is undeterred. Its razor-sharp teeth can easily shred the soft tissue of the tendril. Turning its head, it aims to bite down on the tendril, only to be met with a sudden and forceful blow. One of Leon's tendrils wields a steel pipe, stealthily acquired during his approach to the resurrection chamber, and strikes the wolf amalgamation squarely on the head. Leon had anticipated battle upon witnessing the heavy mechanical doors ajar, having discreetly concealed the pipe for such an occasion. The well-timed ambush sends the wolf amalgamation reeling, momentarily incapacitating it. The amalgamated bird creature swings its massive wings, gliding low and careening forward. Leon ducks to evade, but unexpectedly, the creature's legs connect forcefully with his shoulders. In an instant, Leon feels as though struck by lightning, his arms tingling and nearly losing sensation. As he is propelled backward, he employs his remaining strength to ensnare the bird creature with his tendrils. The suction cups on the tendrils adhere firmly, as if intending to peel the creature's skin from its body. Thus, they tumble out of the resurrection chamber together, rolling and scrambling in a rather undignified manner. While the bird creature possesses the ability to fly, its other physical attributes pale in comparison to Leon's. Leon manages to regain his footing first, gripping the creature's wing with one hand while tightening the tendrils to further exert pressure. Miraculously, he swings the creature upward with sheer force. The avian creature squawked incessantly. Yet Leon accelerated, ultimately releasing his grip. As the arachnid and the 4-arm being charged forward, they were struck by the birdman, and the trio collapsed in unison. Leon rose from the ground, disregarding the pain in his arms, and launched himself at the birdman. Before the 4-armed creature and arachnid could regain their footing, Leon confronted the birdman, seizing its wings with both hands before delivering a powerful kick akin to a cannon's discharge. The immense tearing force of Leon's arms, combined with the momentum from his kick, unleashed a horrifying strength that tore the stitched wings from the birdman's body. Along with them, two distinct human arm bones, along with flesh, skin, and nerves, were laid bare. The birdman fell to the ground, writhing in agony and shrieking in pain. Before Leon could strike again, the four-armed creature and arachnid scrambled to their feet, followed by the approaching werewolf amalgamation. Leon wielded the severed wings as weapons, swinging them with vigor to prevent the trio of amalgamations from closing in. However, Leon was acutely aware of the peril that had transpired behind the stone walls of the resurrection chamber. If he did not eliminate these amalgamations swiftly, the children would undoubtedly fall victim to the doctor's malevolence. It seemed imperative to exchange injuries to vanquish another foe. Leon resolved to focus his efforts on the werewolf. This creature possessed both speed and strength, with its claws and fangs capable of inflicting severe harm. Eliminating it first would facilitate dealing with the remaining four-armed being and arachnid. Just as Leon contemplated his strategy, a voice echoed from behind him. "Is this how you treat my general?" It was the voice of Pompey. Chapter 30. The heart yearning for freedom, never to die. Leon was taken aback by Pompey's sudden appearance. He had rushed to the resurrection chamber without seeking out Pompey. Yet here he was. However, Leon quickly noticed the fear and horror etched on the faces of the werewolf, four-armed being, and arachnid. Even the birdman, who had been rolling on the ground in agony, fell silent, eyes wide with astonishment, oblivious to the agony of its severed wings and bones. Revenge. For the sake of revenge, Leon turned to see behind Pompey the terrifying assassin who had opposed him in the stitching grounds. Pompey lifted his head, gazing toward the stone wall at the chamber's end, and shouted, "Maid, did you ever imagine you would face this day? The sins you have committed against us are due for recompense." Pompey had endured for decades, biding his time for this moment of vengeance. Now, Maid was merely a wall away, and Pompey's desire for retribution surged forth uncontrollably. The weight on Leon's shoulders lightened considerably. With the assistance of the terrifying assassin, confronting these three amalgamations would be significantly easier. Pompey glanced at the battered Leon and remarked with a grin, "Our general has done well." Leon responded with a thumbs up, his tone tinged with exhaustion. Their arrival was perfectly timed. Pompey raised his head and spoke to the terrifying killer, "Big fellow, the mad doctor lies just beyond the stone wall of the resurrection chamber. Eliminate these puppets, and you shall have your vengeance. I intend to dismantle him completely." The terrifying killer had always existed in a state of severance. Due to his immense size and uncontrollable nature, he had been cast aside after Leon was created. However, his mind and nerves remained intact, allowing him to experience pain and hallucinations at every moment. Now, having regained his sanity, the source of his deepest rage was the very doctor who had transformed him into this abomination. Upon hearing the chaos in the corridor, Pompey used the prospect of avenging himself as a pretext to persuade the terrifying killer to release him. Not only the terrifying killer, but also the second-generation body and the slaughter were once ordinary civilians. Under the hands of the mad doctor, they had become grotesque amalgamations, perpetually enduring unspeakable torment. Now, as they momentarily regained their sanity, the realization of their loss of humanity, their descent into monstrosity, ignited an inferno of fury that drowned out all other emotions. At this moment, the three-headed entity, possessing three distinct minds, shared a singular purpose: vengeance. The terrifying killer surged past Pompey and Leon, charging directly at the three-headed amalgamation. His colossal form, infused with terrifying strength, rendered him the ultimate predator among all amalgamations. The werewolf, the four-armed being, and the spider creature appeared as mere trifles before him. Their proud abilities amounted to nothing more than leaving superficial wounds on the terrifying killer's flesh, while the consequences they faced were akin to being struck by a small jeep. Leon adjusted his breath as he approached the nearly incapacitated bird creature. Tentacles ensnared the bird, and with his left fist, he struck down upon its head. One punch, two punches, three punches. A crisp crack echoed as bones shattered, and the bird's brain matter and bodily fluids gushed forth from the fissures and orifices. Its eyes glazed over, extinguishing all semblance of life. Elite amalgamation bird defeated, awarded 0.5 free allocation points, with the acquisition of 0.5 free allocation points. Leon felt a surge of confidence against the doctor. Pompey observed Leon's silhouette for a moment. As Leon charged towards the werewolf amalgamation, Pompey chose the opposite direction and vanished into the corridor. With the addition of the terrifying killer, Leon swiftly seized the initiative. The strength of the four-armed being could not possibly compare to that of the terrifying killer. Their muscles and mass existed in entirely different realms. The four-armed being's prideful appendages were easily crushed by the terrifying killer, rendered grotesque. The spider amalgamation's abdominal spikes suddenly lunged forth, embedding themselves in the terrifying killer's flesh. The neurotoxic stingers rapidly spread, turning his crimson blood to black. Upon witnessing this, the terrifying killer swiftly reached out, forcefully tearing away the flesh surrounding the area affected by the toxin. He then filled the void with the viscous blood of the slaughter. The spider struggled for a moment, but as the stinger was withdrawn, its body succumbed to weakness. The enraged, terrifying killer seized it and violently tore it in half at the waist, splattering the white protein within the spider's abdomen across the surroundings. The Wolfman amalgamation, having engaged in combat with Leon, possessed advantages in strength and speed. However, after being struck by Leon's sudden blow, it found itself in a dazed state, struggling to gain the upper hand in their direct confrontation. Instead, it was Leon who seized the opportunity to land several decisive blows, leaving the creature on the brink of defeat. Ultimately, despite sustaining a gash from the Wolfman's claws, Leon seized the moment and eliminated the beast entirely. He had vanquished both the Wolfman and the avian creature, while the terrifying assassin had ripped apart the four-armed entity and the arachnid being. Presently, all amalgamations within the resurrection chamber lay defeated. Leon instinctively extended his fist, and the towering figure of the terrifying assassin, responsible for the left arm's operations, mirrored his gesture, the two exchanging a fist bump as a sign of camaraderie. Together, they advanced into the resurrection chamber. Leon pointed towards the stone wall of the chamber, saying, "Dr. Maid is just beyond this wall. Proceed with caution." The terrifying assassin emitted a low grunt, delivering a powerful punch to the stone wall. The entire chamber reverberated with a thunderous sound, and small particles of debris began to tumble from above. The wall remained steadfast and unyielding. "Huh, I never expected you to join forces," came the cold voice of Dr. Maid from beyond the wall, as he wielded sutures and a scalpel without lifting his gaze. "Maid, I seek vengeance. I will tear you apart." The terrifying assassin roared. Leon seized every opportunity to recuperate as blood from his wounds gradually congealed. "Leon, how do you feel after facing the amalgamation?" Leon, aware that the doctor likely had more tricks up his sleeve, cast a wary glance towards the wall. Yet, in the presence of his creator, how could he allow his resolve to falter? "At this level, I could fight all day," came the doctor's icy voice from within the wall. "Is that so? If so, you and the terrifying assassin may continue your unfinished battle in the resurrection chamber." Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition washed over Leon. In the next moment, the melody of F. R. Elise began to play softly, like an established program. Each note of F. R. Elise became a barrier, gradually driving away the terrifying assassin's free will. The first to succumb was the slaughterer, who now screamed in madness, clutching its head with its right hand. "No, I refuse to be controlled again." Following suit was the second-generation entity, whose thoughts also spiraled into chaos. Its sturdy left arm instinctively reached toward Leon in a grasping motion. A flicker of determination crossed the terrifying assassin's eyes as it began to retreat. "Even in death, we will not be your puppets." The terrifying assassin turned to Leon, who remained unaffected, and declared, "The rest is up to you." With that, the terrifying assassin, in a final act of consciousness, charged at the wall. "We are not your puppets," it proclaimed as it collided with the stone barrier with tremendous force. Chapter 31. For the sake of freedom, life can be sacrificed. The terrifying assassin expended all its strength in a fierce impact against the wall. The resurrection chamber trembled violently, echoing with a thunderous roar. Even within the confines of the wall, tremors reverberated, compelling Dr. Maid to pause his suturing. Maid glanced at the fissured stone door, his expression remaining as unperturbed as ever. A mere 2 words escaped from his lips: "Foolish." These absurd beings. Did they truly believe that by breaching the stone door and confronting their own reflection, they could bring an end to it all? How utterly naive. As the tremors subsided, Maid resumed his meticulous task of stitching with tweezers, paying no heed to the events unfolding outside the stone door. His demeanor was one of complete disdain, a disregard that stirred no emotions within him. The resurrection of forbidden life demanded a strict adherence to each step of the process. Fortunately, Dr. Maid had rehearsed countless times. The dismembered remains within the subterranean graveyard were merely his practice for this ultimate endeavor. Now, he harnessed the forbidden life force from the Black Codex to stitch together and revive his daughter. Yet, her pallid skin and numerous decaying organs, despite being immersed in a preservative solution, exhibited signs of chronic corrosion and decay. The second step involved transplanting Leon's hypothalamus into his daughter Alice's brain, followed by the utilization of the organs harvested from the previously abducted child to construct a brand new, perfect, and vibrant body for her. Dr. Maid was on the verge of completing the final stitches, with the first step nearing its conclusion. Meanwhile, in the resurrection chamber, Leon observed the horrifying assassin, who would rather take his own life than remain a puppet for the doctor. A heavy sensation weighed upon his chest, stifling his breath and enveloping his entire being in oppression. The assassin's head had become a mere shadow of its former self, the collapsed skull deeply sunken into the body, with only the vividly splattered blood remaining on the stone wall. Aware that he would once again fall under the doctor's control and become a mere tool, the assassin hesitated not a moment in choosing to use his body as the key to open the stone door, creating an opportunity for confrontation between Leon and the doctor. Leon clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Freedom was the ultimate pursuit of all Stitch beings within the Dawn Research Institute. Yet, they were ensnared by the malevolent Black Codex, stripped of their consciousness, reduced to mere puppets. Should any chance of freedom arise, even for a fleeting moment, they would willingly pay the price with their lives. A fissure, 2 fingers wide, emerged at the point of impact on the stone wall. Standing before the wall, Leon peered through the profound crack, glimpsing the pure white light emanating from within. At that moment, Dr. Mate completed the final stitches and turned to face the fissure. Their gazes locked through the 2-meter-thick stone door, intensifying in an instant. Leon's eyes blazed with fury, the assassin's death igniting deep-seated emotions within him. Dr. Mate, a perpetrator of such heinous acts, was beyond redemption, no matter who arrived today. Leon was determined to use the doctor's blood to honor the innocent victims who had perished within this gruesome and vile research institute. A flicker of amusement passed through Dr. Mate's eyes as he stated, "Shatter this door, and you shall see me. I await you here." His voice resonated through the fissure, a chilling indifference to life that further fueled Leon's rage. The anger coalesced into a tangible orange gas, igniting upon his surface. Leon's right hand, entwined with tendrils, delved into the fissure, coiling and adhering. His left fingers became ensnared within the crevice. The rhythmic pounding of his heart surged forth with vigor, both speed and strength amplifying in tandem. The sound of life-s pulse resonated like a drumbeat on a bovine hide, each throbbing echo striking with remarkable clarity, instilling a profound sense of awe. Leon regulated his breathing, and his muscles began to tense. His legs took a solid stance, the force coursing from his spine to his arms. All his muscles, bolstered by an abundant supply of blood, swelled and bulged. At 6 feet 3 inches, Leon now appeared as formidable as a small mountain. The muscular contours of his back resembled deep, labyrinthine canyons, carving out winding paths. The dimensions of his limbs surged to a new echelon. The high explosive shackles that once encased his wrists and ankles seemed on the verge of bursting as his muscles swelled, striving for liberation from their confines. The high explosive cuffs, unable to withstand the muscular expansion, were cracking under pressure. Empowered by rage, Leon's strength erupted like a flood, swiftly permeating every limb and reverberating throughout his body. He cast a glance at the fissured cuffs around his wrists, his gaze resolute and unyielding. The heavy stone door, under such terrifying explosive force, emitted a rustling sound as it scraped against the ground. Cracks, 2 fingers wide, expanded at a visible pace, parting. An increasing brilliance filled the fissure, resembling a lightning strike cleaving through darkness. "Leon, I'm here to assist you." A familiar voice resonated behind him. It was Pompey, who had stealthily slipped away during the earlier battle. At that moment, he struggled to carry a metal bucket in his mouth, his movements shaky and laborious. Placing the bucket at Leon's feet, he tipped it over with a paw, spilling forth a considerable amount of viscous black substance. Pompey pawed at the dark matter like a shepherd dog, directing it, saying, "Go, over there." Leon's focus remained on tearing open the stone door to put an end to the doctor's wickedness. Yet, he felt something cold and clammy creeping upon him, slimy, icy, writhing. This dark substance actively crawled up to his wrist and ankles. Soon, Leon's gaze caught the black viscous matter at his wrist, reminiscent of the remnants of neural tissue he had encountered in the underground tomb, merging and evolving into an incomplete amalgamation. Presently, this black matter emitted a putrid odor while continuously infiltrating the gaps between Leon's limbs and the high explosive cuffs. Realizing Pompey's intent, Leon understood that this black substance sought to aid him in breaking the final bindings on his body through its intrinsic expansion and ability to fit into crevices. Leon instinctively relaxed his grip, allowing the black matter to fill the voids. Initially, he had harbored a deep aversion to being reborn as a grotesque amalgamation, viewing this identity as a relentless curse. However, at this moment, a terrifying assassin willingly sacrificed his own body to pave the way for Leon's freedom. Afterward, there emerged those black, viscous substances, devoid of complete consciousness, willingly sacrificing themselves for Leon. Even the amalgamations, lacking the yearning for freedom, and even those fragmented neural remnants, were eager to contribute to the downfall of the doctor. In that moment, Leon ceased to resist his identity as a composite being. Though born from darkness, he aspired towards the light. Leon, with utmost speed, withdrew and dashed backward. Pompey had already retreated to a safe distance. Leon observed his limbs positioned. The high-explosive shackles expanded and spread, and an abundance of words swirled within him. In the end, it all coalesced into a singular nod. Rest assured. I shall ensure that the perpetrator pays the price. With that proclamation, he swiftly extricated himself. Barely 2 seconds after breaking free, the high-explosive shackles, held by the black matter, erupted violently. Flames surged like a dragon, instantly engulfing Leon. The fire surged through the crevices, rushing into the hidden chamber within the stone wall, ultimately manifesting as an invisible shockwave. Chapter 32. My will, solid as a rock. The shockwave from the explosion forcefully pried open the fissures in the stone door. The gap, once held at 3 fingers wide by Leon, now expanded to a full fist. A searing pain radiated from Leon's back. The explosion of the 4 high-explosive shackles was no trivial matter. Even with the black matter supporting him, it only managed to withstand for a fleeting second. Yet, that minuscule second was the thin line between life and death. The black matter had been obliterated to dust, leaving no trace of its existence. Besides the burning sensation from the shockwave, Leon felt the sting of metallic shrapnel from the explosion. The high-temperature metal shards embedded themselves into his skin, fusing with his muscles, while the heat caused surrounding tissues to char and decay, presenting a horrifying visage. The continuous sacrifices of the amalgamations, coupled with the doctor's indifference towards life, ignited the primal fury within Leon. Now unbound, liberated from the final impediment, his rage rekindled. With each step, his muscles tightened, growing in dimension. Within his robust physique lay an insatiable wrath, a fervent desire for vengeance. The metallic shards embedded in his muscles were forcefully expelled under the strain of his expanding power. Clattering to the ground, Leon's voice resonated like thunder as he approached the stone door, bellowing, "Maid, come forth and face your demise." Dr. Maid merely smiled faintly, then retrieved a pristine handkerchief from his pocket, nonchalantly beginning to clean his glasses. The fact that Leon had managed to free himself from the high-explosive shackles was indeed unexpected for Maid. He had intended for Leon to personally unlock the stone door, after which he would activate the shackles, severing limbs, and subsequently remove the brain for transplantation experiments. However, with Pompey's assistance, Leon had evaded those shackles, depriving Maid of a critical advantage in dealing with him. Yet, for Dr. Maid, this was merely a minor interlude, not affecting the ultimate trajectory of events. From the very beginning, everything was firmly within his grasp. When you push open the stone door and stand before me, only then will you earn the right to utter such words. For now, from beyond the stone barrier, you are nothing more than a stray dog bereft of its home, lacking any authority to bark. Leon's fury intensified as he stood before the stone door, his hands plunged into the fissures, unleashing an unprecedented surge of strength. With a thunderous roar, the stone door creaked open bit by bit. Pompey, positioned at the base of the door, observed the slowly widening crack, scratching his head in dismay. As the first stitched entity deceived by Maid and subsequently pieced together, Pompey had endured torment for decades. Now, with Maid drawing ever closer, no one yearned for vengeance more than he. He beheld Leon's explosive muscles, his body enveloped in a blaze of orange flames. Dr. Maid adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. The rapid growth achieved in such a brief period was nothing short of astonishing. The tangible fury radiating from Leon indicated that he had reaped significant rewards the previous day in Shiyuan town. Dr. Maid immediately discerned Leon's acquisition of the warrior's legacy. Pinpointing both time and place, his appreciative gaze seemed to evaluate a splendid work of art. In Dr. Maid's perspective, Leon's current progress and enhancement exemplified the potency of free will. The ability to attain such heights in a fleeting moment hinted at extraordinary potential. The thought of Alice one day possessing such freedom of will and capacity for learning filled Dr. Maid with unrestrained joy. Unlike the stitched entities of the present, who, despite their intelligence, remained rigid, mechanical, and lacking in wisdom, an outcome far from Dr. Maid's desires. The fissure widened further, prompting Pompey to attempt to squeeze through. Realizing it was just large enough to permit passage, he recklessly forced himself inside. The fractured stone bore sharp edges, and as they scraped against Pompey's face and body, he paid no mind to his wounds, for all that occupied his gaze was the arrogant Maid, the root cause of his monstrous transformation. "Pompey, come back!" Leon could not help but shout. This comrade, with whom he had shared life and death, chose to confront the enemy alone at the most critical moment. Decades of humiliation and restraint evaporated in an instant, mere inches from his nemesis. Yet, Leon's desperate call fell on deaf ears. Witnessing this, Leon took a deep breath and exerted all his might to force the door wider, hoping to intervene before Maid could end Pompey. Ah, Leon bellowed, every muscle and cell straining to extract the last vestiges of his potential. His silhouette, illuminated by an increasing radiance of white light, stood tall and formidable, as if he could carve the heavens with his bare hands. Pompey dashed into the room, leaping without hesitation, his mouth agape as he lunged at Maid. However, what awaited him was not vengeance, but the unyielding knee of Dr. Maid. The brutal impact rendered Pompey incapacitated, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Following swiftly was a soaring kick that struck solidly against Pompey's abdomen. Pompey resembled a deflated balloon, akin to a leaking sandbag, abruptly soaring away. A muffled thud echoed as Pompey fell to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing his comrade's grievous injury, the orange fury enveloping Leon intensified, becoming ever more vibrant and luminous. As the stone door widened, aligning with Leon's shoulders, all restraint slipped away. Maida, meet your demise. In the meantime, Dr. Maida leisurely revealed a hefty tome bound in black leather. The cover resembled dark goat skin, and on the spine was embedded a miniature skull of a goat, exuding an aura of darkness and malevolence. Forbidden life, the solace of dark souls, the master of life's resplendence, Nozareth, in your name I command the forbidden. Dr. Maida began to recite the incantation. As Leon charged forward, he felt something akin to a tightening band or chains constricting his thoughts and consciousness. Simultaneously, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Alert. Forbidden life dark spell detected. Effect. Domination. Control. Current willpower. 09. Unable to resist the effects of the dark spell. Spell in effect. Upon reading this, Leon wasted no time and allocated all 22 of his free points to willpower. Willpower. 19. 29. 31. The brilliance enveloped Dr. Maida's glasses. Yet the smirk upon his lips betrayed his certainty of ultimate victory. The stitched beings would forever remain under the dominion of their creator, never truly possessing free will. Now, it was all over. He had triumphed. Leon slowly lifted his head, gritting his teeth. His crimson eyes, engorged with blood, glowed an even deeper red. His blue eyes transformed into a shade of violet as blood surged within them. With a willpower of 31, Leon broke free from the dark spell's dominion. Dr. Maida could no longer manipulate his consciousness through the black tome. The Doctor's final trump card had utterly failed. You think you can control me? Leon placed his hands upon the torn stone wall, blood streaming from his orifices, presenting a ghastly visage. Those eyes were filled with fury, unwavering and indomitable. Chapter 33. The vanishing of sin. The once calm and composed expression on the Doctor's face transformed into one of astonishment and uncontrollable shock. The dominion spell of the Black Tome was meant to govern all stitched beings. This was why the Doctor had remained so nonchalant, believing Leon's struggles were in vain. For at any moment, he could recite the Dark Dominion incantation, turning all stitched creations into mindless puppets acting upon his will. Yet, the invincible Dark Dominion spell faltered before Leon. This unforeseen circumstance was something the Doctor had never anticipated. All stitched entities originated from the Black Tome. The rituals, spells, and dark forbidden arts contained within had been the subject of Maida's research for decades. Yet, he had never imagined that one day, a creation born from the Black Tome would be immune to its dominion spell. Dr. Maid completed the incantation. Yet he saw no trace of dominion upon Leon's forehead or body. Doubting the efficacy of his magic, the Doctor instinctively stepped back, reciting the Dark Dominion incantation once more. With each step Leon took forward, it felt to the Doctor as if his very life was being threatened. He desperately wished that Leon would suddenly halt, that the fury in his eyes would fade into a vacant, chaotic void. Yet, such was merely a fleeting hope. As Leon advanced, this hope withered like a dying flower, its petals falling away, losing vibrancy and color. Impossible, it was utterly inconceivable. Dr. Maid's face turned ashen. The black cannon, which he had revered as his guiding principle and hope throughout his life, seemed to abandon him at the twilight of his existence, playing the cruelest jest upon him. Leon pressed closer, his presence overwhelming. The Doctor could feel the searing rage emanating from Leon, striking his face like countless needles, causing his cheeks to ache. In a moment of panic, Dr. Maid's expression shifted to one of resolve, tinged with a hint of malice. Even if I cannot dominate, you shall not lay a finger on me. Cradling the black cannon in one hand, he began to recite the incantation once again. Dark winds, flames of blood, heed my summons. Suddenly, dark, ash-gray blades of wind and fiery blood encircled him, rising from his feet. Leon reacted instantly, extending his octopus-like tentacles toward Dr. Maid's head. However, as the tentacles approached, the black wind blades and flames of blood unleashed their power, severing and burning Leon's appendages. A piercing pain instinctively caused the tentacles to retract. You think you can contend with me? Though Dr. Maid found himself in such a precarious situation, Unable to dominate Leon, the Black Cannon contained not only knowledge of stitching together forbidden creatures, but also various dark spells. These incantations, imbued with malevolent energy, possessed extraordinary power and effects. Observing Dr. Maid enveloped by wind blades and flames, Leon's expression grew serious. The tentacles, rich with sensory feedback, conveyed the grave danger these blades and flames posed to his corporeal form. Yet, with a willpower of 31, Leon could withstand even the dominion power of the Black Cannon, making it clear that vanquishing Dr. Maid was well within his grasp. So many stitched beings had sacrificed their lives to place Leon before the Doctor. This pain of resistance was insignificant in comparison. Just as Leon prepared to unleash his full assault on Maid, a shadow darted past him. Pompey, having awakened at some point, lunged once more at Maid. The black wind blades and flames left their mark on Pompey's skin, slicing through flesh and melting muscle. Nevertheless, Pompey showed no sign of relinquishing his grip, clamping down fiercely on Maid's arm. The momentum sent Maid stumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. In his fall, he knocked over the embroidered tablecloth and the candlestick upon it. Boom! In an instant, flames engulfed both Maid and Pompey. The incantation ceased abruptly, leaving only the roaring fire and anguished cries in its wake. Dr. Maid desperately beat at the flames engulfing his body, while Pompey relentlessly tore at his flesh. Heedless of the fire, intent on dragging his opponent down with him, denying Dr. Maid any chance of escape, the flames grew fiercer, and large chunks of Maid's flesh had already been devoured by Pompey. The agony reminiscent of dismemberment, combined with the searing heat, forced Dr. Maid to endure excruciating pain, eliciting cries of anguish. The tome in his grasp, the Black Cannon, succumbed to the fire, yet its black goatskin cover retained its color amidst the inferno. While the pages within transformed into billowing smoke that surged forth relentlessly, Leon glanced aside, observing the chosen children, all entranced and marked with special pens indicating the sites for extraction. Fortunately, Leon had arrived in time. None of the children had been harmed. He used his tendrils to pull their carts to safety, sparing them from the scorching flames. Once the children had been relocated, Leon's gaze focused on the peculiar surgical table of black basalt, where a little girl donned in a charming red dress lay. Her face bore evident sutures, her arms and visage displaying the same gray hue as Leon, interspersed with patches of decaying skin and muscle. As the flames intensified, the heat became increasingly oppressive. The humidity in the air twisted the space around them, causing it to undulate like the fire itself. The little girl on the black basalt stirred slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, her fingers displaying a flicker of awareness, as if awakening. The fire continued to swell, and Dr. Maid found himself wholly consumed by the blaze. His hair was entirely scorched. His skin blistered, wrinkled, and charred, melding with the muscle beneath, now flowing with crimson blood, transformed into a dark, carbonized shell. His clothing had long since ignited, fused with the charred remnants of skin and muscle, indistinguishable from one another. His form a grotesque amalgamation of humanity and monstrosity. Dr. Maid felt the essence of life rapidly slipping away. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he bore the unbearable agony and rose, his hands clawing at the black basalt. His glasses had melted, the metallic frame glowing red and embedded in his flesh. The silicone lenses had warped and seared into his eyes, blinding him to his surroundings. Yet, as the product of his ultimate, forbidden life spell, he could distinctly sense the awakening of his daughter, Alice. In his final moments, Dr. Maid yearned to touch his daughter one last time. Pompey trembled, his fur singed away by the flames in the previous dark sorcery, revealing a body that oozed blood. Its surface charred. He lunged at Maid, sinking his teeth into his neck. The fangs pierced the artery, causing blood to spurt between the teeth. Leon observed the malevolent doctor gradually regaining consciousness, alongside the little girl on the verge of awakening, and slowly extended his tendrils. All the evils and darkness of the Dawn Research Institute had arisen from Dr. Maid's insatiable greed. In a desperate bid to resurrect his daughter, he succumbed to the dark and forbidden arts of life sorcery, delving into the grim tome known as the Black Codex, resulting in countless bloody massacres and malicious stitches. Let darkness return to darkness, and let evil be buried deep beneath the earth. Just as Leon raised his tendrils, poised to strike with great force, a sudden, innocent child's voice interrupted him. Chapter 34, Let Darkness Return to Darkness. Daddy. Upon awakening, the stitch being Alice, appearing no older than 5 or 6, widened her innocent, pure white eyes and uttered a phrase that left all present in astonishment. The blind maid's face lit up with ecstasy. His daughter had awakened and regained her memories. Although he had merely stitched her together to grant her consciousness, the prolonged immersion and revival had only begun to clear her neural pathways. It was implausible for all her memories to return instantaneously. Yet, hearing her call him father sent Maid into a frenzy of joy, wildly waving his arms in an attempt to embrace his daughter. To hear that word at the brink of death was akin to a celestial melody. However, as he reached out, he could not grasp Alice. The voice was right before him, yet he could not draw closer. His body yearned to advance. But Pompey clutched his neck fiercely, rendering him immobile. Leon's tendrils hovered in the air, mere inches away from Maid and his daughter Alice. Suddenly, Alice rose, her hands wrapping around Leon's tendrils, a stony expression slowly transforming into a satisfied smile as she called out once more, "Daddy." This time, not only Leon but even Pompey, who held Maid's carotid artery in a vice-like grip, paused in shock. They had expected the revived stitched being to call for Maid. Yet she had mistaken Leon for her father. Leon found himself at a loss for words. The unexpected turn of events overwhelmed him, nearly igniting his mind. Before he could react, the little girl let out another shriek, clinging tightly to Leon's tendrils, retreating in fear. There's a monster. The terror in her eyes stemmed entirely from the sight of Maid, whose scorched visage was horrifying. The surprise on Maid's burned face froze, replaced by rigidity, denial, and despair. His daughter's call of daddy was not meant for him, but for Leon. In her eyes, he was merely a grotesque monster. If Leon and Pompey had inflicted physical harm upon Maid, then Alice's innocent words struck him like a dagger to the heart. For decades, he had plotted. For the past 10 years, he had incessantly yearned to bring his daughter back to life. He had betrayed friends and colleagues, transformed into a remorseless evil doctor, destroying others' lives and morphing them into abhorrent dark beings, all for the hope of one day allowing Alice to bask in the light again, to reunite as father and daughter. Yet now, at the precipice of life, with his daughter successfully revived but her memories in disarray, she mistook her enemy for her father and her kin for adversaries. All of the doctor's efforts and obsessions dissipated in that singular moment. The blood spilling from the arteries gradually lost its vigor. The body, strained beyond endurance, could no longer withstand the burden. Having lost the sole belief, it began to collapse, hands sliding down the basalt, ultimately falling beneath the table. In the end, in the face of despair and collapse, life was extinguished. Participated in the slaying of Dr. Maid from the Dawn Research Institute, awarded 0.5 free allocation points. The architect of this calamity, Dr. Maid, lay dead, and the pent-up fury of Pompey over the years found its release. The body could no longer hold together and finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, racked with pain. Now, all the dilemmas and pressures converged upon Leon. The entire resurrection chamber was ablaze, flames surging violently. Embracing Leon with its tendrils was the very source and engine of Dr. Maid's malevolence. In a desperate attempt to resurrect his daughter, Dr. Maid had committed countless atrocities. Yet, the outcome was a stitched-together girl who had no memory of Dr. Maid. She even regarded Leon as her father. Had the girl recognized Maid upon awakening, Leon would have felt no psychological burden in his actions. However, her current demeanor resembled that of a blank slate, which, in turn, plunged Dr. Maid into profound despair, enduring the most torturous experience of his life before his demise. At this moment, gazing at the girl, who was similarly a creation of stitching, Leon hesitated. He yearned to seek Pompey's counsel, but at that instant, Pompey had already succumbed. Bleeding profusely, the inferno continued to devour everything. After a moment's hesitation, Leon wrapped his tendrils around the petite girl, lifting her from the black basalt altar. "We must go." He placed Pompey on a sleeping child's cart, grasping the cart with one hand while holding the stitched girl's hand with the other, turning to flee from the fiery abyss of the resurrection chamber. Just after they departed, the chamber was entirely engulfed in flames. The corridor was awash in the blaring sound of red alarm lights, with mechanical doors flung open, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. Leon had no intention of leaving immediately. Instead, he made his way to the experimental area on the second floor, seeking to uncover all data and records related to his previous 8 experiments from the equipment. Only in this way could he unravel the secrets of his own body. Along the way, Leon encountered no stitched beings. Instead, he found the research personnel in gruesome states, their bodies almost entirely unrecognizable. Only the blood-stained white coats and lab attire remained, preserving a semblance of humanity amidst the scattered remains. Leon's gaze was devoid of emotion. In contrast, the small stitched girl clung tightly to Leon's tendril, limping as she walked, her pale eyes brimming with curiosity about her surroundings. "Why are these people lying on the ground? Aren't they cold? Daddy, where are we going?" Some questions Leon could answer, but for many others, silence was the only response. When Leon arrived at the underground second-floor experimental area, it was already engulfed in roaring flames. The experimental machinery bore clear signs of bullet holes, and the air still held a faint scent of gasoline. All data had been reduced to ashes in the inferno. Leon gazed at the fierce blaze, and suddenly the visage of a person surfaced in his mind, Ander. Ander had long since detected his unease. Presently, the relentless gunfire pierced through hard drives, and gasoline was doused to ignite the fire. All of this was the handiwork of security Captain Ander. The inferno had severed Leon's final glimmer of hope to comprehend his own origins. At this moment, the entire underground research facility was engulfed in flames. Thick smoke had begun to billow upwards from the lower levels. The fire suppression systems and the flames appeared to operate independently, failing utterly to quell the raging inferno. It seemed that the only recourse was to await the flames' complete exhaustion before daring to venture forth again. In the underground parking lot, numerous vehicles lay in ruins, with the ground distinctly marked by the fierce skid marks of abrupt stops. Corpses of zombies and security personnel were strewn everywhere. Yet, the tire tracks indicated that someone had seized the chaos to flee the research facility. With no operable vehicles at his disposal, Leon was compelled to push a cart as he made his way to the entrance of the research institute, situated on the mountainside. The flames behind him devoured everything in their path, and the scorching gust radiating from the inferno clashed with the cool air of the mountain shadow, creating a fierce wind. Leon's gaze fell upon the ailing Pompeii at his shoulder, along with the countless amalgamated beings who had sacrificed themselves for freedom. Ultimately, his attention rested on the small amalgamated girl and the children still slumbering in the cart. Leon took a step forward, emerging from the shadows. The dazzling sunlight bathed him, eliciting a sense of discomfort. The burns and wounds from battle constantly reminded him of their presence with each pang of pain. The warmth of the sun upon his skin felt akin to 1,000 pinpricks. Is this what freedom feels like? Chapter 35. Escape from Dawn Bio. Yet the dawn remains elusive. Leon could not help but glance at the faltering Pompeii and the recently revived amalgamated girl. Pompeii appeared to be in considerable distress, and given his injuries, he seemed devoid of even the strength to groan. His breaths were shallow and labored. If they continued under the scorching midday sun, it was likely they would not reach their destination before succumbing to exhaustion. The small girl similarly exhibited signs of discomfort. However, unlike the ailing Pompeii, she bore her suffering in silence, refusing to utter a sound despite her evident distress. Unable to contain himself, Leon inquired, "Why do you remain silent when you are clearly in pain?" The girl looked up at Leon with innocent, wide eyes and replied, "The place my father brought me to must not harm me. If I feel unwell, it must be my own issue. I cannot let it affect my father." Her response was imbued with a profound sincerity. Leon fell into silence. When he had initially decided to take the girl away from the research facility, he had not fully resolved his internal conflict. On one hand, as the daughter of Maid, she represented a product of the Dark Institute and was directly connected to Maid. Such a being was not meant to persist in existence. On the other hand, reason dictated that the girl was also a victim. She had no agency in her circumstances and ought not to bear the brunt of such unwarranted consequences. These conflicting thoughts continually entwined in Leon's mind, shaping his choices. Moreover, the girl's recent words further ensnared him in a web of moral dilemma. The scorching sun not only seared his flesh but also tormented his soul. Leon surveyed his surroundings. The retreat of the security personnel from the research institute signified a revolt of the hybrids, and the news of the institute's breach would inevitably leak, likely prompting reinforcements to rush in for a rescue. Remaining here was perilous. However, pressing onward was equally fraught with danger. Although he could withstand the punishing rays, the little girl in Pompeii would suffer severe harm. Not all dark creatures possessed the same resilience to sunlight as Leon. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to depart from this place. Despite the absence of extraordinary beings in the security forces, the sheer number of firearms remained lethal to him. Moreover, with the presence of the injured child, he could not afford to engage in a reckless battle. Leon stepped into the woods beside the cave, snapping off numerous branches to carefully lay over the cart. The leaves formed a natural barrier, effectively shielding them from the blazing sun. "Would you like to take shelter in the cart? It will protect you from sunburn," he suggested to the little girl. To his surprise, she limped to the roadside, gathered fallen branches, and held them high above her head. The dappled shadows danced across her face, revealing an innocent smile. "This way, I can stay close to Daddy," she declared, eagerly reaching for Liang's tendrils. As Liang resumed his journey, his destination was the town of Shiyuan, which had been attacked by the security squad just days prior. Shiyuan was the only nearby settlement, and despite suffering a great fire, food was typically stored in cellars, promising a bounty. Anxious about encountering fleeing individuals from the institute or hostile reinforcements, he chose not to take the main road, but instead veered into the adjacent mountains, navigating the rugged trails. Though the path was arduous, the cover of trees and shrubs allowed Liang to proceed without the fear of ambush. He paused by a babbling brook winding through the forest to tend to Pompeii's wounds. This creature had bravely endured the slicing winds and hellfire summoned by Dr. Made in his quest for vengeance. Coupled with the aftermath of the blaze, most of Pompey's fur was charred or completely burned away, revealing the dark, raw flesh beneath. One side of his face was blistered from the flames, and there were numerous lacerations from the wind blades. Liang's experience in wilderness survival was virtually non-existent, rendering him unable to identify medicinal herbs. All he could do was clean and dress Pompey's wounds, using a broad leaf as a makeshift cup to gently drip water onto his injured mouth. While Liang was preoccupied with Pompey's care, the little girl, lost in thought, quietly approached him from behind. Just as Liang was intensely focused on tending to Pompey's injuries, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence behind him. His body tensed, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, instinctively preparing to turn and retaliate. Yet, upon feeling the soft, cool touch of a small hand on his back, all his readiness for action dissipated like air escaping a punctured balloon. The young girl meticulously imitated the motions, using clean, broad leaves to tend to and cleanse Leon's back wounds. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, Leon found himself alone in both, without even the opportunity to engage in romantic relationships. Now, he had abruptly bypassed the stages of courtship and marriage, fast-forwarding to the unexpected role of a father, leaving him without any psychological preparation. His feelings towards the young girl were conflicted. He could not ascertain whether she had merely awakened without her memories or if she had completely forgotten her past. Should she eventually recall that it was he and Pompey who had taken her father, Dr. Made, from her, how would she react? Yet, the girl's innocent and harmless demeanor made it exceedingly difficult for Leon to make a decisive choice. Despite their fearsome and grotesque appearances, both Leon and Pompey considered themselves human. "Do you remember your name?" Leon asked himself, taking a sip of cool spring water that soothed his throat and alleviated the pain of speech. The girl smiled widely. The stitches at the corners of her mouth taut, her skin showing signs of gradual tearing, even seeping traces of blood that adorned her lips with a crimson hue. "Daddy. My name is Alice." Alice. A light dawned upon Leon, as he finally grasped why he had heard the melody of F.R. Elise in the resurrection chamber. There was a deeper significance to it. Dr. Made had transformed the music box that played F.R. Elise into a device to control the amalgamations, as a means to cherish his daughter's memory. Contemplating the music box, Leon was suddenly reminded of the black codex lost in the inferno of the resurrection chamber. Although the flames had fiercely consumed the pages within, the codex's cover had withstood the fire, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. Once the fire had subsided, he resolved to seek an opportunity to return and search again, perhaps uncovering further revelations. After some respite and rehydration, Pompey's condition improved slightly. Leon, accompanied by Alice and the cart, pressed onward. They had seemingly escaped the torment of the research facility, ensuring that the architect of their suffering, Dr. Made, would pay the price. However, a frown remained etched on Leon's brow. Intuitively, he sensed that the path ahead would not be devoid of peril. Greater crises and dangers awaited him. Having fled from the clutches of Dawn Biotech, the light of hope still eluded him. Chapter 36. A greater crisis 5 hours earlier. Within the confines of the Dawn Research Institute, Captain Ander had just completed the arrangements for his fallen comrades. Leaning wearily against the headboard of his bed to steal a moment of rest, suddenly, a rapid siren blared, and the green indicators representing various security zones and emergency situations within the security department were swiftly engulfed by a tide of red and yellow lights. When the cries for help from the research department pierced through the air, Ander immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. "Where's the doctor?" At the revelation of the amalgamation's uprising, Ander could not help but inquire about the doctor's whereabouts. Such a grave riot has erupted, yet the doctor seems to have vanished. The researcher on the other end of the line stammered, stating that the doctor was engaged in an exceedingly crucial suturing study in the resurrection chamber and instructed Captain Ander to manage the situation independently. Upon hearing this, Ander immediately comprehended that Dr. Made was likely occupied with the captured children, conducting nefarious suturing experiments upon them. A cold snort escaped Ander's nostrils, his disdain for Dr. Made's actions palpable. However, safeguarding the Dawn Research Institute was an order from above. Even though Ander disapproved of Dr. Made's methods, he had to ensure the smooth continuation of the Doctor's research. Upon arriving at the scene with his subordinates, Ander discovered that most of the mechanical heavy doors had already been breached or destroyed. At this moment, on the second underground level, all the stitched beings were writhing chaotically. Particularly alarming was the dark tide, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a grotesque amalgamation of human and animal remains, connected by neurons, muscle, and bone, with putrid blood and tissue fluid surging forth. Gunfire rained down like a curtain of iron, but failed to inflict any damage or impede their advance. If any researcher or security personnel became ensnared, an increasing mass of black viscous substance would envelop them, dragging them into its depths, suffocating them as it invaded their mouths and nostrils, rendering them utterly immobile. This terrifying dark tide, impervious to conventional weaponry and in a liquid state, could emerge from exhaust pipes, sewage systems, or overhead conduits at any moment. Moreover, the various stitched beings that had been imprisoned had also freed themselves from their shackles. They were now rampaging within the Institute, unleashing their fury. The sounds of screams echoed incessantly through the intercom. And the third underground level of the Research Institute had completely fallen. The speed of the dark tide's advance was alarmingly swift, employing various methods of propulsion. The Institute's pride, its mechanical heavy doors and robust defenses, had been rendered futile as these fluid entities infiltrated the exhaust and plumbing systems, appearing at will. "Where's Leon? Have you seen Leon?" Ender continued to inquire. Leon went to the resurrection chamber. It was the doctor who ordered the defenses to be lowered and personally let him in. Upon hearing this, Ender fell silent for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. The Dawn Research Institute had succumbed entirely. Further resistance was futile. To resolve the crisis, they must await Dr. Mate's conclusion of his experiments and rely on the suppression of the Black Code. The recent operation in Shiyuan town had already cost him dearly, with several brothers losing their lives. If they persisted in mindless defense, the few comrades he had left would inevitably perish as well. After considerable deliberation, Captain Ander made a significant decision. "Brothers, follow me to the experimental area. Protect the backup data. You few, prepare the vehicles on the first underground level. Once we secure the data, we will leave this place." Subsequently, Captain Ander, accompanied by his subordinates, forcefully breached the core research data room located on the second underground level. Utilizing fire extinguishers and liquid nitrogen sprays, successfully acquiring a portion of the backup data. What could not be taken was met with gunfire, reducing it to mere fragments through sheer physical destruction, leaving no remnants. In a final act of devastation, he doused the area in gasoline and ignited it, ensuring a complete incineration. However, as Ander and his men fought their way back to the first underground level, they discovered that their comrades, who had gone ahead to set the fire, had already met a gruesome fate. "Damn it, I knew it." Ander spat in frustration. Since sensing something amiss with Leon, he had harbored an ominous premonition of impending calamity. The notion that the amalgam would seize this opportunity to instigate a rebellion was something he found hard to believe was unplanned by Leon. Fighting while retreating, as they finally emerged from the cave tunnels, only two brothers remained by his side. None of the others had made it out. "Boss, what do we do now?" they inquired, their gazes fixed on the rearview mirror of the truck, witnessing the Dawn Research Institute engulfed in flames. He understood that everything was lost. Dr. Maeda could not have escaped alive, nor could he suppress the uprising of the amalgam. The research, soaked in blood, sin, and darkness, would all be reduced to ashes in this inferno. Now, returning with the data to report back and safeguard the investments of their superior would still count as a significant achievement. Ander closed his eyes, still haunted by lingering fears. After a moment, he declared, "Let us return to Rostam City and report to the master." The truck jolted violently along the mountain road. Yet Ander's thoughts already drifted far away. A decade prior, their master had been persuaded by Dr. Maeda to invest in the construction of the Dawn Biological Research Institute. The allure of immortality is not easily resisted, especially by the affluent and powerful aristocrats. Rostam City, a gem of the empire and a crucial commercial hub of the Blackstone Federation, had been under the vigilant watch of the Monroe nobility from the Duchy of Yaxig for generations. As the lord of Rostam City, King Monroe III harbored an almost pathological obsession with eternal life. In addition to Dr. Maeda's forbidden alchemical methods of life, Monroe III had also invested significantly in various related esoteric studies. Returning now to report that a decade of anticipation had come to naught, leaving him with nothing, would undoubtedly provoke the master's wrath, which would inevitably be directed at him. After all, as the security captain, it was his paramount duty to ensure the safety of the Dawn Research Institute. To claim that the uprising of the amalgam bore no connection to him would be utterly unrealistic. He needed to concoct a plausible excuse, one that would not only absolve him, but also allow him to retain the master's favor. As his mind raced, he recalled the decades of operations within the Dawn Biological Research Institute. Though, as security chief, he had not been privy to the most sensitive secrets, he was certainly aware of the general circumstances. Leon, a 9-time Ritterney who ultimately awakened self-awareness, was the origin of the chaos at the Research Institute. The mysterious and bizarre circumstances aligned perfectly with the template of forbidden life and the allure of immortality. Ander was unaware that the arrangements he made in the carriage would, upon his return to Rostim City and subsequent presentation to the desk of Monarch III, alter the fate of this illustrious jewel of the Federation. A pivotal stronghold of the Principality. Chapter 37. Return to Shiyuan Town. As he journeyed onward, meandering along the verdant ridges of the forest, he finally descended the mountain. By this time, the sun had ceased to be blinding, hanging low in the west and casting a gentle, colorful orange hue across the landscape. Through the thin veil of clouds, beams of luminous light emerged, grand and magnificent. As the sun continued its descent, a new concern arose. The effects of the Doctor's anesthetic were gradually waning. It was likely that the children would awaken during the night. Leon's night vision was remarkably unaffected, possibly due to his nature as a creature of darkness. However, considering the prospect of the children awakening suddenly and the lurking beasts in the night forest, Leon resolved to pause and rest until dawn before embarking once more. While traversing the forest, Leon casually gathered a variety of wild fruits, sufficient to stave off hunger through the night. After tending to his wounds and rehydrating, Pompey felt somewhat improved. By the time night fell, he was able to speak, albeit with some difficulty. After soothing Alice to sleep, Leon and Pompey moved a short distance from the cart to converse quietly. "Aren't you afraid that Alice might be fainting?" Pompey asked, his words strained, causing discomfort to the burned muscles of his face. Leon glanced at the sleeping Alice and countered, "If it were you, could you bring yourself to harm her?" This profound inquiry left Pompey momentarily speechless. Were their positions reversed, and Alice were to awaken calling him daddy, he too would find it impossible to act against her. After all, they were still human. The notion of retribution is far simpler to articulate than to enact. If she were merely pretending, surely she would reveal some telltale signs. "You know the doctor well. Share your thoughts," Leon prompted. As a colleague of the doctor and one of the first of the Sohn creations, Pompey possessed a deeper understanding of the doctor than Leon did. After a brief silence, Pompey replied, "I cannot say with certainty. Logically, we interrupted the sowing ritual. The doctor lured you there undoubtedly to complete a portion of that ritual. From my perspective, it seems he must have already surmised that you had attained self-awareness. Given that most Sohn beings possess only fundamental intelligence and are wholly obedient to the doctor, his ultimate goal, reviving his daughter, becomes evident. He intends to restore Alice's self-awareness through you, rather than transforming her into a mere puppet of the Sohn creations." Pompey meticulously unraveled the doctor's intentions and thoughts. "In this light, you have not become a mere experimental subject in the doctor's quest for completion. Thus, Alice, as a Sohn being, could not possess free will. Consequently, she would lack any advanced intelligence or thought processes, explaining her behavior in the resurrection chamber and now, which could not be mere pretense." As Pompey elaborated, his eyes sparkled with clarity. This line of reasoning alleviated one of their most pressing concerns. Given this, only one question remained. When would Alice regain her memories? In this matter, Pompey proposed a conjecture that stands in stark contrast to Leon's. Based on my research on the Black Tome, it is evident that the entire experimental process must be thoroughly completed before any hope of restoring full memory can be realized. Currently, we have only progressed one-third of the way. Your sacrifice remains unfulfilled, and the organization of those children has not undergone any transformation. They have merely initiated Alice's conversion into a composite being. The brain, unfortunately, has sustained permanent and irreversible damage. The prospect of recovering memories from her former life appears bleak. The reason you are perceived as a father figure may stem from the intense expectations that Maid harbored during the stitching process, wishing to reunite with his daughter. This yearning has manifested in Alice's subconscious, compelling her to instinctively regard the first person she sees upon awakening as her father. Moreover, since you both belong to the dark composites, there exists an inherent affinity in your aura, leading to this misunderstanding. While we cannot yet ascertain the validity of Pompey's assertions, they do seem logical. Nevertheless, we must not grow complacent. Having narrowly escaped from the research facility, caution is paramount. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Pompey is currently injured, and all actions must rely on Leon's judgment. I intend to travel to Shiyuan Town, within a radius of several dozen kilometers. It is the only settlement. Although it suffered a devastating fire a few days ago, there are surely provisions and survivors to be found. Furthermore, with over 10 children still in the cart, we must return them. Leaving them in the desolate wilderness would spell certain doom should they encounter beasts. However, Pompey harbors little optimism regarding life in Shiyuan Town. Combining this with Leon's accounts, it is clear that many were slain in the inferno. The fleeing residents will undoubtedly attempt to rebuild their homes. Being dark beings themselves, we can expect hostility and resistance upon our arrival. While I do not hold high hopes for finding refuge there, replenishing our supplies remains a viable option. When you set out in the morning, please be vigilant in the woods. You may discover a plant with petals and black, white, and gray. The illusionary flower possesses certain paralyzing and hallucinogenic properties. Administering it to the children will help avert numerous troubles. A single blossom per child should suffice, lasting for most of the day. Additionally, keep an eye out for the serrated-leafed red flower known as chidan. Crushing its petals and applying them to wounds can expedite healing. As Poppy spoke, he began to gasp, his body trembling involuntarily from pain. Leon carefully placed Poppy back in the cart, plucking a dew-laden leaf from above to gently cover him, alleviating his discomfort. Leon felt a deep sense of gratitude for having Poppy by his side. His understanding of this world has only expanded from the Dawn Biological Research Institute to the modest vicinity of Shiyuan Town. His comprehension of the ecology and dynamics of this realm could only be described as impoverished. Bluntly put, it is akin to being utterly in the dark. Fortunately, they have now escaped, and Poppy's mind has cleared considerably. In the ensuing time, Leon resolved to thoroughly educate himself on the circumstances of this alternate world before making any decisions. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the forest the following morning, Poppy sensed an unusual change within his body. As I opened my eyes, the first sight that greeted me was Leon diligently applying medicine to my wounds. He skillfully crushed 2 pebbles with his tentacles, transforming the blossoms of the red dan flower into a paste, which he then meticulously spread over my injuries. Nearby, a cluster of phantasmagoric flowers stood in silent witness. "You haven't slept a wink all night?" Pompey inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Leon nodded in affirmation. During his time in the Research Institute, the relentless toil had taken its toll, yet after allocating all his points to will in a bid to combat the doctor, he surprisingly felt little fatigue despite his sleepless vigil. The enhanced adaptability of his physique during the night compounded this effect, leaving him entirely unburdened by the exhaustion following the fierce battle. Thus, in the latter part of the night, Leon took the initiative to scour the temporary camp's surroundings, successfully locating the 2 plants Pompey had mentioned. With dawn breaking, it was time to resume their journey. Today, they would press on with determination towards the town of Shiyuan. Chapter 38. The temptation of immortality. The wind and sand lashed against them. After traversing over 200 kilometers across the Gobi grasslands, a golden city, Rostam, emerged on the horizon. Ander exhaled deeply, feeling the weight upon his shoulders lift entirely at the sight of the city. Resting his left hand on the salvaged temporary data box, he gazed intently at Rostam and asked, "Do you all remember what I instructed you?" The driver and co-pilot nodded solemnly, their expressions grave. "We remember." With only the 3 of them returning from the Research Institute, they were certain to face scrutiny and due diligence. However, only by adhering to Anders' directives could they hope to regain their master's favor. Otherwise, there would be no place for them in Rostam. Concerned for their future, the 2 crew members dared not take the matter lightly. Should they be deemed failures in their mission, branded as deserters, their reputations in Rostam would be irrevocably tarnished. As mere servants and private soldiers of the Monroe family, being assigned to execute a security and surveillance task, their survival hinged on their success. Failure would result in expulsion from the family, a fate tantamount to death. After all, in the reign of Monroe III in Rostam, who would be bold enough to hire those cast out by the lord of the city, defying the lord's authority and striking against him? Did they still wish to conduct business in Rostam? As a crucial stronghold of the Axis Empire, Rostam held significant trading stature within the entire Blackstone Federation. Functioning as a desert border port city, it served as a commercial hub for the Axis Empire, facilitating trade and distribution. Strategically, it also acted as the western gateway of the Axis Empire, safeguarding its borders. The truck left a long trail of gray dust across the Gobi. Upon reaching the security checkpoint outside Rostam, Captain Ander retrieved his credentials and urgently proclaimed, "Quickly inform them. Lieutenant Ander of the Monroe Guard has pressing matters to discuss with the Earl." Before long, a royal escort was dispatched to welcome Ander, arranging for the 3 of them to proceed to the Earl's estate. In recent years, Monroe III had invested heavily in esoteric research related to immortality. Yet, the most promising initiative remained the Dawn Project, developed by Dr. Maid's Research Institute, which employed stitching techniques derived from the dark sorcery of the Black Codex, a forbidden life. Dr. Maid proposed a solution that involves replacing the blood, organs, and tissues within the body, thereby perpetually maintaining a state of youthfulness. However, due to the complexities of organ rejection and the intricacies of regular replacement surgeries, Dr. Maid modified this suggestion, aspiring to design a system capable of harnessing natural energy to restore the organs and tissues to their original state. Such a concept is indeed recorded in the Black Codex, specifically concerning the creation that allows for 9 reincarnations. The challenge outlined by Dr. Maid lies in transcending the limitations of the 9 reincarnations while simultaneously mitigating side effects. with precise documentation from the Black Codex and the tangible prospects woven by Dr. Maid, which do not appear as nebulous as those of other esoteric practices. Monroe III readily embraced the proposal. He not only invested substantial funds into Dr. Maid's research but also reassigned the promising Lieutenant Ander from his personal guard, the Monroe Guard, to serve as security and logistical support at the Dawn Research Institute. This clearly illustrates Monroe III's high hopes for the endeavor. However, at this moment, Ander brought forth devastating news. The amalgamation had erupted into chaos, and Dr. Maid's fate remained uncertain. Seated upon an opulent chair adorned with multicolored jewels, Monroe III was jolted upright upon hearing this news. His sharp black eyes resembled those of a hawk in the night sky, and a mere glance intensified the pressure on Ander, causing beads of cold sweat to form. Ander, I entrusted you with this critical responsibility. For decades, the research was expected to progress smoothly, yet it has yielded such a disheartening outcome. You have truly disappointed me. Monroe III's gaze rose towards the dome of the estate, his expression momentarily lost in thought. Beads of sweat coalesced on Captain Ander's forehead, trickling down his cheek to fall upon the lavish carpet. My lord, there may still be a glimmer of hope, Ander stammered, cautiously presenting the fragments of conversation he had prepared earlier in the vehicle. Meanwhile, after administering the hallucination flower to all the children, those who were on the verge of awakening fell back into a deep slumber, occasionally murmuring in their dreams. As they reached the foot of the mountain, the dense jungle transformed into grassy thickets. Looking back towards the mountains, they could see the black clouds rising like pillars from the flames. In the mountain breeze, it spread like ink, permeating the summit. While traversing the mountain path, Leon discerned clear tire tracks, confirming his suspicions that someone had indeed escaped from the research institute. After quenching their thirst with morning dew, the trio resumed their journey. Without the cover of the jungle, the midday sun beat down with oppressive intensity. Pompey, covered in wounds, continued to rest beneath the leaves of a small cart. Alice, however, stubbornly followed Leon, her small branches held aloft, unwilling to retreat into the cart regardless of Leon's reassurances. Alice, I want to be with Daddy. Although Alice's pupils were white, rendering her eyes a blank canvas, Leon could still perceive her resolve and determination through her gaze and expression. Recalling what Pompey mentioned last night, due to an incomplete ritual, Alice, upon awakening, mistook the first person she saw as her father. From the moment they escaped the chamber of resurrection, Alice never strayed from Leon's side. Whether amidst the inferno, the treacherous jungle, or now the desolate Gobi, the young girl steadfastly held Leon's hand, unwaveringly standing beside him. For Leon, who had spent over 20 years alone, apart from his parents, this was the first taste of unwavering trust. The journey ahead would be arduous. Are you certain you wish to continue following me? Leon inquired. Alice nodded earnestly. If I go to the cart, no one will accompany Dad. Very well. Then we shall walk together. Leon gathered the hemp rope in his left hand, slung it over his shoulder, and used his body to drag the cart forward. His right hand enveloped Alice's small hand completely, holding it tenderly. Although he still harbored some reservations towards Alice, their conversation from the previous night had significantly diminished his resistance. As they approached Shiyuan town, they were about to face new circumstances, including the remaining members of the research institute they had fled from. Leon couldn't shake the feeling that a significant event loomed on the horizon. As dusk fell and the moon began to rise, distant lights flickered to life on the horizon. The night wind, mingled with sand, struck his face, causing it to sting. The howling wind carried his gaze towards the flickering flames illuminating the now ruined Shiyuan town. And he murmured, "We have arrived." Chapter 39. The extraordinary world. After enduring a devastating fire, Shiyuan town's buildings were cloaked in a layer of char. The bell tower lay in ruins, and remnants of walls stood as a testament to the destruction. The blackened remnants mixed with the rainwater from the previous dark storm, staining the cobblestone streets of the town jet black. The entire village was shrouded in oppression and gloom. The air was heavy with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid aroma of charred remains. Following the recent invasion and nighttime assault, the number of night watchmen in Shiyuan town had increased. Whether at the main entrance or along the central avenue, figures shrouded in cloaks and wielding torches could be seen. The bloodshed from 2 days prior had left the town not just with crumbling homes, but also with an indelible psychological scar. The surviving residents were nearly all armed, fearful of a second invasion. Though defenses had been reinforced, the massacre had claimed more than half of the able-bodied men at the hands of ant slaughter. The town's population had dwindled, making the increase in patrols a desperate, yet necessary measure. The majority of homes within the town had been reduced to ashes, and the remaining residents, for safety's sake, clustered together in the least affected area at the town's edge. This was evident even from the flickering lights of the night. Leon successfully infiltrated Shiyuan town under the cover of darkness. He discovered an abandoned cellar near the ruins of the houses and instructed Alice and Pompey to take shelter within. "You stay here while I return the child, fetch some food, and then come back," Leon whispered. The abandoned cellar bore clear signs of having been rummaged through, likely by residents who had gathered all their food into one place. This situation presents a distinct advantage. The residents of Shiyuan town will refrain from visiting this place in the short term, greatly enhancing safety. Alice remained composed, not shedding tears or causing a fuss. Instead, huddling with Pompey in a dim corner of the cellar. Leon observed from the shadows for a while. At the town gate, 2 watchmen stood guard, while 2 others patrolled the main street, brandishing torches as they traversed back and forth. At the rear of the town, 2 sentinels were stationed at the back door. In total, there were 6 sentinels, 4 remained stationary, while the 2 in the middle street engaged in a staggered patrol. Seizing the opportune moment, Leon pushed a cart down the slope of the main street. The wheels collided sharply with the bluestone bricks, shattering the stillness of the night. The patrolling watchmen, their senses heightened by the approaching sound, tensed immediately. Illuminated by the firelight, they spotted a cart sliding down the incline of the main street. Without hesitation, the watchmen sounded their whistles, and from the brightly lit rooms, several armed residents rushed out. Fear was etched on every face. The sentinels at the front and back of the town dared not abandon their posts, their gazes sharp as they scanned the darkness, vigilant against any sudden threats. When the watchmen intercepted the cart and cleared away the branches and leaves, they were met with the shocking sight of the abducted children huddled together. The gathered crowd exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled as to why the previously kidnapped children had suddenly returned. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being diverted to the plaza, Leon pushed open the grain store's window, coiling his tendrils to gather a trove of food before slipping back into the darkness. Having accomplished his tasks, Leon did not return to the cellar, as there remained one item he had yet to retrieve. Concealed in the shadows, he observed the clear-eyed yet naive townsfolk. "To the esteemed warrior who rescued the children, I hope you will reveal yourself. All the survivors of Shiyuan town shall be forever grateful for your benevolence." A miracle. This must surely be a miracle. It seems the heavens, unwilling to let the population of Shiyuan town dwindle, have returned the children unharmed. Whether it be the reluctant warrior or a divine miracle, may you bless Shiyuan town with peace and safety, shielding it from darkness and slaughter. The cart that appeared from nowhere, along with the unscathed children, plunged the residents of Shiyuan town into a state of disbelief and ecstatic joy. Indeed, many knelt upon the ground, their hands clasped in prayer, fervently bowing and offering thanks. Leon, hidden in the shadows, scoffed internally. The postures of worship were as varied as they were bizarre, and one could only wonder which deities they were beseeching. Following the brief scare, the townsfolk brought the children back to their homes. The jubilant sounds from the central square shifted to the residences. During a lull in the patrols, Leon made his way to the dwelling of the unnamed warrior, where he discovered the stored fundamentals of warrior skills amidst the ashes and ruins. Once he completed these tasks, he returned to the cellar under the cover of night. "I have brought food. You all should eat," he said. Alice gathered her skirts, using her red dress as a makeshift tablecloth, signaling Leon to lay the food upon it. The rustling sounds of eating contrasted sharply with the joyful and spirited atmosphere emanating from the town's homes, creating a strikingly different ambience. Yet, the lively atmosphere of the town in the dead of night served as the perfect camouflage for the 3, granting them a sense of security. After devouring his bread, Pompey finally inquired, "What are your plans moving forward? We cannot remain hidden here indefinitely." Alice ceased her dining, gazing expectantly at Leon. After a moment's contemplation, Leon responded, "I am entirely unfamiliar with what lies beyond the research facility. I came to Shiyuan town to retrieve something." He shook the book entitled Essentials of Warrior Skills in his hand. Pompey suddenly understood. The charge skill Leon had previously exhibited was acquired from Shiyuan town. Clearly, he intended to learn additional aspects now. Pompey comprehended Leon's intent. In the research facility, due to the surveillance equipment, he had been unable to enlighten Leon about the outside world. Now that they had escaped and were temporarily hiding in the cellar of Shiyuan town, it was time to provide some knowledge and strategize for the future. He began to explain about the Blackstone Federation. Leon recalled that during his last battle in Shiyuan town with the nameless warrior, the latter had mentioned the Blackstone Federation. To understand this otherworldly situation, it would be prudent to start with the Blackstone Federation. This federation was established by several national powers on the continent of Leia to counter the United Fund. Among them, the Principality of Asia, the Veda Church, the Holy Cross Kingdom, and the Sultanate signed the Blackstone Federation Treaty, forming a formidable alliance to resist the increasingly powerful United Fund, which was advancing southward to invade. Currently, they found themselves in Shiyuan town, a remote settlement in the northwestern part of the Principality of Asia. Governed by Count Monroe III of Rostam City, Leon furrowed his brow, contemplating the nature of the United Fund. An entity formidable enough to compel four powers to unite against it. What precisely was the United Fund? The United Fund was an organization formed by several northern powers on the continent of Lea, aimed at launching invasions through warfare and financial means to dismantle the trade barriers between the North and South, seizing territory and resources. Under the mediation of the goblin trade tycoon Green, they consolidated their resources and established several risk funds to launch comprehensive offensives against the Blackstone Federation. Pompey paused, moistening his throat with saliva before continuing. Within the United Fund, there are greedy goblins, the barbarians of Peak Fortress, and the mystically inclined Romani gypsies, among others. In the research facility, you have already witnessed the potency of the Black Codex. With merely the Black Codex, the Doctor can manipulate life and create forbidden beings. In Shiyuan Town, you have also acquired the skills of charge and rage through your studies. As you can see, the continent of Lea is an extraordinary realm, inhabited by individuals with various peculiar professions and unique abilities. Although the majority of society consists of ordinary people, those who possess extraordinary powers wield significantly greater authority. Given our current appearance, it is only a matter of time before we encounter such individuals. Chapter 40. Leon's Plan Indeed. Upon learning that Dr. Maid was mass-producing stitch beings using the Black Codex, Leon had already surmised that this world harbored numerous unnatural forces beyond comprehension. From the essence of the nameless warrior, one acquires the skills of a fighter, and the system interface displaying the profession further solidifies Leon's conviction. Hearing firsthand from Pompey about the introduction to another world has thoroughly resolved the doubts that lingered in Leon's mind. The landscape of the Lea continent can be succinctly described as a struggle between the North and the South. According to Pompey, the North is barren and desolate, characterized by vast lands with sparse populations. Its inhabitants consist mainly of rugged barbarians, cunning goblins, and the enigmatic Romani gypsies. The loose tribal structure and harsh environment serve as a compelling reason for various factions to unite. In contrast, the South is affluent, thriving in commerce, and exhibits a higher degree of civilization. Consequently, the tribes of the North are consumed by greed for the fertile lands of the South. Pompey continued to enlighten Leon with essential information. In the Blackstone Federation, the distribution of extraordinary beings also reflects regional characteristics. The Kingdom of Asia has a predominance of elementalists. The Vedic monks possess formidable wills. The Holy Cross Court is home to the Holy Crusaders, while the Sultanate boasts agile knights and demon hunters. Thus, since we are operating within the territory of the Blackstone Federation, it is highly probable that we will encounter one of the aforementioned types. From the United Fund, one might encounter goblin mechanics, berserkers from the Summit Fortress, Romani witch doctors, and diviners. The Romani are often referred to as dark wanderers, with much of their research pertaining to the shadows. Of course, Pompey did not forget to add a caveat. This information is based on my understanding from over a decade ago. 10 years is ample time for upheaval and shifts in power, and the current situation requires thorough analysis. Having grasped the specifics of this otherworldly realm, Leon fell into contemplation. After a moment, his gaze burned with intensity as he turned to Pompey and asked, "Would you desire to be reborn?" Pompey was initially taken aback, but soon scoffed, deeming Leon's aspirations as mere fantasy. The Doctor had perished, and the Black Codex lay in ruins amidst the inferno, rendering any return impossible. Leon, with unwavering determination, declared, "I wish to try. Whether the Black Codex is a unique manuscript, I cannot say. However, I am aware that the forbidden arts of life and curses are not solely the domain of the Doctor. Once the fire subsides, I shall return to investigate. If it is not there, I will seek out clues." Arriving in this other world, reduced to a dark amalgamation, treated as a monster, subjected to persecution by all, what Leon yearned for most was a means to restore his human form. He knew Pompey must harbor a similar longing. Now that they were free, how could they not pursue such a possibility? After a moment of silence, Pompey suddenly spoke with a trembling voice. "Very well. After all, I have endured 10 years of existence that is neither human nor ghostly. Now that we have escaped, we must aspire to something greater." With Leon by his side and Alice joining them, the three became a fellowship of amalgamations. Even in the North, 3 dark hybrids would encounter discrimination and hostility, let alone in the human-inhabited regions of the South. Whether elementalists, Vedic monks, holy crusaders, or demon hunters, all possessed a swift and decisive stance towards dark beings. Leon's suggestion led the trio to forge a shared destiny. Their short-term goal, to return to the ruins of the research facility, seeking data and remnants of the Black Codex. Their long-term aspiration, to transform from hybrids back into human beings. With a clear goal in sight, one can break free from the confusion that follows escape. Although Pompey still bears numerous wounds, his eyes now shine with vigor and determination, presenting a stark contrast to his previous lethargy during the journey. The blaze at the research facility will take a day or two to fully extinguish. It is fortuitous that he can recuperate in Shiyuan town during these 2 days, after which he plans to return together. Pompey resolves that this time will suffice for his wounds to heal and scab over, allowing him to contribute. The rare sounds of laughter and joy in the town gradually fade as night deepens. The absence of the bustling background noise makes the conversation between the two in the cellar increasingly distinct. Today, Leon has gathered ample information about the world, necessitating thoughtful reflection. "You all rest well. I shall take the watch," he declares. Leon's willpower surpasses that of ordinary individuals, having gone 2 days without sleep. His body shows little sign of fatigue. Pompey does not defer, responding, "I will take over in the latter half of the night." He and Alice huddle in a corner, releasing the exhaustion accumulated throughout the day, and soon fall into a deep slumber. Once Pompey and Alice are asleep, Leon seizes the opportunity to conduct his training for the day. The cellar offers ample space, approximately 3 meters in length and width, sufficient for Leon's movements. Although the skill at charge cannot be practiced due to spatial constraints, he finds it adequate to perform tentacle control. Leon diligently proceeds with his training, observing the data interface that starkly contrasts with that of the research facility. Name: Leon, Liang. Occupation: warrior. Attributes: Strength 3, Speed 0, 7, Willpower 31. Constitution 11. Skill development: Tentacle Control 1, 4100, Charge 1, 10100, Free allocation points: 0.6. The free allocation points have now accumulated to 0.6. The skill, Tentacle Control, is set to advance to level 2 in 6 days, and the enhancements and transformations it will bring are highly anticipated. As the night deepens, the outside world is filled only with the sound of cicadas and frogs, making it difficult to hear any other noise. Even the footsteps of the patrolling sentinels have diminished in frequency compared to earlier. After a moment of contemplation, Leon decides that since he cannot practice charge, he will explore other skills. The additional skills recorded in the Warrior Essentials require a one-handed weapon and a shield. Seizing the opportunity while the night watchmen are fatigued, Leon can venture to the armory to seek out a suitable one-handed weapon and shield. Without hesitation, he stealthily approaches the cellar entrance. Using his tentacles to carefully push open the cellar lid, he silently exits the cellar. Earlier, when he returned the group of children, Leon had concealed himself to survey the layout of Shiyuan town, pinpointing the location of the armory. A shadowy figure begins to move through Shiyuan town. Leon reaches the roof of the armory and peers through the skylight, observing the snoring guards within, along with the array of weapons and shields displayed on the racks. Within minutes, utilizing his tentacles, he retrieves a one-handed sword and a sturdy iron shield emblazoned with the emblem of the Blackstone Federation. He then quietly makes his way back to the cellar. With the acquisition of the weapon shield, Leon naturally mastered the other 3 skills outlined in the essentials: cleave, suppression, and shield block. Although he had learned these skills, Leon discovered that while cleave and suppression could be enhanced through empty swings, shield block could not be directly improved. It appeared that only by genuinely wielding the shield to block could he augment the proficiency of this skill. Simultaneously, Leon encountered another issue while wielding his sword. Once he held both the sword and shield, his tentacles became unusable. Attempting to wield the sword with his tentacles would also render at least 2 of them inactive and could inadvertently injure the other appendages during the swing. If he could transform the one-handed sword into a gauntlet sword, securing it to his arm, he could then strike while still utilizing his octopus tentacles, allowing for a seamless combination of attacks. Chapter 41. The Eyes Beyond the Cellar. What Leon envisioned was reminiscent of a gauntlet sword from a previous Life game. Such a weapon could be affixed to the wrist, functioning similarly to a one-handed sword. This way, Leon could execute the warrior's single-handed weapon skills while simultaneously employing his octopus tentacles. However, modifying the weapon was a considerable undertaking, and Leon presently lacked the means to do so. In the latter part of the night, Pompey awoke as expected. Although Leon did not feel fatigued, he had not rested for 2 days. He intended to return to the research institute and knew he must seize this final opportunity to recuperate. During the day, Shiyuan town bustled with life, perhaps due to the return of children, filled with the sounds of their laughter and play from dawn till dusk. Occasionally, hurried footsteps could be heard passing overhead, causing a sense of unease. Fortunately, some townsfolk kept the children away from the charred remains of dangerous buildings. Leon and Pompey remained vigilant. The residents of Shiyuan town had a broad range of activities during the day, especially with frequent footsteps passing over the cellar, preventing them from speaking freely as they could at night. Pompey, possessing sharper hearing than Leon, was perpetually on edge. Alice, ever observant, sensed that her father and Uncle Pompey were engaged in something of great significance. Yet, she clung to Leon's arm without complaint, her eyes twinkling like a charming ornament. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the cellar's wooden planks, illuminating the interior. By gauging the intensity and angle of the light, one could discern the passage of time outside. As the sunlight slanted and softened, the tense daylight hours were nearing their end. With constant vigilance towards the sounds outside, they had to remain cautious throughout the day, ensuring no noise escaped them. This concealment was a torment for both Pompey and Leon. Fortunately, such torment would soon conclude, just as the two of them exhaled in relief. A sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the cellar once more. This time, the steps were light and carried an air of urgency and uncertainty. Pompey exchanged a glance with Leon. Through their day of alertness, they had honed their ability to discern footsteps. This particular rhythm was likely that of a child. Adults had little reason to check the cellar entrance. However, children are a different matter altogether. They are curious about everything and often engage in actions that baffle adults. A shadow loomed over the entrance to the cellar, perfectly obscuring the light. This shadow resembled a pair of dark, enormous hands, blocking their exit from life itself. The darkness thickened, sealing off the last remaining crevice. As their feet pressed against the cellar's wooden floor, a piercing sound echoed, reminiscent of the devil-esque mockery. Leon had already raised his black stone shield and his sword in one hand. Should they be discovered, he would need to charge out with Alice and Pompey immediately. Otherwise, they would be completely trapped here by the watchmen and militia of Shiyuan town. While Leon could escape alone, bringing along a child and an injured person made the endeavor considerably more arduous. After a moment of oppressive stillness above, footsteps resumed their movement. The darkness and weight overhead vanished in an instant, allowing Leon and Pompey to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Alice gently tugged at Leon's arm, pointing to the cover above the cellar. There, a pair of eyes pressed against the gap, intently observing below. The features were obscured by the cover, rendering them a silhouette of blackness. But those eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, as if they had glimpsed something unfathomable. Leon and Pompey were struck dumb. The eyes outside the cellar shattered the tranquility of Shiyuan town. Pompey whispered hoarsely, "We must keep this person quiet. Do not let him call for help." As he spoke, the eyes gradually retreated, yet their form became increasingly discernible in the sunlight. With a creak, the cellar cover was lifted, and sunlight streamed in, outlining a youthful figure. The sudden brightness blinded Leon and Pompey, prompting them to instinctively shield their eyes. Alice, however, remained transfixed, seemingly unaffected. Pompey covered his eyes with both hands yet lowered his voice, urgently insisting, "Quick, stop him. We cannot let him." But before Pompey could finish, Leon had already covered the boy's mouth. At that moment, he had fully adjusted to the light and recognized the child who had opened the cellar cover. A face he found quite familiar. In the next instant, realization dawned upon Leon. This child was the one he had saved on the night of the invasion by concealing him with a bedboard and sheets. The boy, upon seeing Leon, expressed joy in his eyes, glanced around, and in a hushed tone asked, "Are you hungry?" With his mouth covered, Pompey ceased to struggle. His gaze darted back and forth between the little boy and Leon. If food and water were available, that would be ideal. They had already divided the food from the previous night among themselves, and now they were in desperate need of water. The little boy nodded, saying, "All right, please wait a moment." He then lowered the cover again and scattered some grass on top as a disguise. The hurried footsteps gradually receded amid the creaking of the cover. It was then that Pompey hastily inquired, "What just happened? You simply let that boy go. Surely, it wasn't compassion that drove you to this? Such an act could lead us into irretrievable peril." Leon paused momentarily and replied, "I choose to believe. Previously, during my stay in Shiyuan town, I discovered a small boy hiding beneath the bed. The other residents of Shiyuan town would scream upon seeing me, yet the boy remained silent and obedient. It was only after I concealed the room a bit that he managed to survive. You saved his life, and thus he seeks to repay you today." Leon nodded and rose to the area beneath the cover, seemingly speaking to himself, yet addressing Pompey as well. "Although I choose to believe, I must still prepare for contingencies." After recuperating for over a day in Shiyuan town, both Leon and Pompey had regained their strength, their wounds having scabbed over. However, now that they had been discovered by the townsfolk, any prolonged contact might reveal their secret. "Tonight, we shall depart." Pompey immediately concurred. "I agree. After all, he is merely a child, and it is inevitable that he may give himself away. If the other townspeople were to discover the presence of a monster, one could only imagine how they might react." Pompey chuckled self-deprecatingly. Despite not harboring such intentions, the truth remains that as a creature of darkness, he is subject to judgment. Humanity tends to judge by appearances, readily assigning definitions or clinging stubbornly to their beliefs. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed once more. The grass atop the cover was brushed aside, and the boy lifted it to reveal a basket of goods. I could only gather this much for now. The rest will be taken after they fall asleep tonight. Perhaps sensing Leon's larger stature, the boy instinctively felt that the food he brought was insufficient for the three of them. Thank you, but it's unnecessary. We plan to leave tonight. The boy appeared somewhat dazed, having just met them only to hear the news of their departure. May I know your name? He asked, gripping the hem of his pants, torn between emotions. Leon. Chapter 42. A return to the research institute. The small boy lingered, his quivering lips betraying the multitude of questions he held. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky. The night watchmen returned to the streets, and residents, including children, were urged to swiftly retreat to their homes. The boy waved his hand and asked, "Will we meet again? If fate permits, we shall see each other again." In the dead of night, as Leon, Pompey, and Alice embarked on their journey back to the Dawn Research Institute, Leon cast a glance back at the dilapidated, yet hopeful and vibrant Shiyuan town. This time, it seemed unlikely they would return. Regardless of whether they could uncover any clues at the Research Institute, Leon's immediate plan was to leave this place. In the territory of the Southern Blackstone Federation, where the population is dense and trade is frequent, the locals harbor an unexpectedly unified stance against creatures of darkness, determined to eradicate them. Should this endeavor yield no useful information, Leon contemplated heading north, toward the domain of the United Fund. In the north, the land is vast and sparsely populated with goblins, barbarians, and Romani gypsies whose attitudes toward dark beings are not as rigid as those in the south. In fact, many Romani gypsies are deeply fascinated by the study of dark abilities. Perhaps there, he might more easily unearth clues regarding forbidden life. As night fell, unburdened by carts and children, the trio's pace quickened significantly. As dawn approached, they finally reached the mountain that housed the Dawn Research Institute. After more than 2 days of airing out, the black smoke within the institute had dissipated. From the base of the mountain, nothing seemed amiss. Throughout the journey, Leon remained industrious, practicing all the skills he had acquired. Observing the improvement in his proficiency and the allocation of free points brought him a sense of fulfillment, as if he had not squandered the day. Currently, his highest proficiency was in tentacle control, and in 5 days, it would be upgraded to level 2. Leon was quite curious about the changes that would accompany this upgrade. Pompey examined the tire tracks on the mountain path and confidently stated upon returning, "The tracks are from 2 days ago. No one has been here." Leon furrowed his brow and replied after a moment, "Let us hope my concerns are unwarranted. We shall follow the tire tracks upward, avoiding the jungle. By treading upon the original tire marks, they would leave no footprints and could move faster than through the underbrush." As the sun fully rose above the horizon, the trio arrived once more at the tunnel located midway up the mountain where the Dawn Research Institute stood. After 2 days of cooling, the tunnel had become entirely filled with blackened ash. A warm breeze could still be felt within, a testament to the ferocity of the fire. Upon entering the institute, they found the first basement level littered with burnt trucks and cargo, reduced to ashes. The trucks remained only as skeletal black frames, and the bodies on the ground had charred into desiccated remains. The three made their way directly to the experimental area on the second basement level. When they departed that day, the equipment had been ravaged, deliberately destroyed to erase any trace of research. Leon recounted the circumstances of their departure to Pompeii. Compared to his own amnesia, Pompey was likely more familiar with the institute. Upon arriving at the research center, they beheld the completely incinerated equipment. Exposed transistors lay shattered. The plastic casings of monitors had melted entirely, and the mainboards of the devices were rendered useless, with not a single intact storage medium to be found. In such dire conditions, even a master mechanic from another world would leave disheartened. After a moment of contemplation, Pompey remarked, "Given the scale of this inferno, it seems all electronic storage devices are beyond repair. Let us check the Doctor's quarters. Perhaps fortune will favor us there." As Pompey spoke, he glanced at Alice and noted her lack of reaction to the mention of the Doctor's name before continuing. The area was engulfed in blackened ash, and the temperature steadily rose as they delved deeper. The chill of early spring outside had transformed into a sauna-like heat within. The Doctor's quarters had also succumbed to the flames, now dominated by shades of black. Nearly everything had been charred, with glass from the lighting fixtures shattered under high temperatures, scattered into fragments. Leon and Pompey rummaged through the wreckage of the bookshelf and desk, uncovering nothing of value. With a soft sigh, Pompey declared, "There is nothing here either. We must proceed to the resurrection chamber." Leon pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Alice, you and Uncle Pompey shall wait here." He had no intention of subjecting Alice to the harrowing scene of awakening once more. Who could say how she would react upon discovering the remains of the doctor? After all, this is a world endowed with extraordinary powers, where anything is possible. Leon. Search meticulously. Leave no stone unturned amidst the ruins, nor overlook any hidden corners, Pompey called out, craning his neck from outside the resurrection chamber. Upon entering the chamber, Leon's first task was to scour the ground for the unburnt cover of the black tome. In a mere glance, he spotted the cover he had been longing for. The pages within had turned to ash, yet the sheepskin cover remained untouched. The silver skull of a ram, crafted from metal, glimmered with an eerie radiance under the feeble light, completely unscathed. Leon tugged at it with force. The sheepskin cover was remarkably resilient, even with Leon's strength. Thrice that of an ordinary man, it showed no signs of damage, nor did it even warp. It appeared that this sheepskin cover was indeed a valuable item, potentially aiding in the search for the black tome and tracing its origins. Stowing away the sheepskin cover, Leon shifted his focus to the charred remains of Dr. Mate. As a nefarious scholar who had devoted decades to the study of the black tome and the forbidden anatomy of life stitching, Dr. Mate's hands were stained with an unfathomable amount of blood. The countless fragments of stitched beings littering the underground tomb were a testament to his malevolence. Leon probed through the remains with his tendrils. As the deepest part of the underground laboratory and the first site of the inferno, the doctor's bones had been scorched by flames, with many areas cracked or broken under the intense heat, while some had turned to ash. However, Leon soon noticed something unusual. As he rummaged through the bones, a small object, starkly contrasting in color with the remains, fell from the ribcage, precisely where the heart would have been. It was no larger than a fingernail and was pitch black. After some diligent searching beneath the bones with his tendrils, he finally located it. A quick wipe revealed a smooth crystal, entirely black, resembling an irregular piece of obsidian. Just as curiosity about why this crystal was found among the bones arose, a sudden notification popped up in the system interface. Dark energy crystal cluster discovered. Using it can enhance dark attributes and abilities. Would you like to use it? Yes, no. A dark energy crystal cluster? Could this be a substance refined from the vast amounts of dark energy accumulated by Dr. Mate through his prolonged immersion in the black tome? It would be difficult to explain its presence within the bones otherwise. Without hesitation, Leon opted to use it. And at that very moment, a thunderous roar of a truck engine erupted from the foot of the mountain. A grand convoy was advancing along the winding mountain road, heading towards the research facilities tunnel. Chapter 43, System Update, Skill Upgrade. Leon chose to utilize the dark energy crystal cluster. His tendrils uncontrollably wrapped the pebble-sized crystal within their suction cups and retracted back into his arm. Immediately, Leon felt a surge of energy coursing through his right arm, relentlessly washing over his body. This energy permeated every part of him. Upon sensing the dark energy, his cells became remarkably active and responsive. The scabs and wounds on Leon's back healed rapidly and tightened under the influence of the vibrant energy cells. The desiccated scabs were even expelled from his body, falling away as fresh flesh filled the void. The charred tendrils, too, detached like nails, growing and filling in at a visibly accelerated pace. His body enveloped in abundant dark energy, each breath Leon took bestowed upon him an unprecedented experience. Absorb dark energy crystals. Your Constitution 1. You have gained 3 points to allocate freely. Unlocking Dark Domination Authority, Dark Domination. You can convert allocation points into skill proficiency at a ratio of 1:100. Upon seeing this system message, Leon momentarily froze before his face broke into an expression of sheer ecstasy. Skill proficiency had always been a troublesome issue for him, although he earned proficiency daily. The meager 10 points he received each day meant it took at least 10 days to level up a skill. Skills like Shield Block, which required practical experience for proficiency to increase, were particularly frustrating. Now, with Dark Domination, he could transform allocation points into proficiency, solving a significant problem for Leon. At a 1:100 ratio, 1 allocation point equated to 100 points of proficiency, enabling a direct upgrade of a skill by 1 level. With a fixed daily gain of 1 allocation point, that translated to an additional 10 points of proficiency, effectively doubling the speed of skill enhancement when combined with the 10 points earned through daily training. Could this dark energy crystal cluster be produced by creatures deeply versed in dark sorcery? Having only discovered this entity from the doctor, Leon hesitated to draw any conclusions. Nonetheless, the effects and efficacy of the dark energy crystal cluster left a profound impression on him, restoring his body to its prime and unlocking system skills, while augmenting attributes and allocation points. Its potency was undeniably remarkable. Eager to explore the newly unlocked system features, Leon began his experimentation. The warrior's skills didn't necessitate enhancement. Upgrades merely amplified damage and effects. Leon's greatest interest lay in the innate skill of tendril control. With a thought, he clicked on the number next to the skill, raising proficiency by 10 points with each click, while reducing his allocation points by 1. Tendril control upgraded to level 2, unlocking new skill effects. Spit. The ink sac at the center of the tendril expels a viscous liquid, obscuring the target's vision. Note: spitting requires the absorption of digestible pigment substances. As the skill advanced, Leon felt an organ within the center of the tendril in his right arm swelling at a visibly rapid rate. The ink sac, once the size of a fingernail, had now evolved and expanded to several centimeters, taking on an elongated, spindle shape, slightly bulging in the center while tapering at both ends. With a mere thought, the ink sac opened at one end, revealing its elastic muscles within. It appeared the sac could serve not only as an offensive weapon but also as a reservoir for water and other substances. The requirement to absorb digestible pigment substances indicated that the spitting function necessitated the injection of dye. The category of pigments has been defined. They must be pigmented substances that are digestible. Leon pondered for a moment, recognizing the remarkable ability at hand. Originally, the octopus's ink sac could only expel ink, but with his newfound skill, he could absorb any pigmented substance and correspondingly release it in various colors. This capability, adaptable to different scenarios and versatile in application, evidently surpassed the original. Currently, the research facility was abundant with ash from combustion. Without hesitation, Leon used his tentacles to scoop up a handful of ash and stuffed it into his ink sac. Extending his right arm, his tentacles unfurled like a twisted, resplendent sunflower, and from the center, a plume of black mist erupted, enveloping an area approximately 2 meters in diameter. A smile crept upon Liang's lips. With this technique, he could launch surprise attacks at close range or create a veil of black mist from a distance, providing an opportunity to escape. His tactical options and mobility had significantly increased. Notably, the ash expelled from the ink sac constituted merely 1/5 of its total capacity, implying that a fully loaded ink sac could discharge 5 times. Outside the rebirth chamber, Pompey and Alice, witnessing Liang's prolonged absence, grew concerned and called out, "Liang, what is happening in there?" All three were creatures of darkness, innately attuned to the shadows, with exceptional night vision. "Oh, I'm just wrapping up. I'll be out shortly," Liang replied, emerging from the rebirth chamber with the parchment cover in hand. This journey back to the research facility was immensely fruitful. Not only had it enhanced his own strength and foundation, but it had also revealed the elevating influence of the dark energy crystal clusters upon him. Most importantly, however, was the parchment cover from the Black Codex. This fireproof parchment cover likely concealed the secrets of this forbidden tome of life. If he could decipher the origins of the parchment, it might lead him to clues regarding the Black Codex. "I found it," Liang declared, shaking the cover of the Black Codex. The next step was to trace its source, which could potentially unveil the lineage of the Black Codex. Given that it was made of parchment, it was undoubtedly crafted from sheepskin. Yet, the fact that even Liang's strength could not tear it, nor could fire harm it, indicated that this was no ordinary material. It had either undergone some form of enhancement or originated from an extraordinary black goat. Regardless of which, both Liang and Pompey now possessed a lead to pursue. Indeed, this trip was not in vain, Pompey grinned. As humans, we live for hope. Initially, his hope was to escape the bloody, malevolent research facility. After achieving his revenge, that hope had been extinguished, leaving him adrift in a purposeless existence. In his desperate state, Pompey had even contemplated surrendering to death. Yet, Liang had rekindled a new hope for him, a new life goal, to seek a way to restore his humanity. Although it seemed a distant dream, it illuminated a path forward amidst the darkness. The emergence of the Black Codex parchment cover further solidified this aspiration. All right, now that we have secured the most crucial item, let us depart. The exploration of the research facility is complete. It's time to leave. Not only was Leon affected, but at this moment, Pompey too experienced an unexpected flutter of anxiety amidst his joy. The trio retraced their steps, and just as they reached the 3rd level of the underground research facility, Pompey abruptly halted, extending a leg to block Leon and Alice's path. "Shoo! I believe I hear some commotion from above." Chapter 44. The Devil Within the Research Facility. Although Pompey's night vision was the weakest among the three, his auditory perception was unparalleled. From the 3rd underground level, he detected disturbances from above. Leon and Alice held their breath, striving not to disrupt the silence. Leon speculated that the sounds were generated by survivors of the fused entities, disturbed by their entrance into the facility. However, as Pompey listened intently, his expression grew increasingly grave. It was the sound of footsteps, and there were many. This revelation shattered any semblance of hope that lingered in Leon's mind. If they were indeed fused entities, The noise would not manifest as footsteps. Are they coming for us? Leon could not help but inquire. When they entered the facility, Pompey had heard nothing. This indicated that the intruders had only arrived after their entry. A premeditated ambush? Leon squinted, realizing that within a mere 2 days, such a substantial force could be mobilized to return to the research facility. It was likely the mastermind behind the facility, Count Monroe of Rostam City, orchestrating this. According to Pompey, it was highly probable that among this cadre of assailants, there existed individuals of extraordinary prowess. In other words, a fierce battle awaited. Pompey raised a paw, signaling for silence, and stealthily ascended the staircase to better discern the source of the sounds. As he listened, he remarked, "The footsteps are scattered and not converging specifically towards the 3rd underground level. They are coming from various directions, indicating they are not solely here for us." Leon's mind raced as he contemplated their strategy. If they were not targeting them, it suggested that this group sought the research findings of the facility. Recalling the data center on the 2nd floor that had been destroyed, with backup data taken and current data obliterated, their objective must be to locate Dr. Maid's personal notes and the Black Tome. "Can you discern their numbers?" Leon inquired further. Pompey lowered his head, swiveling it left and right. "The noise is too chaotic to ascertain, but I estimate there are at least 20 or 30. Currently, they were on the upper level, and at this pace, it was inevitable they would descend to the 3rd underground level, with the path leading to the resurrection chamber being a one-way dead end. The current rhythm suggested they would soon reach the 3rd level." Accompanied by Pompey and Alice, Leon recognized the futility of confronting such a multitude of adversaries. He had to devise a means to extricate them first. "We must ascend and find a hiding place." The 3rd underground level offered no means of concealment or cover. While the enemies had yet to completely block the passage, they needed to seek refuge on the 2nd floor and find an opportunity. Leon turned, crouched, and gently ruffled Alice's hair. "There will be danger shortly. Stay close to Pompey. Whatever you do, do not shout. Hold on to this tightly." He handed Alice the sheepskin-bound Black Tome. Alice nodded obediently, reluctantly releasing Leon's hand as she accepted the sheepskin cover and approached Pompey. "You all hide first. I will divert the enemy's attention, allowing you to escape. I will come to find you." Leon's plan was straightforward. Among the 3, he alone possessed the ability to fight. Thus it fell upon him to draw the enemy away, granting Pompey and Alice precious time to flee. Pompey understood the dire situation. Remaining with Alice would only hinder Leon's retreat. "Very well, we shall await your return outside." As they ascended to the 2nd floor, this time there was no need for Pompey's keen ears, for Leon could distinctly hear the rustling footsteps that searched every corner of the underground level. There were even voices crackling over the intercom. "No discoveries here. Everything is charred," came the report. The Institute bore no trace of survivors. Leon led the 2 of them along the walls, the henchmen above them equipped with lighting devices, beams of light swaying with their movements. Pompey took the lead, with Alice and Leon following closely behind. Upon reaching the same level, the sound of footsteps became increasingly pronounced. The 2nd floor was filled with numerous devices and instruments. Given Pompey and Alice's stature, they could easily find cover to hide. Leon concealed himself in a blind spot, watching the shifting beams of light, holding his breath with focused intensity. Having recently acquired the dark energy crystal cluster, his strength had surged, and now he faced an adversary. With his left hand clutching a shield and his right extending a tendril, he awaited the approach of the nearest enemy. "Captain, we have a situation." Footprints detected. Just as Leon prepared to strike, a sudden report interrupted his actions, halting the search of all team members. The footprints were humanoid and significantly larger than an average person's. Instantly, a familiar and excited voice crackled over the intercom. "It's Leon. He is alive, right here. Everyone, be cautious," came Captain Ander's voice. In front of Monroe 3, Captain Ander had regrouped personnel under the pretext of the free-willed amalgamated Leon, returning to the Dawn Research Institute to investigate his whereabouts. Although backup data had been obtained, the amalgamated Leon remained a crucial element of the plan. "Alive, we must see him. Dead, we must see the body." Ander surmised that Leon's ability to incite a rebellion among the amalgamates indicated he had made sufficient preparations. Coupled with their previous encounters, Ander harbored a sense that Leon, despite appearing simple-minded, was in fact rather astute. This return to the Research Institute was primarily to search for the Black Codex and Leon's body. Should they find Leon's corpse and witness his demise with their own eyes, the backup data would become the sole amalgamated record, marking a significant achievement. Conversely, if they failed to locate Leon's body, it would imply that he had ultimately escaped the Institute. In such a case, Captain Ander would have a new objective to recover Leon, which would also be a considerable accomplishment. Hearing his subordinate report new footprints on the ash-laden ground indicated one thing: Leon was still alive, perhaps even back at the Institute. Search thoroughly. Everyone. Gather and follow the footprints. The nearest team member bent down to examine the tracks. In the distance, the team members on the second level began to bow their heads, searching for any traces of footprints. Suddenly, the headlamp at the forefront flickered erratically before extinguishing entirely. A chilling scream pierced the silence, and then everything fell eerily quiet. What had just transpired? The team was still grappling with the sudden disappearance of a comrade who had been so close moments before. Fear glimmered in their eyes as they swept their headlamps around, scanning their surroundings. A mass of tendrils shot out, ensnaring the legs of a team member at the periphery. Yanking him fiercely, the sound of gunfire erupted. Another scream echoed, and yet another teammate was lost. Consolidate the formation. Consolidate the formation. Enemy attack. All present immediately huddled together, too terrified to spread out, fearing that a phantom from the darkness would snatch them away. The team members were panting, their hearts racing. The unknown adversary was far more terrifying than the visible stitched monstrosity, akin to a devil lurking in the shadows, striking without a sound. Chapter 45. Unparalleled carnage. The team on the second underground level was drenched in cold sweat, exuding a palpable fear. The enemy, elusive and insidious, had already claimed the lives of 2 comrades, yet they had not even glimpsed a shadow of the foe. The anguished cries of their fallen companions became the most haunting soundtrack within the research facility. As the commander, Ander arrived late, flanked by 5 fully armed guards, and swiftly merged into the dense formation of his team, positioning himself at the center. Ander surveyed his surroundings. Under the searchlight, everything appeared charred and blackened. The illumination cast a grayish pallor over the scene, with dark silhouettes stretching long and ominous. A mere flicker of movement would send the soldiers into a frenzy, mistaking shadows for swiftly advancing enemies. Paranoia reigned. The hands gripping their weapons trembled in anxiety. They could even hear the rapid heartbeats and breaths of those around them. Fear was infectious, especially in the enveloping darkness, where the overhead spotlight became their last bastion of courage. Ander clenched his fists, feeling the space grow increasingly cramped. The air thinned and suffocating from their collective anxiety. Do not panic. The opponent is merely an awakened stitched creature and is not particularly swift. With so many of us, we can surely overcome it. With Ander's encouragement, the team members seemed to regain some semblance of confidence, adjusting their breathing and calming their inner trepidation. Poppy and Alice lurked in the shadows, advancing cautiously with each sound, only to retreat behind cover when silence reigned. Their collective gathering provided a sense of security for their escape. Leon hid in the darkness, observing the soldiers huddled together, perhaps accustomed to witnessing the fear in his enemies. Leon had unwittingly learned to manipulate and control the dread that festered within humanity. The visible enemy was not frightening. It was the unseen foe that instilled true terror. The relentless psychological pressure gradually depletes their spirit and energy, eroding their will to fight like ants breaching a dam. Time drags on inexorably. For Leon, after assimilating the dark energy crystal clusters, he has fully regained his peak condition. Now, he lurks in the shadows, holding all the cards. Ander and his subordinates are drenched in beads of sweat. Leon, having restored his intellect, has cunningly chosen to take the initiative, consuming time while forcing them to endure immense psychological strain. It is crucial to understand that mental fortitude is a state of being. Once it wanes, physical abilities inevitably diminish. With a grave expression, Ander retrieves his walkie-talkie and commands, "Elementalists and the remaining personnel, secure the entrance tunnel. Not even a fly shall escape." This directive serves both his comrades and Leon, a reminder of the stakes involved. By providing backup data to Count Monroe, Ander not only secured his pardon, but also regained the authority to lead an investigation. He has mobilized troops from the forces of Monarch III and, as a precaution, borrowed 5 elementalists from the Royal Sanctum. The current lineup is nothing short of magnificent. By ordering the elementalists and other guards to seal the tunnel, he effectively blocks Leon's escape route, thereby exerting further pressure on him. Yet, this is only the beginning. Ander continues to issue commands. All personnel on site, heed my orders. Retreat slowly to the first underground level to rendezvous with the Light Elementalist. The Light Elementalist, as the name implies, is adept in the use of luminous spells. In such profound darkness, a proficient wielder of light holds pivotal significance in the unfolding battle. Hiding in the shadows, Pompey keenly hears Ander's instructions and realizes the gravity of the situation. This is dire. Once the Light Elementalist arrives, Leon will be utterly exposed. This light energy, comparable to sunlight, specifically counters dark creatures. For Pompey, the tunnel's blockade is not a significant concern. However, the dispatch of several elementalists, especially a light elementalist, intensifies his anxiety. Pompey has abandoned thoughts of escape, consumed instead by the desire to alleviate Leon's burdens. Leon, too, perceives Ander's intent to pressure him into revealing himself. Although he is uncertain of the light elementalist's capabilities, he assumes they are not inferior to a nameless warrior and given their natural advantage against dark beings. Their effectiveness is undeniable. Should Anders' squad merge with the light elementalist, Leon would have nowhere to hide. Moreover, with other elementalists and soldiers guarding the tunnel entrance, Pompey and Alice have no chance of escape. You wish to compel me into action, do you? Very well, as you desire. Presently, Ander and his team are concentrated at the inner passage leading to the third underground level. There remains a considerable distance to traverse before they can unite with the light elementalist. With the group assembled, there is no need for Leon to dart about. The timing of the offensive is entirely at his discretion. The number of individuals conducting the search in the research facility is approximately 30, each armed with assault rifles featuring 25-round magazines. Now, they formed a circle, with Captain Andy at the center. Leon seized the assault rifle he had confiscated from a soldier and, utilizing his tendrils, extended them to their maximum length of approximately 2 meters to control the firing mechanism. Rat-a-tat-tat. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the shadows, accompanied by flashes of light. 25 bullets swiftly rained down. Though lacking precision, the cacophony of gunfire instantly struck the most vulnerable nerve in every soldier present. Bullets struck the ground around them, and some unfortunate souls were hit in the torso, emitting anguished cries. The soldiers on the periphery instinctively ducked to evade the bullets, causing their formation to disintegrate like snowflakes melting under heat, scattering in an instant. Focus. To survive, they must concentrate. Andy felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated that Leon would launch an assault with firearms against them. All the soldiers' attention was fixated on the source of the gunfire, as bullets continued to rain down. It seemed to be a release of their inner terror, as if the sound of gunfire and the flashes of light bolstered their courage. Yet, the concentration of floodlights and flames was destined to be an exercise in futility. Leon surged forward, darting from the shadows like a phantom. His speed was such that, at the edge of the illuminated area, he left only a fleeting afterimage. By the time anyone realized what was happening, Leon was already upon them. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, his muscular form, marred by grotesque black sutures, surged forward with an alarming intensity. The experience of facing such a being in close proximity was unimaginable. Leon's fists unleashed formidable power. A blow from his 500-kilogram punch would be fatal even against armored foes, striking vital points with lethal precision, even if he missed the vital areas. A hit to a limb would likely result in immediate fractures. A strike to the torso would lead to internal bleeding and ruptures, incapacitating the victim instantly. In a mere 2 seconds of chaos, Leon had already felled 3 men. The system interface emitted several notifications, but Leon had no time to spare for such distractions. The soldiers finally reacted, shouting for everyone to disperse and directing their lights towards Leon. With his left hand raised, he wielded the Blackstone shield, crouching low. The hail of bullets descended upon him like a fiery dragon, clattering against the shield. Meanwhile, a thin layer of fury enveloped the outer edge of the shield, augmenting its defensive area. As bullets collided with it, they sparked brilliantly. Leon extended his tendrils, releasing the accumulated ash he had collected. Boom. A black suspension spread through the air, creating a 2-meter diameter zone of pure darkness. The soldiers submerged in this blackened realm found their floodlights smeared with the viscous liquid, rendering them ineffective. Those on the outside could not discern the situation within the dark fog either. The thought of comrades trapped inside made them hesitate to fire recklessly. 2 horrifying screams pierced the air, followed by the sound of dragging, and the battlefield was once again enveloped in silence. The odor of blood, the acrid scent of gunpowder, mingled with fear, permeating the ranks of the soldiers. Chapter 46. The optimal partner. The black mist lingered, like a curtain separating the protagonists of this grim performance from the audience. From the anguished cries that faded into the distance, the crowd discerned that Leon had abducted 2 soldiers and fled. Following those screams, the fate of the 2 soldiers appeared grim. Anders' face mirrored the pallor of dread, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Although Leon had only been present for a fleeting moment, the rhythm and the abilities he exhibited far surpassed Anders' expectations, particularly the skills of charge and shield block, which Ander would never forget. During the skirmish at Shiyuan town, it was these very abilities that had led to the loss of several of his comrades before they ultimately captured the town, culminating in a vengeful fire that consumed it. Now, Leon wielded these same powers, brandishing the iron shield that symbolized the Blackstone Federation. Everything was inextricably linked to the nameless warrior. Furthermore, the black mist that Leon unleashed was so dense that even high-intensity searchlights could not penetrate it. Should he allow this technique to close in, one would become utterly vulnerable to slaughter. It was imperative to reunite with the elemental mage swiftly. Only with their assistance could they gain the upper hand and apprehend Leon. At that moment, Concealed in the shadows, Leon reveled in the effects of his recent onslaught. Whether it was charge, shield block, or spray, he had significantly hindered his foes. To have slain several from a group of 30 while retreating unscathed was simply exhilarating. He envisioned the thrill of using Slash amidst the crowd after unleashing the black mist, inflicting devastating area damage. Surely, those soldiers would be nothing more than chaff. Glancing at the system interface, he was astonished to discover that each soldier he eliminated granted him 1 free allocation point. Having dispatched 5 soldiers through both his recent actions and earlier ambushes, he had accrued a total of 5 free allocation points. With around 30 to 50 soldiers present, the potential for more points was tantalizing, and the elemental mages would undoubtedly be of greater value than the mere foot soldiers. With this thought, Leon's excitement escalated. Encirclement? It was as if they were delivering experience points right to his doorstep. What had initially been a plan to flee had now transformed. His new objective was to ensure that not a single enemy escaped. Meanwhile, Pompey and Alice had been observing from the shadows, witnessing Leon's proactive assault against 30 foes, which created a suppressive effect and significantly bolstered their confidence. This prompted Pompey to reconsider his strategy, given Leon's capabilities. It was merely a matter of time before he vanquished those 30 adversaries. Thus, Pompey resolved to do his utmost to delay the enemy reinforcements, creating chaos to disrupt Anders' judgment. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Since the enemy was currently amassed on the 2nd underground level, he would create a diversion, not only to mislead Anders' perceptions, but also to provide auditory cover for Leon's actions. Such a ruckus would potentially compel Anders to call for external assistance, raising doubts about whether they could even escape the 2nd level. In addition to recreating opportunities for departure, Pompey could also incite chaos, delaying the arrival of reinforcements and thereby creating a chance for Leon to annihilate Anders and his entourage. Pompey's mind was agile, and as this plan crystallized in his thoughts, he felt an expanse of clarity wash over him. He tugged at Alice with his forepaw, signaling her to crouch. Subsequently, he jostled the chart cabinet beside him. The sudden commotion instantly captured the attention of Anders and his soldiers. The gunfire erupted anew, the flashes illuminating the surroundings amidst the cacophony. The sound was jarring, and the explosive power of the bullets detonated nearby, striking the scorched cover with a force that seemed capable of shattering the cabinet at any moment. Alice covered her ears with her small hands, curling up into a tight ball. Pompey gently rose, cradling Alice in his forelimbs to instill a sense of safety within her. "Do not turn around completely. Be wary of feigned attacks," Anders commanded, his voice steady amidst the crowd, attempting to stabilize the emotions of his subordinates. Yet even he felt beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his body bristling with tension. "Each of you maintain your positions. Fire upon any signs of irregularity." Anders' voice was calm, yet it exuded every ounce of courage he could muster. Just moments ago, Leon had vanished to the left. Yet the sound now emanated from the right, instilling an ominous premonition within Anders that he dared not articulate. His sole desire was to advance swiftly and reunite with the elementalists. With their extraordinary powers in play, confronting Leon would become significantly less arduous. A tumult of emotions swirled within Anders. Despite the fact that dozens were searching for Leon, the tables had turned, rendering Leon the predator. This profound shift in roles evoked a potent sense of humiliation within him. Once he had gathered all the elementalists, he vowed to torment Leon thoroughly to assuage his pent-up resentment. Concealed in the shadows, Leon detected the sudden sounds and the eruption of gunfire, instantly realizing that Pompey was disrupting Anders and his soldiers' judgment to provide him with cover. A smirk curled at the corners of Leon's lips, the stitches at the edges of his mouth stretching taut under the strain of his muscles, even oozing a trickle of blood that was disturbingly vivid. Leon's tendrils grasped the firearms of the 2 soldiers he had just dispatched, silently searching for the optimal angle. With the need to guard against threats from all directions, the firepower from each side would inevitably diminish. Pompey had played his part. Now it was time for Leon to take the stage. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. 2 weapons unleashing their fury, flames bursting forth like columns. A soldier was struck, letting out a scream while repeatedly lamenting, "I've been hit. I've been hit. Don't leave me behind." The soldiers quickly pinpointed the source of the fire and retaliated. Yet Leon merely fired his weapon without revealing himself. The bullets wasted in the void. Understanding the cue, Pompey began to move forward with Alice, simultaneously creating noise behind them. Sounds oscillated from left to right, ensnaring the soldiers' attention as if pulled by invisible hands. Just as the noise from the left subsided, it surged anew from the right, leaving them overwhelmed and unable to respond effectively. The agonizing cries of injured soldiers resonated through the air, a haunting melody that tightened the heartstrings. Poised to snap under the weight of the oppressive atmosphere, Fear, profound and pervasive, began to infiltrate their minds. Ender inhaled sharply, his heart betraying him with an erratic rhythm. If this continued, they would likely be unable to endure until their escape. Ender retrieved his radio and issued a command that contradicted their original plan. All personnel outside. Swiftly assist on the second underground level. All element users, assemble for reinforcements. No sooner had he spoken than Elon reappeared, charging towards the outermost soldier with a fierce determination. The soldier fired instinctively, but Elon had already raised his shield. The charge reached the soldier in mere seconds. Yet the shield's defensive effect lasted a full 3 seconds. Bullets collided with the shield, producing a deafening clang that sparked a dazzling array of fireworks. At that moment, Pompey, understanding the situation, stealthily led Alice into the pitch-black corridor, seizing the opportunity to snipe the element users while others were caught off guard. As the new week approached, a renewed push on the new book rankings was imminent. Requests for votes and rewards followed. Chapter 47, Quintuple Elements. Taking advantage of the 2 seconds provided by the shield's defense, Elon unleashed 2 powerful punches, perhaps due to the sheer terror of the moment. These strikes did not leave the soldier incapacitated. Instead, they resulted in instantaneous death. The sight of the soldier, with a concave abdomen collapsing lifelessly, astonished everyone present. Just as the shield's protective duration ended, Elon dared not linger. Tendrils of dark mist erupted forth, allowing him to escape amidst the gunfire. The soldiers enveloped in the black fog immediately scattered in panic, resembling a horde of cockroaches caught stealing sweet treats. Emerging from the mist, their tactical goggles and searchlights were shrouded in a thick layer of darkness, impairing their vision. Attempts to wipe it away only resulted in smearing the black fog further, making clarity even more elusive. Once they emerged from the fog, the soldiers regrouped swiftly, advancing steadily down the corridor. At this moment, each soldier was united by a singular belief. Once they entered the corridor, Elon would have nowhere to hide, and they would be safe. Upon reuniting with the light element users, they would unleash their fears and retaliate against the dark creatures. Meanwhile, upon receiving Captain Ander's orders, the soldiers and element users stationed in the tunnel rushed downwards. The light element user stood at the forefront, rubbing his hands together in the air, conjuring a shimmering silver sphere of light. With a sudden thrust of his arms, he clapped his hands together. The silver sphere transformed into a radiant burst of white light, dispersing in a shockwave down the corridor. Every illuminated area glimmered with silver, pulsating as if some living creature were breathing. All right, we can proceed now, the light element user remarked, his expression calm, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding battle below. Of course, he had the authority to maintain such composure. Typically, a mere lieutenant from the Count's guard would not be qualified to command them, but under the Count's orders, they had no choice but to comply. Exploring the realms of darkness and confronting the creatures that dwell within it is inherently the forte of the light elementalists. However, just moments ago, Ender had ordered their elemental squad to remain at the tunnel's entrance, ostensibly to guard against the enemy's escape. In truth, he feared that they might uncover crucial leads first and thus eclipse his own achievements, relegating them to mere sentinels at the tunnel's mouth. Now, faced with an insurmountable peril, he suddenly wailed for their swift assistance, demanding their intervention. As masters of extraordinary powers, the elementalists were understandably displeased at being summoned by an ordinary individual of equal rank. Consequently, as they illuminated their path forward, the light elementalists chose to deliberately delay their advance, opting for a measured pace rather than rushing. Their steadiness bordered on the unreasonable. Esteemed elementalist, might we hasten our pace? Captain Ender may not endure for much longer, a bold soldier ventured to suggest. The light elementalist turned sharply, his voice tinged with irritation. Do you comprehend the nature of the dark beings better than I? Who can say whether Captain Ender has fallen into the enemy's snare? If we charge ahead recklessly, could we not also become ensnared by the adversary? His retort left the soldier speechless, his face flushed with indignation, yet unable to muster a rebuttal. Casting a sidelong glance at the wind elementalist beside him, the light elementalist noticed a subtle nod, indicating that Captain Ender was not in immediate danger on the lower level. The 5 elementalists would not allow Ender to perish here. After all, they were executing a mission under the command of the Count. Should Captain Ender meet his demise, it would reflect poorly on their ability to protect. However, allowing Captain Ender to truly experience the fervor of the dark creatures, thereby grasping who the true forces against them were, would serve to temper any unwarranted ambitions he harbored. Thus, they continued their advance. As they traversed the latter part of the underground level, a sudden sound emerged from the shadows, instantly heightening their vigilance. Soldiers aimed their weapons toward the source of the noise, while the elementalists raised their hands, poised to unleash their extraordinary powers. The light elementalist's expression grew grave. The previous claims of ambush by dark creatures had seemed like mere pretexts, yet they had indeed encountered one. gathering energy within his palm. The silvery light from the walls was absorbed and coalesced into a brilliant orb. Go. With a casual command, the orb floated forth, heading directly toward the origin of the sound. The orb, as if imbued with life, dispelled the darkness in its wake, rendering the dark creatures visible. Pompey fixated on the orb, a grimace of trepidation etched across his face. Instinctively, the sight of the orb filled him with foreboding. The corner in which he hid would soon be illuminated. However, the orb's radiance was omnidirectional. Attempting to evade it would force him into the open. No matter how he tried to avoid detection, Pompey adhered to one steadfast principle. He must not draw the conflict toward Alice, who was hiding beneath the staircase. Remaining composed, he refrained from fleeing prematurely. Since it is a matter of restraint, it is necessary to prolong the delay, allowing Leon to thoroughly deal with the soldiers within. However, the brilliance of the bright orb caused Pompey to feel an undeniable discomfort, akin to being fully exposed to the scorching midday sun. As the orb drew nearer, it naturally sensed Pompey's dark aura. Pompey decided to engage in a game of evasion, reminiscent of King Chin circling the pillar. Yet, every circuit must eventually meet its conclusion, and the next emergence would bring him face to face with the enemy. Observing the approaching orb, Pompey gritted his teeth and chose to dash forward with fervor. Within the central corridor, a shadow suddenly flickered by. The elemental mage unleashed fireballs, wind blades, and ice spikes that rained down upon Pompey's evasion path. In an instant, the corridor was filled with flames, frost, and howling winds. As Pompey narrowly took refuge behind another cover, he was filled with trepidation. Any skill from this elemental mage would likely be his undoing, especially considering that his wounds had only just begun to scab over. The exertion had caused many of them to split open, with fresh flesh yet to fully heal. The scabs, stretched taut from overexertion, tore against the new tissue, inflicting excruciating pain that forced Pompey to grit his teeth and draw in sharp breaths. The elemental mages caught a glimpse of the fleeting figure, and the light elemental mage scoffed, remarking, "So it is but a stitched hound." His words dripped with mockery and derision. In response, Pompey shouted, "Yes, indeed. A most ordinary stitched hound. If a mere dog can hinder you, then you are even less than that." The fire elemental mage, incensed, was ready to charge forth. Yet, the light elemental mage raised a hand to halt him, a smirk playing on his lips. This was clearly a provocation. However, if they could resolve the matter from a distance, why place themselves in peril? The bright orb continued its pursuit of the dark creature, while the light elemental mage opened his palm, rapidly absorbing the surrounding light, condensing it into a larger halo. "Lend me your strength." First, the wind elemental mage contributed, as gusts of wind were drawn into the halo, causing it to spin at an alarming speed, forming a thin disk of air. Next, the fire elemental mage infused his flames into the mix, enveloping the wind disk in a layer of fire, rendering it a truly fearsome sight. Finally, the earth and ice elemental mages coalesced their powers into sharp, solidified materials of ice and earth, encircling the outermost layer of the luminous disk. What emerged was a 1-meter diameter elemental slashing attack, amalgamating 5 elemental forces, aimed directly at the path of the bright orb, regardless of any schemes or machinations. This strike would possess the might comparable to heavy artillery, obliterating all in its wake. Chapter 48. Alice's Hidden Power. Through the corridor, Pompey beheld the radiant elemental slash. With the bright orb blocking the path ahead, and the elemental strike poised to attack, Pompey appeared trapped in a dead end. The elemental slash did not rush to strike. Both the elemental mages and Pompey understood that it was merely waiting for the orb to force Pompey towards the opposite end before unleashing its devastating blow. To choose flight would mean facing the overwhelming power of the elemental slash. He did not flee. The radiant energy of the light orb would scorch Pompey, rendering his movements sluggish. This was a conspiracy, an inescapable plot. With gritted teeth, Pompey acknowledged the sheer terror of a singular elemental force. The reason extraordinary beings are deemed extraordinary lies in their mastery over transcendent powers. These powers possess a crushing might against ordinary individuals. Now, as these 5 forces converged, their potency would only amplify. The narrow passageway, along with the scant cover, stood no chance against the eruption of such power. Running towards the stairs, he was pursued by the elemental strike, and the ensuing energy shock could not only jeopardize his own escape, but also place Alice in peril. Was this the end of his journey? The elemental strike stabilized. Various energies either fused or battled independently, maintaining equilibrium under the dominion of light. Once unleashed, this balance would collapse, triggering a chain reaction that would unleash multiple horrors. The light orb advanced, seeking out Pompey's dark essence and drifting closer to him. Realizing escape was futile, Pompey's gaze suddenly turned steely. If there was no path to survival, he would at least create a commotion in death. He had no intention of retreating or lingering around the pillars. The immense power of the elemental strike, if unleashed from this position, could likely cause the staircase to collapse, endangering Alice. His resolve was to advance. With all his might, he charged towards the enemy at the fastest pace possible. Even if the erupting elemental strike were to claim his life, he would ensure that the elemental mages and soldiers would be engulfed by his energy. Even if he failed to destroy them, causing the corridor to cave in would buy Leon precious time to eliminate Ander, thereby fulfilling his purpose. Having made his decision, Pompey's gaze was resolute, embracing death without fear. Some words would remain unspoken to Leon. Yet, Leon had rescued him from the nightmare of the research facility, allowing him to experience the long-awaited freedom and witness the sky beyond. Pompey felt a profound sense of contentment, with no regrets remaining in his heart. How could these insignificant beings hope to contend with him? Next life, perhaps? Pompey shouted, leaping out from behind cover. The scabs on his body tore open from the exertion of his powerful muscles, oozing blood. But in that moment, Pompey faced death with courage, filled with valiant spirit. The light elemental mage sneered, observing the grotesque amalgamation of man and beast rushing toward him. It was time for such a repulsive entity to vanish. The elemental strike was unleashed, a cyclone infused with 5 elemental powers hurtling straight towards Pompey. With a mind unclouded, Pompey focused solely on his speed, urging himself to run faster. The quicker he ran, the closer he would be to the enemy, thus inflicting greater damage. Leon, farewell, Pompey roared. This heart-wrenching farewell pierced Leon's heart, eliciting a sudden pang of anguish. He recognized the resoluteness in that cry. Pompey intended to sacrifice himself. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. Hiding on the staircase, Alice felt the same sense of dread as Leon. Her only relatives were Leon's father and Uncle Pompey. It was Uncle Pompey who distributed food to her, and it was he who shielded her during perilous moments, offering her solace. Tears of blood streamed down Alice's cheeks as she felt the imminent loss of the most significant person in her life. A dull ache resonating in her heart, overwhelming her with despair. Suddenly, her once white irises were engulfed by an inky blackness. The rigidity of her expression twisted into a more grotesque visage. A dark aura surged forth from within her, her gray skin marred by bulging veins, hinting at the presence of a sinister substance swirling within her veins, breeding malevolence. No. Harm. Uncle Pompey. Alice ascended the stairs, emerging into the corridor of the ground floor. Raising a hand, the surrounding dark energy erupted instantaneously. It swept through with overwhelming force, akin to the malevolent essence from the depths of hell. The black mist writhed, coalescing into countless skeletal wraiths that unleashed piercing howls. The radiant white orb was enveloped by the darkness in an instant, devoured without even stirring a ripple. A multitude of skeletal shadows coalesced, resembling a ferocious beast of darkness, advancing relentlessly. Before Pompey could reach the elemental strike, he was entirely consumed by the black mist. In the next moment, the elemental strike collided with the dark energy, but the cataclysmic scene that was anticipated never materialized. The elemental strike, infused with 5 elements, flickered like a flag at rest, manifesting only a few strands of white lightning amidst the black fog before it faded into nothingness. There was no explosion, no shockwave. It was as if it had never existed at all. What is this? The 5 elementalists stood in stunned silence. Such terrifying black magic was unprecedented. Its mere presence effortlessly shattered their combined assault. Quick, protect yourselves. The earth elementalist struck the ground with both hands, raising a formidable earthen barrier. The light elementalist attempted to coalesce a sphere of light, seeking to shield everyone. However, he could only conjure a light orb the size of a fingernail, dim and flickering, barely holding onto its glow. Far from strengthening, it seemed poised to extinguish at any moment. The darkness intensified, banishing the light. He could no longer summon illumination. The fire elementalist conjured fireballs, hurling them repeatedly into the black mist. The explosive fireballs were instantly consumed, their detonations proving ineffectual. The ice and earth elementalists coordinated to erect a barricade of ice and stone. We cannot linger, we must retreat. Otherwise, we will all be swallowed by this dark energy. Upon uttering these words, there was unanimous agreement among them. The sudden emergence of this sinister force was too terrifying. Their elemental powers could barely elicit a ripple against it. It is wise to recognize one's limitations. Their abilities were nothing but insignificant compared to this black magic. Fleeing was their most judicious choice at this moment. The group began to withdraw, with the earth and ice elementalists continuously raising barriers of earth and ice to impede the advance of the dark energy. Nevertheless, when the dark mist collided with their obstacles, it shattered the earthen and icy walls in an instant, obliterating them with relentless force, showing no sign of hesitation. The overwhelming surge of malevolent energy triggered a tremor, resonating throughout the research facility with a cacophony akin to the wails of tormented souls. as if descending into the depths of a hellish abyss. Leon and Pompey stood in stunned disbelief. Was this formidable power emanating from Alice? Leon remained oblivious to the circumstances above, yet he could no longer afford to remain passive in the face of such an opportunity. Andrew and his subordinates had retreated to the corridor, a long passageway with a clear end in sight. Despite the dilapidation and decay flanking them, there was little cover to be found. The elusive Leon had lost his chance to ambush from the sides and was compelled to launch an assault from the corridor's terminus. This shift in strategy alleviated some of their pressure. However, among the group, only Andrew, Leon, and Pompey possessed an intimate familiarity with the Dawn Research Institute. What Andrew could conceive, Leon was certainly capable of as well. As the soldiers' attention fixated on the rear, Leon had already maneuvered into their blind spot, clinging to the ceiling with his appendages, shadowing Andrew's team. With the situation above remaining uncertain, Leon had initially intended to wait for a more opportune moment to strike. But now he felt no time could be spared. It was imperative to eliminate these foes swiftly, even at the cost of his own injuries. Leon launched himself at Andrew. Unfortunately, Andrew, on high alert, instinctively dodged as the tentacle appeared before him, rolling away from Leon's grasp. In an instant, the clustered soldiers were enveloped by a shroud of black mist. The tactical goggles and floodlights of all present became obscured, plunging them into darkness. Leon surged into the throng, drawing his one-handed sword from his lower back, and executed the warrior's technique, crescent slash, for the first time. The crescent-shaped arc left a phantom trail, weaving through the black haze like ink flowing upon parchment. Blood splattered in a cascade wherever the blade passed, as he felt the steel pierce through defenses, embedding itself in flesh and bone, in the weightiness that fell upon the firearms and bulletproof vests. After his assault, Leon paused, seeking Andrew's silhouette amidst the chaos. Cunning as ever, Andrew had already slipped into the crowd during Leon's attack, altering his position in the tumult. As soldiers burst forth from the black fog, hastily removing their tactical goggles, they finally grasped the situation within the corridor. Without a moment's hesitation, they opened fire into the mist. On the opposite side, anguished cries echoed. Yet, the onslaught could not relent. Should it cease, Leon would charge forth. Andrew refrained from uttering a word, fearful of being pinpointed by Leon. He understood that capturing Leon would inevitably entail sacrifices. Although these soldiers fell at the hands of their own, all was justified in the pursuit of capturing Leon, with promises of generous compensations for their families afterward. The cries grew increasingly numerous. Although the scenes remained unseen, one could envision the harrowing sight of soldiers collapsing in rows. Their weapons were trained upon their comrades, yet in that moment, the soldiers bore little psychological burden. Due to the overwhelming fear of Leon, all other concerns faded into insignificance. Elusive and unpredictable, he not only mastered the art of combat, but also exhaled a thick black mist, obscuring their vision. As the magazine ran dry, he swiftly replaced it and continued firing, unleashing bullets as if they were of no consequence, accompanied by an outpouring of inner dread. Gradually, the sounds emanating from beyond the black mist diminished. There were no cries of agony, no groans. Everything descended into silence. Andrew clenched his fists, realizing that the soldiers of the Monroe Guard he had brought with him were all dead. He now harbored a singular hope, that this heavy toll would enable him to deliver a significant blow to Leon, allowing him to return and report his deeds. However, despite Andrew's noble intentions, they remained unfulfilled. A figure began to emerge from the black mist, pushing aside the surrounding darkness to reveal its form. Leon wielded two soldiers as shields, concealing himself behind the human barricade as he advanced step by step. All the soldiers, including Andrew, were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a tactic from Leon. The human shield effectively obstructed their opportunity to counterattack. In the brief moment of hesitation from their adversaries, two gun barrels suddenly materialized from the side of the human shield, unleashing a rapid burst of fire with no warning. Bullets cascaded like a torrent, resembling two fiery dragons in flight. In the corridor, there was no concern for Leon's elusive nature. There was but one path, and the lack of adequate cover was evident. Yet, this rule applied equally to them. Confronted with the roaring gunfire, they had nowhere to evade, only able to frantically seek refuge against the walls, hoping to evade the dense hail of bullets. As the projectiles struck the soldiers, a series of anguished cries erupted. The soldiers, unwilling to yield, retaliated amidst their dodging. However, their bullets merely struck the human shield, impacting its limbs and the body armor, splattering blood and flesh in a grotesque display. When the exchange of fire ceased, Andrew's side had already seen numerous soldiers fall to gunfire. Meanwhile, the two human shields before Leon were now grotesquely mangled, their body armor completely perforated, their heads and limbs reduced to a mere sieve. leaving behind only fragments of bone and dangling nerves that barely resembled extremities. Witnessing their comrades reduced to pulp, the soldiers of the Monroe Guard were beset by conflicting emotions. On one hand, the terror and oppression brought by Leon were profoundly overwhelming. On the other, seeing their once familiar allies, whom they had shared countless days with, meet such a gruesome fate at their own hands instilled a profound moral guilt and self-reproach, akin to a swarm of ants gnawing relentlessly at their hearts, causing them great discomfort. Yet, before they could dwell on their torment, Leon expelled another cloud of black mist, plunging the corridor into darkness. This sudden action left the soldiers no room for hesitation. They immediately opened fire in response. However, in the midst of the chaos, something swiftly darted from the black mist. Leon hurled one of the human shields with remarkable speed towards the soldiers. Faced with the oncoming corpse of a fellow soldier, instinctively, everyone's first reaction was to evade. It was at this moment that Leon surged forward, targeting the soldier's body with a charge that surpassed the speed of the corpse's trajectory. In the blink of an eye, the corpse and Leon appeared beside the onlookers with terrifying speed. The fantastical application of such skills left the crowd utterly astonished. Leon advanced once more, instantly tearing through the ranks, confronting the bewildered Ander. Ander, meet your demise. With a swift motion, Leon cast aside another human meat bag, his formidable strength toppling 7 or 8 individuals. He then drew forth the iron shield of the Blackstone Federation and charged forward. By the time Ander realized the danger, it was too late to escape, and he crossed his fists defensively in front of him. However, with his mortal physique, he was no match for Leon. With a single blow, infused with rage, Leon's fist crashed down upon Ander's forearm. A sharp crack echoed, and both of Ander's forearms shattered, caving inwards. Yet, Leon was not satisfied. He pursued further, stomping down upon Ander's shin, shattering the bone. Covered in blood from the innocent lives he had taken in Shiyuan town, Ander would not be granted a swift death. During his pursuit, Leon's back was riddled with gunfire, the piercing pain causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Witnessing their captain reduced to a mere shell, treated with such brutality, the soldiers felt a lingering dread. Leon turned, revealing a chilling smile. He even licked the corner of his mouth, a display of both allure and terror that left every soldier present feeling as though their hearts were firmly grasped, rendering them breathless. Chapter 50. The Little Sorceress Alice. With both arms broken and one leg brutally crushed by Leon, Ander was left with only a single leg capable of movement. The excruciating pain continuously stimulated his brain, yet a flicker of hope for survival remained within him. If he could reach the lower level and reunite with the elemental users, he believed he could survive. Although the upper level had erupted in chaos moments ago, in Ander's mind, the presence of 5 elemental users, including one wielding the light element, would effortlessly dispel any threats. Even Leon, with his dark mist techniques, would be no match for the wind elemental user who could easily scatter him away. Not to mention the light elemental user who was specifically adept at countering dark creatures. All he needed to do was make it there, and he would live. Thus, propelled by a fierce will to survive, Ander utilized his last leg to push against the ground, continuously shifting. He resembled a wriggling maggot. Blood poured from his arms and legs, mixing with the ash and debris on the ground, creating a grotesque spectacle. What terrified Ander further was that although Leon's speed was not swift, his warrior skills combined with his boundless creativity were formidable. The fallen soldiers had all become Leon's human sandbags. The unrelenting psychological pressure of firing upon his own comrades relentlessly eroded the soldier's fighting spirit. Blood splattered, and cries of anguish filled the air. Leon was drenched in blood. Before him lay the gory remnants of the human sandbags, while behind him, the stains of his own wounds marked his back. Yet, these injuries did not diminish Leon's combat prowess. Rather, they intensified his ferocity, transforming him into a veritable god of death. As the number of corpses on the ground increased, so did the supply of sandbags at Leon's disposal. Once his magazine was empty, he would cast the sandbags aside. The formidable force can topple numerous adversaries in a single blow, disrupting their offensive rhythm. When only one soldier remains, confronted by the scattered and lifeless bodies around him, he becomes pale, utterly collapsing under the weight of despair. No, please don't kill me. The soldier discards his weapon, his body succumbing to the ground in a state of utter defeat. In a whirlwind of fear and guilt, his thoughts unravel completely. When you chose to return to the laboratory, your fate was already sealed. With a rapid succession of gunfire echoing through the corridor, silence envelopes the space. Alone, Leon single-handedly neutralizes 30 members of the Monroe Guard. Although some of these casualties were inflicted by their own comrades, depriving Leon of his freedom allocation points. Gazing at the new tally of 21 allocation points on the system interface, Leon's total now stands at 58. Such a bountiful reward is a testament to the duration of his struggle. Leon turns and strides towards the dying Ander, who writhes on the ground. The fallen soldier lies contorted, with the spotlight on his head casting chaotic beams in various directions, the erratic light resembling rampant growth. As Leon approaches, the shifting shadows outline his robust silhouette. The blood and sweat adorning him exude a primal ferocity. His disheveled hair partially obscures his eyes, yet cannot conceal the unrelenting intent to kill reflected within them. Did you ever contemplate this day? Leon inquires. Despite his advancing presence, Ander continues to fight, gritting his teeth as he drags himself toward the stairs. With a grim smile, Ander retorts, "Had I known, I should have eliminated you back in Shiyuin town." The pressure Leon exerted upon them largely stemmed from the upheaval of that very day, marking a transformative leap in his strength. Had that day never occurred, none of this would have unfolded. I know you sense the impending threat. Leon pauses, then continues, but alas, your voice bears no weight within the laboratory. Are you attempting to redeem yourself with backup data? A commendable thought, yet regrettably, you have vastly misjudged your own capabilities. You are a prime example of the saying, virtue should match position. With that, Leon falls silent. Suddenly, tentacles lash out, firmly adhering to Ander's face. Numerous suction-cupped appendages constrict and envelop his mouth and nose, rendering him breathless. The only limb capable of movement, his leg, begins to thrash hopelessly. Yet such struggles are destined to be in vain. After a final convulsion of his leg muscles, stillness takes hold. With a sharp crack, Ander's skull is utterly crushed. The mixture of cranial fluid and blood seeps from between the tentacles, mingling with the blood and ash on the ground. Eliminated Ander. Captain of the Aurora Research Institute's security team. Reward, 0-1 allocation point. Leon gazes at the system notification and shakes his head. The reward for Ander is no different from that of a mere foot soldier. It appears the system evaluates targets solely based on their strength, rather than their status. Outside, a multitude of elementals awaited confrontation. After a moment's contemplation, Leon allocated 9 distribution points to enhance his constitution, elevating it from 21 to 30. This adjustment aimed to bolster his recovery capabilities amidst the chaos of battle. As for speed, observing the remaining 5 free distribution points, Leon chose not to invest them for the time being. His current speed sufficed, primarily relying on the warrior skill charge for swift movement. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to squander his hard-earned points. He resolved to allocate points for enhancement only upon encountering the elementals, based on their strength and characteristics. With his constitution now at 30, Leon felt a significant boost in his regenerative abilities. Particularly in the enveloping darkness, his body restored itself at an astonishing rate. As he twisted his back muscles, the sinewy fibers resembled serpents coiling and undulating. In the rhythmic motion of his muscles, the projectiles embedded in his back were gradually expelled. Clattering to the ground, blood flowed from the wounds, but ceased within mere moments. Although several bullet holes marred his back, given time, Leon's triple human recovery speed, augmented by his affinity for darkness, would restore him to his former condition. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Leon swiftly ascended the stairs, intent on uncovering the events that had transpired below. Upon reaching the subterranean level, he was taken aback to find Alice unconscious on the ground, her hands still clutching the black codex she had entrusted. He hurried to her side, gently cradling her in his arms. Lifting his gaze, he noticed Pompey sprawled weakly on the floor, surrounded by the diluted black magical energy. Tendrils of magical essence gradually coalesced around Alice, seeping into her body through her orifices and limbs. Her previously bulging veins began to settle, returning to their original ashen hue. With his enhanced constitution, Leon could distinctly sense the potent darkness contained within the black magical energy. Was this malevolent essence emanating from Alice herself? A tremor of disbelief coursed through Leon as he grappled with the notion of such formidable power erupting from her diminutive frame. Curiosity piqued, he pondered the implications of Dr. Maid's preliminary stitching and what it had wrought upon his daughter. Chapter 51. Never celebrate too soon. Leon, cradling the unconscious Alice, approached Pompey and effortlessly lifted the barely conscious figure. He cast a glance at the ravaged corridor, where ice and earth walls lay brutally toppled, leaving only the precarious remnants of the floor and ceiling. This scene illustrated the terrifying nature of the recent magical onslaught. The elementals had vanished without a trace, but the hasty footprints on the ground revealed their frantic escape amidst the magical assault. Nevertheless, Leon proceeded with caution, seeking refuge in a sheltered corner as he gently roused Pompey. What just transpired? Pompey blinked in confusion, and upon spotting Leon, he urgently inquired, "How is Alice?" "She is merely exhausted and has fainted." "But what exactly happened?" Leon had a faint inkling, yet without witnessing the scene firsthand. He sought to verify his suspicions with Pompey. After some contemplation, Pompey recounted, "At that moment, I had intended to sacrifice myself." Confronting the elementalists head-on in a bid to thwart the elemental slash forged by their combined might. I believe that even in death, the ensuing explosion would ripple outwards, affecting them as well. The blast would also cause the corridor to collapse, granting you and Alice precious time. However, just then, Alice charged forth. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming surge of dark energy envelop me, hindering my movements. Pompey strained his neck to glance at the remnants left by the elementalists in the corridor. The earthen and ice walls had been brutally dismantled, layered upon one another, clearly indicative of a tactical retreat. It seemed that Alice had driven the elementalists away. As Pompey finished speaking, he fell silent in astonishment. Alice, so frail and weak, how had she suddenly unleashed such formidable power that even 5 elementalists would retreat in fear? It was presumed that Dr. Maid's stitching experiment had been interrupted. How had Alice acquired such terrifying abilities? The eyes of Pompey and Leon met, each discerning the other's thoughts. They would discuss this matter in detail once they left this place. "Can your old bones still move?" Leon inquired. Pompey nodded. Then with a look of disbelief asked, "Why are you no longer stuttering?" Leon understood that after enhancing his physique, speaking no longer strained his vocal cords. Hence he no longer faltered. However, he could not disclose the existence of an enhancement system to Pompey and instead replied vaguely, "I just dealt with Ander and his subordinates, and I feel significantly stronger. Speaking is no longer as uncomfortable as it used to be." Pompey appeared contemplative. "It must be that intense combat has bolstered your body's resilience. In previous experiments, we achieved such enhancements through high-intensity exertion. At least now, I no longer have to endure your incessant panting," Leon retorted, refusing to back down. After concluding their playful banter, Leon's gaze sharpened as he peered down the corridor's end. With Ander now deceased, the elementalists posed the last remaining threat. He pondered whether they were still barricaded at the tunnel's entrance or had completely fled. Leon shook Pompey and prodded at the gaping wound on his body. "Hey, are you dead? If you're still alive, listen out for where those elementalists have gone." Grimacing in pain, Pompey freed himself from Liang's grasp and leapt to the ground, straining to listen intently. After a brief moment, a radiant smile broke across Pompey's face. "They fled. I can hear the sound of trucks departing." Glancing at the still unconscious Alice in his arms, Leon contemplated for a moment. "We must leave. Let us take refuge in the woods. Remaining here could spell trouble if they bring reinforcements." Dealing with 30 to 50 adversaries had begun to feel overwhelming for Leon. Had it not been for Alice's sudden outburst, Pompey would have been reduced to a mere heap. Leon rose, cradling Alice in his left arm, using his shield as a makeshift cradle, while his right hand deftly lifted Pompey. "All right, let us go." Leon was exceedingly confident in Pompey's hearing abilities. "As I descended to the 3rd underground level, I could discern the footsteps above. The sound of trucks indicated their departure." Although Leon had not witnessed the devastating power of the black magic released by Alice, the destruction left in its wake was unmistakable. 8 consecutive barriers of ice and earth had been obliterated with alarming ease. The sheer force was so potent that had Leon stood his ground, he would surely have been swept away. Under such circumstances, who among the elemental mages would dare linger? Leon strode out confidently, one hand grasping a weapon in each hand, exhibiting none of the turmoil one might expect after a fierce battle. "Hey, Pompey, I've never encountered an elemental mage before, but you have. Honestly, what are my chances if I were to confront those 5 elemental mages?" Pompey pondered for a moment before replying, "The light elemental mage poses the greatest threat. Adept in wielding luminosity, which is profoundly disconcerting. The remaining 4, ice, earth, fire, and wind, also possess formidable abilities, their lethality far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers." He paused briefly before continuing, "Moreover, their synergy can yield impressive results. If a confrontation were to unfold, facing 5 alone would be quite challenging. We would need to find an opportunity to eliminate at least 2 of them first." Leon grasped Pompey's intent. Equipped with this knowledge, he felt more prepared for any future encounters with the elemental mages. Upon reaching the tunnel's mouth and gazing into the distance, he observed the departing convoy stirring up clouds of dust across the Gobi, resembling a serpentine dragon of golden sand coiling upon the earth. A smile spread across the faces of Leon and Pompey. They had attained their objectives through diligent research, driven away their foes, and emerged alive from the clutches of dozens of adversaries. There was no thrill quite like it. Leon glanced down at the tightly held sheepskin cover of the Black Codex in Alice's grasp and remarked, "I am uncertain whether the terrifying magic Alice unleashed is related to the sheepskin cover. Its resilience against searing flames and its unyielding integrity regardless of force suggest its peculiar nature. Perhaps this could lead us to some clues. What are your thoughts? Pompey contemplated for a moment and replied, perhaps our path should indeed lead northward. We cannot access the cities and trading posts within the Blackstone Federation. Our only recourse is to seek out the United Fund, where practitioners of dark sorcery might assist us in discerning the material of the sheepskin cover, potentially unveiling some leads. Fortunately, the journey to the United Fund is not far. We can proceed north from Shiyuan town, traversing through the Maze Valley, covering approximately 100 kilometers to enter the northern lands. If we hasten, we might arrive in 2 or 3 days. However, as Pompey concluded his thoughts, the ease on his face gradually faded, replaced by a somber expression. Leon noticed the same gravity reflected in Pompey's countenance as they both gazed at the convoy of swirling dust, realizing with trepidation that it was not headed back to Rostam City, but rather towards Shiyuan town. Chapter 52. The Gray Lightning on the Gobi Shiyuan town, an establishment of significance to both Leon and Pompey. Here, Leon had gained a second measure of trust, acquired the pivotal essence of warrior skills, and experienced the kindness of a human child. As of now, 3 trucks are heading towards Shiyuan town simultaneously. What could their intention be? Liang's mind raced. He could not recall any mention of Shiyuan town during the recent conflict at the Research Institute. Suddenly, he froze, as if struck by lightning. He remembered a conversation he had with Ander just before he killed him. Ander had expressed, if I had known, I should have eliminated you back in Shiyuan town. It was at that moment that Liang clenched his fists, realizing that this scoundrel had left him a lingering challenge even in death. Seeing the sudden change in Liang's expression, Pompey inquired urgently, have you figured out the reason? Liang nodded. That rascal Ander secretly activated the intercom before he died. Our conversation was overheard by the elementalists. During our exchange, he mentioned Shiyuan town, which is why they are heading there. At that instant, the dust-laden trajectory of the distant Earth Dragon shifted once more. 2 trucks continued towards Shiyuan town, while the third veered off towards Rostam City. Once the events at the Research Institute are reported to Rostam, the city will undoubtedly dispatch a significant reinforcement. It is imperative to reach Shiyuan town without delay. Liang is no saint. On the contrary, as a being transformed into a patchwork of vengeance, he relishes retribution. The doctor, who treated Liang like a mere pet, ultimately met his demise at Liang's hands. Captain Ander, being somewhat clever, managed to escape. Yet, driven by a lust for power and a desire to redeem himself, he returned, only to have his skull crushed by Liang. The nameless warriors and the young boy had shown kindness to Liang. He could not turn a blind eye to their plight. Shiyuan town holds a unique significance in Liang's heart. It is a place where humanity has extended goodwill towards them, intertwined with stories of trust and legacy. It can be said that without Shiyuan town, there would be no Liang as he is today. Even the insurrection plan with Pompey must be postponed by several months. Now, with this group of elementalists heading to Shiyuan town, they would undoubtedly investigate the relationship between its residents and Liang. Perhaps, the brutal massacre reminiscent of the night of the Black Rain and Blood Moon would unfold once more. What shall we do now? They've driven off in their vehicles. And if we rely on our legs to run, by the time we arrive, it may well be too late. Pompey asked. Liang gritted his teeth, glanced at his system interface's allocation points, and replied, I have a plan, but I'm uncertain if you can endure it. Pompey responded, oh, since the attributes increase exponentially, then speed can surely be enhanced as well. Liang, with 5 allocation points at his disposal, decided to invest 23, transforming his original speed attribute of 0.7 into 3. Consequently, Liang's attribute interface was updated, leaving no weaknesses. Name, Liang, Leon. Occupation, warrior attributes, strength 3, speed 3, will 31. Constitution 3 skill development, tentacle control 2, 0-100, charge 1, 30100, cleave 1, 20100, suppress 1, 20,100, shield block 1, 3,100, free allocation points, 27. All 4 attributes are now at 3, fully metamorphosing him into a terrifying beast. Liang's leg muscles surged with vitality, and the enhancement of his speed attribute made him acutely aware of the tight connection between his muscles and bones, though he had yet to sprint. Merely exerting force in his legs allowed him to distinctly feel the acceleration of blood flow and the seamless transmission of signals between his nerves, muscles, and bones. This sensation instilled in Liang a profound certainty that he could unleash power and speed at will. While Pompey pondered the meaning behind Liang's earlier question of endurance, Liang was already gathering strength. Without waiting for Pompey to speak, Liang propelled himself forward with explosive speed. He shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The force of the rush pressed Pompey's head against Liang's chest, and he felt the fierce wind, mingled with grains of sand and gravel, striking his face. As Pompey attempted to speak, he found his mouth filled with dust and debris. In the chaos of the gale, his teeth and lips seemed to separate, and the flesh of his cheeks produced a whistling sound as the wind rushed through. The syllables he struggled to utter were scattered away before they could escape his lips. Achieving a speed thrice that of an average adult male was an extraordinarily formidable ability. This velocity manifested not only in running, but also in reflexes. Every neuron in his body transmitted information at 3 times the usual rate, stimulating his senses and responses. As Leon ran, he became acutely aware of his body's reactions and changes. Fortunately, this was the final enhancement of his speed. With this increase in speed came a corresponding rise in the physical burden and energy expenditure. Were it not for his exceptional constitution, he would scarcely endure such velocity. Leon sprinted swiftly, quickly traversing from the mountain to the Gobi Desert. With each footfall, gravel and stones erupted from beneath him, creating small clouds of dust. The enhancement in speed brought with it an increase in physical strain and accelerated energy consumption. Shiyuan town lay over 50 kilometers from the research facility, requiring more than 10 hours on foot and 3 to 5 hours running. Now, with his enhanced speed, he could cover the distance in less than an hour and a half. While he could not match the speed of a truck, he was undeniably formidable within the wilderness. As he pursued relentlessly, the gap between him and the truck widened, yet the dust trail it left remained within a controllable range, indicating their proximity was still manageable. Liang estimated he was roughly half an hour behind the elemental users. As long as the residents of Shiyuan town could hold out during that time, he would arrive at the scene and turn the tide. Meanwhile, aboard the truck, 5 elemental users wore grave expressions. Although they held grievances against Ander, the man had activated the intercom in his final moments, allowing them to overhear his conversation with the amalgam. In their frantic escape from the encroaching black miasma, they had distinctly heard the ominous phrase about having anticipated this and waiting in Shiyuan town. They also caught Li Ong's cold voice, which spoke of relying on data, atoning for sins, and a lack of merit to match his position. The elemental users exchanged glances, recalling the dark creatures they had encountered before. The clarity of logic, the richness of language, and the incisive insights of such a composite being render its intelligence indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Indeed, the ability to unravel the superficial layers of a situation and perceive its essence surpasses that of many. Such a dark entity poses a significant threat. With their commander fallen in the research facility, the few who returned were bound to face the ire of the Count. After much deliberation, the 5 elemental mages gathered the remaining dozen or so remnants and resolved to investigate the town of Shiyuan. Chapter 53. The Bloodbath of Shiyuan. Though they did not witness firsthand the battle between Leon and the 30 soldiers led by Ander, the mere contemplation of a grotesque creature, engineered to stand alone against 30 soldiers without faltering, is truly terrifying. Even for the 5 elemental mages, confronting 30 soldiers would be a formidable challenge. Only through seamless cooperation and executing their skills in tandem could they hope to defeat such foes. Yet Leon single-handedly dispatched all 30 soldiers. The screams from the second underground level persisted without cease. It is worth noting that while they may not have held Ander in high regard, he was a lieutenant of the Monroe Guard, entrusted by the Count with such a crucial project. One could question his character, but his leadership and adaptability were beyond reproach. Even so, Leon eradicated them with remarkable efficiency, showcasing the extent of his power. Moreover, one cannot overlook the sudden appearance of the girl in the red dress, unleashing waves of dark magic. The mere recollection of her figure, radiating with such malevolence, still sends shivers down the spines of the elemental mages. What manner of creature is that child? Unable to confront Leon, they felt compelled to explore the past in Shiyuan. Just before his demise, Ander had deliberately activated the intercom to convey a poignant message, which resonated not only with the 5 of them, but also with many fleeing soldiers. To return directly to Rostam without investigating would be unacceptable. 2 trucks sped across the desert, the charred silhouette of Shiyuan town glowing under the sun's rays. The sentinels of Shiyuan, upon spotting the approaching trucks, immediately recalled the 2 that had ambushed the town days prior and unhesitatingly rang the bells and sounded the alarms. The townsfolk, who had been clearing the rubble, dropped their tasks and began arming themselves. Women and the elderly hurriedly took their children underground to hide, while the others readied themselves to follow. From the stone clock tower, the sentry sounded the horn. The deep notes of the bullhorn echoed throughout the town. Temporary barricades were erected at both main gates, ensuring that even trucks would be halted mid-approach. Some militia members ascended to higher ground, armed with bows and arrows, bracing for confrontation. This brings to light the peculiar system of the Duchy of Asia, where firearms and other weaponry are typically confined to the aristocracy. The channels for distributing such armaments are strictly controlled, as they grant ordinary individuals the capacity for combat. while some may trickle into the underground black market. It is improbable that a border town like Shiyuan would possess such resources. The militia members of Shiyuan town wore grave expressions as they observed the truck gradually decelerating to a halt, intensifying the already somber atmosphere. When the first individual disembarked from the vehicle, the militia stationed atop the fortifications and city walls exhibited expressions of sheer astonishment. This was due to the fact that the person emerging from the truck donned the distinctive gilded dark green attire characteristic of the Kingdom of Assia. Such garments signify status and privilege, and those entitled to wear them are regarded as natural aristocrats throughout the Blackstone Federation. Elementalists, endowed with extraordinary abilities, possess innate talents bestowed by nature, enabling them to master and control elemental forces. The awakening of an elemental's abilities typically occurs around the age of 10, whereupon a simple test can ascertain whether an ordinary individual holds extraordinary potential. Once assessed, they are dispatched to the prestigious Ailmont Academy of the Kingdom of Assia for advanced studies in elemental mastery. Graduates are automatically conferred the rank of lieutenant and assigned to various posts within the Blackstone Federation. Elementalists inherently occupy a superior position. Even the nobility of the duchy must accord them a measure of respect, let alone the impoverished denizens of remote villages. However, before their astonishment could fully dissipate, individuals from the second and third trucks began to leap down, fully armed soldiers. Although their attire differed, their weaponry and tactical gear bore a striking resemblance to those who had assaulted Shiyuan town that very night. Despite the obfuscation caused by the blood moon and black rain, the memory of the massacre and devastation remained indelibly etched in their minds. "Captain, what should we do now?" a militia member atop the fortifications inquired in hushed tones. However, before a response could be rendered, the Wind Elementalist interjected. "Is the mayor of Shiyuan town coming out to speak? We are the Elementalists from Rostam City, dispatched to investigate the dark amalgamation." The Wind Elementalist amplified his voice using his powers, effortlessly projecting it into the town. The militia captain leaned over the parapet and called down, "I am the captain of the Shiyuan town militia. As you can see, Shiyuan town has been engulfed in flames. This is the work of the terrifying amalgamation." He continued, "It has been less than 5 days since the incident. We need to enter the town for further investigation and to request the mayor to address us." The Wind Elementalist spoke again, expressing disdain for the audacity of a mere militia captain, unranked, to speak down to them. However, the militia captain firmly replied, "I apologize. But it is not that I wish to deny your entry, Elementalists. It is rather that the soldiers accompanying you bear weapons and equipment identical to those of the masked marauders who slaughtered the residents and set the town ablaze. I cannot allow the townsfolk to be placed in danger once more. Furthermore, our mayor has perished in the recent massacre." Upon hearing this, the Wind Elementalist's demeanor darkened immediately. The insignificance of a mere militia captain was already evident, yet to openly defy him before so many was utterly unacceptable. What could this mean? Reports indicated that the amalgamation had committed crimes elsewhere, with informants suggesting that it had exhibited unusual behavior in Shiyuan town. Should you refuse to open the door for the investigation, it shall be deemed as collusion with dark entities, intentionally inciting chaos with the intent to overthrow the rule of the Axi Duan kingdom and secede from the Federation. The militia captain, under immense pressure, gazed at the armed soldiers with predatory eyes and clenched his teeth, declaring, "I am sorry, but I must ensure the safety of the residents." The Wind Elementalist let out a cold laugh, suddenly unleashing 2 slicing gusts of wind from his hands. Quick as a flash, a militia member beside the captain tackled him to the ground, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike. One of the wind blades sliced into the parapet, carving a deep gash, while the other severed the town's banner pole, causing the flag of Shiyuan town to flutter down to the ground. Refusing to cooperate will bring dire consequences. With merely a glance, the Fire Elementalist advanced, and together they unleashed their extraordinary powers, flames entwined with fierce winds. The towering stag, positioned atop the city wall, was instantaneously engulfed in flames amidst the raging inferno. Thick smoke billowed, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Since they were unwilling to voluntarily accept the investigation, they would wait until the authorities forced their way in. The nature of the situation would undoubtedly shift. Chapter 54. Unfathomable truths. The militia captain and his comrades cowered beneath the parapet, hearts racing. "Bard, thank you for your quick thinking just now. Had it not been for you, I might have met a grim fate," the captain said, instinctively touching his neck. The militia member Bard helped the captain to his feet, a look of confusion on his face. "Captain, refusing to open the door directly opposes Lord Rodham. With just our small number, how can we stand against 5 elementals? Let alone 20 fully armed soldiers?" The captain's expression hardened. "It is crucial to demonstrate our resolve. Our loved ones are just behind us. Would you so easily choose to open the city and expose the defenseless elderly and children to the elementals and soldiers? Bard was rendered speechless by the captain's words. Although defying orders was a grave matter, if the safety of the residents were truly at stake, he would undoubtedly make the same choice as the captain. Listening to the crackling sounds of the stag being consumed by flames, the captain slowly said, "If they truly come to investigate, once they enter the city without harming the residents, I shall bear the responsibility for disobeying orders alone." Bard's heart sank at this revelation. He was taken aback that the captain had even considered such a scenario, and his eyes began to glisten. The militia captain patted Bard on the shoulder. "We have but 1/3 of our loved ones remaining. Regardless of what we face, we must protect them, even if it means sacrificing ourselves. Now, let us put aside our sentimentalities and focus on safeguarding our kin." The captain knocked an arrow and swiftly stood, aiming at the elementalist who was channeling their magic. Releasing a swift arrow towards them, the speeding arrow hurtled downward. Initially prepared to summon a great wind to fuel the flames, the elementalist instinctively altered their course of action, raising their hands to conjure a formidable wall of wind, successfully intercepting the arrow. The audacity to retaliate caught the elementals by surprise. The other elementals wasted no time, employing their respective abilities to commence the destruction of the stag. Meanwhile, soldiers from the Monroe Guard opened fire, suppressing the town's militia and preventing them from raising their heads. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the militia of the town swiftly gathered sandbags and water, employing a makeshift trebuchet to douse the flames at the city gate. As the fierce blaze diminished significantly, a few individuals smirked, embodying the folly of an ant attempting to shake a tree. "Thank you for the water and sand you have provided," they mockingly remarked. The wind elementalists raised their arms, summoning a ferocious gust that scattered the very elements meant to extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, the ice elementalist's hands emanated a chilling aura, merging with the droplets of water, transforming them instantaneously into ice shards that were hurled back towards the town. This was soon followed by a cacophony of anguished cries as the icy projectiles pierced through skin, drawing forth blood. The earth elementalist, with hands pressed to the ground, animated the gravel and sand from the bags, coalescing them into a towering half-giant form. Its outstretched arms forcefully pushed aside the massive deer at the entrance. The townsfolk, confronted by the dark creature known as Leon, were paralyzed with fear. Now, they faced the formidable elementalists from the Duchy of Asia, whose mere display of power had nearly shattered their psychological defenses. Yet, behind them lay their remaining loved ones. Retreating would mean forsaking their safety. "Press on, clear the obstacles, move the deer, seal the gate," shouted the militia. Some worked to transport materials while archers, huddled within the town, obeyed the commands echoed from the bell tower, loosing arrows outward. However, their feeble volley of arrows was swiftly dispersed by the raging winds. All resistance resembled the futile efforts of a mantis against a chariot. Waves of fire and heat surged forth relentlessly, scorching the flesh and spirit of the militia under the merciless midday sun. Yet, despite their unwavering resolve, the frailty of their mortal forms could not withstand the gifts of nature. The essence of extraordinary power lies in its dominion over the mundane. The townsfolk of Shiyuan, in their attempts to stand against such might, were gradually overwhelmed, retreating step by step, their bodies and souls ravaged by the superior forces, coming to terms with the chasm that separated the extraordinary from the ordinary. The city gate of Shiyuan was engulfed in thick smoke, reduced to charred remnants. The elementalists advanced with ease, subduing the militia, who were compelled to surrender, kneeling as the earth elementalists bound their arms with earthen shackles, rendering them unable to escape. Soldiers from the Monroe Guard stood behind, guns trained on their heads. Everything lay within the elementalists' control. 5 elementalists, seating themselves upon stools before the subdued militia, arms crossed, surveyed the scene, their gaze settling upon the militia captain. "Now speak. I wish to know all that transpired during the incursion of the dark amalgamation." The captain scoffed derisively. "Is it not your doing? Why ask me?" The leading light elementalist exchanged glances with the others. This matter was likely orchestrated by Ander, undoubtedly under the orders of Dr. Maid, presumably for research purposes. Dr. Maid's investigations were ultimately for the benefit of the esteemed Count. Coupled with Ander's position as a lieutenant in the Monroe Guard, this incident could readily be attributed to the Count himself. The militia captain's statement poses no issue. However, as elemental mages of Rostem, they are obliged to uphold the dignity and righteousness of the Count and must never concede to such matters. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Although the weapons and equipment may appear identical, they are undoubtedly not ours. It is likely that certain individuals have illicitly acquired these supplies to masquerade as officials. Surely, the elemental mages would have faith in the soldiers, would they not? The militia captain continued to express skepticism, stating, "If your intention is merely to investigate, now that you have breached the city, you may as well conduct your inquiries here. Of course, we shall. However, I hope you will cooperate with the necessary questioning. Should you resist the elemental mages of Rostam, I could easily charge you with inciting a rebellion. I trust you do not wish to be ungrateful. This decision is solely mine and bears no relation to the townsfolk. According to the laws of the Blackstone Federation, in the event of the mayor and law enforcement sacrifice, the militia captain assumes their duties and all others must comply. My choice to deny your entry into the town is mine alone and does not involve them." The light elemental mage smiled slightly. "Very well, then. First elucidate the connection between the Dark Amalgam and Shihuan Town." The militia captain furrowed his brow. "Connection? What connection?" "They led a group of bandits to invade Shihuan Town, slaughtering so many of our compatriots and abducting our children. This blood feud is irreconcilable. We yearn to flay them alive and devour their flesh. What other connection could there be?" Several elemental mages frowned in contemplation. Is that truly all there is? Captain Ander's perilous intelligence could not possibly be so straightforward. The light elemental mage played with his fingers, smiling. "I recommend that you ponder this matter thoroughly before responding. We still possess some intelligence. Our patience is finite. If you wish to spare the town's residents from harm, you must divulge everything candidly to avoid an impasse between us. You would not wish for the elderly and children holed up in the secret chamber to suffer any trauma, would you?" Chapter 55. The unique abilities of the tentacles. The elemental mages represent the extraordinary power of the Duchy of Yashik, yet they are by no means paragons of virtue. They are, in fact, the sharp instruments of nobility and monarchy. Externally, they are tasked with resisting the United Fund, preventing these uncultured beings from advancing southward. Internally, they must address the various supernatural incidents under the jurisdiction of the Blackstone Federation and similar matters. Had it not been for the unforeseen demise of the task captain today and the absence of any valuable intel, who would brave the sandstorms to investigate a remote town like Shihuan? It is merely to ensure that they possess something substantial to report upon their return. Otherwise, how would the Count perceive graduates from the esteemed Aelmon Academy who could not even preserve their command and returned empty-handed from their inquiries? The light elemental mage's words struck a nerve with the militia captain. It was unexpected that they were already aware of the residents' hidden locations. "Do you not consider the ramifications of your official status when undertaking such actions?" The militia captain was still making a final stand. The light elemental mage replied earnestly, "If we cannot uncover the details and circumstances surrounding the dark creatures, there will be even greater sacrifices. These individuals are the backbone of the Blackstone Federation, and I shall not hesitate to divulge a bit more. Due to a lack of intelligence, dozens of soldiers from the Monroe Guard and an esteemed lieutenant have already perished. These individuals are the elite of Rostam City, serving as the personal guards of the esteemed Count. What do you suppose the Count would think if this continued? What would be his reaction upon learning that the military and civilians of Shihuan Town have colluded to conceal matters regarding the Dark Convergence, thereby obstructing the investigation?" The militia captain clenched his teeth. "This matter is solely my decision and has nothing to do with the townsfolk." He paused momentarily. On that day, the Convergence and bandits took advantage of the black rain to invade the town, unleashing terror and scattering the residents. Soldiers indiscriminately captured children and slaughtered the populace. If it weren't for the retired warriors of the town intervening to halt the convergence, we would all be dead. A glimmer of insight flickered in the eyes of several elementals, as if they had grasped some crucial information. Leon, having journeyed a great distance, experienced a significant enhancement in speed, agility, and the explosive power of his muscular coordination. Assembling the Convergence's body resembled the operation of a precision instrument, functioning according to predetermined gears. However, the continuous exertion and long trek had taken a considerable toll on Leon, resulting in a rapid depletion of his stamina, showing signs of strain. At this pace, reaching his destination was feasible, yet without stamina, engaging in combat would pose a grave challenge. From afar, Leon spotted faint black smoke rising from the direction of Shihuan Town, although it hadn't yet reached the heavens. The ink-like smoke curling and dissipating into the void was unmistakably palpable. A vivid memory surged in Leon's mind, recalling the burning Shihuan Town during the blood moon and black rain, along with the slaughtered townsfolk. Clenching his jaw, he pushed his body to its limits. Given the current circumstances, even if he could reach the town, his stamina would be nearly exhausted, rendering him incapable of fighting against the elementals. Considering the situation in Shihuan Town, his arrival would likely thrust him directly into combat. What means might there be to directly enhance his combat prowess? Leon's mind raced. An increase in physical condition could somewhat accelerate recovery. However, it was daytime, and under the scorching noon sun, the recuperative effects were partially hindered. According to first-hand intelligence from Pompeii, elementals harness elemental forces and, upon being identified as gifted at a young age, were sent to the Aelmon Academy for further training. In other words, these elementals were adept at ranged combat, but possessed physical attributes that were often inferior to those of ordinary adults. Now, with advantages in speed and strength, if he could enhance the quality and weight of his close combat techniques, he might have the opportunity to dispatch a few of these elementals. Simply adding warrior skills would not bring about a qualitative transformation. To augment his offensive capabilities, Leon's gaze fixated on the tendrils of his right arm. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 had significantly enhanced his propulsion ability, proving immensely beneficial in dealing with soldiers within the research facility. It can be said that without the jetting effect brought about by tentacle control, Leon would undoubtedly be incapable of facing 30 soldiers alone in such an environment, let alone vanquishing them all. What might the effects be when upgraded to level 3? Leon currently possesses a substantial amount of free allocation points. And given that enhancing the tentacles is the most direct method to augment combat efficacy, it is an option that must be upgraded. Without hesitation, Leon invested one free allocation point into the tentacle control skill. Tentacle control 2. 3. Consuming 100 proficiency points. Upgrade? Yes, no, Leon unhesitatingly chose to upgrade. The tentacles began to undergo transformation. The originally pale pink tentacles now exhibited the flow of dark pigments. This dark hue spread and settled like ink in water. A kaleidoscope of black gradually accumulating beneath the suckers and tentacles. Subsequently, it diffused and permeated throughout the tentacles. It traversed along capillaries and neurons, resembling a labyrinthine network, akin to dispersed currents. The once delicate tentacles now appeared grotesque, suffused with a capillary-like darkness that enveloped the entire appendage. Tentacle control upgraded to level 3, gaining the effect of neuroparalysis. This is the neuroparalysis effect. Leon felt a tingling sensation emanating from the tentacles, a sensation born from the proliferation of cells on the tentacle's surface. To the naked eye, an exceedingly fine layer of sharp, keratinous spines had grown on his tentacles. These spiny cells could release neurotoxic venom, causing paralysis in a short span of time. In essence, as long as Leon's tentacles made contact with the epidermis of a living being, the spiny cells could inject neuroparalytic venom, thereby interrupting local nerve conduction and inducing paralysis. The jetting effect influences the enemy's perception from the environment, while neuroparalysis directly imposes limitations upon the enemy's being. With the addition of the neuroparalysis effect, Leon felt that his arsenal against elementals had expanded significantly. Elementalists primarily perceive and condense elements through their hands. By finding a way to close the distance and utilizing the neuroparalysis effect of the tentacles, he could disrupt the elemental techniques of his adversaries. Most importantly, the neuroparalysis effect is passive. It requires no replenishment. It activates upon contact. Fighting an elementalist can be perilous every second. Now, with the neuroparalysis effect, the advantage Leon gains is not merely a matter of seconds. It appears that this battle is indeed winnable. Just as Leon reveled in the newfound abilities granted by the tentacle upgrade, the town of Nishihara, concealed behind the rising steam that distorted the space, became increasingly clear. Chapter 56. Hunting Elementalists. Please continue reading. Have you witnessed the dark amalgamation committing murder with your own eyes? The militia captain fell silent, left without words. How long did the battle between the dark amalgamation and the reclusive warrior last? After a moment of contemplation, the militia captain responded, approximately 3 minutes. Were either of the combatants injured? Or, when collecting the bodies, did you observe any wounds on the warrior aside from gunshot injuries? No. The militia felt a sudden dryness in his throat, and uttering those 2 words even brought a pang of pain. The elementalist of light wore a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth, remarking, "How curious." Their fierce battle had left them unscathed. Yet they had breached the fountain square guarded by the amalgamation and confronted the bandits directly. Wasn't that rather counterintuitive? A flicker of panic crossed the militia captain's eyes, for he too could not elucidate this situation. The more inexplicable it became, the closer the truth seemed to align with the elementalist's suspicions. Tragically, they had no proof. At that time, they were escorting the residents to the mountains and had not witnessed the specifics of the battle. Perhaps something unbeknownst to them had transpired. The elementalist of light let out a cold laugh. Do you not find your statement contradictory? Although the elementalists had never laid eyes on Leon, the brutality of a single individual eliminating 30 others could be felt even through a walkie-talkie, radiating an aura of malevolence. The fact that such a dark amalgamation had not harmed anyone in Shiyuan town was inherently suspicious. Their encounter with the hidden warrior felt more like an unspoken understanding. Even the surviving residents of the town were left speechless, unable to provide any explanation. They could only recall that terrifying night under the blood moon and black rain. Yet all that surfaced in their memories were the horrific, fearsome visage and form of the Amalgamation, with no recollection of any scenes depicting the Amalgamation slaughtering residents. Just as the militia captain fell into silence, a soldier from the Monroe Guard came running. Report. We found a lead. They discovered an abandoned cellar in the town, showing signs of habitation, where 3 footprints and crumbs of bread were found. 2 of the footprints belonged to a young girl and a dog, while the other was notably large, suggesting a height of at least 6 feet 3 inches. The girl, without a doubt, was the one who unleashed the terrifying dark tide. As for the dog, it was the one that had attempted to intercept the Elementalist team in the corridor. The remaining large footprint could only belong to the Amalgamation. The Elementalist of Light's lips curled into a smile as he regarded the militia captain and the frail, elderly, and children present, his gaze sharp with scrutiny. Leaning slightly forward, the Elementalist spoke from a position of authority. Captain, the current findings seem to diverge from your account. The militia captain's mind went blank. Was the Amalgamation truly hiding within the town? The Elementalist rose, exhaling a deep breath. With evidence in hand, matters would be easier to handle. Despite the unexpected challenges of this mission, it had ultimately yielded results sufficient for a report. With a gentle wave of his hand, he declared, the Blackstone Federation has always regarded dark creatures as formidable foes. You have sheltered a dark being, thus contravening the law. The Elementalist glanced at the elderly, women, and children, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, before stating, arrest all the adults. The militia captain's pupils dilated in shock, and the bound militia erupted in fury. Taking the adults away and leaving only the children. Was this not akin to murder? This was my doing alone. It has nothing to do with them. The militia captain shouted, struggling against the injustice. The Elementalist remained impassive, finding the militia captain's words and actions since the onset of the siege rather amusing. At this juncture, they have unearthed conclusive evidence, permitting them to disband. The fates of the others are of no concern to them. All individuals are escorted by soldiers, forcibly separated from the children. The air is filled with the heart-wrenching cries of the young ones in the fountain square. At that moment, a boy dashed before the soldiers, extending his hand to obstruct their path. This is not your concern. It was I who provided sustenance to the amalgam when they departed under cover of night. It was I who assisted them. If you must apprehend someone, let it be me. Tears brimmed in the boy's eyes, yet amidst the crystalline droplets, a glimmer of resolve shone through. Oh, it seems we have a knowledgeable witness, the Elementalist remarked, a flicker of intrigue illuminating his gaze. Are you not frightened of encountering such a creature? When it invaded the town, it discovered me, yet it caused me no harm. Rather, it shielded me. Upon its escape to the small town, I felt compelled to repay the favor by providing cover. In truth, Uncle Jock was entirely unaware of Leon. They had no inkling that Leon was hidden in the cellar. Upon the utterance of Leon's name, the Elementalist's demeanor towards the child shifted dramatically. He truly possesses knowledge. At last, they have arrived. The swirling steam began to clarify, revealing the visage of Shiyuan town for the first time to Leon. Gazing at the charred remnants of the great deer at the city gates, and the scars left by wind blades upon the stone clock tower, it was evident that a fierce elemental siege had transpired. The battlements bore no sign of militia. Leon's pace gradually slowed, and the dust stirred by his earlier haste began to settle. Pompey, I shall first escort you to the cellar. You and Alice must remain together. Leon refrained from voicing the latter part of his statement, for the impending battle promised to be the most arduous he had faced since his arrival. Pompey nodded solemnly. Very well, do take care. He had witnessed the might of the Elementalist, and understood that in such circumstances, his role would be limited to safeguarding Alice and not burdening Leon further. However, upon their stealthy approach, they discovered that the cellar was wide open, with a soldier stationed at the entrance. Leon and Pompey exchanged a knowing glance. Hiding in the cellar was no longer an option. Carefully placing Alice onto Pompey's back, Leon melted into the shadows, inching closer to the cellar. With lightning speed, tendrils ensnared the soldier's neck and mouth. Nematocysts injected paralyzing venom into his skin, and the previously tense muscles of the soldier slackened as his neck succumbed to relaxation. A soft crack echoed, akin to the sound of pebbles rolling, as Leon twisted the soldier's neck, extinguishing his breath. Disarming the soldier, Leon once more retreated into the shadows. Within the gloom, Leon caught sight of soldiers escorting the militia and adults from Shiyuan town, lined up as they progressed toward the city walls, while the children wept helplessly nearby. Yet in the next moment, Leon's gaze was drawn to the forefront of the procession, where a figure of diminutive stature was being apprehended. It was unmistakably the child who had clandestinely provided them with food and fresh water in Shiyuan town. In light of the cellar's forced entry, a stark reality emerged. This group of elementalists had traced him to his former refuge in Shiyuan town. No traces of blood. This is a fortunate circumstance amidst misfortune. Andre's attempt to capture me has failed. Are you planning to find a group of scapegoats to report back? Leon discerned their intentions with a single glance. If everyone is to board the truck, Leon narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his features. Now, the hunt for the elemental mages officially commences. Chapter 57, Bloodied Hands. Leon stealthily maneuvered from the outskirts of the city to the location where 3 trucks were parked atop the city walls. The enemy's position was dispersed. Their lines stretched thin. Once combat commenced, they would be vulnerable to attacks from approximately 160 degrees. However, once everyone boarded the trucks, they would effectively consolidate in one location, rendering the enemy's field of vision constricted and disadvantageous, thereby granting him a decisive advantage. The 5 elemental mages were the first to board the trucks. Just before climbing aboard, the light elemental mage felt a sudden impulse and scanned the surroundings. Finding nothing of note, he ultimately boarded the vehicle. Behind them, the residents of Shiyuan town were crammed into 2 trucks. The engines of the 3 vehicles roared to life, belching thick black smoke from their exhausts, akin to 3 restless beasts. The thunderous noise drowned out the cries of children in the town. Shouts of mommy and daddy would shatter the heart of any compassionate soul. Yet, in the eyes of the elemental mages and soldiers, these citizens had colluded with dark creatures, intending to betray the esteemed count and undermine the rule of Rostam, tarnishing the reputation of the Axii kingdom and jeopardizing its influence and dominance within the Blackstone Federation. Next, they merely needed to gather more manpower and expand their search around Shiyuan town and the vicinity of the research institute. Surely they would uncover Leon's whereabouts. The corners of the elemental mage's mouths turned upwards. It turned out that Andre was overseeing this operation, but now that he was dead, matters pertaining to the Count were not to be widely publicized. Ultimately, the authority to mobilize troops would undoubtedly fall into their hands. For the 5 elemental mages, who had only graduated from Ailmont Academy last year and were assigned to Rostam City, this represented an exceptional opportunity for advancement. Perhaps after capturing Leon, they would all be promoted to lieutenants. And then it happened. Hiding in the shadows, Leon seized the moment and raised his assault rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat, 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 hiss. Following the gunfire, there was a long, clear sound of tires deflating. The wheels visibly shrank as they lost air, causing the trucks to tilt precariously. An enemy attack. The sudden eruption of gunfire and flames from the alley shattered the dreams of promotion and salary increases for all present. Leon emerged from the dark alley, his form cloaked in a black shadow akin to a cape. With each step, light and darkness danced around him, transitioning from the damp, foul-smelling shadows into the sunlight. No, it cannot be. How could he possibly arrive in Shiyuan town so swiftly? The elemental mages in the truck were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. It was over 50 kilometers to the research institute. They had only just reached Shiyuan town in a little over half an hour. How could this man have arrived so quickly without a vehicle? But in the next moment, the elemental mages understood. Liang surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind a deep crater where his foot had pressed into the ground. With astonishing speed, he dashed towards the truck, catching the elementalists off guard. In an instant, he reached the front of the vehicle and unleashed a powerful punch against the metal body. The resounding crash echoed as his strength collided with the truck, producing a cacophony of bending and screeching metal. The sheer force of his blow lifted the 2 side wheels off the ground, causing the truck to tilt dramatically before it finally toppled over with a thunderous crash. Inside the truck, the 5 elementalists had no time to react before they were thrown into disarray. The soldiers in the cargo area screamed in panic, collapsing into a chaotic heap. Observing the scene, the soldiers in the 2 vehicles behind immediately leaned out of their windows, firing their weapons, swiftly evading their shots. Liang maneuvered to the front of the now tilted truck, where he faced the 5 elementalists through the glass. Beneath the scorching sunlight, Liang's figure appeared imposing and formidable, his body outlined by a halo of blinding light that accentuated his dark, muscular form. The backlight obscured his features, shrouding him in shadow. Yet his mismatched red and blue eyes emanated a chilling aura. In that moment, the elementalists felt a disorienting sensation, as if they were mere ants beneath the gaze of a divine being. However, this fleeting thought vanished as Liang raised his fist. Quick, escape, they urged, scrambling for a way out. The 5 elementalists, previously arrogant in the presence of ordinary humans, now resembled trapped fish in a can, writhing in desperation. The light elementalist pressed against the windshield, struggling to harness his power, while the earth elementalist, barely visible with only his head protruding, wore a face as pallid as liver. The others strained to push against the glass, attempting to crawl out of the window. As the light elementalist absorbed the sun's rays, his palms erupted with a brilliant radiance. This searing light not only blinded Liang, but also pierced his skin like 1,000 tiny daggers, inflicting physical wounds that bled profusely. The blood, under the intense energy, transformed into vapor, hissing and boiling as it rose. A searing pain coursed through Liang, akin to being scorched by the sun's fiery surface. Yet, he gritted his teeth against the agony, keeping his eyes shut as he continued to thrust his fist forward. The Earth Elementalist's face contorted with strain, veins bulging. As he bellowed, causing the ground before the truck to rumble and rise, forming a formidable earthen wall. Liang felt a sudden obstruction against the growing heat in front of him, and his fist collided with the unyielding barrier. The impact created a myriad of cracks across the surface of the wall, as if it were on the verge of crumbling into dust. Yet, at that critical moment, Liang sensed a formidable resistance, making it difficult for him to break through. The earthen wall continued to rise, with the surrounding land compressed before the truck. The lifted clods of earth incessantly mended the fissures, fortifying the wall. Liang's fist relentlessly delivered power, causing the wall to crack and mend, ensnared in an endless cycle. His body bore countless ghastly wounds, akin to having been subjected to 1,000 cuts. Beads of sweat, large as beans, seeped from his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and coursing over his wounds. Inside the truck, the Earth Elementalist's complexion had darkened to an ashen hue, gasping for breath. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the Elementalist broke the window, preparing to exit the vehicle. From the two trucks behind, the thuds of soldiers leaping from the cargo area could be heard. This was a race against time. Drink, Liang bellowed, as his cells once again squeezed forth a surge of strength, radiating from his body to his arms, widening the cracks in the earthen wall, which shattered in response. His fist shattered the window, plunging directly into the interior. He grasped the Earth Elementalist's head firmly. Die. A sharp sound of breaking flesh echoed. Liang had directly wrenched the Earth Elementalist's head from his body. With sinews torn and bones fractured, he also extracted a portion of the spine, along with the rich nerves entwined within, bloodied and tightly clutched in his grasp. Chapter 58. Those who block me shall die. Liang's ferocious strength and bloody carnage surpassed even the savagery of the wild beasts of the wasteland. Clutching the severed head, with wounds covering his body and blood gushing forth, he resembled a demonic figure. The remaining 4 elementals stood frozen in place. They were merely recent graduates from the Ailmon Academy. After all, despite their experience dealing with dark creatures, they had only faced the wild beasts of darkness and had never encountered such a brutal amalgamation of shadows. In a single confrontation, Liang had torn apart the Earth Elementalist's head. Blood gushed from the Earth Elementalist's body, quickly staining the garments of the remaining 4 elementals. Out of the corner of his eye, Liang noticed soldiers rushing up from both sides of the truck. He had no time to deal with the other elementals. Having previously been briefed by Pompey on the capabilities of the 5 individuals, Liang had now personally experienced the lethality of both the Earth and Light elementals. The threat posed by the Earth Elementalist was no longer a concern. After all, the creature's head was already in his grasp. The abilities of the Light Elementalist posed a significant counter to him, making their neutralization paramount. Liang's tendrils suddenly shot out, and as the Light Elementalist remained awestruck by his overwhelming presence, he expelled a cloud of black mist. The mist instantly filled the entire truck cabin. The 2 half-figures that had crawled out of the cabin fared better, but the light and ice elementals were completely enveloped in the black fog, their bodies shrouded in darkness. Even the sound of their spitting could be heard through the mist. Soldiers had rushed to Liang's side, but upon seeing him holding the Earth Elementalist's head with its spinal cord still attached, they were momentarily stunned. Here, take this. Liang seized the spinal cord and its rich nerves, swinging them like a hammer to hurl the Earth Elementalist's head away. The soldiers had never witnessed such a scene. As they beheld the grotesque visage of a severed head flying toward them, they instinctively raised their rifles to shield themselves, their footing uncertain and unsteady. Yet how could a mere human head withstand the force of a bullet? The skull collided with the weapon, producing a sickening crack as it shattered, and the brain matter erupted in a gruesome spray, splattering everywhere. The soldiers clenched their mouths tightly, terrified of the viscera contaminating their lips. Those who followed instinctively raised their hands to protect their faces. The urgency of battle demanded every second, yet this brief gesture afforded Liang a moment to catch his breath. Discarding the remnants of spine and nerve clusters, he swiftly drew a one-handed sword from his waist and plunged into the throng, executing a sweeping slash that felled 3 adversaries. The air was filled with their anguished cries, and blood and dismembered limbs flew in every direction. With a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, Liang bore visible gashes across his body, the sun casting a fierce light upon him, as if he were a seasoned warrior locked in combat. The fiery aura surrounding him was a manifestation of his fury, affirming his ferocity. The soldiers, now aware of the godlike figure before them, felt trepidation gnawing at their resolve. Nevertheless, a few precious seconds allowed them to react and prepare their weapons. Leon lowered his stance and let out a thunderous roar as his sword plunged directly into a soldier's chest. With a burst of strength from his legs, he propelled himself forward like an unstoppable train. The sword, still embedded in the soldier, continued its lethal path, piercing the chest of a second foe, another fatal blow. Concealed behind the fallen soldier, Leon rendered the assailants incapable of finding a clear shot. 3 soldiers were impaled on his sword, transformed into a grotesque human skewered display. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the remaining soldiers sought to aim their weapons and widen their firing angles, Leon was already upon them. With a swift motion, he withdrew the sword, leaving a trail of glistening blood droplets in its wake. The soldiers behind him surged forward from the front of the truck. But before they could raise their rifles, they were met with the sight of a corpse, its chest gushing blood, toppling those who dared to peer out. Within moments, several lifeless bodies littered the ground. The elemental mages, struggling to escape the confines of the truck, were confronted with the scene of Leon's ruthless slaughter. The once scorching noon sun now cast a chilling aura upon them. The soldiers who had just begun to step forward found themselves ensnared by Leon's tendrils. Wrapping around their wrists, the tendrils rendered their hands numb, robbing them of the strength even to pull the trigger. In a swift counter, Leon disarmed the soldier, seizing the rifle to unleash a barrage of fire. He moved like a deity of war, as if traversing a realm devoid of opposition. When Leon deftly sidestepped back behind the truck, the soldier's gunfire arrived tardily, ricocheting off the metal of the truck bed in a shower of sparks. The residents of Shiyuan town, shackled within the truck, were once more engulfed by the terror that had pervaded the night of blood and black rain upon witnessing Leon's emergence. The previous encounter had been veiled in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering glow of torches that barely revealed his form. However, in the clarity of noon, the inhabitants of the truck could distinctly see the blood staining his body, the wounds he bore, and the suffocating aura radiating from him. Many faces displayed sheer terror, yet among them, a child's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Leon took a moment to catch his breath, then shouted to the back of the truck, "You are free." The captain and the other militia members hesitated. On one side stood the elementalist of Rostam City, and on the other, the dark abomination. The elementalists, who represented authority and justice, accused them of colluding with the dark abomination, intending to take them back to Rostam City for prosecution. Conversely, the dark abomination, disregarding the peril, sought to rescue them. This awkward and paradoxical situation left the captain at a loss. If they disembarked now, it would confirm their collusion with the abomination, openly defying official forces. The residents in the truck and the militia members turned their gazes toward the captain, awaiting his command. However, Liang had no time to waste, charging into the enemy lines with shield in hand. Seizing the moment while the other 4 elementalists were still recovering, he swiftly dispatched the foot soldiers. Liang leapt onto the roof of the truck. A series of attacks had already reduced the number of foot soldiers by half. But now the elementalists had emerged from the truck, seething with rage. A single dark being had ambushed a group of over 20, including 5 elementalists. Such audacity was intolerable. The fire elementalist, known for his volatile temperament, could not shake off the humiliation of being observed struggling in the truck. He was now intent on reducing Liang to ashes. Fiery flames coalesced in his hands, ready to be unleashed, but were intercepted by the ice elementalist. "Have you lost your mind? If you ignite the fuel tank, we will all perish," he cautioned. "Stand by and strike only when necessary." At present, the only elementalists able to act were the light elementalist, the ice elementalist, and the wind elementalist. Liang's maneuvering reduced their numbers further, alleviating some pressure. "Hiding on the roof, are we?" The wind elementalist conjured a powerful gust that tore through the resilient tarp of the truck bed, leaving only a few skeletal steel frames behind, denying Liang any chance of retreat. The light elementalist immediately summoned 4 radiant orbs, encircling Liang from all directions. Chapter 59. The best way to counter a mage is to disrupt their casting. Liang disregarded the 4 luminous orbs and the assaults of the 2 other mages. Leaping down from the truck bed to the opposite side, the ink sacs within the tentacles erupted once more. A black mist formed a barrier 2 meters in diameter. The soldiers, having never encountered such a scene, were thrown into disarray, unable to discern their target. The black mist served as a natural veil, obscuring the vision of the approaching soldiers while granting Liang a fleeting cover. The soldiers trapped within the mist, caught off guard, were met with Liang's furious fists that shattered their chests. Unfazed, he possessed complete visibility within the black mist, unaffected by the obscuring substances of charred ash and bodily fluids. With his other hand thrust into the cavity of a soldier's chest, he exerted force. With a savage tear, he rent the soldier in 2. Flesh and organs spilled onto the ground, blood gushing forth in torrents. The other soldiers, flailing about like headless flies, caught the scent of the overwhelming blood and decay. Their terror rendered them blind, prompting them to emit wails of despair akin to mourning the dead. The heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Some soldiers, utterly losing their composure, indiscriminately fired into the thick darkness. They shot frantically in all directions. Fear permeated the murky haze, unleashing a chilling aura of death. This unknown terror extended even beyond the shroud of darkness. Suddenly, bullets, unpredictable and merciless, struck the soldiers outside the black mist, leaving several wounded and fallen without warning. The remaining soldiers dared not advance. Instead, they began to retreat. They wished to fire their weapons, yet hesitated, caught in indecision, their eyes glazed over. As the carnage unfolded, the cries and screams within the black fog gradually diminished. Liang had dispatched 10 foes in quick succession, including an elemental adept, resulting in a substantial increase of 15 in his freedom distribution points. Indeed, such extraordinary beings as elemental adepts yielded far more freedom allocation than ordinary individuals. If he could eliminate all the elemental adepts in this encounter, his freedom distribution points would surge once more. Although Liang had been caught in the crossfire, sustaining several bullet wounds to his abdomen, he was already riddled with numerous injuries inflicted by radiant energy. Did he truly care for a few more bullet holes? His fury, thirst for vengeance, exhilaration, and the intoxicating dread intermingled, rendering him almost oblivious to the pain. Here, he was the unparalleled hunter. The elemental adepts and the soldiers of the Monroe Guard were mere prey for him. Crouching low, he rummaged through the remains of a soldier who had been torn asunder. Outside the black mist, the soldiers were already paralyzed by fear. Those who routinely oppressed the common populace now faced the dread of dark, monstrous entities, their minds completely incapacitated. Their limbs trembled, and their gazes were vacant. Suddenly, a grotesque entity surged forth from the black fog, writhing with a foul stench, racing toward one of the terrified soldiers. This elongated appendage coiled around the soldier's neck like a serpent upon contact, wrapping around it 2 or 3 times. At that moment, everyone finally discerned what had emerged from the darkness. It was a human intestine. The intestine constricted the soldier's throat fiercely, and then an overwhelming force from the black fog yanked him down. The soldier let out a horrifying scream, desperately clawing at the intestine and snaring his neck in a futile attempt to free himself. His legs kicked and struggled against the ground, yet the intestine was slick beyond measure. No matter how hard he tried, he could not extricate it from his throat. The power from the black mist was swift and formidable. Before he could react, he was pulled into its depths. The scream, laden with terror, abruptly ceased. The soldiers' faces turned ashen, their legs quaking uncontrollably. There will the fight shattered completely under Liang's terror. The elemental adepts approached from the other side, once more channeling their respective elements. The fire elemental adept was most exhilarated. The location of the black mist was on the opposite side of the truck, and he had no fear that the flames would ignite the fuel tank. He was ready to unleash his power. 2 fireballs erupted from his hands in a blazing roar. The light elemental adept manipulated 4 luminous orbs, encircling the fog and sealing off all of Liang's escape routes. The wind elemental adept interjected eagerly. "Let me go first. The diameter of the black mist spans 2 meters. If one were to recklessly strike into the obscurity, it might allow Liang to evade capture. Disperse the black mist, rendering the enemy visible." 2 whirlwinds emerged from the palms, and the wind elementalist's lips curled into a sinister grin. A stitched being remains just that. Despite its myriad of tactics, it is merely a futile struggle. At a critical moment, a tentacle shot forth from the black mist, skillfully ensnaring the wind elementalist's hands. Immediately, an overwhelming force surged, attempting to drag him into the mist. The whirlwind that had just coalesced in the wind elementalist's hands dissipated before it could be unleashed. The ice, fire, and light elementals reacted with remarkable speed. Bright orbs, fireballs, and ice spikes surged toward the tentacle. Liang, who had intended to pull back the wind elementalist, found himself a fraction too late and had no choice but to retract his tentacles hastily. Having narrowly evaded the assaults of the 3 elementals, Liang took a deep breath within the black mist. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, his tentacles would likely have been struck by the elemental attacks. The combination of ice, fire, and light would not merely result in roasted squid tentacles, it could very well lead to the loss of half a tentacle. Nevertheless, this attempt allowed Liang to achieve his objective. Although the wind elementalist had narrowly escaped disaster, he suddenly felt a tingling numbness in his hands, as if they had lost all sensation. My hands, they seem no longer under my control." The wind elementalist's eyes widened, his voice trembling violently. His complexion turned pale, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His hands are a crucial conduit for an elementalist to commune with the elements of the world. The delicate sensitivity and rich tactile nerves in his hands engage the elemental affinity within his blood, harmonizing in a resonance that facilitates elemental mastery. Naturally, the most adept elementalists can wield magic through various parts of their bodies. However, for those like the 5 who graduated merely a year ago, the loss of sensation in their hands equates to utter incapacitation. My hands, they are devoid of feeling. The wind elementalist gasped for breath, as though he were on the brink of drowning. The expressions of the other 3 grew grave, their eyes flickering with intense trepidation. This fellow's tentacles pose a significant threat. Everyone, be cautious. The wind elementalist could not disperse the mist, leaving the 3 feeling a sense of dread. They exchanged glances, and with no other option, resolved to launch a comprehensive, saturated assault. Gather. At the command of the light elementalist, for luminous orbs began to converge towards the heart of the black mist. The fire elementalist's 2 fireballs crashed into the mist, producing 2 muffled thuds, yet the fireballs did not penetrate through to the other side. A smile of satisfaction crossed the fire elementalist's face. It struck true. As it was difficult for the midday sun to gather sufficient moisture, the ice elementalist resorted to using the blood of soldiers to form blood spikes, launching them into the mist. Again, 2 sounds of piercing flesh echoed. Finally, a flicker of joy appeared on the faces of the 3. However, that joy was short-lived, as it abruptly froze. For suddenly, 3 corpses were hurled from the black mist, hurtling towards the trio at breakneck speed. The bodies of the soldiers were either charred and mutilated or riddled with blood spikes. It appears that the earlier onslaught was inadvertently directed at one's own allies. Faced with the sudden and rapid approach of the corpses, both the fire and ice elementals instinctively evaded. The light elemental, slightly adjusting their position, continued to manipulate the luminous orbs, intent on sealing Liang's fate. The presence of the corpses did not deter their actions, for the light elemental understood that Liang was merely engaging in a final struggle. Once their convergence of light was complete, it would spell certain doom. Liang intended to disrupt their incantation through such trivial tactics, seeking to buy himself time. However, such schemes had long been discerned by the wise light elemental. A hint of a smile graced their lips. If the luminous orbs drew nearer, the radiant tether among them would transform the entire mist-laden area into a realm of death, with the orbs interacting to form a luminous prison. Liang's life or death rested solely in their hands. Yet, despite the promising thoughts of the light elemental, the smile on their face abruptly froze. Liang suddenly erupted from the black mist, his speed astonishing. He charged directly toward the light elemental. The momentary shift in position had caused the light elemental to lag in both focus and bodily response. It was this fraction of a moment that allowed Liang to swiftly close the distance. The 4 controlled luminous orbs appeared to move at a snail's pace in comparison to Liang's velocity. It was at this juncture that the light elemental realized that Liang's rapid approach stemmed from an extraordinary swiftness, a sudden burst of speed that led to a misjudgment on their part. Yet, the light elemental's reaction came too late. Liang's tendrils had already ensnared their hands. The stinging cells injected a paralyzing venom into the light elemental's hands, immediately interfering with their nervous system, severing the feedback signals from the neurons, leading the brain to mistakenly perceive the loss of their hands. Unable to control them, they could no longer sense the light element of nature. The 4 luminous orbs under the light elemental's command dissipated in an instant. My hands. Before the light elemental could lament the loss of sensation in their hands, Liang had already surged forward. The ice elemental, having just evaded a corpse, immediately hurled a blood spike at Liang. It seemed Liang had anticipated this action. His gaze shifted from the ice elemental's face, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. The tot seemed stained with a hint of blood, presenting an eerie sight. Then, before the eyes of all, he abruptly altered his course by 90 degrees, charging toward the fire elemental. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving the fire elemental with no time to defend. Liang had never intended to eliminate the light elemental in that moment. By merely injecting the paralyzing toxin into the elemental's hands, he rendered them incapacitated, transforming them into beings inferior to mere soldiers, ripe for slaughter. While everyone assumed Liang would pursue the light elemental relentlessly, he instead chose to incapacitate another. The fire elemental managed to conjure only 2 small flames before being completely ensnared by Liang's tendrils. Beneath the chilling touch, his hands swiftly lost sensation. The neural pathways suppressed by toxins, rendering him devoid of elemental resonance. The attacks from the ice elementalist were entirely futile, while the light, fire, and wind elementals found themselves incapable of sensing elemental power, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. The soldiers, belatedly aware, began to draw their weapons, preparing to encircle Liang for a decisive strike. However, Before they could position themselves, the militia surged forth from the truck, overwhelming the soldiers in a fierce melee. Ultimately, the residents of Shiyuan town chose to side with Leon. Tentacles ensnared the fire elementalist, yanking him back, followed by a punch charged with 500 kilograms of force, striking like a missile to the face. His skull shattered, blood and brain matter splattering forth in a bold arc, reminiscent of ink bursting forth from an artist's brush, spraying over 2 meters. After decapitating the earth elementalist, Leon ruthlessly dispatched the fire elementalist. Of the 5 elementals, only 3 remained. With the light and wind elementals incapacitated by Leon's neurotoxic venom, unable to perceive their elements for the time being, the only remaining threat was the ice elementalist. Casting aside the lifeless body of the fire elementalist, Leon's gaze locked onto the ice elementalist. His mismatched red and blue eyes resembled a dark beast of the wasteland, radiating a palpable aura of menace that instilled dread. The once lofty elementals never fathomed they would find themselves reduced to a state inferior to that of ordinary mortals. Leon's scorn cut deeper than the wounds inflicted by his fists. These elementals, tested in their youth and distance from their native environments, had been brought to the prestigious Aelmont Academy to study elemental knowledge, free from the burdens of survival, with their lives managed by the Academy's servants. Such an environment fostered an inflated sense of superiority. Now, Leon had shattered their privileges, casting them down from their exalted heights, forcing them to confront their humanity. Stripped of their cherished powers, the elementals' eyes filled with terror. Their muscles involuntarily spasmed, breaths quickening, as they faced an overwhelming sense of discomfort and disorientation. Akin to addicts deprived of their fix. I need the elements. Power, return swiftly. The light and wind elementals raised their arms, feeling the absence of their palms. Their gazes growing increasingly frantic. Without the ability to communicate with the elements, they had become utterly powerless. Yet, no matter how fervently they pleaded or struggled, the elements did not heed their call. Leon advanced toward the ice elementalist, each step emanating an intense pressure. A mere 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed since Leon's ambush. Yet those fleeting moments had transformed into the most harrowing time of the elementals' lives. Beads of sweat formed on the ice elementalist's brow as he beheld Leon, who had decimated all before him. The burden of pressure now rested squarely on his shoulders. With unwavering focus, the ice elementalist fixated on Leon's right arm. It was the tendrils erupting from his palm that posed the greatest threat. A mere touch would render his hands numb, unable to channel elemental power. Gradually, the ice elementalist retreated, creating distance between himself and Leon. With both hands guiding the icy elements in the air, a triad of frost shields materialized around the figure. Proximity was forbidden, and entangling tendrils were to be avoided, as the ominous black mist loomed. The ice elementalist emphasized this in his mind. At that moment, a rustling of footsteps echoed from the alley behind him. The light elemental mage, standing nearby, turned towards the sound, his mouth agape, unable to conceal the terror in his eyes. Be careful, beware of what lurks behind. If such a reaction had come from Leon, the ice elementalist would have dismissed it. However, the alarm from his companion compelled him to split his focus, and through the reflection of the ice shields, he glimpsed the unfolding scene. There emerged a young girl clad in a crimson dress, her pallid face framed by strikingly pure white eyes, taking delicate steps from the shadowy alley. Slowly, she raised a hand, pointing directly at the ice elementalist. This girl was none other than the abomination that had unleashed the Black Tide's dark energy within the research facility. Even Leon had sensed Alice's peculiar transformation. Why had this girl suddenly appeared? Leon was perplexed by Alice's intentions. Was she once again to summon the formidable power of the Black Tide as described by Pompey? But in the next instant, Alice's gaze shifted from the ice elementalist to Leon. Their eyes met. Despite her eyes being a stark white, indistinguishable from the scara, Leon somehow comprehended Alice's intent. Compared to Leon's bloody rampage, Alice's release of the Black Tide's energy cast a far greater shadow upon the ice elementalist. It was an entity that could not be confronted with any measure of defense. Not only the ice elementalist, but even the light and wind elemental mages, who had long lost their connection to the elements, ceased their observation and instinctively fled. This time, it was solely the ice elementalist who remained. Once the Black Tide was unleashed, the entirety of Shiyuan town would succumb to its engulfing grasp. There was no time to hesitate or be consumed. Though Leon was filled with doubts, such an unparalleled opportunity was not to be squandered. Seizing the moment, he swiftly pursued the ice elementalist and decisively snapped the wretch's neck. The remaining 2 elemental mages, having barely run a few paces, were already gasping for breath. Their long dependence on elemental powers had left their bodies frail, their speed inferior to that of an average adult. In Leon's eyes, their pace was akin to his initial speed upon returning, roughly at a level of 0.7. As they fled, the wind elementalist suddenly felt a flicker of sensation returning to his numbed hands. It was as though his palms were enveloped in a thick layer of calluses, yet, as the wind brushed past, the sensation was faint, unlike the previous complete numbness. My hands, they seemed to be regaining feeling. The wind elementalist exclaimed with uncontainable joy. That is indeed good news. I am truly happy for you. A terrifying voice unexpectedly emerged from behind, not belonging to the light elementalist, but to Leon. When the wind elementalist turned, he was horrified to discover that his companion, who had been trailing him, had been brutally struck through the chest by Leon's fist. The spine and ribs were shattered, rendering the unfortunate soul as limp as a rag doll, collapsing to the ground without a shred of resistance. The wind elementalist's eyes were filled with remorse as their body gradually succumbed. After decisively vanquishing the 5 elementalists, Leon turned to witness the residents of Shiyuan town dealing with the remaining soldiers. At this moment, all enemies had been eradicated. Leon exhaled a heavy sigh, then turned his gaze towards Alice. Her eyes met his, and a subtle smile crept onto her lips, revealing a stiff grin. With her previously raised hand, she slowly extended her index and middle fingers, parting them to form a peace sign. Leon was momentarily taken aback, utterly surprised that Alice would make such a gesture. The Alice he remembered was exceedingly obedient, understanding, and clingy, requiring no concern. However, today, after emerging from the research facility and awakening from her stupor, Leon felt that Alice was somehow different. She seemed more vivacious, and her thoughts appeared less simplistic. She had even learned to mislead and deceive when confronting elementalists. Leon's gaze was filled with complexity, uncertain if Alice had retained more memories after her energy-induced fainting spell. Facing her once more, he felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety deep within. As Leon approached Alice, Pompey emerged from the shadows of an alley, leaning against the wall, grinning grimly. His wounds ached, and he sensed Leon's indecisiveness, a stark contrast to the previously resolute demeanor he had displayed, which diminished his imposing presence. Upon reaching Alice, she tilted her head, inquiring playfully, "Daddy, how did I perform just now? Did I frighten them all?" Indeed, she had not only intimidated the soldiers, but even Leon himself had been nearly deceived. Observing Alice closely, he noted that despite her weakness, her spirits were high and her speech fluent. "You performed splendidly, saving me considerable effort," Leon remarked, affectionately ruffling Alice's hair. "My dear Alice, you've grown." At his words, Alice squinted her eyes in delight, relishing her father's affection. Leon continued to observe her, yet failed to detect any abnormalities, forcing him to temporarily suppress his lingering doubts. It had been a resounding victory. 5 elementalists, along with 11 soldiers from the Minro Guard, had directly granted Leon 36 points to allocate freely. The militia captain led the residents of Shiyuan town in dispatching the remaining soldiers. The battle atop the walls of Shiyuan town had finally reached a conclusion. As Leon surveyed the scene, blood flowed freely, a putrid stench hung in the air, and remnants of limbs lay scattered everywhere. Though it was midday, the residents could only feel an overwhelming sense of dread and chill. Many instinctively wished to celebrate their survival. But upon noticing the grim reality surrounding them, a wave of nausea surged unbidden, impossible to suppress. The militia captain and his men collected the weapons of the Minro Guard soldiers, with no enemies left to confront collectively. The dark amalgam of Leon and the residents of Shiyuan town found themselves stripped of their final buffer. The time had come for a face-to-face reckoning. Captain Warren gazed at Leon, whose body was covered in wounds, emanating an aura of terror and ferocity. The dark fusion entity single-handedly vanquished 5 elementalists, not through sheer brute force, but rather by a masterful blend of strategy and psychology, showcasing both combat ingenuity and innate talent. The combination of skills and the timing of tactical execution were paramount. Captain Warren, viewing the situation from Leon's perspective, believed such feats were beyond his capabilities. This was a creature of terrifying fusion, endowed with exceptional intellect, formidable physical prowess, and diverse combat abilities. With the current troop strength and equipment, engaging in battle with Leon would be tantamount to delivering oneself as mere fodder. They could fast forward to the banquet proceedings without delay. Leon scrutinized Captain Warren and the other militia members, recognizing several familiar faces from the recent Blood Moon Black Rain, many of whom he had personally driven away. Noticing the lack of response from the opposing side, the militia and townsfolk huddled together, their eyes brimming with palpable fear, visibly trembling. "Pompey, Alice, let us depart." With the resolution of the issues in Shiyuan town, the weight that had burdened Leon's heart was finally lifted. He would owe nothing further to Shiyuan town. "Please hold." Captain Warren suddenly stepped forward, inquiring, "Is your warrior skill truly imparted by Lyndon?" Leon turned, meeting Warren's earnest, yearning gaze, and replied, "So that is his name. That night, I urged him to leave. However, In adherence to the vow of a warrior to defend the town, he chose to charge ahead. Before we parted, he informed me of the location of the fundamentals of warrior skills, for which I am deeply grateful. Warren's clenched fist gradually relaxed. With Leon's confirmation, all doubts were dispelled and questions answered. Thank you for your rescue. Without you, Shiyuin Town would no longer exist. Warren sheathed his weapon, placing a hand over his heart, and bowed profoundly to Leon's departing figure. Some beings belong to the same kind, yet their thoughts are consumed with how to eliminate one another for personal gain. While some creatures may embody darkness and terror, their grievances are distinctly defined. Darkness and light are not solely delineated by species. Gazing at the retreating figures of Leon and his companions, Captain Warren recalled Lyndon's earlier words. I have encountered noble dark beings, as well as the most despicable of humans. Leon, accompanied by Pompey and Alice, swiftly vanished into the mountains. Where shall we go next? Pompey inquired. Leon, with a composed demeanor, responded. We shall circle back to Shiyuin Town. Let us not forget there is a truck waiting to report back to Rostam City. The matters of Shiyuin Town cannot remain concealed for long. Should the elementalists fail to return in a timely manner, they will dispatch more individuals to investigate. The crisis is far from over. Pompey recalled Leon's words upon leaving Shiyuin Town and seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. Are you planning to become a Dark Guardian? Leon gazed into the distance towards the setting sun, which pointed in the direction of Rostam City. A Dark Guardian? Perhaps. Yet, I am more intrigued by the noble count in Rostam City, the hidden financier behind the research of immortality, Monroe III. He is the true target of my pursuit. Chapter 62. Is this evolution? Indeed, another reason for my continued presence remains unspoken to outsiders. Leon sought to uncover the reasons behind Alice's ability to unleash the dark tide, as well as the cause of her personality shift. Without clarity on these matters, he felt a sense of unease, fearing that future complications would arise. Pompey wholeheartedly supported Liang's decision. Indeed, their expedition to the research facility had birthed numerous inquiries. Should they leave these questions unresolved before heading north, time for reflection and understanding would be even more scarce. Pompey jestingly referred to the Dark Guardian as merely a secondary reason. Shiyuin Town was nestled against the mountains, with the gradually rising hills and forests of the river valley behind it. During the Blood Moon and Dark Rain massacre, the town's residents had evaded disaster by retreating into the mountains under the cover of night. The forests surrounding Shiyuin Town were but a fragment of a vast expanse that enveloped the western territories under the governance of Rostam. Venturing deeper into the woods, crossing mountain ranges and valleys, one could reach the northern territory of the United Front. However, the wilderness was immense, teeming with countless ferocious beasts and lurking dangers. By the time the trio reached the mountain, the sun was lingering near the horizon. The elevated forest, bathed in the last rays of sunlight, mingled with the humidity of the woods, creating an atmosphere laden with twilight. For ordinary individuals, it would be unwise to linger in such a forest at night. As darkness fell, the wild animals and various insects within the woods became active hunters, making one vulnerable without a source of light. Yet, for Liang and his companions, such concerns were non-existent. First, the palpable aura of menace emanating from Liang was sufficient to deter any beast in the forest. Secondly, the trio exuded an unmistakable dark energy, a tangible attribute of darkness that naturally repelled insects. Wherever they settled, even the ground-dwelling creatures retreated in fear. Standing on the cliff, Liang soon spotted a relatively flat ledge. Weathered by time, it appeared as if half of a stone ship's bow was protruding from the mountainside. Additionally, he noticed a cave nestled against the mountain. This spot, offering a sweeping view and protection from the elements, eliminated the need for laborious tree cutting to construct shelter. As for the creatures that might inhabit the cave, Liang felt no concern. After all, what could be more fearsome in the wild than three beings of darkness? Upon reaching the cliffside cave, they swiftly dispatched the massive python that resided within. Inside, Liang discovered a decayed axe handle, a fishing net, a wooden bucket for water, an iron pot, and flint. It appeared that a hapless hunter had sought refuge in the cave while pursuing game, only to become a meal for the giant serpent. The cave featured a stone pit, where droplets of water seeped from the soil and rock layers above, creating a natural pool to serve as a water source. With shelter from the elements, a built-in water supply, and an array of tools, the location quickly won the hearts of the three. Pompey, particularly enthusiastic, spoke with eager anticipation, his mouth watering at the thought. It seems fortune smiles upon us today. This enormous python could provide enough snake stew to last us 2 days. Liang deftly severed the python's venom gland, mixing the toxic fluid with the serpent's blood to his heart's content. The ink sac was replenished, this time enhanced with the python's venomous suspension, amplifying the efficacy of his spray. He gathered some branches and shrubs to serve as kindling. while Pompey utilized his fore and hind claws to excavate a pit for the fire. Even Alice contributed by collecting stones near the cliff to form a surrounding barrier for the hearth. Before long, as the flint ignited the dry grass and bushes, a warm, crimson glow illuminated the cavern. The massive python, skillfully sliced by Leon, was cut into manageable pieces and dropped into the bubbling pot. He then added some fruits and fragrant herbs to mask the odor of the snake meat. The remaining python flesh was hung in a ventilated spot at the cave entrance to dry. The python's skin was not wasted either. It was spread out to air dry, with plans to fashion it into a snakeskin bag and water pouch for their long journey ahead, sated and warmed by the crackling fire. This was the most comfortable night the trio had experienced since their escape from the research facility. There was no need for heightened vigilance, nor any fear of being discovered. In this mountain cave, they reveled in the precious gift of relaxation. Stepping out of the cave, the night breeze gently caressed them, carrying a hint of chill. From the cliff, they could see Shiyuan town directly below. The lights in Shiyuan town were particularly dense this night, especially towards the city walls, where nearly every light was ablaze. It was evident that they were engaged in the grim task of handling and disposing of corpses and the traces left by the elementalists. Liang pondered for a moment before deciding to address a serious matter. "Alice, do you remember what transpired in the research facility today?" he inquired. Alice nodded and explained. "I don't know where that energy came from. All I knew was that Uncle Pompey was important to me, and I didn't want to lose him, so I rushed forward." Pompey, hearing this, sighed in reminiscence but remarked, "You little one, weren't you supposed to hide under the stairs? Fortunately, nothing happened. If it weren't for that dark tide of magic, you might have perished alongside me in the elementalist explosion." Alice chuckled, her eyes glimmering with affection, previously embracing her father. Liang, she now quickly released him and gently wrapped her arms around Pompey, carefully tending to his wounds and fur. In a soft, endearing tone, she promised, "I won't dare again. I will never dare again." Observing Alice's newfound vivacity, Liang inquired, "What did you feel at that moment when the dark tide of magic emerged?" Alice tilted her head, her pure white eyes gazing innocently. "At that time, my focus was solely on Uncle Pompey. My only thought was to ensure his safety. Then, I felt a response to my thoughts, and an inexplicable energy surge within me, yearning to be unleashed." With Alice's first-hand account, both Liang and Pompey affirmed that the dark tide of magic emanated from within her. However, they could not ascertain whether it was related to the sheepskin scroll of the Black Codex. It seemed that the cause of the dark tide was indeed strong emotions. A consensus reached by both Liang and Pompey. "In the town of Shiyuan, how did you conceive the idea of feigning a second release, consequently inciting the elementalists to flee?" It is pertinent to note that Alice is merely a 5-year-old girl. In previous encounters, the child clearly exhibited a dependence on Leon, demonstrating maturity and obedience while maintaining a certain curiosity about the world around her. However, upon the release of the Black Tide's magic, Alice seemed to have awakened her cognitive faculties, displaying a discernible shift in both intelligence and behavior, transcending her youthful naivety to engage in more complex reasoning. With a sense of certainty, Alice remarked that they had previously escaped from the research facility once before. "As long as I present myself and adopt the same demeanor, they will undoubtedly fall for it. Leon, you must admit, my intervention has saved you considerable effort." Leon affectionately ruffled Alice's hair, acknowledging, "Indeed. It spared us the confrontation with the ice elementalist and averted any unforeseen incidents." He then shifted his tone. "But have you considered the potential peril had the ice elementalist chosen to confront you instead?" Alice chuckled. "So, Dad, while I appeared calm, I was constantly vigilant. If the ice elementalist had made a move, I would have been the first to escape." Leon shook his head in disbelief, exchanging a glance with Pompey. Both left with a singular assessment. Such a small child, yet so astute. "All right, off to bed now. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you hunting in the woods." Alice leaped with excitement, joyfully retreating to the cave to rest. Once Alice had departed, Leon quietly inquired, "Pompey, what is your perspective?" The doctor's stitching has brought Alice back to life. The recent turmoil at the research facility has genuinely awakened her intellect. As for the rest, we shall ascertain answers after you take her hunting tomorrow. Pompey instantly surmised Leon's intention behind taking Alice hunting. It was merely to test whether she could once again unleash the Black Tide's magic in an extremely perilous environment. Should it manifest, it would imply that intense emotional fluctuations are the key to unlocking the Black Tide's magic. Conversely, if it does not erupt, it would eliminate one erroneous hypothesis, bringing us closer to the truth. Pompey turned to gaze at the flickering flames illuminating the cave, stating, "Perhaps, this is what evolution entails." In the stillness of the night, under a crescent moon that hung high in the sky, casting a timid light as if shy to be seen, 3 trucks thundered out of Shiyuan town. Their headlights pierced the darkness, slithering away like serpents toward the direction of Rostam City. Pompey's brow furrowed, a sense of unease washing over him. Leon, do you think the people from Shiyuan town are heading to Rostam City to report us? Leon smiled subtly, his arms crossed over his chest. Do you wish for a situation that cannot be clarified to unfold once more? Previously, the elementalists visited, and due to the ambiguous nature of my relationship with the retired warrior, Lyndon, I was apprehended as a conspirator. Now, with 5 elementalists and 10 soldiers deceased. Do you believe they can articulate this clearly upon arriving in Rostam City? It is highly probable that the intention was to take the vehicle out, orchestrating a staged accident or a scenario of abandonment to absolve oneself of suspicion. The traces of battle within the city could conveniently be concealed under the pretext of reconstructing Shiyuan town. Subsequently, as long as the townsfolk fabricate a non-existent testimony, they could assert that the elemental mage had already departed, leaving the investigators powerless against Shiyuan town. Yet, could the matter truly resolve itself so easily? Upon returning to the cave, Leon replenished the firewood in the hearth before leaning against the stone wall and closing his eyes, surrendering to slumber. His formidable physique bestowed upon him an unparalleled capacity for recovery. Although he slept late, he rose early. At the break of dawn, Leon swept away his fatigue, restoring himself to peak condition. The skin and muscles that had been lacerated by the extraordinary power of the light elemental mage had formed scabs overnight. And with just a day or two more, these would fall away, resulting in complete recovery. This remarkable healing ability was a product of his robust constitution, amplified by the effects of the dark creatures that thrive at night. Upon awakening, Leon ladled a scoop of water from the cave's pool. The icy waters imbued with a biting chill that nearly numbed his teeth. The frigid mountain spring cascaded down his throat into his stomach, as if cleansing his very insides. Casting a glance at Alice, curled up in a ball, and Pompey, sprawled on his back, Leon ventured out of the cave. An essential daily ritual upon opening his eyes consisted of practicing tentacle control, sweeping strikes, and the usual suppression techniques, aiming to enhance his proficiency in these skills. After completing these 3 exercises, Leon settled cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, basking in the first rays of sunlight as dawn broke. He reflected upon his recent battles, digesting the experiences gained from the encounters at the research facility in Shiyuan town, both of which were representative of distinct challenges. The skirmish at the research facility was specifically tailored against conventional firearm squads. Utilizing the dark environment within the facility, Leon executed lethal strikes against the enemy by employing basic soldier skills in conjunction with the jetting capabilities of his evolved tentacles, exploiting cover and confined spaces. In contrast, the battle against the firearm squad highlighted the importance of the obscured environment. Visual gaps within the darkness could be exploited to seize opportunities. Moreover, understanding the psychology of ordinary soldiers, who typically hesitate to fire upon their own, proved advantageous. The enemy served as their own cover. One could not expect to consume the entire squad in a single bite. Rather, it was akin to a blunt knife slicing through flesh, requiring gradual attrition. The remaining soldiers would inevitably succumb to fear, leading to delayed cognitive responses and impaired actions, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. The second confrontation in Shiyuan town unfolded during daylight. In comparison to soldiers wielding firearms, elemental mages posed a greater challenge. This was not merely due to the disadvantages of time and terrain, but also because of the intense combat capabilities of the elemental mages. The synergy among the 5 elemental mages resulted in a force far exceeding that of 30 soldiers. Had Leon not seized the precise moment to board the vehicle and confront the battlefield head-on, he likely would have been riddled with bullets. Without mentioning the formidable lethality of the light elementalist against such a dark creature, we must consider the powerful terrain-altering and control capabilities of the ice and earth elementalist, which can place Leon in a perilous predicament. It was through ambush and the price of sustaining injuries that he managed to eliminate the earth elementalist, forcing a reduction in their numbers, which proved to be the crux of battling these elementalists. Similarly, Leon discerned the vulnerabilities of the elementalists. Due to their prolonged affinity with the elements, their physical constitution is comparatively frail, weaker than that of a typical adult. Furthermore, their method of awakening the elements relies on their hands. Should their hands become restricted, their combat prowess diminishes to that of an ordinary soldier. Coincidentally, Leon had evolved to level 3 in tentacle control, which activated the effects of the neurotoxin, effectively countering the elementalists. Naturally, this necessitated Leon's proximity to the elementalists, requiring his tentacles to make contact with their hands. From the battles fought yesterday, Leon acquired valuable intelligence. The neurotoxin's effects linger for approximately 1.5 to 2 minutes. While the duration is undoubtedly influenced by individual constitution, given the fragile nature of the elementalists, one can only surmise that it is significantly shorter. Upon concluding the battle analysis, Leon arrived at the most pivotal juncture, since his objective was Monroe 3 of Rostam City. Subsequent encounters with elementalists were inevitable. The focus now lay in strategizing against the enemy's characteristics and planning the evolution of skills. The two battles from yesterday yielded substantial rewards, resulting in a remarkable allocation of 54 points. The current combat system revolves around two focal points: the diverse effects of the octopus tentacles and the warrior skills of charge and shield block. The octopus tentacles provide control effects. Charge facilitates rapid approach towards foes and swift repositioning, while shield block can absorb damage for 3 seconds, alleviating significant pressure on Leon. Additionally, his exceptional four-dimensional attributes enable him to maneuver adeptly in battle. Given the precious nature of the points, and with both charge and shield block still effective, it is prudent to allocate points towards critical abilities and attributes. The speed attribute requires a corresponding match with constitution. Otherwise, merely enhancing speed will outpace the body's energy supply. Under the current circumstances, the optimal scenario is to maintain equivalence between these two attributes to sustain balance. Should speed become excessively elevated, stamina will be depleted, rendering the enhancement counterproductive. The warrior skill charge provides combat mobility, allowing Leon to temporarily forego additional investment in speed. The upcoming wave of enemies promises to be numerous and formidable. To decisively break the deadlock, it is imperative to enhance single-strike potency and sustained combat efficacy. In other words, strength and constitution are essential selections. The remaining option that offers the most diversity and depth of capability is the skill of tentacle control. Having determined the direction for point allocation, Leon wasted no time in executing his plan. He first invested 2 points each into strength and constitution, resulting in a remarkable enhancement. The remaining point was allocated to tentacle control, completing its upgrade. What new effects shall the octopus tentacles manifest this time? Chapter 64, The Blind Elder, Tentacle Control 34. Consuming 90 proficiency points, upgrade? Yes, without hesitation, Leon chose to upgrade. Thanks to his morning exercise, he had acquired 10 proficiency points, which meant this upgrade only required 90 points. Tentacle Control Level 4, 0150, Effect, Jet, Neurotoxin, Proliferation. Leon meticulously observed the changes in his octopus tentacles. He watched as they visibly elongated at an astonishing rate. Within his arm, he could distinctly feel a tingling sensation, accompanied by a swelling and a feeling of fullness. This sensation was familiar to him. It was akin to the rapid healing of bodily wounds, where flesh cells swiftly regenerate to fill the gaps. However, Leon's arm tentacles were uninjured, yet the feeling of fullness intensified. Considering the system interface's indication of proliferation, Leon surmised that Tentacle Control Level 4 bestowed a novel effect. He refrained from acting impulsively, and instead waited for the tingling sensation in his arm to dissipate completely and for the feeling of fullness to stabilize before extending his tentacles. When the tentacles burst forth from his palm, reaching their original length, they did not falter but continued to extend. Previously, the tentacle's reach was 2 meters, but this time, it doubled, even exceeding that. Leon observed the tentacle gripping a distant tree branch, estimating its length to be between 4 and 6 meters, roughly around 5 meters. The new effect of proliferation clearly indicated a significant increase in length, extending from the original 2 meters to approximately 5. This increase in reach also meant a tangible enhancement in Leon's combat range, amplifying his deterrent capacity. With a powerful tug, the distant tree branch snapped with a crack. The strength of the tentacles had not diminished despite the increased distance. With a hint of skepticism, Leon contemplated whether the ink sac's projection would also experience an increase in distance. He decided to test this theory. As he propelled the ink sac forward, it acted like ammunition in a chamber, building up force before unleashing a powerful thrust. The tentacles unfurled, releasing a burst of bright red ink that exploded at the furthest end, transforming into a mist of crimson. The explosion occurred at a distance equivalent to the length of the tentacles. This indicated that the projection distance had indeed extended along with the tentacle length. Thus, it was now possible not only to create a mist at close range, but also to launch it over a greater distance. This revelation opened up numerous possibilities for new combinations. Simultaneously, Leon noticed that the upgrade requirement for tentacle control had risen from 100 to 150 proficiency points, a substantial increase of 50 points. Leon was unsure whether all skills would require more experience upon reaching level 4, or if the increase varied based on the skill's complexity. However, he currently lacked any surplus points to test this theory, resolving to investigate further in the future. After this enhancement, Leon took a deep breath, gazing at his current attributes, enveloped in a profound sense of security. Name, Leon. Occupation, warrior attributes, strength 5, speed 3, willpower 31. Constitution 5 skill development. Tentacle control 4, 0150, charge 1, 40100, cleave 1, 30100, suppression 1, 30100, shield block 1, 20100. Free allocation points, 05. Leon clenched his fists, and a surge of formidable power erupted from his arms. With a strength rating of 3, he could unleash an impact of 450 kilograms. Now, having increased his strength to 5, his explosive power surged to an impressive 750 kilograms. An impact of 1,500 pounds is not something just anyone can withstand. Faced with an elemental mage, whose physique is as fragile as paper, a single blow would be enough to shatter them entirely. The enhancement of his constitution allows Leon to better adapt to daytime combat. Similarly, the increase in recovery and stamina is fundamental to his fighting prowess. Nevertheless, Leon has learned his lesson. In future battles, he will endeavor to fight primarily at night. With his affinity for darkness, the effects of his constitution will be even more pronounced after dusk. The cover of night also grants him greater agility and adaptability in his movements. As dawn broke, the sun ascended the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the earth, dispelling the shadows of night. The sheer magnificence of nature was breathtaking. Leon rose to his feet. In the woods beyond the cliff, the morning light, dew, and mist entwined, enveloping everything in a sanctified glow. While Pompey and Alice were still resting, Leon decided to familiarize himself with the surrounding forest. He also hoped to encounter some ferocious beasts to test the capabilities of his newly evolved tentacles. The air in the morning woods was imbued with a refreshing aroma. As Leon ventured deeper into the forest, he descended a slope. Based on his geographical knowledge, he knew that following this decline would lead him to a water source, if he intended to leave this place and head north. Traveling along the direction of the water flow would guide him out of the woods. However, perhaps he had arrived too early, for the morning forest revealed little in the way of wildlife. Resolute, Leon ceased to tread cautiously and instead unleashed his tentacles to grasp the towering trees. Swinging through the forest like a monkey, the rush of wind whistled past his ears, and the exhilarating sensation of defying gravity was utterly delightful. He even climbed to the treetops to survey the landscape. Before him lay a lush expanse of forest, an endless tapestry of undulating green. Amidst the mountains, mist swirled, and clouds gathered, punctuated by the occasional song of birds, which lifted his spirits and expanded his horizons. Before long, Leon spotted a stream winding its way from another direction. The riverbed, having been eroded, was devoid of soil, composed entirely of smooth pebbles polished by the current. As he followed the stream downstream, his view widened considerably. Upon reaching a river bend, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight, a serene lake formed by sedimentation. The water was crystal clear, devoid of impurities, allowing him to glimpse the colorful stones at the bottom, hidden beneath the dense foliage surrounding it. The lake's edges shimmered with iridescent hues, resembling a magnificent rainbow, a truly enchanting spectacle. As Leon stood astonished by the extraordinary sights concealed within the forest, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a particular spot, his pupils constricting sharply. Beneath the shade of trees on the opposite shore of the lake, an elderly man, his eyes shrouded in black cloth and clad in a raincoat, stood fishing. Strangely, both the line of his fishing rod and the bait remained suspended in midair, half a meter above the surface of the water. Beside him, the fish basket lay empty. The old man seemed to meld seamlessly with nature, creating a harmonious tableau. Leon furrowed his brow, glancing around the old man's vicinity, yet he found no signs of habitation. In such a remote mountainous area, with steep paths, how had this elderly man, with his white hair and blindfolded eyes, arrived here? Could it be that there were others residing in these mountains? A flurry of questions erupted in Leon's mind. Just as his thoughts swirled, the old man on the opposite bank chuckled, shaking his fishing rod as if it were a cat's toy. In an instant, a large carp leapt from the water, thrashing about as it seized the bait. With a flick of his wrist, the old man deftly secured the fish in his basket, the bait untouched and intact. Better to share joy than to enjoy alone. Young friend, why not join me in this delightful pursuit? Upon hearing the old man's invitation, an inexplicable tension coursed through Leon, igniting a fierce sense of vigilance. Despite being hundreds of meters away and concealed behind a large tree, how had the old man perceived his presence? As this thought surfaced, Leon felt a surge of alarm. The old man merely waved, yet Leon felt as if he were bound by an invisible force, unable to escape. An instinctive warning echoed in his mind. If he attempted to flee, the old man would undoubtedly intercept him without hesitation. Weighing the risks, Leon reluctantly steeled himself to approach. "Apologies for disturbing your fishing, esteemed sir," he said, making his way along the lakeside, his eyes continuously surveying the scene. The old man appeared frail and emaciated, hardly exuding any strength, yet the aura of being targeted by some formidable entity rendered Leon immobile, stirring unease within him. While ordinary individuals might misinterpret such sensations, Leon was far from ordinary. His attributes had significantly enhanced, and his willpower far surpassed that of the average person. This instinctive alertness could not be erroneous. Upon reaching the old man's side, Leon felt an unsettling restlessness for the first time. The elderly figure seemed as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yet the terrifying presence he emanated was the most potent Leon had encountered since his rebirth in this otherworldly realm. Standing beside him, Leon's vigilance only intensified, his gaze darting around as his mind churned with thoughts of potential escape routes. "Young lad, how about sitting down and keeping me company while I fish?" the old man proposed once more. Leon scanned the surroundings, his gaze once again locking onto the old man. The elder's skin was brown and shriveled, crinkled like the bark of a desiccated tree. The elder, with his grizzled eyebrows arched outward, hung low at the sides, and his white beard clustered together like a broom. If he were to don a pair of sunglasses, his appearance would be strikingly reminiscent of Master Roshi from Dragon Ball. Alas, the old man's eyes were concealed by a black satin ribbon, perfectly hiding his gaze. Leon cautiously took a seat, now regretting his long journey. In the blink of an eye, the elder tossed Leon an identical fishing rod. The rod was short, and the fishing line pitifully brief, barely skimming the surface of the water. What could possibly be caught with such a setup? Was it expected that, like that foolish fish before, something would leap onto the hook? Oh, it suddenly dawned on Leon that he himself was akin to that very foolish fish, having careened from the vast forest into the lake, now reduced to the elder's trophy. To fish, one must maintain tranquility if one's heart is unsettled. The fish will surely flee. After uttering these words, the elder resumed his silent fishing. Yet, how could Leon possibly find peace of mind? With a formidable figure beside him, he had to tread carefully. Once Pompey and Alice awakened and discovered his absence, they would undoubtedly be concerned. Liang's gaze was firmly fixed upon the water's surface. At that moment, his heart mirrored the lake, disturbed by the wind, rippling restlessly. Suddenly, Leon noticed something peculiar. Although the mountain breeze blew across the entire lake, causing waves to ripple and dance, the spot where the elder's bait dangled remained as calm as a mirror, devoid of any splash or movement, starkly contrasting with the surrounding waters. Peering beneath his own bait, he observed the shimmering reflections, light dancing in the water. Leon waved his hand before the elder, but there was no response. The old man seemed as still as a monk in deep meditation, his breath and heartbeat imperceptible. Had he entered a state of turtle breathing? Yet, if one were to ask Leon if he dared to move, he would undoubtedly hesitate. This old monster possessed unfathomable strength, and his presence here was merely a constraint on his actions. Should he attempt to flee, the elder would surely follow his trail, and then misfortune would befall him, Pompey, and Alice. Leon was filled with questions, but for now, he could only acquiesce to the circumstances and observe what tricks the old man had up his sleeve. Strangely, Leon found himself calming down. He focused intently on the front, mimicking the elder's concentration on the fishing rod. With heightened willpower came a swifter mental focus. Gradually, all that remained in Liang's vision was the bait suspended in the air. The frequency of its swaying slowed, as if the very flow of time were diminishing. His breathing began to synchronize with the rhythm of nature. This extraordinary sensation had never manifested before. With each breath, Leon felt a surge of energy swirling within him, inhaling the essence of nature while exhaling the stagnant air, leaving him feeling revitalized. The accumulated impurities within him seemed to dissipate. Just as Leon was enveloped in this peculiar rhythmic cadence, the water's surface suddenly rippled, and a carp leapt into the air. Liang's mind was clear, and he immediately reacted by slightly lowering the bait, hoping to entice the carp to bite more quickly. However, just as he had completed half of his action, a new bait suddenly appeared beside him. The carp, seeking the nearer option, swiftly twisted its body and seized the bait from the old man's fishing rod, then elegantly arched its body and landed securely in the fishing basket. Leon froze, his expression turning rigid as he glared at the old man who had interrupted him and stolen his catch, shattering his initial impression of him. In contrast, the blind elder chuckled heartily. The ways of nature lie in the struggle for dominion over the heavens and the earth. When faced with opportunities, merely waiting for others to take the bait is insufficient. One must take the initiative to seize the benefits. Huh? Leon was left bewildered. How could the seemingly serene old man, exuding an aura of natural peace, speak of seizing the heavens and earth? His character had completely collapsed. Nevertheless, Leon, ever rebellious, resolved to demonstrate his point. If that was the case, then this fishing basket was indeed unclaimed. With that, he flicked the fishing hook, which snagged the basket along with 2 fish, securing them firmly in his grasp. Instead of being angry, the old man laughed and stroked his white beard. The youth is teachable, indeed. Liang waved his hand dismissively. I merely spoke in jest. These fish are not mine. I do not wish to take them. He was only countering for the sake of argument. Who would dare actually claim the fish? His own life was still uncertain. Taking the fish would be tantamount to tempting fate. The old man, his demeanor turning serious, asked, how did it feel to fish alongside me just now? Upon addressing the matter at hand, Liang sobered, replying, it felt wonderful. I felt as if I had merged with nature, breathing in harmony, expelling the impurities within me, leaving me refreshed. This was the unique insight of a martial monk, the practice of refining qi into essence. With perseverance and training, one could cultivate refined energy and achieve a fluid cycle. Martial monk, refining qi into essence? Liang paused, scrutinizing the wizened old man. Are you a practitioner of the Vedic teachings? Cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. The Vedic teachings were one of the 4 great powers of the Blackstone Federation. The martial monks of the Vedic tradition drew their strength from willpower to hone their will. There were ascetic monks who endured hardship and seekers who comprehended the ways of nature. However, one thing was common. Martial monks stood on the side of light, opposing darkness. Alongside the holy crusaders, demon hunters, and ecclesiastical officials, serving as messengers of light. Now, an unfathomably powerful old monk stood before him. Liang's life and death rested on the whims of this man. Yet, if he intended to purge darkness, why would he impart the breathing techniques of a martial monk? Was it because the old man was blind and unaware of his own dark nature? A myriad of possibilities flashed through Liang's mind as he analyzed his current situation. The old man chuckled again, observing the rippling surface of the lake, and remarked, your heart is in turmoil. Liang felt like crying, utterly confused about what the old man was truly after. The sensation of one's fate, life, and death being manipulated by others evokes a profound sense of powerlessness. Liang furrowed his brow, having already prepared for the worst. Just as he had recently enhanced his abilities, he found himself confronted by a terrifying ancient creature. Nevertheless, with his current attributes and capabilities, he hoped to seize a slim chance of survival by utilizing his ink pouch and the aid of his tentacles. The old man's thoughts, elusive as the horns of an antelope, left Liang puzzled. He could not discern his intentions. With a resigned smile, Liang half confessed, I truly do not understand what you wish to achieve. The old man continued to speak in a manner that was incomprehensible to Liang. Do you truly know yourself? This question left Liang in utter bewilderment. He genuinely did not comprehend his own identity. His journey through realms was never of his own volition. He was bereft of choice. Upon awakening, he was thrust into the horrors of the Aurora Research Institute's experiments. After painstakingly escaping, he found himself relentlessly pursued. To this day, his understanding of himself was limited to the words of Pompeii. Particularly, he yearned to discover the amalgamation of creatures that constituted his being. The only certainty he had was the presence of octopus tentacles, evident from his skill development interface. His exploration of his body had reached an impasse. What means might there be to truly know oneself? His retort subtly revealed his profound ignorance of his own essence. Your current strength emanates from your corporeal form, yet your vocation does not align. A warrior's power is derived from rage, a manifestation of emotion. To delve deeper into self-awareness, you must engage in introspection. Confront your true self and embrace your being. Only through a thorough examination from within can you comprehend who you are and who you aspire to become. The old man's words left Liang perplexed. Despite his obscured vision, the old man recognized Liang as a warrior, an indication of something significant. Yet, this raised a new question. If he could perceive Liang's warrior status, how could he remain oblivious to the fact that Liang was a creature of darkness? Moreover, what was this talk of self-discovery and introspection? Was this a form of admonishment, or did he intend to redeem this inherently malevolent being? Do not presume that I possess wisdom and should be led back to your Vedic teachings to endure suffering, only to attain enlightenment. Liang jested with a smirk. The old man erupted into a fit of laughter. There is no need for you to venture to the Vedic teachings in your current state. You would scarcely survive a quarter hour before facing extermination. However, if you stay by my side, I can teach you the path to unveil your true self. When the map is laid bare, the dagger becomes visible. A flicker of indignation crossed Liang's eyes as he decided to lay his cards on the table. Ultimately, you seek to subdue me, do you not? You monks are truly hypocritical, spouting grandiloquent rhetoric. He cast aside the facade, his dark aura no longer suppressed. As the tentacles of his right hand reached out, bracing for escape. If you were a purely dark creature, lurking behind the trees would have already led to your demise. Yet you are different, half human, half demon. Despite the weight of your dark essence, a childlike heart remains untainted. You were artificially endowed with life through dark, forbidden alchemical practices. It is said that one should merely be a puppet, yet I find myself perplexed as to how you possess free will. Some individuals, despite their human guise, engage in nefarious deeds as malevolent as demons. Conversely, there are beings steeped in darkness who have never harmed others, their hearts inclined toward goodness. The intricacies of this matter are difficult to articulate. The old man spoke at length, unraveling Liang's experiences entirely. At this moment, Liang felt his feet immobilized. Can one truly grasp so much merely through perception? The old man's wisdom is profound. Yet what is the cost? To remain by your side. Unable to embark on my own journey, cannot leave. This, in a sense, is also a form of bondage and control, a means of preventing me from committing malevolent acts. Is it not? Liang's thoughts raced, and in one succinct phrase, he struck at the heart of the matter. Yet, there is no need for that. The key knowledge is imparted to you. How you choose to navigate your path henceforth is entirely your decision. At this thought, Liang felt a stir of excitement. Just as the old man had stated, he currently exists as both man and demon. His corporeal form is that of a pure dark being. Yet his soul, and will remain human, untainted by corruption. Should he follow the old man to study the path of the monk, he could deepen his understanding and unlock further physical capabilities and skills. Are you not afraid that I might turn to darkness and wreak havoc upon the world after I learn? The old man chuckled softly. The path of the Veda is not about saving the world, but rather about saving those who dwell within it. You wander in confusion amidst the shadows. To turn a blind eye would be to betray my own Vedic path. My current discord with Rostam stems from being an adversary of the Axi kingdom, and thus, an enemy of the Blackstone Federation. Your actions are akin to aiding the enemy. Are you unafraid of being found and accused of undermining the Federation, of succumbing to darkness? Your confusion is a result of being burdened by too many concerns. Unlike me, who traverses great distances, practicing the Vedic path, all else is irrelevant to my journey. Sometimes, focusing on the present, without looking up to the heavens, is a profound wisdom. I must admit, the old man's words resonated deeply with Liang. He was on the brink of proclaiming his enlightenment, yet doubt lingered in his heart. After all, as a dark being, his interactions with humanity had often been met with malice. Those rare acts of kindness were as precious as gold in a desert or flowers blooming in a snow-capped mountain. I still find it difficult to place my complete trust in you, unless you first impart some knowledge to me. Simple Vedic breathing exercises are far from the mastery of refining energy into essence. What Liang aspired to learn was the path of the monk, a level beyond that of a mere warrior. Very well, if that is the case, I shall first demonstrate my sincerity. Liang's face lit up with anticipation. Allow me to treat you to a feast of grilled fish. Liang, Chapter 67, Clash Change. Will stream warrior monk. This sincerity was palpably felt by Liang. Burp. For someone with Liang's appetite, 2 grilled fish would hardly suffice. Yet, inexplicably, after consuming these 2 grilled fish, Liang felt a profound sense of satiety. Now, let me attempt to harness the natural rhythm I just experienced. The old man's words echoed in his ears. Liang decided to abandon his reservations. After all, there was no escaping this fate, and he would act as the old man suggested. Previously, all attention was devoted to the fishing rod. Now, the focus has shifted to one's own body, particularly the abdomen. The wind continues to stir the lake's surface, creating ripples that spread out in a harmonious rhythm. The breeze rustles through the trees, resonating with the leaves, producing a sound akin to the waves crashing against the shore, one after another. Liang quickly attunes himself to the rhythm, aligning his breath with the natural cadence. The grilled fish in his stomach begins to digest, not transforming into the energy his body typically requires, but rather condensing into a gas within. Soon, this gas flows in synchrony with his breath, circulating within him, gradually coalescing into refined essence. This represents a far more efficient method of energy conversion than mere bodily absorption. The transformed essence remains within, continually nourishing the physical form and maintaining its balance. Once digestion is complete, Liang exhales deeply, involuntarily opening his eyes. This method of converting energy into essence through breath practice elevates the process beyond basic bodily transformation, yielding a purer form of energy. Have you discovered the profound utility of Vedic breathing? The old man chuckled, his eyes crinkling with delight, his white eyebrows and beard quivering with mirth. Though Liang did not fully comprehend, he felt profoundly moved. His comment was not solely about Vedic breathing. Upon reflection, the old man had not uttered a single principle of the practice. He had simply harnessed the natural rhythm through his own breathing technique, which in turn influenced Liang. This allowed him to effortlessly enter a state of meditative focus, successfully completing the cycle of breath. Ordinary teachers impart knowledge through verbal instruction, while advanced instructors lead by example. The highest caliber of masters, like the old man, convey the essence of the monk's Vedic breathing method through jest and admonishment, enabling Liang to grasp the fundamental practice of the martial monk. What do you think a martial monk is? The old man inquired once more. Liang pondered for a moment. The old man's questions would certainly not elicit the rudimentary answer of a warrior wielding divine power through sheer will. So what then? Is a martial monk? Liang realized he must approach the question from a different perspective. After some thought, he replied, a martial monk is someone who leisurely fishes and passes the time. The old man nearly lost his grip on the fishing rod. Such an unexpected answer took him by surprise. A master must maintain composure. He stroked his beard and chuckled. That is not entirely incorrect. A martial monk adheres to the way of nature, acting in accordance with its flow. However, I wish to discuss the 3 meridians and 7 chakras. Liang sat up straight, realizing that the old man intended to impart the teachings of martial monk cultivation. Vedic breathing is merely the foundational practice for the monk's meditation. The 3 meridians and 7 chakras form the core of the monk's energy system. The 3 meridians refer to the 3 energy pathways within the body. The central channel, located within the spinal cord, extends from the crown of the head to the base of the spine, while the left and right channels extend from the arms to the heart and lungs. The 7 chakras are energy nodes along the central channel, stretching from the crown down to the base of the spine, each serving a distinct purpose. The 3 meridians and 7 wheels constitute the trajectory of the body's vital energy for the martial monk, akin to a well-constructed road where all vehicles and transport must navigate along designated paths. After delving into the essence of warrior techniques, Liang transitioned from an ordinary individual to a member of the warrior system. The energy within this system is primarily fueled by anger, which serves to amplify vitality and enhance the explosive power of muscles. Thus, the pathway of this anger flows through the meridians and blood vessels. The exertion of force relies on the stimulation of the heart by this anger, leading to a surge that pumps blood vigorously, thereby increasing oxygen supply and augmenting strength. While this method of exertion and energy enhancement may appear rudimentary upon becoming a martial monk, the original flow of anger through the meridians and blood vessels transforms into refined vital energy, and the trajectory evolves from mere channels into the intricate 3 meridians and 7 wheels. The reason martial monks harness willpower and divine strength is that the exertion method of meridians and blood vessels is intrinsically linked to the 3 meridians and 7 wheels, only now refined into a more scientific and efficient operational mode. The old man spoke a few sentences before turning his gaze towards Liang. Can you comprehend what I am saying? Although the pupils behind the old man's mask were hidden, his tone suggested a doubt regarding Liang's intellectual capacity to grasp the concepts. Liang felt a surge of anger but restrained himself from retorting, for some terminologies were indeed beyond his understanding. The old man extended his index finger, which suddenly gleamed with golden light. As he continued to speak, he gestured in the air, and a human diagram manifested, showcasing the flowing passage of the 3 meridians and 7 wheels. This display alone was enough to evoke awe. The ethereal gestures sparkled with radiant gold, reminiscent of an enlightened sage. You are a composite being, and thus, free will should not be your domain. Yet, I observe your will burgeoning, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Although the reason eludes me, your ability to transcend the constraints of natural laws is indeed miraculous. A miracle, after all, signifies a new path forged by destiny, a beacon of hope. The martial monk cultivates willpower, the way of natural balance. And I feel it is my duty to guide you. The elder's words elucidated his intentions and purpose in assisting Liang to respect life and the potential within it. The future remains beyond the perception of mere mortals. Whether Liang's path leads towards virtue or descends into the abyss of darkness is a matter for another time. At present, the elder's task is to lend a helping hand. With a wave of his hand, the golden diagram gradually drifted towards Liang. Pure energy coursed through the human figure representing the 3 meridians and 7 wheels, radiating brilliance. Now, the choice to follow me in learning the way of the Vedas rests in your hands, the elder stated, bending slightly, awaiting Liang's response. Once again at a crossroads of decision, Liang fell into contemplation. Elder, is your status within the Vedic teachings quite elevated? The elder paused momentarily. Then a smile broke across his face, its creases resembling the lines of a gnarled tree. In the teachings, I am the head of the Anomaly. To clarify for your understanding, I am second only to the supreme deity of the Vedic faith, Chakra. Oh, now I understand, Liang replied, realizing that he was at least a deputy leader, ranking just below one individual while standing above countless others. As an outsider, Liang had always felt like a stranger in this world. Pompey had been isolated for a decade, rendering him as blind as a bat. Suddenly, With the emergence of a powerful ally, it would be foolish not to take advantage of this opportunity. I agree, Liang declared emphatically. No sooner had he spoken than the magnificent golden icon of the 3 channels and 7 wheels surged into his body, marking the corresponding positions upon his darkened form. The system interface promptly issued a notification. Detected 3 channels and 7 wheels. Detected vital energy. Monk profession unlocked. Do you wish to proceed with the job change? Yes, no. Please vote for me. Please follow my journey. Chapter 68. Old man, you never mentioned it was a castrated version. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang opted for the job change. Change me now. Job change successful. Warrior transformed into monk. All attributes increased by 1. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Liang's eyes. The enhancement from the job change was palpable, as all 4 primary attributes rose by 1. He glanced down at his body, observing the operation of the 3 channels and 7 wheels, while the vital energy within him began to flow in accordance with the new rules. Additionally, transitioning to the monk profession offered a distinct advantage. Liang excelled in nocturnal combat, but when his rage accumulated, an orange flame of fury enveloped him, making him conspicuously visible at night, contrary to his stealthy approach. Now, as a monk, the glaring rage was diminished, allowing for more covert movements in the future. He also felt a sense of relief at not having invested too much proficiency in his warrior skills. Otherwise, this job change would have been a grave mistake. However, as Liang observed the vital energy circulating within him, he noted that while all 3 channels had ignited, only 4 of the 7 wheels were lit. 3 wheels, located at the upper, middle, and lower sections, remained dormant. Old man, what is the meaning of this? Liang inquired. The elder scrutinized Liang and the flow of his vital energy, feigning calmness as he stroked his white beard. The 3 channels and 7 wheels correspond to the cultivation methods of the human body. You are a dark being, a composite of different entities. The fact that you can illuminate 3 channels and 4 wheels is already an unexpected success. Liang frowned. So, after all this, you don't even know if I will succeed? Is this some kind of experiment? Sensing Liang's palpable resentment, the elder continued to elucidate. Ahem. You have not activated the brow wheel, the navel wheel, or the base wheel, but their absence will not significantly impact you. And what do these 3 wheels represent? The brow wheel symbolizes the heavens, representing the monk's most potent sacred power. Its failure to activate was anticipated, the elder said, stroking his beard with a tone that suggested he had foreseen this outcome. He seemed oblivious to his earlier discomfort. Upon hearing this, Liang nodded in agreement. After all, as a dark being, activating the sacred energy of the brow wheel would indeed be extraordinary. The dark shell triggering sacred energy? That would be a clash of opposing forces within his body. The navel wheel represents the monk's mastery over natural forces. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning are not exclusive to elemental users. Monks can also harness natural energy, infusing it into their strikes to unleash formidable power, without activating your navel wheel. Such elemental forces will remain inaccessible. Liang acknowledged this with a nod. This matter does not concern me much. The power of the elements, while not conflicting with the forces of darkness, is by no means easy to master. Additionally, Liang's body is a composite of various beings, seamlessly stitched together, and the ability to connect the 3 meridians and 4 wheels can only be attributed to Dr. Maid's exceptional skill and benevolent heart. It certainly warrants a banner of commendation for his expertise. After all, reassembling a dismembered individual does not guarantee a complete reconnection of all meridians. Moreover, merging the organs and tissues of dozens or even hundreds of species is a colossal and terrifying endeavor, requiring an intricate alignment of meridians and activation of biological functions. The gaze of the old man from the abyssal will briefly swept over Leon's lower half. Although this old fellow's eyes were shrouded in black cloth, Leon sensed an intangible scrutiny upon him, particularly concentrated on his lower abdomen, symbolizing the force of life. The force of life? What significance does the abyssal will truly hold? He felt an urge to inquire, does merely urinating qualify as a manifestation of life force? Leon's current body, having been stitched together from an array of species, lacks its own essence and merely exists as a dark amalgamation, thus reducing the dragon's function to mere excretion, devoid of reproductive capabilities, and naturally unable to activate the abyssal wheel representing the cycle of life. The monk's profession is a castrated version of existence, and he himself embodies a similar form. On a positive note, at least he has managed to activate the other 4 wheels, allowing him to cultivate a portion of the monk's skills. Noticing Leon's emotional stability, the old man continued, the path of Anomaly's first lineage does not emphasize asceticism, meditation, or the comprehension and resonance with divine power. These are not the focal points. The old man regarded Leon earnestly, though his eyes were obscured. Leon could feel the fervent sincerity emanating from him. He instinctively straightened his posture, attentive to the old man's teachings. Anomaly's philosophy advocates the unity of knowledge and action, embodying practice as the highest form of learning. Reading countless volumes of books pales in comparison to traversing myriad landscapes. Experiencing and personally perceiving are the true means to attain one's original heart. Thus embarking on the Vedic path. Strangely, as the old man concluded his thoughts, Leon sensed a faint aura of golden light behind him. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed the golden illumination persisted, filtering through the dense foliage, perfectly illuminating the old man. It was difficult to discern whether it emanated from the old man or was merely the sun's radiant glow. In essence, it is about acting in accordance with one's heart and desires, is it not? The old man smiled broadly, though his grin was more akin to a grimace. You possess great insight. It appears my decision was not in vain. With the transmission of knowledge, the two now shared an authentic master-disciple relationship, and Leon's wariness diminished considerably. Setting aside other matters, the increase of 4 attribute points following the job transition was a tangible gain. Yet there were drawbacks. All the warrior skills he had painstakingly cultivated had vanished into thin air, leaving only a solitary skill of tentacle control. By the way, old man, if you are indeed Anomaly, does that make me your disciple now? How many students do you actually have? Leon pondered, considering that being a direct disciple could afford him a degree of influence within the Vedic tradition, positioning him as a second-generation member of the faith. Indeed. You are the only one. However, in your case, embracing the Vedic teachings may not only be met with disbelief, but considering the tempestuous nature of the divine, it is highly likely to be suppressed. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Leon's lips. Initially, he had contemplated seeking refuge in the Vedic doctrines, but it now appeared to be a fruitless endeavor. Indeed, personal actions cannot be conflated with an organization. The two are distinct entities. The sacred and the elemental cannot resonate. Thus, the divine powers, incantations, and monk-like formations cannot be imparted to you. For now, I shall teach you some fundamental martial skills. The elder placed down his fishing rod and rose slowly. Leon suddenly felt that the figure before him was not a frail old man, but rather a towering mountain. An imposing aura emanating from him. Previously seated in meditation, Leon now found himself slightly leaning back in awe of this overwhelming presence, nearly losing his balance. The brilliance of spiritual light, the resonance of a golden bell, the explosive force, the dragon's tail sweeping. Though the elder was thin, standing at barely 5 feet tall, he appeared diminutive, the kind of person who could be swept away by a gust of wind. Yet, when the elder demonstrated the monk's martial techniques, the surrounding atmosphere surged, causing great waves on the lake and fierce winds in the trees. The stunning and powerful movements of the monk left Leon astounded. His mouth agape in disbelief. He could only respond with an idiotic grin. What a remarkable fortune. Chapter 69, Venturing Out to Hunt, Encountering an Elder? Spiritual Light. It is akin to a warrior's charge, a displacement skill. When executed, it envelopes the body in a golden glow, leaving behind only an afterimage, allowing one to appear instantaneously 7 meters away. Although its range falls short of the 10 meters of charge, spiritual light can be cast consecutively twice, resulting in a total displacement of 14 meters, with the added ability to change direction mid-movement, exuding an elusive quality. Most crucially, spiritual light allows for direct confrontation with an opponent, rendering it a damage-dealing displacement skill, far superior to the simple charge. Not to mention, in terms of speed, spiritual light holds an undeniable advantage. The monk strives for natural balance. Thus, physical cultivation must emphasize equilibrium to maximize the effectiveness of one's techniques. In future practices, remember to avoid extremes. Leon scratched his head, quickly acquiescing, yet internally astonished. He contemplated inquiring about the significance of the blindfolded elder once he grasped the skill. This old man seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of Leon's thoughts, truly terrifying. Soon after, the elder reached out into the void, then waved his hand through the air. Leon felt a pull of vital energy within him. Remember, this is the route of energy circulation for spiritual light. Now it's your turn to try. You have learned the monk's martial skill, spiritual light, current proficiency 1/100. Leon immediately executed spiritual light, sensing the scenery blur past him, as if his entire being was burdened by a weight several times greater than his own. At that moment, Leon understood what the elder meant by balance development. Without a formidable will and physique, the velocity of spiritual light would be insurmountable, resulting in both physical and mental collapse. To a severe extent, it could lead to bodily disintegration. What astonished Leon even more was that when he invoked the spiritual radiance and turned to look back, the familiar golden flash did not manifest. Instead, he was met with a profound black light, resembling dark lightning that trailed behind him, sharp and mysterious. It appeared that the energy of spiritual radiance shifted in accordance with the color of his bodily energy. The black lightning was no concern in the night, as it transformed into a specter that would harvest flesh and blood. Next came the golden bell. The essence within him materialized, forming a golden bell that enveloped his entire being, shielding him from all external forms of assault. The duration of the golden bell was contingent upon the scale of one's essence. If one possessed a vast reservoir of energy, the golden bell state could be maintained for an extended period. However, one must remember that while the golden bell persisted, movement was impossible. The elder once again infused the trajectory of the golden bell energy into Leon. This technique was a comprehensive defense mechanism known as the shield block, with the sole drawback of immobility. The release of the golden bell energy involved channeling it through the 3 meridians of the body, allowing the essence to circulate and achieve an all-encompassing defense. Learning from the earlier experience with spiritual radiance, as Leon invoked the golden bell for the first time, a black bell enveloped him entirely, even covering his head. The black bell emitted a faint hum, isolating him from everything surrounding him. The elder observed Leon's black bell and gently tapped it. Instantly, countless delicate fissures appeared on the black bell, formed from the essence. In the next moment, the entire bell shattered with a crack, its fragments dissipating into nothingness. Your golden bell is commendable. With diligent practice, both your endurance and resilience will see substantial improvement, the elder remarked. Leon replied, you must be referring to the golden bell skill. The explosive palm, also known as the bursting palm, is a unique martial art of the monks, combining their fists with essence and utilizing the pathways of the 3 meridians and 7 wheels. The damage inflicted by this technique is considerable, as it channels essence into the enemy's body, causing ongoing harm and severing their meridians and vital organs. Should death occur during this process, the essence within the corpse would trigger a chain reaction, resulting in a secondary explosion that inflicts further damage, a truly formidable skill. The final technique, Divine Dragon Tail, pertains to leg techniques. It involves sweeping the legs to inflict widespread damage upon multiple foes. These 4 skills encompass displacement, defense, single target assault, and area attacks, effectively compensating for the loss of warrior skills. The elder nodded repeatedly, clearly pleased with Leon's performance, which was a remarkable occurrence in the annals of the Vedic teachings. The study of the Vedic monk's path by dark beings was unprecedented. After all, only those with exceptional will and physique had the opportunity to delve into Vedic practices. Typically, dark beings, bound to their masters despite possessing some intelligence, could not escape their control, let alone attain permanent free will. Thus, the emergence of the blacklight monk was a novel phenomenon for the elder. The monk's 5 techniques, in terms of both potency and efficacy, surpassed those of the previous warriors. Liang's current trust in the old man can be succinctly summarized in a single phrase: having drifted aimlessly for half a lifetime. I lament never having encountered a wise mentor. If you do not forsake me, I wish to honor you as my adoptive father. This statement underscores a profound respect and closeness. Old man, are you shrouded in that black cloth as part of your spiritual practice? Liang inquired, voicing his curiosity at an opportune moment. The old man chuckled softly and removed the black cloth that obscured his eyes. Instantly, the dark, hollow sockets of his eyes were revealed to Liang, a grotesque sight, as all the ocular tissues had decayed, yet faint sparks flickered deep within, reminiscent of the last vestiges of warmth struggling amidst the ashes. The vast, cavernous eye sockets seemed discordantly disproportionate to his frail head, exuding an eerie, almost morbid aura. Undeterred, the old man replied, "This is a form of sacrifice from the Vedic tradition. By relinquishing my sight, I have gained the ability to hunt the creatures of darkness." Liang recoiled slightly, his eyes widening in disbelief, even managing to form a double chin in his astonishment. He had initially perceived the old man as a mere pretender, but now he realized the gravity of his sacrifice, offering his sight to pursue the dark beings. Just moments ago, with a mere gesture, the old man had shattered the golden bell. He seemed to possess abilities akin to those of formidable warriors. Liang pondered introducing the old man to his 2 friends, Pompey and Alice. Given the old man's insights and his stature within the Vedic community, there might be leads regarding the Black Codex once he laid eyes on its sheepskin cover. It could also elucidate the reasons behind Alice's dark tide. Why not accompany me back to meet them? They too are creatures of darkness, having escaped from the same research facility. Each bears their own burdens, and I require your discerning gaze upon them. Liang was candid, understanding that the old man's capabilities would unveil the truth upon their meeting, making preemptive honesty the wiser choice. Come, lead the way. The old man stowed away his fishing basket, and as he cast his fishing rod across the lake's surface, a frenzy of koi erupted, the water bubbling and shimmering in a cacophony of splashes. With a deft flick of his wrist, 3 or 5 fish arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly in the basket behind him. Liang stood transfixed, utterly amazed by this display of skill. The old man chuckled again. On our first meeting, one cannot arrive empty-handed, can one? As they journeyed, the old man expressed a keen interest in Liang's 2 companions. According to Liang, their shared escape from the research facility and their designation as friends suggested they possessed free will. Liang swung through the forest with his tendrils, while the old man gracefully traversed the treetops, hands clasped behind his back, moving as elegantly as the wind. Upon reaching the mountainside, the dense foliage abruptly gave way to an expansive vista. The view was breathtaking, the breeze gentle, the atmospheric energy rivaling that of the lakeside, truly a splendid locale. Though the old man was blindfolded and had sacrificed his sight, he perceived a world composed of qi, revealing a unique panorama. The feng shui here exhibited a majestic harmony, resembling the posture of a tiger poised upon a dragon, a manifestation of a mythical serpent. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, the purple aura of dawn and dusk, harmonizing the mountains and waters, gathering within the sacred ground. The shimmering reflections of the sun, moon, and stars upon the lakeside resonate with the ethereal essence harvested from the mountains, creating a harmonious connection. Gathering energy in such a feng shui treasure trove yields remarkable results with minimal effort. So, it appears I've inadvertently chosen the right place, Liang mused, a sense of realization dawning upon him. He understood now why the python thrived in the cave, achieving such impressive size. Accompanied by the old man, Liang approached the cave. Upon hearing Liang's voice, Pompey swiftly emerged, muttering complaints about his abrupt departure that morning. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his gaze fell upon the cheerful old man beside Liang, causing his expression to shift to one of cautious vigilance. As creatures of darkness, they instinctively harbored a sense of aversion toward the presence of a human. Liang, who is this? Pompey inquired. Allow me to introduce the master of the Vedic teachings. Liang replied enthusiastically. Hey old man, what was your name again? Seeing Liang's ignorance of the old man's name while daring to present him before them, Pompey couldn't help but cover his face with his paw in disbelief. I am Lao Hu, the old man declared. Lao Hu, master of the Vedic teachings, possesses formidable strength. He regards me as a prodigy worthy of imparting martial skills, hence I am trustworthy. Upon hearing the mention of martial instruction, Pompey's demeanor softened slightly, though a hint of wariness remained in his expression. While Liang's proclamations of being a prodigy might be mere hyperbole, the title of Vedic master and the assertion of great power were not to be taken lightly. In this regard, Liang was not one to make hasty judgments. If Liang deemed someone to be exceptionally strong, there could be no doubt of their prowess. However, the notion of imparting martial skills drew a scoff from Pompey, who thought, does he truly believe that having been isolated for 10 years has rendered him ignorant of the world? The Vedic monks wield sacred energy, and you, a creature of pure darkness, how could you possibly learn? Oh, is that so? Liang responded, a flash of inspiration striking him. He promptly demonstrated the golden bell technique. Dark lightning coursed through the air, revealing an imposing energy. Pompey observed Liang's newfound ability in the dark electric aura, sensing a stark contrast to the golden sacred energy typically associated with the monks as described in books and legends. Yet, the sheer power of these abilities was evidently superior to that of a warrior's skills. This was a genuine enhancement. During this period, Lahu would remain here to instruct in martial techniques, while also checking on Alice's condition. Pompey suddenly realized that Liang had brought back this master for a deeper purpose. Indeed, Alice had been a lingering concern for both of them. Her origins were tied to Dr. Maid from the Dawn Research Institute, a common adversary of Liang and Pompey, who had met their demise at their hands. With such a complicated history, they found it challenging to be completely candid with Alice or to dispel any lingering doubts. Alice's predicament resembled a concealed bomb, poised to detonate at any moment. Following her activation of the black tide magic, this sense of unease intensified. The Vedic master, possessing vast knowledge and insight beyond that of Pompey, a mere researcher, might indeed hold the key to understanding Alice and the clues surrounding the black codex bound in sheepskin. Inwardly, Pompey commended Liang for his remarkable fortune. A mere hunting expedition had serendipitously led him to encounter such a reclusive master. Lahu casually tossed the fish basket to Liang. Please prepare some fish. It seems our young friend has been preoccupied with concern for you all morning and has yet to have breakfast. The elderly man, unreserved, seated himself cross-legged on the ground. He then turned his gaze towards Pompey, displaying no surprise, instead smiling as he beckoned. Young friend, if you wouldn't mind, could you come over for me to take a look? Pompey, taken aback, glanced at Liang, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to approach. My master. What is there to see? His voice lacked the confidence he possessed when speaking to Liang. Let us observe first, the old man replied. His bony, calloused hands gently pinched Pompey's face and body, his smile gradually fading into a solemn expression. After a thorough examination, he sighed deeply. Child, you have endured quite a bit of suffering, haven't you? Given the elder's age, addressing Pompey as child raised no eyebrows. For reasons unknown. Pompey felt a lump form in his throat, the memories of humiliation and his body's numerous stitches vividly replaying in his mind. As the first human amalgamation created by Dr. Maid, Pompey was not always as he appeared now. Due to the varying techniques employed by Dr. Maid, he had undergone 4 different bodies, transitioning from a haphazard initial attempt to experiencing rejection reactions, and finally to a stable technique. He had encountered nearly every conceivable issue related to the amalgamation process, biological challenges, and various anomalies. It could be said that Dr. Maid's mastery of the Black Canon and advancements in dark amalgamation were greatly attributed to Pompey's experiences. Now, under the old man's compassionate gaze, tears began to well in Pompey's eyes, the long-buried grievances surging forth. The elderly man gently caressed Pompey, his tender words soothing the wounded spirit. Cry, it will be all right. Pompey transitioned from quiet sobs to uncontrollable wails. Even the act of avenging Dr. Maid had not allowed him this release. Yet, with just 2 sentences from the old man, Pompey cast aside all pretense and defenses. Uncle Pompey, are you crying? Alice, rubbing her sleepy eyes, emerged from the cave. Dressed in a red dress, her voice sweet and innocent, she pouted at the tear-streaked Pompey. The elder raised his head, gazing at Alice at the cave's entrance. Within his sacrificial eye of chi, a tempest of dark energy surged, the malevolent force rising like a tide. The once colorful chi dissipated, enveloped entirely by a blackish-gray mist. Even someone as worldly as the elderly man could not help but be taken aback. From the hollow eye sockets covered by black fabric, crimson sparks began to intensify and ignite, as if they were about to erupt from within. Meanwhile, Liang, sensing the unusual atmosphere while cooking the fish, rose and positioned himself between the elder and Alice, questioning with a mix of curiosity and caution, Old man, is everything all right? Happy May Day to everyone. The next chapter will be available around 2 or 3 o'clock. Feel free to check it out in the morning. Please support with votes and follow-ups. Chapter 71. Teaching Without Discrimination, Truly a Master. Alice tilted her head, also scrutinizing the elder. It appears that Alice, seemingly oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, inquired, Father, why is there an additional elderly gentleman? Elon fixed his gaze intently upon Yahoo, cautiously probing, Old man, have you perhaps seen something? Elon was aware that Yahoo's eyes had been endowed with the ability to trace dark entities through sacrifice, enabling him to perceive energies invisible to the naked eye. Presently, Yahoo's eyes sparkled with an unsettling light, evoking thoughts of potential danger. The glow emanating from the sunken areas of his eyes gradually subsided. Indeed, he had perceived something. The dark aura surrounding the girl was exceedingly potent, instinctively activating my eye of chi. A dense aura of darkness? Elon momentarily froze. He and Pompey were cognizant of the formidable dark power residing within Alice, yet the extent to which it could compel the old man's abilities was beyond Elon's expectations. Yahoo, suppressing his impulse, redirected his focus toward Pompey. He then spoke slowly. Let us first address the matter concerning young Pompey. Having endured numerous dark modifications, he has suffered greatly to adapt to his body. Such trials would be unbearable even for some monks of the Vedic tradition. This current physique, however, is nothing short of exemplary. After a brief contemplation, the old man gestured toward his own ears, asking, Do you now perceive that this place feels somewhat different from your previous human experience? Pompey, taken aback, replied with increasing reverence, Indeed, my hearing is significantly enhanced compared to ordinary humans, even surpassing that of this fellow, as he pointed at Elon. Yao nodded. This physique is particularly well suited to you, with your auditory nerves being exceptionally compatible, thus granting you superior hearing and perception. However, this is merely an instinct of the body. You might attempt to follow my guidance in certain exercises, which could further enhance your auditory capabilities. Upon concluding his words, Yahoo's gnarled fingers traced a sinuous line behind Pompey's ear. Try to remember this trajectory, then engage the muscles and nerves along this path. You will experience something remarkable. Pompey concentrated intently, his ears twitching slightly as he exerted effort, causing his scalp to tighten. After several attempts, he finally discerned the sensation Yahoo had described. Instantly, Pompey's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as he perceived the broader auditory landscape Yao, who had mentioned. The ethereal essence of the morning forest. The subtle rustling of birds flapping their wings atop the trees, the breaths of a few individuals on the cliff, the whispers of wind at the cave's mouth, and the sound of droplets falling from the cave's ceiling into the pond, all became vividly clear. I can feel it. I can hear it. Pompey exclaimed, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. In comparison to his current hearing, what he once perceived felt lifeless. Elon's brows arched in curiosity as he hastily inquired, "What is the extent of your hearing now?" Pompey closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, approximately 500 meters. This revelation greatly exceeded Elon's expectations. With this enhancement, Pompey's auditory capabilities would prove invaluable in reconnaissance. Very well, you must practice diligently. Once this deliberate adjustment of muscles and nerves becomes instinctual, your hearing will advance even further. Mahu, with the tenderness of a parent, gently stroked Pompey's head, his voice imbued with warmth and kindness. Turning around, Pompey immediately knelt before him. "Master, I am profoundly grateful that you have not dismissed me, and I humbly seek your guidance. Please accept my bow." If Pompey had harbored doubts before, he was now utterly convinced. A Vedic master who does not merely distinguish good from evil through the lens of light and darkness, who educates without prejudice. Even setting aside his own curiosity to offer guidance to the awestruck Alice is truly admirable. "Ah, our meeting is indeed serendipitous. I have merely offered a few words of advice. There is no need for such grand gestures," Mahu remarked, preventing Pompey from bowing too deeply. He added with a smile, "If you would not mind, could you introduce this young lady to me?" Alice, timidly perched at the cave's entrance, observed from a distance, still feeling somewhat apprehensive towards the unfamiliar elder. Leon, stirring a large pot, turned to Alice and said, "Alice, this is Grandpa Mahu. He means no harm. Go over and let him examine you, and perhaps next time you won't faint." Encouraged by Leon's words, Alice took a deep breath and cautiously approached. Her pure white eyes curiously examined the frail old man cloaked in black fabric. As she drew nearer, Mahu no longer exhibited the vibrant gleam in his eyes from before. Both Leon and Pompey focused intently on the pair, awaiting the elder's revelations. Standing before Mahu, Alice tilted her little head and sweetly greeted, "Hello, Grandpa." Mahu chuckled softly, stroking his beard, a radiant smile spreading across his face. "Ah, what a well-behaved child you are." His gnarled, withered hand touched Alice's head, trembling slightly upon contact, yet soon transformed into a gesture of affectionate caress. "You mentioned that Leon is your father?" the elder gently prompted. Upon hearing Leon's name, Alice's eyes widened with excitement, her face alight with joy as she nodded vigorously. "Yes. The first thing I saw when I was born was my father. Being with him feels wonderful. I can sense that it is a bond of blood." "Oh, I see." Pompey interjected, unable to contain himself. "Master, when I was in peril, Alice suddenly appeared to rescue me, unleashing a surge of dark energy that repelled 5 elemental mages working in concert. Afterward, she fainted. Upon awakening, her speech was fluent and her logic coherent. As if overnight she had transformed from a mere toddler into a young adolescent. What could this possibly mean?" Alice pouted, a look of distress crossing her features as she asked, "Grandpa, is there something bad within me?" Mahu chuckled warmly, his gentle voice resonating once more as he reassured her, "The power to protect one's companions is indeed a noble strength. How could it ever be deemed as something malevolent? Tell me, are you happy to have saved Pompey?" Alice nodded earnestly, "Yes. Uncle Pompey is very kind to me. But of course, my father is the kindest of all." At that moment, I felt as though I was on the verge of losing Uncle Pompey, and a profound sorrow enveloped my heart. I desperately wished to avert such a fate. Subsequently, I sensed something stirring within me, and thereafter, my memories faded into oblivion. Thus, if that which resides within your being has saved someone you hold dear, how could it be deemed a malevolent force? Indeed, I ought to express my gratitude. Alice playfully patted her round little belly. Elder Tiger lowered his gaze, and as he followed Alice's movement, he caught sight of the black codex. A sheepskin scroll slung across her shoulder, causing his brow to furrow once more. This object, new month, seeking recommendations, seeking continued readership. Chapter 72 Black Codex, the Community of Fate. Elder Tiger sensed a potent aura of darkness and malevolence emanating from the sheepskin scroll that Alice carried. The soft cover, reminiscent of black goat hide, instilled within him a sense of foreboding. "Child, may I have a look at that?" Elder Tiger inquired cautiously, recognizing the significance of the item to the girl, given its close proximity to her person. "This belongs to my father," Alice replied, glancing at Leon. Upon seeing his nod, she swiftly retrieved it and handed it to Elder Tiger with both hands. "Grandfather, here you go." There was no hint of reluctance, as if the item were merely stored with her temporarily. Elder Tiger observed Alice's every movement, ultimately accepting the sheepskin cover from her grasp. Good child, good child." As Elder Tiger took hold of the black codex, his frail, aged hands caressed its surface, feeling the delicate texture of the sheepskin. "This is called the Black Codex. Its contents pertain to the creation of dark amalgamations, a possession of the malevolent doctor from the Research Institute. Pompey and I instigated a rebellion within the Institute. And during our confrontation with the wicked doctor, the pages of the Black Codex were consumed by the flames. Later, when the fire subsided, we returned to seek useful clues, only to discover this water and fire-resistant sheepskin scroll. It may be the sole thread unraveling our identities. Water and fire-resistant, indeed. Elder Tiger remarked with a hint of awe in his voice. Old man, have you discerned something? Leon sensed an unusual tone in Elder Tiger's voice. Elder Tiger slowly raised his head, his gaze fixated on Leon as he spoke. Although I have not heard of this Black Codex. The cover made of black sheepskin is undeniably fashioned from the hide of a hellish demon. This demon is unique to the infernal realm. I have encountered references to it in the secret text of the Vedic scriptures. It is said that these demons are part human, part goat, bearing the grotesque form twisted by hell. They walk like men, adorned with goat-like horns and split iron hooves, wielding various weapons used in warfare. They are rumored to be exceedingly cunning, always acting in concert to fulfill the sinister commands of hell's malevolent leaders. In the past, they were confined deep within dark labyrinths. Yet whispers have begun to circulate about their sporadic emergence into the wilderness, appearing among mortals. Elder Tiger paused, swallowing hard, and continued, if they are indeed impervious to water and fire, it is highly probable that they belong to the hellish or bloodthirsty clans among the goat-headed beings. The high-ranking demons from these tribes possess the ability to wield flames and are inherently immune to fire. After listening, Leon felt a buzzing in his head. He had merely retrieved a piece of black goat leather from the ruins of the Research Institute, so how had he suddenly become entangled with the notion of hell? Moreover, wasn't he the structure of the Lea continent defined by the opposition between the Blackstone Federation and the United Foundation? When had a concept of hell emerged? Did this imply that there were also celestial forces of light? Leon was instantly overwhelmed. If this were a game, such a glitched design would undoubtedly draw the ire of players. Yet now, as a real person in this world, the situation seemed far less optimistic. If Leon's psychological resilience could be deemed adequate, then Pompey was utterly dazed. What hell? He was merely an unremarkable researcher who had never ventured beyond the borders of the Axii kingdom, a victim of betrayal, transformed into a patchwork creature. Now, he found himself embroiled in matters beyond the mortal realm. Thus, old man, this tome, the Black Canon, is highly likely to originate from hell? Leon inquired. Lahu was equally uncertain. Initially, he intended to guide the three sentient dark hybrids to acquire some self-preservation skills. However, with the emergence of the Black Canon, the situation had grown complex and enigmatic. It could not be taken as a certainty. Perhaps I am merely ignorant. I have not heard of any knowledge, records, or monstrous accounts concerning dark hybrids from hell. The forbidden life alchemical fusion might be the result of humans who, after capturing hellish demons, experimented and synthesized findings on dark forbidden spells. Lahu returned to his senses, diverting the conversation from the Black Canon. I have observed Alice's condition and am now aware of the sequence of events. What I wish to know is whether all three of you were present when the Black Canon was burned. Leon furrowed his brow, momentarily forgetting to stir the bubbling fish soup. Yes, we were all present, he replied. Lahu pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the three dark hybrids before him. Then it is highly probable that when the Black Canon was incinerated, it triggered some mechanism or spell. As of now, you three have become dark beings due to the Black Canon, forming a shared fate. Thus, when Alice awakens, she instinctively feels a connection to you, as your fates have become intertwined to some extent, making you the last remaining dark hybrids of the Black Canon. Furthermore, I can assure you that the dark tide of magic within Alice is indeed linked to the Black Canon, but it bears little relation to the black goat leather of hellish demons. Even without this black goat leather, she could still unleash this energy. As for the reason behind this release, I regret to say that my limited power cannot discern it. Lahu's words thoroughly clarified the doubts for Leon and Pompey. The Black Canon had left no pages behind save for its cover. Lahu could only glean some insights through his chi. However, this information was exceptionally valuable to Leon and Pompey. At the very least, their anxious hearts could finally find some solace, having eliminated the possibility that Alice was merely feigning ignorance, waiting for the opportune moment to betray them. In an instant, both Leon and Pompey felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Alice, akin to that of a thief caught red-handed. Young man, snap out of it. If you keep daydreaming, the fish will turn to mush. Leon had intentionally simmered the fish to a tender consistency for the ease of Pompey and Alice. He would never admit that he had momentarily lost focus. Since both Leon and Pompey had benefited, it was only natural that Alice would also receive her share. The old tiger affectionately ruffled Alice's hair, his expression warm and benevolent. My dear, shall I teach you how to control the friends within your body? That way, you won't faint the next time you need her assistance. Alice beamed with joy, yet the stitches at the corners of her mouth tightened, causing slight tears that stained her lips with crimson. Thank you, Grandpa. That way, I won't be a burden to Papa and Uncle Pompey anymore. Surrounding the fish soup, Pompey and Alice enjoyed their breakfast. Compared to the pungency of snake meat, the fish soup was refreshingly light. Meanwhile, Leon and the old tiger engaged in a private conversation at the cliff's edge. After much hesitation, Leon inquired, "Is the hell you speak of truly real?" Chapter 73. The calm before the storm. The old tiger perceived the fear lurking within Leon's heart. Regrettably, although I wish to tell you it is false. Reality cannot be altered. He sighed softly and continued, I understand your feelings. I still recall the time when I devoted myself to the Vedas, ascending to the rank of Madhuri, granting me access to the vast archives of the Vedic sea. When I encountered the accounts of hell, even though my martial prowess was unparalleled, and I prided myself on my unwavering heart for the Vedas, deep down, I was no different from you. Each night, I would awaken from nightmares wrought by the terrifying imagery described in those texts. I felt as if something sinister was lurking in the darkness, poised to strike. This existence left me in a state of constant dread, robbing me of sleep. Daily nightmares tormented me, conjuring visions of a world turned to hell, where humanity became fodder for demons, forced to cower in the wilderness, living a life of barbarism. Thus, to confront my inner fears, I chose to sacrifice my own eyes in exchange for the ability to hunt the creatures of darkness. It was not out of some grand desire to protect the human realm, but merely to combat my own inner demons and restore peace to my soul. The old tiger unabashedly unveiled his vulnerable heart, creating a stark contrast to his demeanor of tolerance, compassion, and profound strength. Leon's mouth fell slightly agape, and after a moment, he murmured, I thought only insignificant beings like myself harbored such anxieties about their fate. I never imagined even you would share such thoughts. The old tiger gazed far into the distance, observing the sun gradually rising in its splendor, and similarly lamented. People often believe that those who stand high need not worry about dangers beneath them. Yet, they forget that standing tall allows one to see distant enemies more clearly and to perceive a bleak future with greater clarity. Have you ever encountered the demons of hell? Leon could not help but ask. The old tiger shook his head. I have seen many dark creatures, but I have yet to witness the demons of hell. During my travels, I encountered numerous inexplicable events, each serving as a harbinger of the demonic forces of hell drawing ever nearer. Yet, the old tiger adopted a light-hearted tone, chuckling, what is there to fear? If the demons truly descend, we tall ones will stand firm, leaving you all aside. Leon replied, though your words are bold. Your stature of merely 1.5 meters is rather comical. With a sigh, Leon expelled his worries, realizing that the specter of hell was not his immediate concern. Even if such beings were to manifest, it would be a matter for the Vedic faith and the Holy Cross Court to contemplate. His focus, instead, lay on Count Monroe of Rostam City. Leon needed to procure the backup data that Captain Ander had brought back, for it held the key to unraveling the mysteries of his own biology, enabling a future of enhanced evolution and skill allocation. Pompey and Alice had feasted heartily. One sat upon a smooth stone, the other leaned against a tree, their bellies round and content. The old tiger rose, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and cheerfully approached Alice, saying, My dear, allow me to teach you how to control your dear friend. Without pretense, he sat cross-legged on the ground, casually gathering a few pebbles to commence his lesson. Contrary to Leon's expectation of a serious meditation session, the old tiger engaged Alice in a playful game of flicking stones. Before long, the joyful and innocent laughter of the old man and young girl echoed through the mountains. Yes, just like that. Keep your hands steady, take a deep breath, and focus solely on the stone before you. Let nothing else occupy your mind. Observing the elder's patient guidance, Leon began to comprehend his intention. He was cultivating Alice's concentration and control, direct instruction for her, gentle guidance for Pompey, and a delightful educational experience for the child, all without bias. Embodying the essence of a true master. Leon, too, was not idle. He practiced 4 martial techniques of the monk, seizing the opportunity to reinforce his skills. Meanwhile, Pompey, sated and languid, reclined on the ground, relishing the cool mountain breeze, free from the worries of life, an indulgence he had never imagined during his days in the research facility. With the old tiger at their side, elucidating the origins of Alice's black tide magic, Leon and Pompey felt no lingering ties or fears of harm in such a tranquil setting, allowing them to lower their defenses completely. The elder even fashioned a swing for Alice. Having returned from the research facility, Alice had never experienced such delightful playthings. A peculiar yet joyous smile spread across her once dull gray cheeks. The old man was patient and unhurried, while Alice affectionately called him Grandpa. In just a morning's time, The old tiger had ascended to become one of Alice's most cherished relatives. Alice pinched her fingers together, gesturing, "Grandpa, if you could just put in a bit more effort, you would only be slightly less significant than Uncle Pompey in my heart." "Really? Just a smidgen less?" He chuckled. "Then I must strive harder. You should take a nap. This afternoon, I shall take you to catch grasshoppers." After elevating the proficiency of his martial monk skills to 10,100, Leon ventured into the cave to retrieve an axe and a one-handed sword. He meticulously crafted a new axe handle and felled a few trees, subsequently erecting a row of fences around the cave's perimeter. The leftover scraps were transformed into several sets of bowls, chopsticks, tables, and stools. Meanwhile, Pompey busied himself gathering shrubs, fallen leaves, and dry grass from the vicinity, returning to spread them within the cave. The once rigid ground now felt soft and dry, providing a comfortable ambience. In just a single morning, the cold, stark cave had morphed into a cozy sanctuary, evoking a sense of home. Leon stood upon the cliff, gazing into the distance at Shiyuan town. Such warm moments are fleeting, and his thoughts were swiftly drawn back to reality. Previously, Ander had fled the research institute by car, only to return 2 days later. It had been more than a day since the elemental mages had parted ways in the Gobi Desert, and it was reasonable to assume that another contingent of soldiers had already returned to Rostam City to report Leon's survival and the elemental mages' expedition to Shiyuan town for investigation. If all proceeded as expected, reinforcements from Rostam City would arrive in Shiyuan town by nightfall or the following day. Although Shiyuan town had erased all traces of the conflict involving Leon and the elemental mages, decades of investment and research could not be so easily obliterated by a single mishap. From the perspective of Monroe III, Leon found it intolerable to fathom the shattering of hopes for immortality. He perceived two options in Monroe III's decision: a comprehensive investigation of Shiyuan town and a meticulous search operation aimed at capturing Leon. Regardless of the choice, it signified that a formidable battle lay ahead for Leon. Mao, who stealthily approached, hands clasped behind his back, and stood beside Leon. "Your gaze lingers on that small town. What weighs on your mind?" Chapter 74, The Black Sky of Wuhan. Although Mao, whose eye of Qi could not delve into one's inner thoughts, he discerned Leon's pensive demeanor from his distant gaze. Leon then recounted his experiences after escaping the research institute, detailing all he had witnessed in Shiyuan town to the elder. Upon hearing Leon's tales, a flicker of understanding crossed Mao Hu's eyes. The cycle of life and death, every sip and peck, is predestined. Leon had witnessed the darker facets of humanity within the research institute, yet after exhibiting kindness in Shiyuan town, he received a positive response, which prevented resentment from taking root and leading him to be governed by irrational emotions. The human warrior, Linden, in the twilight of his life, entrusted his will to Leon. Having learned the foundational skills of a warrior, Leon successfully escaped the confines of the research institute, incinerating the malevolence in a great fire. Subsequently, children from Shiyuan town provided him with sustenance and shelter, culminating in his confrontation with the elemental mages. All these interactions were threads of fate intertwining. Now, with the enemy intent on advancing into Shiyuan town once more, Leon felt a tug at his heart. "So, your aim is to uncover backup data from Rostam City to comprehend the components of your being?" Mao Hu inquired. Leon nodded. "There were two aspects to my previous thoughts. The first is to unravel the origins of the Black Code. Perhaps I may discover a way for Pompey and me to reclaim our humanity. However, according to your assertions, the depths of the Black Codex are unfathomable. Despite your claims of never having encountered the demons of hell, there are those who can hunt these malevolent beings and even fashion their hides into book covers, which speaks volumes of their prowess." Leon paused momentarily, casting a glance at Pompey and Alice, his expression placid and devoid of any embarrassment. "Since the three of us are bound by fate, I cannot allow them to accompany me into peril. Thus, it is imperative that we unravel the mystery of my lineage." Leon turned to the elder and smiled. "One cannot be a composite being and remain ignorant of the biological materials that constitute one's own organs and bodily tissues, can one? Elder, this is akin to being a Vedic practitioner yet lacking knowledge of the deities worshipped in one's faith. How can such a state be acceptable?" Leon's analogy was remarkably apt, prompting the elder to nod in agreement. With all the individuals involved now deceased and all data within the research institute destroyed, the only source of knowledge regarding one's own structure resides in the backup data held by Monroe III of Rostam. However, Rostam is a significant stronghold of the Principality of Axi, a crucial hub for trade. Given Monroe III's obsession with immortality, it is only natural that this final backup data would be under stringent protection, making any attempt to infiltrate and seize it exceedingly arduous. Leon's understanding of Rostam was limited to what he gleaned from Pompey. Now, with the presence of the more knowledgeable elder, it was prudent to acquire further insights. For preparation is key. Elder, please enlighten me. I am currently aware only that Rostim is a vital stronghold of the Principality of Axi, guarded by the Monroe family for generations, with the current count being Monroe 3. Beyond this, my knowledge of Rostim is scant. Although the elder had traveled through the southern nations of the Blackstone Federation, his experiences, combined with the records from the Vedic Academy of the Vast Sea, have yielded considerable insights into lesser-known secrets. The power dynamics within Rostim are intricate, aside from the ruling Monroe family. Numerous factions vie for control over significant ventures along the Silk Road. However, such details may not be of much use to you. If your aim is to enter the city and acquire the backup data, you must be mindful of Rostim's defensive forces. First and foremost, there is the Monroe Guard, which you should be more familiar with than I. This is the elite guard of the Monroe family, tasked specifically with ensuring the safety of the family and the Count. The leader of this guard is a formidable firearms expert, not to be underestimated. Secondly, there are the Elementalists. Each year, top graduates from the Elmont Academy are assigned to various cities within the Blackstone Federation as combat and elemental consultants. The 5 Elementalists you dispatched in Shiyuan Town, based on your descriptions, were likely newly graduated. Rostim has a branch of Elmont, where at least a senior Elementalist with a high combat medal serves as minister. Seasoned and skilled, with some even mastering 2 or 3 elemental forces. In addition to these 2 points of caution, you should also pay attention to the currency exchange houses within the city. These establishments are part of a mysterious bounty guild that spans the entirety of the Laya continent, offering a variety of bizarre and unique bounty tasks. Among those tasked with these endeavors are not only youthful prodigies but also seasoned bounty hunters and demon slayers. These individuals are ruthless, possessing greater combat experience and a more profound ability to confront dark entities than the guards and elementalists. Once encountered, they cling on like a stubborn adhesive. It is often said that an elder in the household is akin to a treasure, the wisdom imparted by the venerable Lao who is exceedingly valuable. Had it not been for the recollections of a researcher from Pompeii a decade prior, Leon would have felt as though he were stepping into an uncharted realm upon arriving at Rostim. However, after absorbing the old man's insights, it is clear that this location is indeed a den of peril. Old man, did you forget to mention one crucial point? Rostim has everything except for monks, remarked Lao Hu, pursing his lips. You've noticed even this detail. It seems you are resolutely determined to proceed. Very well, let me elaborate. Prior to the establishment of the Blackstone Federation, the southern nations themselves were rife with religious beliefs and ideological conflicts, with the most intense clashes occurring between the Vedic faith and the Ailermont Academy. Sometimes, fate behaves like a mischievous child, juxtaposing certain conflicts across the timeline for its own amusement. At that very moment, within the city of Rostim, a middle-aged man clad in a purple and gold robe was delivering a lecture, while numerous elegantly dressed elementalists listened attentively. The confidence and pride evident on their faces, coupled with their erect postures, spoke volumes of their spirited demeanor. The Ailermont Academy and the Vedic faith have diverged significantly in their understanding and application of elemental forces, each considering themselves the rightful purveyors of natural elements. In this context, prior to the formation of the Blackstone Federation, numerous conflicts had arisen. An elementalist raised his hand from the audience. Mr. Iori, is this the reason why Rostim has yet to witness the establishment of a Vedic sect? The purple-robed elementalist adjusted his spectacles and nodded in affirmation. Indeed. However, such prejudices are gradually being dismantled. Even Rostim, historically a bastion of Ailermont influence, is soon to welcome monks from the Vedic faith. On crucial matters, both the Academy and the Vedic faith have reached a consensus to combat the nefarious practitioners of dark sorcery, predominantly among the Gypsy Romani. In 2 days, the revered Black Tian Wu One will personally lead a cadre of monks to establish a sect in Rostim. At that time, I shall guide you all to engage in fruitful exchanges with the Vedic monks. Upon hearing this, the elementalists in the audience gasped in astonishment, exchanging glances and murmuring amongst themselves. The fact that Black Tian is personally leading the delegation indicates the Vedic faith's significant regard for Rostim. It seems we will inevitably have dealings with the Vedic monks henceforth. Chapter 75, The Mysterious Affairs Investigation Team. Mr. Iori, what should we do if disagreements and conflicts arise during these exchanges? Inquired a young elementalist from the audience. Graduates of the Ailermont Academy are all prodigies, regarded as paragons among men. They hold unwavering faith in their powers and the knowledge they have acquired, their current status, lifestyles, and the reverence they receive, which elevate them above others, all stem from the awakening of elemental perception within their very blood. This self-proclaimed divine gift has led them to regard themselves as the saviors of the human realm and the navigators of future directions. However, they now find themselves in dialogue with monks who believe that through steadfast inner cultivation, peaceful communion with nature, and the harmonization of the 3 meridians and 7 chakras, one can attune to elemental forces. Their haughty sense of superiority is swiftly diminished in the presence of these monks. Iori glanced at the questioning elemental user and inquired, "What is your name?" "Shamakibai, sir," came the reply. A person capable of so astutely grasping the psychology of elemental users, who has keenly pinpointed the conflict between elemental users and monks, is certainly worthy of Iori's attention. In the Rostam branch, there are 117 registered elemental users. As the branch leader, Iori cannot possibly know each elemental user intimately nor attend to every detail. However, Shamakibai has made a lasting impression today. In response to your inquiry, my suggestion is to seek common ground while respecting differences. At our core, we are all wielders of elemental power, albeit with some divergences in awakening that power. Yet, we now face a common enemy, the Gypsy Romani. The various clues relayed by scouts and troops from the northern front indicate that this deranged and malevolent group is delving into dark and forbidden rituals. Under the influence of such power, the elemental forces at the front are becoming barren. Should these rituals spread, it would spell disaster for elemental users. Remember, the Vedic teachings are not our foes, the Romani are. In the face of such grave issues, our minor doctrinal discrepancies can be set aside for discussion. Just as Iori concluded his words, his secretary approached and whispered something in his ear. The muscles in Iori's face visibly slackened, his gaze darkened, and an unmistakable somberness enveloped him. The previously lively and relaxed elemental users now dared not even breathe. Well, our activities for today conclude here. Shamaki, please follow me. Shamakibai momentarily stood in shock before clenching his fists, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Not every elemental user is granted the opportunity for reintegration after assignment. More often than not, they find themselves rarely given chances within the cities where they are registered. Yet this time, it seemed he had placed his bet wisely. Iori's countenance had shifted dramatically upon hearing the secretary's report, indicating that something significant must have occurred. At this moment, being summoned was a clear sign for Shamaki that his opportunity had arrived. He hastened to follow closely behind Iori's secretary. Navigating past the assembly hall, they arrived at the reception room, where they encountered Sterling, the commander of the Monroe Guard, along with several of his subordinates. It appeared that this matter was somehow connected to the Lord Count. Shamaki, perceptive as ever, respectfully positioned himself behind Minister Iori, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Minister Iori, allow me to elucidate the specifics," Sterling gestured, prompting a soldier to step forward and salute Iori. "Please, share the details," Iori responded, returning the salute. The soldier, clearly still shaken, swallowed hard and recounted. "We were ordered to follow Captain Ander to the ruins of the research facility in search of useful clues. But who could have anticipated an ambush? Captain Ander and 30 soldiers were slain by the Abomination. We intended to mount a rescue, but were met with a ferocious assault from dark creatures. A terrifying aura of malevolence surged forth from the corridors of the facility, nearly overwhelming even the elementalists." The soldier recounted the entire sequence of events in one breath, panting heavily afterwards, the fear evident in his eyes. Iori processed the information before inquiring, "Are you suggesting that they called you back to fetch reinforcements?" The soldier nodded, his voice trembling as he added, "Before he perished, Captain Ander remarked that the creature should have been dealt with back in Zahara town. The elementalists have ventured there alone, and the remaining soldiers have not returned with any updates. I am fearful." Sterling interjected, "This information has already reached the Earl, as it pertains to the elementalists, thus collaboration with the IUN branch is essential." Iori acknowledged with a nod. From the soldier's account, it was clear that the enemy was not singular. The capability to dispatch a lieutenant captain of the Monroe Guard along with 30 well-trained soldiers, although the Abomination had the advantage of terrain, was indeed formidable. What intrigued Iori most was the dark entity that had driven away 5 elementalists, capable of unleashing a malevolent force that even breached the barriers established by the earth and ice elementalists. Iori slightly raised his hand and addressed Sterling. "This is Shamaki, an esteemed elemental master from the Rosdium city, representing the IUN Rosdium branch to assess personnel for the investigation and support." Sterling appraised Shamaki, noticing his composed demeanor. He had shown neither surprise nor elation during the earlier discourse, indicating a person of maturity and steadiness. In contrast, Sterling felt reassured about the mission's oversight under his charge. The Monroe Guard had suffered significant losses, and more critically, the target had escaped, inciting the Earl's ire. Upon noticing a glimmer of determination in Shamaki's gaze, Sterling remarked, "We shall not disappoint the Earl. Minister Iori and Major Sterling, We are committed to fulfilling this mission. Sterling nodded slightly, recognizing that conversing with an intelligent individual was straightforward. A mere hint sufficed for the other party to grasp the necessary approach. Very well, regarding personnel, you may coordinate with my adjutant from the Monroe Guard. Shamaki promptly accompanied the adjutant to a separate chamber to deliberate on the numbers and selections. Before departing, Shamaki faintly overheard the two remaining in the reception room discussing the specifics of welcoming the Vedic sect's Dark Avatar the following day. Given that this matter was tied to the Earl, the Monroe Guard remained tight-lipped about further internal details, revealing only one demand: the dark creatures in the Dark Abomination must be brought back to Rosdium alive. As for the personnel required, both leaders had granted Shamaki the authority to make his selections, since this involved formidable dark entities and mysterious abominations. This temporary assembly shall henceforth be designated as the Mysterious Entity Investigation Team. In terms of personnel, I will be selecting elemental mages from the Light Division, as well as those proficient in coordination and possessing restricted abilities in wind, ice, earth, and specialized elements. For the Monroe Guard, I require a specialized task force consisting of 50 members, equipped with tranquilizer darts, armor-piercing rounds, and various specialized operational equipment, including 3 designated snipers. Ideally, it would be advantageous to have a mechanical engineer on the team. Chapter 76. The enemy provokes. Upon hearing Sharma's request, the Monroe Guard's adjutant subtly furrowed his brow. Such a demand for a 50-member elite squad can be deemed extravagant, with an arsenal of weaponry that is nothing short of overwhelming. The notion of utilizing armor-piercing rounds, typically reserved for combating machinery and heavily armored cavalry against dark creatures, is chilling. Just envisioning the gruesome aftermath of such ammunition impacting a grotesque amalgamation or dark entity sends a shiver down one's spine, as if one has experienced it firsthand. Not to mention the inclusion of 3 snipers. With such a configuration, the Monroe Guard could very well execute covert operations against nobility or hostile leaders. The audacity of requesting a mechanical engineer left the adjutant feeling somewhat exasperated. Does he think mechanical engineers are as plentiful as grains of sand in the Northern Rift Foundation? In the Blackstone Federation, mechanical engineers are a rare treasure, each one akin to a coveted gem. The annual stipend for a mechanical engineer is on par with that of this adjutant, a mere captain, though Sharma stated that the engineer was not an absolute necessity. This matter pertains to the esteemed Count, previously overseen by Lieutenant Captain Ander. With Ander now deceased, accountability is elusive, and the responsibility has fallen upon this adjutant to fully cooperate with Sharma's endeavors. It seems that Sharma possesses both the temperament and the strategy of a capable elemental mage, and his approach can hardly be described as merely cautious. It is exceedingly prudent. Very well, I shall endeavor to request a mechanical engineer, but I cannot guarantee that the one in the city will be willing to come. The adjutant gritted his teeth and said. Sharma smiled. With your words, dear adjutant, regardless of the outcome, I shall be grateful for your effort. The following day, the mysterious investigation team was assembled, consisting of 17 elemental mages, the 50-member elite task force from the Monroe Guard, and a singular mechanical engineer. Among them were 5 light element mages, 1 wood element mage, with the remainder being wind, earth, and ice specialists. The elite task force was fully equipped, not only for combat but also for field reconnaissance, featuring 3 snipers and 2 search hounds. The mechanical engineer was Master Massey of Rostim, renowned for his expertise, and his inclusion in the team was secured through the adjutant's persistent entreaties. This assembly is nothing short of illustrious. As the leader of this mission, Sharma bears significant responsibility. Under the grand procession of vehicles, the group departed from Rostim City, heading towards Shiyuan Town. Sharma, the task force leader, and mechanical engineer Massey convened in a single vehicle. The elemental mages dispatched to investigate Shiyuan Town had not returned communication for 3 days, leading Sharma to harbor grave suspicions regarding their safety. He unfurled the map, tracing their intended route that led directly to Shiyuan Town. 5 elemental mages, in such a remote town as Shiyuan, should not encounter an unfortunate fate, one would think. Master Massey, the mechanical engineer, inquired with curiosity. After all, having lived in Rostim City for many years, he was well aware of the capabilities of the nearby small towns. A town like Shiyuan, with a population of merely a few hundred, surely lacks the means to deal with 5 elemental mages. Sharma agreed wholeheartedly, expressing, "That is precisely my greatest fear." According to the soldiers who had previously executed the mission, they had first fled the research facility and parted ways on their journey to Shiyuan. Logically, the elemental mages should have arrived in Shiyuan within an hour. Even conducting an investigation would not consume much time. Furthermore, dark creatures and abominations are significantly hindered during daylight hours and would certainly not be faster than a truck. Without any vehicles, it would take at least 3 to 4 hours to reach Shiyuan. This time frame would suffice for the elemental mages and soldiers to uncover results within the town. However, having been out of contact for 3 days without a word, I am led to a daring hypothesis. Perhaps dark creatures are also lurking in Shiyuan. Upon their arrival, the elemental mages and soldiers must have encountered combat, as their inability to communicate for 3 days remains inexplicable. The Special Operations Team leader and Master Massey nodded in agreement. It was indeed a valid point. 2 trucks, a dozen fully armed soldiers, and 5 elemental mages. Such a formidable assembly could scarcely be defeated by a town comprised solely of a few hundred militia members. If they had truly met with disaster, it would undoubtedly indicate the presence of additional forces at play. Therefore, upon our arrival in Shiyuan, we may well find ourselves embroiled in a fierce battle, Shama remarked with a serious expression. Just as he prepared to lay the groundwork for a speech regarding the necessity of being merciless towards the townsfolk, he was suddenly interrupted by a report from the co-pilot. Leader, we have detected 2 overturned trucks ahead, suspected to be out of control, heading from Shiyuan towards Rostem, likely the transport for the elemental mages. Shama took the binoculars from the reconnaissance officer in the passenger seat and peered through the window, confirming the sight of 2 toppled trucks. As the group approached the abandoned vehicles for inspection, they were met with an eerie atmosphere upon discovering soldiers who had been shot dead, alongside the decapitated corpses of the elemental mages. The demise of the 5 elemental mages was gruesome. Some had their heads and spines forcefully removed, leaving only limp bodies behind, while others had their heads shattered, rendering them headless. Some had even been torn asunder. The blood and flesh of the corpses had already congealed, with evidence of vultures and crows having pecked at them, and tiny maggots were beginning to infest the decaying flesh. Clearly, these individuals had been dead for at least 2 days. The nature of their wounds suggested a violent external force had caused their deaths. Observing the injuries, one could see they were all characterized by tearing, devoid of any smooth edges that would indicate a weapon had been used. Notably, the one whose head had been obliterated showed signs of having been crushed by immense force, with no burn marks present, suggesting the absence of heat-based weaponry. The irregularity of the wounds indicated the nature of the attack was more akin to being pulverized by a fist. Shama covered his nose with a handkerchief to shield himself from the stench of decay, his brow furrowed in concentration. The sheer brute strength required to rend a person apart, or to obliterate a head with a single blow, exhibited a terrifying degree of power and savagery that surpassed all imagination. The body, pierced by bullets, revealed through examination that it had been struck by the weapons of its own comrades. No useful clues were discovered within the vehicle. As the information accumulated before Shama, he came to the stark realization that the adversary he faced was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Master Massey, can you assist in uncovering any valuable leads? As a master of mechanical engineering, Massey merely circled the truck and soon discerned a clue. The front wheels of both vehicles, positioned on the driver's side, bore signs of having been repaired after being shot at, indicating that this wear had occurred in recent days. Furthermore, subtle traces of fresh soil and charred volatile substances remained in the tire tracks for your examination. Upon concluding, Master Massey asserted, "It is evident that this is not the primary location where the battle transpired." Shama furrowed his brow, following Massey's reasoning. In other words, after the confrontation, the enemy deliberately moved the vehicles to a thoroughfare to create the illusion of the initial scene, intending to divert our attention. If that is the case, this is unequivocally a provocation. Shama foresaw that had they not summoned Master Massey, they would have indeed been misled by the intricately staged accident scene. Chapter 77. Bonds are both strength and weakness, however. All evidence now pointed towards Shiyuan town. Following a preliminary autopsy, the Earth Elementalist utilized elemental power to excavate the burial site, interring the deceased on the spot. Shama lightly tapped his forehead with his fingers, expressing his growing suspicion. I now firmly believe that Shiyuan town has forsaken the light, aligning itself with dark entities. If it were merely coercion, there would be no need to drive far into the Gobi to fabricate an accident scene. The current actions are clearly a cover-up. Shama gazed towards Shiyuan town, his hands resting on the pockets of his elemental attire. Dispatch orders to enter a state of readiness. Upon arrival at Shiyuan town, seize control of all identified targets. The convoy roared to life, the truck's engine bellowing as it stirred up dust in the Gobi, propelled by an intense aura of menace towards Shiyuan town. Bonds represent your strength, yet they may also transform into your weakness. Exercise caution in wielding this power, lest you become a slave to your emotions. Leon, with his unusually flushed gray skin, felt the tension coursing through his body, as muscles rippled beneath the skin like restless insects. So, old man, is this your justification for humiliating me with a fishtail? He bellowed, echoing the wisdom that the highest virtue is akin to water, adaptive and encompassing. Controlling one's emotions is an essential aspect of the Vedic path. Although dark energy can bestow immense power, it also risks ensnaring one in its intoxicating allure. Cautious utilization of this force, coupled with unwavering rationality, is imperative to master it and preserve one's true self. Leon and Mahu flanked either side of the cliff's clearing. Mahu sampled the remnants of flesh on a fishbone, casually waving it as if to flaunt his achievements. That very fishtail had thwarted Leon's 3 advances moments prior, each time appearing with uncanny precision at his forehead. Impossible to anticipate. Mahu displayed a gleaming smile, revealing his bright white teeth. Be wary, for I shall soon launch an offensive on your lower defenses. The frail old man moved with remarkable speed. If he unleashed his full potential, it was likely that even someone of Leon's caliber would struggle to perceive his actions. Thus, the old man merely adjusted his attributes to match Leon's level, yet he still managed to exert a suppressive effect. Leon focused intently on defending his lower body, only to be taken by surprise when the old man launched a sudden tail swipe aimed directly at his forehead. By the time Leon reacted, it was too late to defend himself, and he was left with the sting of humiliation, his forehead reddening. Old man, weren't we supposed to attack down 3 paths? Are you resorting to trickery? The old man chuckled, his laughter grating on Leon's nerves. Are you truly relying on the sincerity of your opponent? Really? Surely not. His mocking tone sent Leon's blood boiling. This old fellow knew exactly how to provoke emotions. Veins bulged on Leon's forehead, the rhythmic pounding of blood vessels evident, as he writhed with agitation like a wild beast. Shameless old thief, you have gone too far. Leon scoffed, suddenly deflating, his temper flaring. I'm done. It's pointless. You're just here to make me look foolish. I declare the battle over. With that, he sat down to rest. Seeing this, the old man approached Leon, still smiling. Is this how you concede after such a minor setback? Can you not handle a little challenge? He shifted his tone. Perhaps it would be wise to take a moment to collect yourself. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Leon seized the opportunity presented by the old man's momentary lapse in vigilance and launched a surprise attack with his tendrils. With the old man so close, a flicker of triumph crossed Leon's face. This assault would surely succeed. But as he encountered the old man's knowing grin and the sudden appearance of a tail swipe, Leon's heart plummeted. Unsurprisingly, the ambush failed. Although Leon had abandoned honor in his approach, the old man was far from careless, possessing an agility that was unexpected. Such trivial schemes are but remnants of my youthful days, the old man chuckled, delivering a sharp blow to Leon before reappearing at a distance. Nearby, Pompey observed the intricate interplay between the old and young, their minds engaged in a battle of wits, and he couldn't help but grin widely. The old man shattered Pompey's preconceived notions of masters, who he had previously thought to be serene and humorless. Instead, he was a jester, full of clever banter, embodying a playful spirit. Yet, this down-to-earth expert inspired a sense of respect in Pompey. This is what a true master is, emotions expressed freely, without pretense. As for Leon, he had garnered too much attention recently. Witnessing his missteps was quite satisfying. It served as a reminder that there are always greater forces at play beyond one's own. Suddenly, the old man's smiling visage froze, his expression turning serious as he gazed into the distance. Seeing this change, Leon couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Are you planning to use the same trick against me? Do you really think I would fall for it? Meanwhile, Pompey, wagging his tail, dashed to the edge of the cliff and noticed a distinct trail of dust illuminated by the setting sun. Wait, this is real. Leon remained skeptical, suspecting that Pompey was merely playing tricks with the old man, eager to witness his downfall, and he would not grant him that satisfaction. Alice leaped from the swing, pointing at the orange earth, her sweet voice chiming. Daddy, look, there's a big red snake. While he could hardly trust the words of either Mahu or Pompey, even Alice's assertion compelled Leon to turn around, his smile instantly vanishing. Before him loomed a vast convoy racing across the desert, stirring up a cloud of dust as it swiftly approached Chiyuan town. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, it resembled a colossal crimson serpent coiling upon the earth. Pompey, his expression grave, could not help but lament the inevitable arrival. Though he had steeled himself psychologically, the sight of Rostam re-emerging still weighed heavily on his heart. It had come to pass. Leon, however, felt significantly more at ease. Accepting the inevitability of the situation, he had prepared himself to confront it head-on. He flexed his wrist, ready to validate the enhancements and power of his new profession post-transition. Casually plucking the fishbone from the old man's grasp, he waved it before him, jesting, "Old man, you can't blame me for being unarmed now." He continued, "Old man, I might not have the chance to look after Alice later, so I leave her in your care." Mahu, hands clasped behind his back, chuckled warmly, "You can count on me, my dear. Someone has always claimed that sparring doesn't equate to real combat. Let us see how adept they truly are in the fray." Oh, and do not forget what I previously mentioned. Leon recalled the old man's words about bonds. The previous incident had resolved the grievances with Shiyuan Town. This time, it was solely for the sake of Leon's own ambitions. Half-turning, he revealed a fierce profile, grinning as he clenched his fists. Night is about to descend. I feel invigorated. Pompey, let us proceed. Chapter 78. Gratitude for the experience bundle from Rostam. Leon and Pompey swiftly vanished into the thicket. Alice gazed at the immense red serpent on the desert, then turned to the old man beside her, inquiring, "Grandpa, will Daddy and the others be all right?" Mahu chuckled softly. "Child, would you like to get a closer look?" Alice nodded eagerly, her eyes bright with anticipation. Mahu extended his hand. Alice understood, grasping her grandfather's hand tightly, and together they moved swiftly through the forest. Meanwhile, within the cave, the newly kindled fire crackled as fresh wood ignited. Leon and Pompey navigated through the woods and concealed themselves behind the mountains backing Shiyuan Town. No sooner had they arrived than the warning bells from the town as High Point rang out, and the militia sounded their horns, rallying the gathered bells. The men of the town hastily donned their militia armor, assembling and transporting supplies and barricades. The residents efficiently retreated to their basements, executing their preparations with remarkable order. Leon and Pompey observed the scene, exchanging glances and erupting into laughter. It seemed the townsfolk had become increasingly adept at handling such situations. However, this was of little consequence to Leon. His target this time was Rostam's people. Shiyuan Town was merely a bait to draw the enemy in. The greater the spectacle he orchestrated in the Gobi Desert, the more agitated Monroe III became. Moreover, with the backing of the elderly figure behind Leon, what was there to fear? It was akin to a real-life embodiment of the wind spirit and moon shadow, providing unwavering protection throughout the endeavor. Even before the enemy approached, Leon was already brimming with fervor, eager to test the 4 techniques of the monk. Beside him, Pompey shared his enthusiasm. Having been endowed with enhanced auditory abilities by Master Miao, his ears subtly perked up, activating a surveillance mode that encompassed both the town of Shiyuan and its outskirts. The trucks roared, and this time their numbers were exponentially greater than before. 8 trucks arrived, laden with intent and menace. As the last rays of the setting sun dipped below the horizon, the headlights of the trucks flared to life, resembling a pack of steel beasts with glowing eyes, poised to engulf the entire town. The trucks formed a formidable line, their headlights casting a powerful glare that rendered the local militia unable to open their eyes. Upon witnessing the multitude of massive deer and barricades at the city gate, Shama turned to Master Massey beside him, saying, "Master Massey, we would greatly appreciate your initiation of our offensive." Massey rolled down the window and leaned out, his mechanical eye focusing intently on the target. Suddenly, a series of components sprang forth from the rear of the truck, adhering to the metal armlet on his arm. In mere moments, Massey's arm had transformed entirely into a mechanical apparatus, one of its dark barrel-like structures aimed directly at the various obstacles at the city gate. A dark projectile shot forth with a whoosh, trailing a searing wake, akin to a comet racing towards the city gate. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and a small black mushroom cloud billowed upward, obliterating the massive deer and barricades at the gate in a fierce eruption. The captain of the militia and his men found themselves facing a dire threat. Yet, as the thick black smoke and shockwaves surged, the flames eclipsed the truck lights, blinding them with their brilliance. All that remained in their hearts was sheer terror. This singular shot not only dismantled the defenses of Shiyuan Town, but also utterly shattered the resolve of the militia to protect their homeland. Armed with swords and bows, they stood no chance against the onslaught of artillery shells, destined to be mercilessly slaughtered. Not only the inhabitants of Shiyuan Town, but even the members of the mysterious investigative unit could not suppress their astonishment upon witnessing the rising fiery mushroom cloud. Many even swallowed hard, imagining themselves at the city gate. Such a shell would reduce them to mere pulp. It was no surprise that the rare profession of mechanical engineer was revered in every major city. Such masters, possessing strategic prowess, were to be treated with utmost respect. The once haughty expressions of the elemental mages had faded. Even the earth elementals, known for their defensive capabilities, would likely meet a bitter end in the face of such devastating firepower. The mechanical creations born of unparalleled intellect could unleash such terrifying might. It was nothing short of horrifying. As Shama observed the billowing smoke and the devastated entrance of Shiyuan Town, where even the guard post had been reduced to rubble, he was determined to instill a sense of dread in Shiyuan Town. Concealed within the woods, Leon and Pompey could not help but gape in disbelief. Goodness, the power of such artillery shells creates mushroom clouds soaring dozens of meters high, level with the bell tower. Leon and Pompey looked at each other, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Rest assured, if you truly meet your end in a single blast, I shall ensure your remains are collected, Pampa stated with utmost seriousness. Liang's lips twitched slightly. What happened to the fervor and grand ambition he displayed when he descended with me? How is it that before the enemy even appears, he's already resigning to despair? Has the captain of the Monroe Guard arrived directly? In Liang's memory, the only formidable master mentioned by the old man from Rostam that matched this description was the commander of the Monroe Guard, a powerful artillery master. Such an explosion could only be associated with an artillery master. It seems the approaching party harbors ill intentions, although not a full-scale mobilization. They have indeed dispatched high-level experts from within the city of Rostam. This revelation only heightened Liang's excitement. The greater the weight of the arrival, the more likely his plans would succeed. If they were merely small fry, it would inevitably require more effort on his part. Liang snorted disdainfully, mark my words. Today no one shall leave this place. You shall witness the might of the Black Lightning. The night is Liang's domain. With Shiyuan Town's myriad of buildings providing ample cover, it is an unparalleled arena for slaughter. Pampa's ears perked slightly. They are drawing closer. The trucks are beginning to slow down. There are 8 of them. Among them, 2 emit particularly heavy sounds. Liang was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "You can discern that?" Pampa proudly lifted his chin, nostrils flaring, "Of course. A master is humble and teaches without reservation. I have no secrets in my learning. My hearing now far exceeds what it once was." But this noise, before Pampa could finish, his expression suddenly turned grave. Personnel from the trucks began to disembark. The sound akin to dumplings being dropped into a boiling pot, incessantly ringing in Pampa's ears. This time, it was serious. At least 60 men, Pampa's gaze grave. 60 plus. Liang's eyes brightened as he calculated in his mind. Even if they were all soldiers, that would yield 6 distribution points. Surely, the elementalists present would not be few. Thus, he could expect at least 10 distribution points, an immense fortune. Without waiting for Pampa to continue listening, Liang swiftly seized the moment and, as the militia faced off against the enemies, quickly made his way into the depths of Shiyuan Town, stealthily infiltrating a 3-story building beside the bell tower. To capture the king, one must first capture the thief. This time, his primary target was the artillery master responsible for the earlier explosion. Yet, as Liang peered through the narrow window under the moonlight, he was met with the sight of a figure illuminated by the truck lights, clad in exoskeletal armor. Towering above the surrounding soldiers and elementalists, a veritable giant among chickens. Chapter 79, The Ghost in the Woods. Liang furrowed his brow, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Is this individual truly an artillery master? Though he had never encountered one before. The appearance of this powered exoskeleton certainly did not resemble that of an artillery master. The elementalists, adorned in elegant robes, were easily identifiable. Liang quickly counted 17 elementalists. They had certainly invested heavily in this endeavor. Liang calculated roughly, given the current lineup, the complete annihilation of the enemy would yield him over 13 allocation points, sufficient to elevate his average attributes by 3 points. Without any calls for surrender, 2 muffled gunshots rang out as the sniper, concealed behind the truck's cargo area, successfully eliminated 2 militia guards stationed at the clock tower. The guards tumbled over the parapet and fell to the ground, producing a dull thud. Observing that the opposing side had no intention of engaging in dialogue, the militia captain deemed all non-surrendering actions as hostile and fired without mercy. At this moment, a parched sensation gripped his throat, accompanied by an uncomfortable prickling feeling. "Captain, what should we do now?" The militia members awaited their leader's command, eyeing the advancing enemy with trepidation. The captain let out a dry chuckle, his eyes reflecting utter helplessness. With such a disparity in strength, was there any need for further conflict? It was time to lay down their arms and prepare for questioning. Armed resistance was futile. A more conciliatory approach was imperative. Hidden within the small building, Liang was equally astonished. He heard the muffled gunfire, witnessing the 2 militia guards from the clock tower plummet nearby. Yet he saw no flash of gunfire. A sniper? This heightened Liang's vigilance. Such stealthy adversaries were particularly troublesome, capable of launching lethal strikes from unexpected places. If a confrontation were to arise, the sniper had to be neutralized first. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Liang. He seized Pompey and exited the small building, using his tendrils to ascend the exterior of the clock tower. The sniper, having entered the town, would undoubtedly seek a vantage point with an unobstructed view. In all of Shiyuan Town, nothing offered a clearer perspective than the clock tower, overlooking the entire town. Apart from a few houses at the base of the tower and the rear of the opposite row of buildings, there were virtually no blind spots. The sniper would likely occupy this high ground. He could simply wait in concealment for the perfect opportunity. Liang anticipated the malicious surrender as such a fully armed group, equipped with elemental mages and heavy artillery, could easily breach not only Shiyuan Town but even a medium-sized city. Resistance was futile. The enemy surged into the town and promptly began interrogating the militia. 3 snipers, after surveying the town, began to allocate positions via their radios. Naturally, none of this escaped Pompey's keen hearing. One sniper approached the clock tower, another intended to position himself on the church roof, and the last would take a stand in the forest. The locations of the 3 snipers had already been revealed before they could even settle in. With Pompey's precise information, Leon subtly retreated, cloaking himself in darkness. The creaking of wooden steps echoed as the sniper ascended, mingling with his labored breaths, growing increasingly distinct. I have reached the designated location. Over. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the clock tower, the sniper exhaled a sigh of relief and reported to his comrades. However, as his words faded, a dark tendril emerged from the shadows, silently closing in. Crack. The sniper had no chance to react as the tendril swiftly and decisively snapped his neck from behind. 1 down. Successfully eliminated the elite sniper. Gained 0-2 allocation points. Leong raised an eyebrow, recognizing that the elite sniper was a cut above the average soldier, a most lucrative endeavor. Trucks were entering the town in succession, their headlights illuminating much of the area. Leong deftly descended the bell tower's exterior with the aid of his tendrils, maneuvering around to the opposite side of the town while the enemy had yet to commence a widespread search and seamlessly blending into the forest. With Pompey as his guide, Leong easily pinpointed the sniper's location, delivering a precise neck shot and acquiring another 0-2 allocation points. Continuing their movement through the woods, Leong and Pompey found themselves behind the church. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the sniper lying atop the church roof, completely exposed. Bang! A deep gunshot resonated through the forest, flames erupting from the muzzle. The sniper, sprawled on the church's summit, was struck and killed instantly. Although the sniper rifle was equipped with a suppressor, the sound of the shot still echoed, sending birds fluttering into the sky. Shama, who was inquiring about the situation, furrowed his brow upon hearing the gunfire from the woods and grabbed his radio, asking, "What is happening?" However, there was only silence in response. A wind elementalist, riding the gusts, gradually ascended and leapt onto the church roof. "He's dead." But before the words could settle, another gunshot rang out from the woods. The bullet pierced through the wind elementalist's shoulder, bursting forth a spray of blood. The force and explosive power of the bullet were so immense that it severed an arm entirely, an astonishing display of lethality. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. At this moment, the realization dawned upon them that this was not a mere accidental discharge by the sniper. They were indeed under assault. Meanwhile, Leong had already repositioned himself, wandering through the forest and shifting to other locations. After all, he was not a professional sniper. The airflow surrounding the wind elementalist had slightly altered the bullet's trajectory, coupled with a minor aiming error, preventing an instant kill. Having dealt with 3 obstructive snipers, Liang's next target was the gunner clad in exoskeletal armor. Eliminating this individual would lead to a one-sided massacre of the remaining elementals and soldiers. The light elementals launched their attack, sending countless luminous orbs into the forest like fireflies. With his extended tendrils, Leong floated above the woods, moving with remarkable speed. Those luminous orbs, which had once posed a significant threat, now seemed lethargic, akin to elderly ladies crossing the street, utterly harmless. Pompey perched on Liang's shoulder. This was their first joint operation, and the exhilaration of soaring through the forest was palpable, filled with tension and excitement. Shama, his brow deeply furrowed, immediately commanded, "All wind elementals, use air blades to strip the trees from the back mountain. Earth elementals, begin erecting earthen walls to isolate the town." The vast expanse of the forest, coupled with the poor visibility at night, posed a perilous situation for those who entered. They would be systematically picked off by the enemy within the woods. Shama opted for a cautious approach, cutting trees to deny the enemy nearby cover, while the earthen walls served to create isolation. This dual strategy would thoroughly thwart the enemy's schemes, forcing them to confront them head-on if they wished to retaliate. The wind howled fiercely, snapping the trees on the mountains behind the town like twigs under the sharp blades of the gusts. The earth elementals combined their forces to erect a sturdy earthen wall at the town's edge. However, Liang's true objective had never been these elemental manipulators. Rather, he focused intently as the scope of his sniper rifle zeroed in on a middle-aged man clad in exoskeletal armor, visible through the dappled gaps in the leaves. One of the man's eyes had been replaced with a fearsome mechanical prosthetic. Bang! The gunfire erupted once more, the bullet hurtling forth. A hit. Leong silently rejoiced. Yet, the anticipated scene of blood and gore did not materialize. Instead, a mechanical arm appeared just in time to intercept the lethal projectile. In Chapter 80, Black Light, another mechanical arm belonging to Maxi lifted, launching 3 bolts the thickness of fingers into the woods. Upon vanishing into the foliage, they detonated. unleashing a trio of explosions that uprooted nearby trees and created a vacuum around the area. Liang stared in horror at the twisted weapon in his hands. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he might have sustained serious injuries. This level of firepower was hardly reminiscent of a mere gunsmith. Liang furrowed his brow. The enemy commander displayed a remarkable degree of intelligence, directly employing the abilities of the elementals to enact a scorched earth strategy, obliterating portions of the forest that backed the town, thereby leaving Liang with no place to conceal himself. They erected earthen walls, effectively creating a physical barrier. Consequently, if Liang wished to assault the town, he was left with only the two gates as avenues of approach, devoid of the option to emerge from the shadows. A formidable adversary indeed. This was Liang's assessment of the enemy commander. However, if, hypothetically speaking, I were to charge into the fray, engaging in close combat, and subsequently unleashing a smoke canister to obscure vision, how would you respond? This individual had demonstrated explosive capabilities with artillery and explosive bolts. But in close quarters, such weapons would become redundant. Once inside the town, he could find a place to hide while I plunged directly into the chaos. With that thought, Liang delivered a powerful punch to the earthen wall before him, shattering it and creating a gaping breach. Discarding Pompeii, he transformed into a streak of black light. The spirit light activated, and the black glow stood out sharply beneath the bright headlights. With two seamless leaps, before anyone could comprehend the situation, Liang had infiltrated the crowd, positioning himself before the gunsmith. At that moment, he discerned that this man was not only clad in exoskeletal armor, but had also undergone partial mechanical augmentation. Rather than simply being a gunsmith, he resembled more a mechanic. Could this be the leader of the Monroe Guard spoken of by the old man? As this suspicion flickered through his mind, a massive iron wall abruptly rose before Liang, severing his connection to the mechanic like an insurmountable chasm. Thud. His fist collided with the iron barrier, creating a deep indentation. All his force was absorbed, just shy of reaching its target. Glancing down, Liang noticed that the ground beneath the mechanic was covered in a disc-shaped metallic surface. The metallic stage, constructed entirely from intricate machinery, exudes a peculiar sense of mechanical aesthetics, with its metallic patterns and textures enhanced by the glow of monochromatic indicator lights. As the iron wall ascended from the steel platform, Liang instantaneously grasped the reality before him. The steel stage beneath his feet was an extension of the mechanist's prowess. Within this domain, he wielded control over the colossal apparatus, orchestrating a variety of offensive and defensive maneuvers. In this arena, spanning 50 meters in diameter, the mechanist reigned supreme. These contemplations flickered through his mind in an instant. When his initial strike faltered, Liang swiftly redirected his attention towards the soldier who had hastily reacted. Yet, just as his fist approached its target, the same occurrence transpired once more. The steel stage erupted again, raising an iron barrier to thwart Liang's assault. This time, despite the punch delivering the same magnitude of force, the resultant indentation was a mere 3 inches deep, far less formidable than before. Liang discerned that the force of his fist, upon impact, dissipated against the iron wall, failing to coalesce at a single point. Did this iron barrier possess adaptive and shock-absorbing properties? Liang struck out again, only to be met with the iron wall as he neared the soldier. The indentation left by his fist was even shallower this time, the dissipation of power becoming increasingly evident. Do not squander your efforts. Step into my domain, and you shall be at my mercy. Maxi clenched his fists, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. At that moment, Shama and the other members finally comprehended Liang's appearance. Towering at a height of nearly 2 meters, his skin a ghastly gray, the stitching across his body resembled a multitude of centipedes, instilling terror. The sinewy muscles, illuminated under the lights, revealed a topography of ridges and valleys, accentuating his brute force. His eyes, fierce and menacing, completed the visage of this formidable amalgamation, aligning perfectly with their preconceived notions. Now, witnessing this mindless creature pummeling the walls of Maxi's steel domain, a thought emerged. This monster is nothing extraordinary. The investigation team prepared to launch an assault, taking care not to injure their comrades. At Shama's command, the soldiers raised their firearms, equipped with modified armor-piercing ammunition, while the elementalists summoned various forces. In an instant, the steel realm became a tempest of energy. Liang charged towards the nearest elementalist, swinging his fist. Predictably, the iron wall rose once more, an insurmountable chasm standing in his way. A subtle smirk graced Liang's lips as the tendrils from his right hand shot forth, seizing a soldier on the opposite side. This time, the iron wall hesitated, only ascending after Liang had captured his target. Subsequently, he leaned against the iron barrier, using the hostage as a shield, exchanging fire with the soldiers within his line of sight. The powerful penetrating effect of the armor-piercing bullets easily pierced through their bulletproof vests, exploding within their bodies. Blood erupted in a gruesome display as he mowed down a group with ease. In stark contrast, the bulletproof hostage before Leon was similarly reduced to a sieve, his head shattered into several pieces. At that moment, Maxi recognized the underlying issue. Although he could manipulate the shield within the steel domain, yet this shield, while capable of obstructing Leon, also served as a protective barrier for his adversaries. Retreat. Everyone to the farthest edge of the domain. Shama promptly recognized the issue and issued the command. Only by creating as much distance as possible could they avoid becoming the enemy's meat shields. Simultaneously, this would enable a multifaceted offensive. Members of the investigation team gradually withdrew, and iron walls continuously rose within the steel domain, shifting positions to hinder Leon's movements. However, this was precisely what Leon desired. After several probes, he had discerned the operational mechanics of the mechanic steel domain. Through the internal sensing devices within the steel domain, information was rapidly transmitted via electrical signals, issuing specified commands, which then manifested as designated iron walls that obstructed Leon. This was the essence of adaptability. Yet, due to the structure and thickness of the steel domain, it was impossible for the iron walls to rise in all directions. Each segment of iron wall that ascended came at the cost of thickness and width. While Leon could not surpass the speed of electrical signals, he was faster than the reconfiguration adaptability, which was the crucial factor. Leon's form darted swiftly, continuously evading the rising iron walls. Suddenly, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, dashing outward with a velocity that far exceeded the reaction time of those present. An elemental mage fell victim to Leon's grasp. Relying solely on the force of spirit light, the individual exploded, flesh scattering and blood mist filling the air. In mere moments, a row of iron walls rose before him. Yet, in the face of Leon's second-tier spirit light, these iron walls appeared utterly futile, standing there in their ineptitude. Chapter 81. Maxi, I am your wall breaker. Electrical command signals were swiftly dispatched, transmitted to their designated locations within the domain, and transformed into digital signals, erecting iron walls. Out of the corner of his eye, Leon observed the rippling disturbances caused by the rising iron walls, a manifestation of the constant reorganization of steel within the domain. Yet this time, Leon's target was not the enemy, but rather the walls themselves. With a resounding impact, the force of 6 points, delivering 900 kilograms, nearly a ton, struck the iron wall once more. This time, the wall did not remain steadfast as it had before. Instead, it shattered under the fury of his punch, disintegrating into a tangle of wires and gears. The computational response of a human could never match that of an electron. Thus, while intercepting Leon, the mechanic's myriad commands were not adaptable parameters, but rather fixed values. The complexity of operations, coupled with the adaptability parameters, significantly drained the mechanic's energy. Leon seized upon this fact, delivering a successful strike that obliterated one of the iron walls. The area surrounding the wall also succumbed to malfunction, rendering the iron wall unable to retract, stuck halfway. Leon aimed his right hand towards the distant location of the elemental mages, and from the ink pouch, a burst of blood mist erupted, exploding before them. In an instant, several elemental mages lost their vision, and more iron walls ascended in an attempt to prevent Leon from closing in. However, a smirk curled at the corner of Leon's lips from the very beginning. His intentions had never been directed towards these elemental mages and soldiers. The soldiers and elementals were kept at bay, forming an iron wall for protection. Yet, was it not a means of isolating themselves completely? Seizing the moment, the tendril struck with a cunning angle, successfully ensnaring a soldier. The speed of the tendril's propulsion surpassed that of signal transmission. As long as Leon identified the right angle and gap, he was certain not to miss. With a swift palm strike upon the soldier, dark energy and ethereal essence surged into him, instantly severing the soldier's meridians and sending him hurtling towards the mechanic at the center of the steel domain. A thunderous explosion erupted. The soldier's body burst apart into countless fragments, scattering flesh and shattered bones like the pellets of a detonated grenade. Rigid bones pierced through the exposed skin of Marcy and struck against the mechanical exoskeleton, simultaneously stirring a haze of indistinct blood mist. The explosive effect rivaled that of grenades coupled with ink sacs, with the timing of the detonation adjustable through the amount of infused ethereal energy, allowing for immediate or delayed explosions. This skill was more than suitable for one versus many. Observing Marcy collapse, his vision impaired, Leon pressed the advantage. With a single maneuver, he had thrown Marcy into disarray. Now, deprived of sight, Marcy could merely rely on the weight of the steel domain to ascertain Leon's position. However, when he sensed Leon's presence, he found that his adversary had vanished. Panic seized Marcy. Disregarding his own pain, he swiftly enveloped himself in steel. Marcy heard no sound of Leon attacking his absolute defense. Instead, The cries of the outside world alerted him that Leon was luring him away. The explosions were akin to timed bombs. While Marcy cowered in defense, the entire steel domain ceased to function, leaving the soldiers outside vulnerable and at Leon's mercy. Once Leon closed in, they stood defenseless. As the elementals raised their hands to consolidate their elemental power, Leon retaliated by hurling a soldier, now infused with the explosive effect, towards them. Explosions erupted relentlessly, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, transforming the steel domain into a hellish landscape. Blood rained down, mingling with fragments of flesh and bone, striking with a painful force. Alongside the agony came the nauseating stench of blood, spreading a scent of terror. Left with no choice, Marcy had to lower his protective steel shield. If he delayed even a moment, the investigation team would be slaughtered. Just as Marcy opened the shield, Leon promptly tossed another soldier into the fray. To avoid being hindered, Marcy gritted his teeth and aimed at the airborne soldier, firing a shot that reduced him to a mist of blood. Yet, a scornful smile graced Leon's face, his hoarse voice dripping with mockery. "I merely tossed it casually. How ruthless you are to your own comrades." As a mechanical engineer esteemed in Rostem, Marcy commanded respect, even from Count himself, particularly in terms of intellect, where he felt superior. Yet now, he was being toyed with by a stitched abomination, the fury within him threatening to explode. Seeing the situation shift dramatically, Shama realized that this stitched being possessed intelligence akin to a human. All his commands could be heard, causing him to lose the advantage. In the midst of chaos, Sharma raised his hand to signal, and several light elementalists nodded in understanding, dispersing around the periphery of the steel domain. This time, it was not mere bright orbs, but a more radiant light, positioned at the corners, aiming to confine Leon within the steel domain using the power of illumination. The searing light struck Leon, quickly causing a stinging sensation on his skin, soon followed by blood seeping from his pores, staining his flesh. Do they presume to confine me at this level? Under the sanctified glow, Leon transformed into a black lightning bolt, deftly evading the erected iron walls and charging directly toward one of the assailants. Tendrils shot forth, unleashing a cloud of blood mist toward another light elementalist. In an instant, the brightness on the battlefield was halved. Leon, drenched in blood, exuded an anger so fierce it was almost palpable, instilling a chilling dread in anyone who dared to meet his gaze. The light elementalist caught in Leon's grasp found their tendrils ensnared, instantly losing their ability to sense the light. With a single strike, he unleashed a burst, hurling the unfortunate victim toward a row of nearby trucks. The explosion erupted next to the vehicle, scattering flesh and blood, shattered bones piercing the truck's lamp covers, destroying several lights in the process. The remaining lights were now shrouded in blood mist and remnants, their illumination significantly dimmed. The loss of brightness from the headlights cast a somber shadow over the battlefield, further dulling the radiance of the light elementalists. In the nighttime, communication with the light elementals was already fraught with difficulty, and with the crescent moon offering little support, the dimming of the headlights severely weakened them. Amidst the carnage, Leon's allocation points rose to 3. Without hesitation, he invested 2 points into speed and 1 point into constitution. The enhanced speed allowed Leon to navigate the battlefield with remarkable agility. In the center of the arena, Maxine was drenched in cold sweat upon realizing that this individual's speed had surged dramatically, rendering him unable to match the pace at which he controlled the iron walls. This man had been concealing his true abilities from the very beginning. Damn it, I've been deceived. Is such a level of intellect truly possessed by a mere amalgamation? What sort of monstrosity has the Count provoked? If this continues, everyone will become Leon's prey. Maxine's expression darkened. This was not the time for hesitation. Resolutely, he raised his mechanical arm. The dark cannon immediately aimed at Leon, disregarding the presence of elementalists and soldiers nearby. There was but one objective for this mission, to capture the amalgamation. Sacrifices were an inevitability for the sake of fulfilling the task. With a whoosh, a high-velocity stream of compressed air surged from the cannon, the projectile hurtling straight toward Leon. With his enhanced speed, Leon's reflexes had escalated to an astonishing 6-fold, allowing him to sense the incoming missile almost instantaneously, even disregarding the fates of his allies. Just as the missile approached, a black bell suddenly enveloped Leon's form, casting a protective shield in a 360-degree radius. Chapter 82. The Surge of Black Tide. Clang. The black bell fully intercepted the missile. The projectile detonated, flames mingling with a green powdery gas, swiftly enveloping the area. The golden bell skill completely nullified the damage from the explosion. The explosive damage of the missile was completely thwarted. A green, unidentified gas pervaded the air, infiltrating the soldiers nearby who wielded elemental powers. In mere moments, these individuals appeared as if their vitality had been drained, collapsing to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Leon quickly discerned that this substance was most likely a tranquilizing gas. Seizing the opportunity while the members of the investigation team succumbed, other elemental users and soldiers unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Flames illuminated the black bell, yet Leon remained steadfast, engaging with the old man previously. He scarcely felt a thing when shattering the black bell. After all, the old man's strikes were lethal in an instant. However, now, as he felt the force of the attacks against the bell, Leon could distinctly sense the limits of its defenses. The sensation of having everything under control was exquisitely delightful. Turning his gaze, he locked eyes with Marcy. These quarry are all mine. His ferocious stare sent a jolt through Marcy, evoking an absurd and bizarre emotion within him. This fellow did not evade the missile to protect himself from harm. Rather, he refrained from allowing the missile to injure the members of the investigation team. His instinct to shield his prey stemmed from a primal urge to protect his sustenance. Leon certainly would not allow Marcy to annihilate the enemy with a single shot. Just moments before, there had been no less than 3 elemental users alongside soldiers, potentially yielding 2 distribution points. Should that shot be fired, losing 2 distribution points would be intolerable for anyone. Unbeknownst to him, in preserving his own distribution points, he fortuitously blocked the tranquilizing gas within the missile. What does this signify? This is the essence of good deeds being rewarded. With a flick of his appendage, he seized one individual, exploding upon impact before tossing them back into the throng. The soldiers and elemental users, now under the influence of the tranquilizer, lay amidst the green, paralyzing fog. Shortly thereafter, an explosion erupted in a mist of blood, scattering countless fragments of flesh and severed limbs. The green gas was thoroughly stained red, creating a grotesque, dual-colored fog. Once again, he was rewarded with 2 distribution points. As the soldiers switched ammunition, Leon released the golden bell stayed, abruptly reversing his direction to launch an assault on Marcy. Such an erratic method of attack instilled a sense of dread among the members of the investigation team, leaving them uncertain of when they might be struck. The sudden change in tempo bewildered Marcy. While he had previously maintained a composed defense, he could no longer predict Leon's movements and could only anticipate his trajectory to prepare an offensive. As Leon approached once more, a heavy machine gun suddenly assembled on Marcy's mechanical arm, its muzzle igniting with fiery intensity, spewing forth like a dragon. Iron walls, rising to waist height, obstructed Leon's movements, forcibly impeding his speed. Leon raised his appendage, unleashing 2 blasts of blood mist aimed at Marcy. In an instant, a sphere of blood mist approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter filled the center of the iron domain, obscuring Marcy's line of sight. The iron walls continued to rise and fall erratically, yet the heavy machine gun's fire had come to a halt. In the distance, Shama promptly commanded the wind elemental users to stir up a fierce gale to disperse the blood mist, while ice and wood elemental users employed icicles and wooden spikes to hinder Leon's advance. In the realm of steel, Maxi has been fortified, capable of utilizing the iron wall against Leon, as well as assembling various components. However, the domain also constrains the elemental mages, rendering several earth elementals unable to communicate the power of the earth against their foes, leaving them merely spectators. As the blood mist dissipated, Leon, propelled by explosive speed, approached swiftly. Maxi activated a mechanism, causing numerous steel spikes to suddenly protrude from the ground, encircling him protectively and thwarting any advancing enemy. Without evasion or retreat, Leon executed a backspin kick, the dragon tail strike, the most formidable and flamboyant of the monk's techniques. A formidable force carved a path resembling a black dragon's head, resonating with an ominous roar as it struck the steel spikes. Under the unparalleled might, the spikes shattered effortlessly, as fragile as wood. As the spikes broke, they were redirected towards Maxi. Though the mechanical skeleton absorbed many of the spikes, several cunningly angled ones found their way into Maxi's body, emitting a sickening sound as they pierced flesh. "I've got you." Maxi's mechanical arm suddenly seized Leon with a fierce grip. Observing this from a distance, Shama immediately commanded everyone to focus their fire on Leon, recognizing it as their best opportunity to turn the tide. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Leon scoffed, then promptly invested 2 additional points into his strength attribute. With 8 points in strength, Leon's muscles surged to an unprecedented level, visibly inflating, and his stature grew as well. Previously standing at 1.9 meters, he now soared to 2 meters. With 8 points of strength, he possessed a staggering explosive power of 12 tons. Suddenly, Leon unleashed his might, gaining the upper hand in the struggle against Maxi's mechanical arm. The arm creaked ominously, and terror gripped Maxi's face. His mechanical arm, equipped with pressurization and hydraulic devices, could unleash a ton of gripping force and attack power. Yet, In the contest of strength against the amalgamated being, even at full capacity, it was no match for Leon. Just how powerful is this individual? Before he could ponder further, Leon, with an indomitable spirit, swung his arm, flinging Maxie from the center as though he were a baseball. This spectacle left onlookers in utter astonishment. Leon, feral and drenched in blood, etched a profound impression on the hearts of all present. As Maxie was hurled away, he unintentionally toppled several members of the investigation team. Once more transformed into a bolt of black lightning, Leon executed the second phase of luminous light, charging recklessly into the crowd. There was no need for him to strike. The enhancement of his attributes amplified the damage of luminous light. Merely colliding with his foes, the immense force generated by the high-speed impact was sufficient to obliterate an individual. In the most literal sense, limbs were severed from torsos under the overwhelming force, and the torso itself could not withstand such power, tearing into countless fragments. A once mighty figure was reduced to mere debris, blood splattering forth, blooming into a cascade of crimson blossoms. In a state of disorientation, Maxie rose, witnessing Leon's one-sided slaughter amidst the crowd. At that moment, capturing Leon became a secondary concern. If this fiend were not vanquished, none would survive the day. The mechanical arm merged once again with the heavy machine gun in his grasp, forming a colossal weapon with a barrel the size of a bowl. Electric currents surged across Maxie's body, a summons to awaken the mechanical force within and concentrate energy. Departing from the realm of steel, the earth elementals launched their attacks, while the wood elementals ensnared Leon's feet with vines. Leon now appeared as an unstoppable warrior, impervious to the earth's restraints and the vine's grasp, moving with lethal elegance. The elder tiger, observing from the forest, furrowed his brow at Maxie, who was gathering strength. He gently patted Alice's head and remarked, "My dear, it is time to showcase the fruits of your studies today." The black tide surged forth once more. Chapter 83, Leon, Evolving Again. Alice possessed an abundance of dark energy within her. Though she could not match Leon in strength, speed, or physical prowess, her will was astonishingly high. However, her ability to control it remained underdeveloped, prompting the elder tiger to engage her with various playful tasks to focus her attention. Now, sensing the mechanical engineer consolidating power, the elder tiger understood that while this might not pose much of a threat to him, it could indeed endanger Leon's life. Alice's will keenly detected this peril. The dark tide of Alice's magical energy, previously gleaned from descriptions by Leon and Pompey, was now witnessed firsthand, potentially yielding further insights and confirmations. Leon continued his rampage, and out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Maxie amassing energy. Several explosive human bombs he had thrown were thwarted mid-flight by the elementals. The combined efforts of earth, wood, and ice elementals created a formidable barrier, forcing Leon to hurriedly dodge and shield himself with a human shield. Originally intending to reach Maxie in one swift move, Leon suddenly heard the elder's voice in his mind, "Stand firm. I will have Alice assist." Instantly grasping the elder's intent, Leon was eager to see Alice unleash her dark tide magic. With the elder's protection, Leon's confidence swelled. Bang! Bang! Leon pounded his chest and pointed toward Maxie, proclaiming, "You mere mortals, reliant on machines, know nothing of true power." Upon finishing his declaration, he allocated the point earned from his recent kill into his willpower attribute. The air around him began to ripple, and black electric sparks flickered anew. Leon's form solidified, the black bell reappeared. This stance spoke volumes. He intended to withstand the mechanical engineer Maxie's full force head-on. Madness. This amalgamation was undoubtedly insane. Arrogant, boastful, murderous, bloody, and brutal. This was the consensus among all members of the investigative team present. Yet, Leon's bold display ignited a flicker of hope within them. It was not Leon's defense they feared, but rather the chaos of his frenzied slaughter. The speed of this individual has transcended human reaction, coupled with a lightning-quick agility that renders one utterly defenseless. At this juncture, there is no need for Shama to issue commands. Everyone instinctively understands and unleashes their ultimate skills, preparing to decisively overwhelm Leon. The wind elementals converge, coalescing into a black tornado. The ice elementals merge their powers into a colossal ice spear. The earth elementals stir the ground, creating tremors that layer upon one another, as the upheaved soil rushes toward Leon like a tidal wave, forming a flower of earth that stacks around the black bell, compressing it, and firmly anchoring Leon in place. The soldiers spare no effort in their onslaught, depleting magazine after magazine in hopes of wearing down Leon even slightly. The enemy's assault descends like a torrential downpour. Leon stands resolute, gritting his teeth. His vitality and willpower propel the black bell to maintain its form. Like a lighthouse amidst a tempest, he remains unyielding against the relentless waves of attack. "Old man, You not only wish to witness the power of the Black Tide's malevolence, but also to gauge my resolve, do you not? The Golden Bell skill dictates that the stronger the will, the more vitality one possesses, thus extending the duration and damage one can withstand. Although the monk emphasizes the path of balance, will undoubtedly stands as the most essential attribute, without exception. With the augmentation of his will, Leon's Black Bell experiences a significant enhancement in both duration and resilience. Even while enduring the combined assaults of several elementals and a dozen soldiers, he remains remarkably composed. Leon's gaze meets that of Massey, perceiving the fervor and confidence reflected in the other's eyes. The energy cannon, a specially crafted projectile amplified with mechanical and electrical energy. Upon impact, it triggers an internal chain reaction, unleashing tremendous damage. Massey has previously tested this, discovering that the projectile's force is capable of breaching a 5-meter-thick stone wall. Even if Leon possesses a physique of steel, he would be reduced to fragments by the projectile's might. The large-caliber barrel crackles with electric currents, resembling serpents entwined around its circumference, before a bolt of lightning surges forth. In an instant, the entire town of Shiyuan is illuminated, akin to midday. The Black Bell is engulfed in electricity as the projectile strikes and detonates. The terrifying energy erupts, igniting a chain reaction of explosions. Wave after wave of detonations assail Leon, who witnesses cracks forming on the Black Bell. The external explosions and the force of compressed air directly topple the surrounding members of the investigation team. Those unable to escape are mercilessly torn apart. The durability and resilience of the Black Bell rapidly diminish, yet the chain explosions show no signs of abating. Leon grits his teeth, even resolving that at the moment the Black Bell shatters, he will expend his remaining vitality to unleash Lingguang. Intending to traverse the explosion with his corporeal form, Leon possesses considerable confidence in his physique. While it is certain that passing through the explosion will inflict harm, his enhanced physicality under the cover of night should shield him from fatal consequences. Alice perceives an overwhelming danger, her footsteps echoing sharply on the streets of Shiyuan. Daddy! Alice's heart raced uncontrollably, a surge of primal energy erupting from within her core. The veins around her white eyes throbbed, and blood tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. A tempest of black, ferocious energy seeped from her skin, rising in tendrils and gathering behind her. Unlike the aimless onslaught of the previous rampage of demonic energy, this time Alice recalled the teachings of her grandfather, the old tiger, from earlier that day. To befriend it meant to support and assist each other. I wish to save my father. Can you help me? Alice's mind was intensely focused, her entire attention on her father and the explosion before her. The demonic energy surged forth from her, forming a powerful shockwave that barreled directly towards Leon. The soldiers and elemental mages standing behind Leon were torn apart, dismembered by the terrifying black energy. The dark force struck Leon directly. Once drained of strength, Leon suddenly felt revitalized, as if an untold power surged within him. This chaotic energy seemed to echo with the wails of countless souls, frenzied and tumultuous. The demonic energy coursed into Leon's body while the remainder enveloped the explosion. The chain reaction of explosions ruptured the demonic energy. Yet it was promptly reclaimed by the black force, repeating this cycle incessantly. As the explosions continued to be propelled by the demonic energy, Leon concluded his defensive stance and, with renewed vigor, expelled the demonic energy passed to him by Alice in a tremendous burst. Simultaneously, an unexpected transformation occurred. The soldiers and elemental mages, dismembered by the demonic energy, faced different fates. The soldiers' flesh could not withstand the assault of the demonic energy, disintegrating into nothingness. However, the dismembered limbs of the elemental mages, empowered by elemental forces, did not perish like the soldiers. Under the impact and invasion of the demonic energy, their skin cracked. Muscle began to dissolve, revealing nerves and tissue, even exposing stark white bones. Among them were 4 arms that, perfectly aligned with the path of the demonic energy, adhered to Leon's back upon their detachment. Then, something even more terrifying transpired. The demonic energy acted as a catalyst, causing the 4 remaining skeletal, neural, and partially fleshy arms to gradually merge with Leon's skin and muscle, sinking into his body like dredged mire. Simultaneously, Leon felt excruciating pain in his abdomen. His ribs seemed to be displaced by the force of the demonic energy, as if they were being forced out of his body. In their stead, the 4 arm bones that had merged into his being occupied the space once held by his ribs. Leon's mind buzzed with confusion, while the old tiger, hidden in the woods, gleamed with excitement, clapping his hands in approval. I understand now. So that is how it works. Chapter 84. The proper use of Alice Leon's body underwent a transformation. In a desperate attempt to quell the relentless agony, the demonic energy surged even more violently from his palms. The chain explosions continued, yet it resembled the relentless proliferation of cancer cells, despite exerting all his strength. He was gradually consumed and extinguished in silence. Witnessing his once proud ultimate technique falter, Max's gaze grew vacant, and decades of confidence crumbled in this moment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even in the face of a city besieged by an unrelenting series of explosions, the shockwaves capable of leveling a vast expanse of land. The black malevolent energy before him resembled a ravenous beast, voraciously consuming the explosive force and diminishing the core substances necessary for the chain reaction, visibly depleting before his eyes. The aura of darkness emanating from Leon was infused with lethal intent, coalescing into a skeletal visage within the night, its hollow eye sockets fixated on Maxi, rendering him immobile. Enduring excruciating agony, Leon forcibly extracted 4 of his own ribs, compressing the surrounding flesh and muscle before each one pierced through, ultimately erupting from his chest in a spray of crimson. The ribs, varying in length and size, were unmistakably not of the same creature. Yet, before Leon could scrutinize them further, the 4 ribs shot forth into the swirling dark energy, akin to arrows released from a bow, vanishing in an instant. Encased in the black malevolence, the ribs lunged directly at Maxi. Reacting swiftly, Maxi expanded his mechanical arms to form a shield, his exoskeleton adopting a defensive stance. However, he had overestimated his defenses and underestimated the power imbued within the ribs by the dark energy. They pierced through the shield, traversed the reinforced exoskeleton, and impaled Maxi's arm before penetrating his lung and finally embedding themselves in his heart. Maxi's eyes widened in disbelief as his breath ceased. Unable to fathom why his defenses failed, why such a small bone could breach all his protections. Yet, he had no further opportunity for inquiry. In this deadly clash, the outcome was determined, life or death. As for Leon, the pain from the severed ribs did not relent. He noted a message flashing before him. But the agonizing torment left him no room to attend to it. For from behind, robust arm bones invaded his body, displacing tissues, nerves, and muscles, encroaching upon the space of his organs, creating tumult within his abdomen. Soon, Leon felt as if his lungs and spleen were brutally severed. Blood erupted from his nostrils, the corners of his eyes, and his ears. Yet swiftly, the encroaching malevolent energy spread through the wounds, akin to a gel that stitched the ruptured flesh. The energy transformed rapidly into matter, filling and smoothing over the torn openings as if they had never existed. Nevertheless, the pain and an indescribable sense of suffocation served as undeniable evidence of the reality of his plight. Most terrifyingly, Leon's heart was also under siege. While other organs could be mended by the dark energy, the fate of his life rested precariously upon the heart's integrity. Refusing to succumb to despair, Leon concentrated all his awareness on his heart and the surrounding muscles. He engaged in deep, deliberate breaths, rhythmically adjusting his essence and blood flow. The potency of the malevolent energy remained unyielding, but Leon gradually discerned a natural cadence, entering a state of introspection, his mind becoming clear and serene. The blood within the body flows like a rushing river, ceaseless and tumultuous. The muscles resemble meticulously cultivated fields, their patterns orderly and precise. As the heart beats, the river surges forth, connecting the nerves and vital channels within the body. Luin's command over his physique ascends to unprecedented heights. The muscles and blood vessels near the heart, under Luin's will and the guidance of his nerves, gradually shift their positions. The bones of his arms pierce through, traversing the space where the heart once lay, emerging within the thoracic cavity. The relocated heart inevitably comes into contact with the arm bones. In an instant, the irregular spasms and tremors of the heart cause Luin's breath to halt. Had it not been for the precise passage, he would have likely succumbed or at least fainted. The 4 arm bones occupy the space once held by the ribs, accompanied by foreign muscles and nerves. Rapidly establishing a connection with his body under the influence of the dark energy, gradually becoming anchored. The sensation of pain dissipates under the nurturing of the dark energy. Yet the lingering phantom pain from the earlier rupture remains. When Luin regains his senses, he discovers that the soldiers and elementalists around him have all perished. The dark energy above him, like tendrils, surges forth, invading the bodies of the investigation team members, penetrating through their orifices and ruthlessly strangling them. It becomes evident that in the moment of extreme control over his body, Luin's sixth sense had awakened a profound sense of self-preservation. The dark energy actively locks onto and assaults his surroundings. All the members of the investigation team collapse to the ground. Luin gradually connects with the 4 arm bones within him, an extraordinary sensation akin to suddenly possessing 4 additional arms. With a mere thought, he senses a response from the arm bones, extending outward. In the next moment, the muscles and skin at his sides are pierced directly. for blood-soaked arms emerging from his body. The skin and muscles remain intact. The piercing pain nearly causes Lu En to faint. Yet, after the agony subsides, he concentrates. And the four arms attempt to exert strength, clenching into fists. There is no hesitation, as if these arms are not foreign but inherently his own. These four arms belong to the elementalists. If he can control them now, does it also imply that he can sense elemental power? Once this thought surfaces, it burgeons uncontrollably. Lu En's breath quickens, eager to experiment. The four arms spread apart, and moments later, his breath becomes increasingly rapid. The elemental forces around him begin to coalesce. Ice spikes, wind blades, earth's might, fireballs, all manifest upon his palms. The powers of the four elements lie within his grasp. Although he lacks chakras, through the process of fusion and transplantation, Lu En has indeed harnessed elemental power. At this moment, he finally comprehends the correct application of Alice's abilities. The dark energy can not only be wielded for offense, but can also facilitate the transplantation of dark bodies and components. In other words, Alice is now a living, breathing embodiment of the Black Codex. Nearby, the remaining soldiers by the truck, witnessing Lu En's sudden 6 arms, 4 of which are charged with elemental energy, stand utterly transfixed. After the dissipating of the ominous haze, the monster emerged even more terrifying. The forces of the 4 elements surged forth, tearing the soldiers to shreds, resulting in their untimely demise. In this battle, he underwent a remarkable evolution. Chapter 85. The sword pointed at Rostem. In a peculiar and extraordinary manner, dancing upon the tightrope of life and at the cost of agony, Leon acquired 4 arms capable of sensing the elements. Although the harrowing danger and excruciating pain left him with a resolute desire never to endure such an experience again, the newfound strength enveloped Leon with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Without Alice's assistance, he could have slain Maxie, but it would have been a most arduous task. However, now, endowed with the power of the 4 elements and additional arms, Leon's tactical and practical prowess had been significantly enhanced. Each of the 4 arms wielded a distinct elemental force. Merely possessing 4 extra arms proved to be immensely advantageous. Should he wield shields with all 4, Leon could transform into a human fortress, maximizing his defensive capabilities. If he chose to brandish weapons, he would then possess 6 arms. It is often said that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Now, with 6 fists at his disposal, one must ponder how an adversary could defend against such onslaught. He was capable of both ranged and melee attacks. Leon now boldly proclaimed, "Within this tier, I am invincible." Concealed in the shadows, Pompey could no longer detect any trace or sound of the enemy. Observing Leon's 6 arms, he could not help but exclaim, "Goodness gracious, 6 arms! How intimidating! I shall never challenge Leon to a game of rock, paper, scissors again." Alice sprinted toward Leon, leaping into his embrace. Tenderly caressing his newly grown arms, she inquired, "Daddy, does it hurt?" The excitement was soon overshadowed by the lingering pain from the emergence of the arms, particularly at the joints. Yet, Alice's concern soothed Leon, allowing him to momentarily forget the discomfort. In the distance, the elder tiger, observing Leon's silhouette, felt a mix of pride and worry. Witnessing Alice unleash the black tide of demonic energy had confirmed some of his earlier speculations while also unveiling new revelations. However, the image of Leon, a disciple he had known for merely a day, now took on a complex expression on the elder tiger's face. Was it mere coincidence, or an inevitable twist of fate? The 6 arms, missing the navel that invoked elemental power, had astonishingly coalesced in a manner both unfathomable and profoundly reasonable, completing one crucial link. Storm, fury, and malevolence intertwined within him, embodying both darkness and humanity. All of this bore the shadow of a certain individual, drawing ever closer. Leon gazed upon the lifeless body of the mechanical engineer Maxie, pinned to the ground, alongside the scattered remains of the investigation team. The crescent moon had only just ascended into the night sky, a mere 2 hours having passed since the sun's descent. The long night lay ahead, granting Leon ample time, an entire night. The darkness served as his best camouflage, a time when everyone's vigilance waned. A bold idea began to take shape in Leon's mind. Under the veil of night, a sudden incursion was launched into Rostem, taking advantage of the enemy's investigative team being utterly decimated. Stealthily, they infiltrated the city to acquire backup data. Without hesitation, Leon turned to the elder and declared his intention to head to Rostem. However, before he could finish his sentence, the elder raised a hand to interrupt him. "You may go, but once you arrive there, I will be unable to assist you, as it would be inconvenient for me to intervene." After all, the elder still held the title of Madori within the Vedic sect, and accepting Leon, a creature of darkness, as a disciple was already an unprecedented deviation. Should the higher-ups of the Vedic sect discover any connection, it would certainly tarnish their reputation to allow a dark being to assault the fortified city of Rostim in the Principality of Asia. That is acceptable. You can assist Alice from outside the city while Pompey and I enter, Leon replied, still lacking a precise plan. However, such endeavors rarely come with complete preparation. The backup data was a pivotal element of Monarch 3's Eternal Life project, and such critical information was undoubtedly stored in the most secure and central location. When the time came, all they needed to do was visit the Count's mansion in Rostim and interrogate someone to ascertain the exact location. As Leon retracted his forearms, he felt a distinct sense of fullness in his chest. The original muscles and skin of his arms filled the void left by his transformation and rapidly restored themselves. This recovery, beyond mere physical resilience, was accompanied by a noticeable drain on his energy. After replenishing himself with supplies from the storage warehouse in Shiyuan town, he finally felt his strength returning. It seemed that this ability consumed a tremendous amount of energy when used frequently. To avoid alerting the enemy prematurely, it had to be saved as a trump card, to be revealed at the most critical moment to secure victory. Otherwise, if his arms were exposed too soon, the opponent would prepare countermeasures. The act of expanding and retracting took a significant toll on Leon's body, making it suitable for a decisive strike. He rummaged through the belongings of Maxie and the truck. Leon's eyes glimmered with envy at Maxie's exoskeleton. However, after much effort, he discovered that activation required mechanical engineering skills, which he lacked. Now that Maxie was gone, the exoskeleton was rendered a mere ornament. Nevertheless, Leon found a considerable amount of ammunition used by mechanical engineers within the exoskeleton and the truck bed. The force of Maxie's charged attack was still fresh in his memory. Even without the mechanical prowess to trigger a chain explosion, the power of these munitions was incomparable to ordinary ammunition. Stay away from it, as Leon would say. Finally, he equipped himself with a sniper rifle and drove through the night towards Rostim. This exhilarating victory imparted a crucial lesson to Leon. Hesitation leads to defeat. If one remains indecisive, waiting for the enemy to make their moves, the initiative remains firmly in the hands of Monarch 3. Leon could not ascertain the opponent's thoughts and would be left to respond passively. Now, however, with the initiative in his grasp and under favorable circumstances, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? The truck roared as it sped across the desert, heading towards Rostim. The journey from Shihua town to Rostim typically requires 3 to 5 hours. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, it coincides perfectly with the midnight hour when the guards are at their most fatigued, presenting an opportune moment for infiltration. Pompey is equally exhilarated. To partake in such a monumental event has stirred the blood that has grown cold over the past decade. Old man, you should remain outside the city. Even if you hear commotion within, do not enter. Pompey and I are confident we will manage to escape. Just take care of Alice. Speaking of Alice, Leon could not refrain from inquiring once again. By the way, today, having witnessed Alice's dark tide of magic, have you made any new discoveries or insights? Previously, everyone believed that the dark tide magic merely released energy to harm foes. But today's unexpected events led Leon to unveil a new application of it as a medium for suturing. As a master among masters, the old man must have seen even more. This was what piqued Leon's curiosity. Elder who stroked his beard and inhaled deeply, stating, "Indeed, there are discoveries." Chapter 86, A Subtle Shock to the Pearl of the Gobi. Oh, do tell, what new findings have you made? There are many. Yet I find myself at a loss for where to begin. After a moment of contemplation, Elder who continued, I previously speculated that the three of you are a fate-bound collective of the Black Tome. However, after witnessing Alice utilize dark energy today, I realized how gravely mistaken I was. A slight rigidity crept into Leon's smile. Damn, I had just accepted this notion, and already, in less than a day, you, old man, claim to have misjudged. As he maneuvered the steering wheel with his tendrils, he inquired, what is your latest conclusion? The Black Tome has not vanished. It merely exists in a different form. The gazes of Elder Hu and Leon met, and from the depths of each other's eyes, Leon discerned the underlying meaning. Indeed, as you surmised, Alice now embodies a living Black Tome. Though I am unaware of the trials she endured during her resurrection, she has undeniably grasped the essence of forbidden life energy. She can bypass the suturing stage and directly utilize dark energy to transform living beings. Elder Hu glanced at Leon's ribs, adding, you should have a profound understanding of this. The bond among the three of you arises because Alice is now the material manifestation of the Black Tome, while you are its products, thus forming this connection. As her control over energy becomes more refined, she will be able to execute transformations with greater precision. However, just as Leon's gaze began to gleam with anticipation for further transformative suturing, Elder Hu's use of the word but abruptly grounded him, dashing his thoughts to the floor. This brings us to my other significant discovery. Observing Leon and Pompey's expressions, Elder Hu had gleaned Alice's true identity from their private discourse. Yet, there were certain matters Alice was unaware of, so a degree of discretion was warranted in their discussion. The girl possesses a unique form of protection. This protective power is only triggered when her most beloved faces peril, subsequently activating the dark energy of the Black Tome. Elder Hu conveyed this subtly, leaving both Leon and Pompey momentarily stunned. A guardian born of love, perhaps? To my astonishment, within the confines of the resurrection chamber, an astonishing array of events unfolded in mere minutes. The Doctor's love for his daughter became the root cause of his grotesque actions. This mad obsession, coupled with a disregard for other lives, ultimately transformed into a protective force at the end of life, a truly ironic twist. The truck sped along, its headlights extinguished by Leon from a great distance, leaving only the roar of the engine mingling with the night wind, howling across the desert expanse. I shall park the vehicle 2 kilometers outside of Rostam, and the remainder of the journey, including the infiltration, will be undertaken by Pompey and myself. Old man, are you familiar with Rostam? Leon queried. The old tiger chuckled lightly. I have never set foot in Rostam, so how could I be familiar with it? Leon retorted without hesitation. Haven't you boasted about traversing every corner of the world? Yet you haven't visited the jewel of the Axi kingdom, Rostam. What does that say about your travels? What is there to explore in the city? As a Vedic practitioner, I naturally prefer to admire the grand landscapes, traverse the wonders of nature, and appreciate the balance of the natural world. The city is merely filled with the hustle and bustle of mundane life. Particularly for someone like me, entering the city as a representative of the Vedic faith is not a mere excursion, but rather a matter of diplomatic significance. Leon chuckled, his skepticism palpable. Although he held a high position within the Vedic faith, he found it hard to believe that a simple visit to the city could be of diplomatic importance. It seems you are unaware of the situation in the Blackstone Federation. Initially, the Federation was not united. Before the Northern Territories joined forces, the Vedic faith and the Academy were embroiled in heated debates over who represented the elemental orthodoxy. The Axi Kingdom, being the cradle of the Academy, is rife with elemental practitioners, serving as fertile ground for the Academy's flourishing. With northern adversaries sharpening their blades, the southern forces were compelled to unite against external threats. Yet, the enmity between the Vedic faith and the Academy persists. Their alliance is merely a reaction to external pressure. Once that pressure dissipates or diminishes, the fragile agreement will crumble. Though the Federation has been established for decades, Rostam, located on the periphery of the Axi Kingdom, has yet to witness the arrival of a single Vedic monk, nor is there a single Vedic temple. In such circumstances, what would my presence in Rostam signify? Despite his annoyance at the old man's subtle bravado, Leon had to concede that it was indeed a matter of diplomatic gravity. After several hours on the road, Alice, exhausted from energy depletion, curled up and fell asleep beside the old tiger. In the distance, beneath the obsidian night, Rostam gleamed with brilliant lights. Even in the deep of night, the city's unceasing illumination cast a golden hue across the sky. Leon parked the truck behind a massive boulder in the desert. Old man, we are leaving now. Wish me luck. He and Pompey exited the vehicle, waving goodbye to those inside. Leon felt no need to emphasize anything to the old man. If the old tiger truly had the ability to intervene, entering and exiting Rostam would be a trivial matter. However, given the complexities surrounding the Vedic faith and the Academy, any involvement could complicate matters significantly. As the old man would say, it could lead to a diplomatic incident. The elderly man may exhibit a certain degree of caprice in his personal endeavors, yet when it pertains to the Vedic teachings, he must deliberate carefully upon the potential repercussions and ramifications. After all, he is not merely an inconsequential figure, he is the revered Anomaly, second only to Indra within the Vedic hierarchy. Leon and Pompey traversed the Gobi Desert, while Rostam, illuminated by brilliant lights, radiated a golden hue that enveloped the entire city. At a glance, it truly resembled a garland. Pompey couldn't help but exclaim how intoxicating power can be. Possessing such a wealth-laden city, it is no wonder that Monroe III yearned for immortality, desiring to possess this endless treasure for eternity. However, such riches can act as a slow poison, gradually distorting and eroding one's essence. Even a mere research institute harbors so much malevolence and sordid dealings. Leon believed that other methods of researching immortality inevitably involved human experimentation. The lives lost and resources consumed, along with the malevolence lurking behind, are truly beyond measure. As he walked, Leon observed the numerous gates of Rostam City. Although the grand gates were firmly shut in the dead of night, the remnants of daytime splendor and bustling vibrancy still lingered in the air. Pompey, do you see? There exists an area on the city wall where the lights do not reach. We shall ascend from there, and once we are atop, the reconnaissance will be your responsibility. Rest assured, I will handle everything, Pompey asserted. Curiously, he inquired, after acquiring the items, it is highly probable we will be discovered, when the guards are on high alert. How do we escape? A slight smile graced Liang's lips, then we shall create a ruckus, leaving a lasting impression on Rostam. Chapter 87. Lead the way or perish. Even a mechanical engineer had managed to put Liang in a rather precarious situation. From the outset, he had not envisaged a silent extraction of the backup data from Rostam's formidable defenses. The best scenario he could foresee was being discovered post-retrieval and inciting chaos within the city as a means of escape. However, the elderly man was bound by the tenets of his sect, rendering him incapable of taking action within the city. Yet once outside, emanating aura of strength would suffice to deter pursuers. The soldiers patrolled the city, their searchlights sweeping the surroundings, creating an illusion of tight security, which in truth was riddled with vulnerabilities. After all, a formidable city like Rostam, with its powerful guardians and a web of intricate factions, concealed numerous adept individuals. No one would dare engage in petty thievery on the city walls under the cover of night. Yet Liang, capitalizing on the laxity and complacency of the guards, stealthily approached and began to scale the walls. Following the previous battle, Liang's dimensions had once again surged, now reaching an impressive 2 meters. However, with the aid of his appendages, he ascended the walls with ease. With Pompey scouting the movements of the patrolling soldiers, they successfully infiltrated the city during the interval of the soldiers' shift change. Rostam City, rising abruptly from the Gobi, was constructed from locally sourced materials, a blend of timber, soil, and stone, culminating in a city of gold. The city is characterized by a plethora of buildings, yet few soar to great heights. Instead, there are numerous 2- and 3-story structures, connected by meandering stairways that lend a unique charm. The overall architectural style evokes memories for Leon of past trips organized by his company to Istanbul and Santorini, infused with rich Mediterranean and Middle Eastern influences. The labyrinthine streets, coupled with the varied elevations of the buildings, imbue Rostam with an intense exotic allure. Under the glow of night, the city radiates a golden luminescence. Within this golden city, a grand glass dome stands out prominently, resplendent even in the darkness. It appears that finding the destination requires no effort. It has already revealed itself. Despite the midnight hour, Rostam remains lively. Near the Earl's estate, merchants and travelers abound, accompanied by the enchanting strains of foreign music. In contrast, areas adjacent to the city walls are shrouded in darkness, silent and still, as if untouched by the revelries that surround them, quietly regaining strength in anticipation of the dawn. Ready to toil for meager earnings. Guided by Pompey, Leon opts for a route less traveled, deftly avoiding the major factions' establishments within Rostam as he stealthily approaches the Earl's palace. The guards are more numerous than at the city walls. The Monroe guards are specifically tasked with the safety of the Monroe family. Leon and Pompey's foray into the city at such a late hour is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Now, as they seek to infiltrate the most fortified area, the tension and exhilaration heighten Leon's senses. Rather than fear, he feels a thrill coursing through him, reveling in the peril. Arriving at the periphery of the Earl's estate, the defenses are significantly tighter. Leon and Pompey conceal themselves in the shadows, awaiting the change of the patrol. Once inside, they must seize an individual to extract the location of the important items stored by Monroe 3. Thereafter, they will have to adapt to the unfolding circumstances. Pompey bares his teeth, mirroring Leon's excitement, their camaraderie evident. This marks Leon's first visit to the Earl's estate. Follow my lead, he instructs Pompey from the shadows, swiftly infiltrating the Earl's garden like a predator lurking in the dark, poised for prey. By chance, a rustling sound emerges from the artificial hills of the garden. Leon can only hear the commotion, while Pompey's expression shifts dramatically, eyes alight with intrigue. What a twist! A secret rendezvous in the garden. This scenario is undeniably thrilling. Leon and Pompey stealthily approach, the sounds becoming clearer. Hurry, don't stop. My lady, today we are both at ease. These days of meeting, yet never being together, are unbearable. Ascendant. It's all the Earl's fault. Preparations are underway for some dark event, leaving us no time to escape until this ordeal concludes. Once it does, we will elope and fly far away. I am already prepared. As long as I can be with you, I would willingly traverse to the ends of the earth. Having lost something, a flurry of hurried footsteps ensued, followed by a sound of something being discarded, and then tranquility returned. The two individuals indulged in their affection for a moment longer before they stealthily emerged from behind the artificial hill, one following the other. I shall take my leave first, said the elegantly attired woman, clasping the man's hand, reluctant to part. You should return first. It won't matter if the guards happen to see us parting ways. Their gazes intertwined, and after exchanging a few words, their hands remained clasped, unwilling to let go. They lingered a while longer, torn between desire and duty, departing with frequent glances back over their shoulders. Just as the man was about to leave, a sudden tentacle coiled tightly around his neck, simultaneously muffling his mouth. The myriad of suckers adhering to his face, ensnaring him and leaving no chance for him to utter a sound. Dragged into the darkness, the garden fell eerily silent, as if nothing had transpired. You wouldn't want the affair with the Countess to come to light, would you? The man gasped in shock, catching a glimpse of the face of his assailant in the garden's dim moonlight. It was a giant cloaked in a broad mantle, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered him breathless. The man's features were obscured beneath the hood, leaving them indistinct, yet the frigid, slippery tentacles extending from the cloak served as a constant reminder of the peril he faced. I present you with two choices: lead the way, or be presented before the Count. I am certain that any man betrayed in such a manner would lose his composure. The man, rendered speechless and wide-eyed with terror, nodded vigorously in understanding. He raised a finger as if to indicate compliance. Very well, where does the Count typically keep his important documents and materials? Lead the way. The tentacles pried open the man's mouth, their tendrils slithering down his throat. Subsequently, the stinging cells released a nerve-paralyzing venom, successfully immobilizing his tongue and rendering him voiceless, leaving only one arm free to gesture towards the path. Enveloped entirely by the tentacles, the man, who had dared to engage in an affair with the Countess, undoubtedly possessed intimate knowledge of the sentries. With the assistance of Pompey, Leon soon arrived at a location resembling a library, evident from the increased security personnel surrounding the area, indicating its significance. Chapter 88. A fist to break the path of escape. The information center was flanked by fixed guards, with 2 patrolling soldiers on either side. Leon concealed himself in the shadows, contemplating a strategy for resolution. The defenses appeared formidable. However, to Leon, they were not insurmountable. After observing for a considerable time without perceiving any notable changes, he began to prepare. The seemingly impenetrable defenses were, in truth, overly dispersed, providing Leon with an opportunity. The soldiers within the Countess estate were all members of the Monroe Guard. Since arriving in this otherworldly realm, Leon had not encountered many others. Yet he had taken the lives of 7 or 8 members of the Monroe Guard. It could be said that no one understood the nuances of the Monroe Guard better than Leon. Sterling likely never anticipated that someone would dare to infiltrate the Countess estate alone. Otherwise, it would not have led to the design of the current patrol mode. Now that you have been brought to the designated location, you may be allowed to leave. Upon hearing the prospect of release, the man's eyes sparkled with an expression of disbelief. Snap! The man's neck was abruptly twisted, his face still adorned with a lingering joy. Indeed, he was released. Though the meaning of this release, as interpreted by Leon, diverged greatly from the man's expectations. Leon snapped 2 branches, each the thickness of 3 fingers. And seizing the moment when the patrolling soldiers were momentarily distracted, he launched a surprise attack. His tendrils ensnared the soldiers' mouths and upper limbs, leaving them no opportunity for resistance. The pre-prepared branches struck like heavenly thunder, piercing through their skulls and anchoring them to the ground. From a rearward perspective, the soldiers maintained their vigilant stance, seemingly oblivious to their fate. The soldiers patrolling left and right could not escape Leon's grasp either. However, they were met with a less fortunate end. Swiftly dispatched and concealed within the shadows. After dealing with the soldiers, Leon boldly entered the data center. He traversed through rows upon rows of extensive bookshelves, heading directly toward the medium storage area at the back. However, his progress was soon hindered by a familiar, yet foreign heavy metal door blocking his path. This object was all too familiar to Leon. Upon closer inspection, the model inscribed on the door was identical to those in the research facility. It appeared to be of the same origin. During his time at the Institute, he had contemplated escaping through such a heavy door. Yet, when the time for rebellion finally arrived, it had inadvertently benefited the Stitched beings. On his way to the resurrection chamber, the doctor had opened the path for him, leaving Leon without an opportunity to execute his plan. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the data center today, his dream had come true. Leon flexed his wrists and began to allocate points. Transforming into a 6-armed state, his magical energy swiftly annihilated all remaining soldiers and elemental mages in Shiyuan town, successfully eliminating the mechanical engineer, Maxi, which left Leon immensely rewarded. Just from Maxi alone, Leon gained 2 allocation points, surpassing even Dr. Maid. This brought his total to 64 free allocation points. Although his current 8 points in strength were sufficient to smash through the mechanical heavy door, The thought of the ensuing predicament made Leon apprehensive about his firepower. Thus, he decided to invest 2 points directly, elevating his strength attribute to 10. The remaining 44 points were distributed evenly, with 1 point each allocated to speed, will, and constitution. After the allocation, Leon glanced at his current attribute interface. Name, Leon. Occupation, monk. Attributes, strength 10, speed 7, will 61, constitution 8. Skill development, tentacle control 4, 10,150, inspiration 1, 17,100. Golden Bell 1, 13100, Explosion 1, 18100, Divine Dragon Tail 1, 13100, free allocation points, 14. It can be said that when facing ordinary individuals, Leon's exhibited attributes were already of a monstrous caliber. However, in Rostim, he would confront not only ordinary people, but also various formidable beings endowed with extraordinary powers. The mechanical engineer, Maxi, was already a testament to this. In Rostim, there undoubtedly exist individuals stronger than Marcy. Leon turned his head, casting a glance at his companion Pompey, and smiled. Are you ready? You must understand the consequences of my punch. Pompey grinned widely, baring his teeth in sheer delight. Goodness. We are facing the entire pursuit of Rostim. After a moment of pausing to suppress his excitement, Pompey, with a final touch of calm restraint, declared, to avenge myself personally and to escape from the laboratory alive would render my life complete. Every moment that I continue to live feels like a gain. I have spent a decade in a haze, having long forgotten the emotions one should possess. Now, I yearn to engage in more reckless endeavors. Those I have never attempted before, rebellious acts that quicken the heartbeat, proving that I am still alive. Faced with Pompey's sudden confession, Leon slowly crouched down and extended his fist in front of Pompey. A true man requires no further words at such a moment. Here was someone willing to accompany him in madness, someone who had meticulously planned their escape from the laboratory over the years, a person worthy of entrusting one's life to. A broad smile returned to Pompey's face as he raised his forepaw, clasping it together, and they exchanged a fist bump. Leon gradually stood up, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Then let us make some noise. His strength and momentum surged. The force of 10 units translated into a staggering 1,500 kilograms, crashing down upon the mechanical heavy door. The unparalleled impact left a substantial dent, and at the very center, amidst a web of cracks, there were even several translucent holes. A smidge more force could have completely shattered it. Goodness, the speed at which your power is growing is quite terrifying. Pompey couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. While the improvements in Leon's physical abilities during previous return experiments had been noticeable, they were nothing compared to the current exaggeration, which typically took months for a single tier increase. This time, however, it seemed as if he was changing almost daily. Leon raised his fist, a confident smile adorning his face. Our survival beyond Rostim relies on these fists. With that, he delivered another fierce kick. The mechanical heavy door was completely breached, leaving a gaping hole. Leon reached out, as if tearing paper, ripping apart the surrounding curled iron shavings, before leaping in alongside Pompey. As anticipated, the violent breach triggered an ear-piercing alarm and a flashing red warning light. Yet, Leon and Pompey paid no heed. Their sole focus was to locate the hard drive containing the backup data within the display. They separated to search. Meanwhile, within the Count's manor, the blaring alarm roused countless individuals from their slumber, throwing the place into disarray. The glass of the data department flickered with the internal red warning lights. The nearby Monroe guards rushed over to investigate the situation, only to discover the guards pinned in place by branches, their expressions frozen in terror. Enemies. Enemies. Chapter 89. Let the sin disperse into ashes here. I have found it. Soon, Pompey's excited voice echoed through the space. Pompey had discovered a sealed backup hard drive in a display, which detailed the experiment it represented, including its name and synopsis. Project Dawn, established under the leadership of Dr. Made, the Dawn Research Institute is dedicated to utilizing the forbidden alchemy of life to create biological entities capable of achieving stable rejuvenation, extracting the crucial factors that influence lifespan. This is the very backup data brought back by Captain Ander. Yu Guang swiftly scanned the surrounding storage media, noting the rich descriptions adorning the display cases. Path of Elements, a project spearheaded by Elementalist Qiao, aiming to transform humans into elemental beings to harness greater elemental powers and address the issue of lifespan after elemental transformation. Vedic Essence, the Vedic teachings present unique insights into enhancing the body and prolonging life through the refinement of Qi. The medium contains a comprehensive record of perceptual steps and methods for natural resonance. Elixir of Eternal Youth, Dr. Bros attempts to extract the essence of blood. Aiming to rejuvenate aging blood through injection, thus procuring a more youthful blood and body. The method of blood transfusion has been effectively validated in humans, currently addressing the challenges posed by hemolytic rejection across different blood types. Romani dark manipulation, a traditional method of the Romani gypsies for summoning the deceased. This technique can transform the dead into dark, undead beings while preserving their former memories. Progress is being made to resolve the issues surrounding the contracts and will releases following transformation. In addition, there are numerous other projects listed beneath each project. The documentation includes update dates, revealing the progress of the initiatives. Lu In observed these dozens of projects with a furrowed brow. While he was aware of Monroe 3's almost obsessive fixation on immortality, the impact of hearing about it compared to witnessing it firsthand was profoundly different. Lu In glanced at the update timestamps, noting that several had been updated quite frequently. Behind these numerical dates lie vibrant lives and harrowing experiments. Notably, Project Dawn is prominently placed, and although its update frequency is not timely, it clearly holds significant expectations. Lu In shattered the protective casing and retrieved the hard drive. He approached a nearby device and connected the backup data. Pompey's voice conveyed a hint of excitement as he remarked, "People have entered from outside and are advancing inward." They had anticipated this when they had forcibly breached the mechanical heavy door moments ago. Lu In's attention was wholly focused on the display before him, watching the progress bar for the backup data loading. "It's all right," he said. "The soldiers of the Monroe Guard shouldn't have the authority to open the heavy door. Such classified information is beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers, who will likely have to report through multiple layers of hierarchy. With only a narrow opening sufficient for a single person to squeeze through, even the most numerous of soldiers could only enter one by one. Once inside, they would not dare to act independently, needing to provide cover for the subsequent soldiers. To form an effective combat force would require at least a minute or two." While waiting for the progress bar to advance, Leon sidestepped to the imposing mechanical door, releasing a jet of dark mist to obscure the breach, thereby impeding and delaying his adversaries. His focus returned to the display screen, where he navigated the directory to locate the backup data. One by one, he accessed the records detailing the experiments from his 9 returns. Much of this information had been relayed to him by Pompey, encompassing intricate experimental data and variations in parameters to substantiate hypotheses. However, what Leon sought was not this. He yearned for the specifics of his own stitching experiments, particularly the biological organs and tissues employed, as these would be crucial for his forthcoming bodily developments. "Pompey, assist me in retrieving all backup data from the other experiments." Leon spoke while searching. "Ah, Leon, even in this moment, you can't resist a jab at Monroe 3. Pompey quipped. Yet both understood that merely destroying a backup file would not affect the other projects. As long as the experimental endeavors continued, the data would be replenished. Nevertheless, Leon's action of obliterating all backups would indeed serve to vex Monroe 3, a fitting retribution against the Count, who was ensnared by the notion of immortality. After all, without his ambition, perhaps Leon and Pompey would not have found themselves in their current predicament. Soon, Leon's gaze fell upon a folder titled Basic Information and Data of Experiment Subject Leon. His heart raced as he realized he had finally discovered the coveted information, now tantalizingly close at hand. Controlling the keyboard, he clicked into the file, revealing a dense array of data. Meanwhile, at the mechanical door, the arriving guards were taken aback by the forcibly created breach. The door had been blasted open to accommodate a single person. Initially, they suspected a powerful explosive. Yet no signs of an explosion or gunpowder were evident around the opening. What unsettled them most was that the opposite side of the breach was shrouded in a thick, impenetrable black mist, rendering the interior invisible. Armed and cautious, the guards encircled the opening, reluctant to enter under such circumstances. They continually called for reinforcements, reporting the situation to their leader, Sterling. "Hold your position at the entrance and await reinforcements. Do not act recklessly. Allow the supporting guards to surround the data office," Sterling instructed. Almost simultaneously, Monroe 3's accountability call was placed. He had been in a deep slumber when the alarm suddenly blared, prompting his security detail to swiftly escort him and the Count's close kin to a concealed underground chamber. "My lord, the situation has been clarified. There has been a violent intrusion into the data office. I have dispatched the Monroe Guard for support, and I shall personally subdue the intruder and conduct the interrogation." Upon learning of the data office's breach, Monroe 3's fury ignited. "What? Someone has infiltrated the data repository? Remember, leave no survivors after the interrogation. You will personally subdue them. No one aside from you is to access the database within the data office. If any guards were to glimpse the contents within, you are aware of how to handle the situation, correct?" Even through the telephone, Sterling could hear the Earl's teeth grinding in frustration. Should any information regarding his support for the immortality experiments in those inhumane projects leak out, it would undoubtedly incite a rebellion. Rest assured, my lord. I shall personally attend to the matter, Sterling replied, his brow furrowed with concern. After ending the call, he donned much of his gear. Orders were dispatched, and the entire city was placed under martial law, sealing it off and halting all forms of entertainment. Within 5 minutes, a curfew would be imposed across the city. Chapter 90. The gunfire and flamenco dance. The data had finished loading, and Leon finally beheld his composition and various statistics. The details of his body parts were presented in a dense list format. Among them, the 4 sections represented by the head were denoted only by numbers, obscuring all clues and information. As Leon scanned the table, he discovered the answer he had long sought. The right arm is sutured with deep-sea giant squid tentacles, utilizing the abundant neurons of the squid as a medium to connect to the brain, facilitating the transmission of data and information. The back is equipped with shark cloaking fins, linked to the lungs, enhancing underwater breathing capabilities. Normally concealed within the body, these fins automatically activate after submerging 10 meters. Muscle cells are cultivated with frog muscle cell genes, enhancing explosive power and load capacity. The spinal cord's hematopoietic stem cells are modified to integrate lobster cell telomeres, allowing Leon's cells to replicate infinitely and grow without limit. Coupled with the alchemical life taboos of the Black Codex, this can reverse such growth, the key to achieving immortality. The heart, sourced from a cheetah, has a blood supply capability 3 times that of a human heart, providing an explosive blood supply to the target. All visceral organs have been infused with zebrafish genes, enabling the heart, liver, kidneys, and bones to regenerate, which is crucial for Leon's remarkable recovery ability. Crocodilian stomachs. Composed of stitched stomach sacs and digestive systems from various crocodilian species, possess unparalleled energy conversion efficiency, maximizing the transformation of food energy and storing it within the body. Bones are fused with the genes of the scaly-footed snail, renowned for its extraordinary bone density and rich in sulfur and iron, strong enough to withstand rifle bullets and possessing a certain level of magnetism. In addition, there were records of organ cultivation and transplantation, along with data analysis following the regression using the Black Codex. After reviewing the data, Leon's gaze became slightly unfocused. He had initially believed the octopus tentacles represented the pinnacle of life taboo alchemy, yet he was astonished to discover the multitude of biological and genetic marvels within his body, culminating in an impossible miracle through the fusion of life taboo alchemy. Pompey's previously excited expression tempered as he continuously sensed the situation surrounding the data center. The reinforcements from the Monroe Guard were increasing, and judging by the footsteps, their numbers had exceeded 100. Be cautious, a significant figure approaches, Pompey warned gravely. With his acute hearing, he detected the soldiers outside parting to make way. Simultaneously, the soldiers called out the words "Guard Captain." The arrival is unmistakably that of Sterling, the supreme commander of the Monroe Guard, recognized as one of the most formidable individuals among the elite mentioned by the old man. Leon retrieved the backup data, observing the palm-sized data disk in his hand alongside other critical documentation. At present, he was acutely aware of his bodily composition and had it firmly imprinted in his mind. These documents, tainted with the blood of innocence, ought to vanish completely from this world. Clenching his fist, Leon reduced all the data disks and documents to mere powder with a single squeeze. The force of 1,500 kilograms was sufficient to obliterate this information on a physical level, transforming it into irretrievable fragments. Boom. With 3 powerful strikes, the entire apparatus was rendered into scrap metal under Leon's iron fists, emitting smoke and sparks, utterly incapacitated. Simultaneously, the mechanical heavy door creaked as it began to rise slowly. However, halfway up, it became lodged due to the damage. The dense black mist that hindered the soldiers' advance lingered ominously at the entrance. As the mechanical door ascended, the anticipated barrage of gunfire and the influx of enemies failed to materialize. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, tap, tap, tap. From within the black fog, a grenade abruptly emerged. Its shell, painted a vivid red, stood out starkly against the cold-toned surroundings of the data room. It was akin to a sudden burst of vibrancy intruding upon the somber scene, triggering some hidden switch. Accompanying this, a passionate flamenco melody resonated throughout the room, featuring the strumming of a guitar, the beating of a hand drum, and the lilting notes of a flute. Caution! The moment Leon discerned the grenade, an unsettling premonition gripped him. The flamboyant color and the bizarrely harmonious music signaled the enemy's intent to make a grand entrance. Seizing Pompey, he swiftly darted behind a column. Boom! The red grenade detonated, scattering countless tiny steel balls in all directions. The rapid-fire projectiles struck the tiles and walls, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds that blended seamlessly with the rhythm of the dance. Simultaneously, the grenade released a torrent of red gas, engulfing and constricting the scant available space. Leon furrowed his brow. The tactic of obscuring vision had always been his forte. To encounter a master of it today was unexpected. Pompey perched on Leon's shoulder, straining to listen. Yet, all that could be heard was the vibrant rhythm of the dance, completely drowning out any sound of approaching footsteps. Be cautious. This foe is formidable. I cannot hear a single footstep, Pompey lamented. Yet he continued to fervently search for any potential sound or tone that might reveal the enemy's presence. Leon extended his tendrils, seizing the opportunity to scale the column and ascend to the roof. Concealed in the elevated perch where the red smoke was slow to dissipate, he awaited the opportune moment. Within mere seconds, the space behind the heavy door became suffused with red mist. As Leon gazed down, the entire area below transformed into a crimson sea. The gas undulating gently, reminiscent of fiery clouds at sunset or the relentless surge of blood mist. Leon's gaze shifted to the speakers positioned at the corners of the ceiling. Pompey's hearing was severely disrupted by the speakers. Once these two loudspeakers were silenced, he could once again discern the direction of sounds. However, as Leon swung towards the corner like a pendulum, a barrage of bullets suddenly erupted from the crimson mist. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense hail of bullets shot forth like a string of pearls, the gunfire's ferocity disturbing the air and causing the once tranquil smoke to churn violently. The music, too, escalated towards its first crescendo, perfectly synchronized with the rhythmic gunfire. Leon swiftly dodged, yet his arm was still struck. A bullet pierced straight through his arm, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Nevertheless, he pressed onto the corner and shattered the loudspeaker with a powerful punch. Now, gazing at the roiling crimson gas below, Leon finally comprehended the sentiments of the elemental mage and the Monroe Guard soldiers regarding himself. This red mist served as a natural cover, rendering one nearly undetectable. A fleeting glance at Pompey revealed his furrowed brow as he shook his head in frustration. Even with one loudspeaker silenced, he still could not hear the footsteps of their adversary. It seemed that only by completely eliminating the noise could they catch a glimpse of this elusive foe. Taking a deep breath, Leon propelled himself forward, tracing an arc through the air. The gunfire responded in kind, the rhythm aligning with the dance-like tempo. The bullets, trailing wisps of red smoke, carved erratic paths through the air, reminiscent of chaotic threads. Even more astonishing was that these bullets did not originate from a single point, but erupted from various locations within the red mist. In one moment they emerged from the left, and the next, bullets could be fired from the right at a different angle, mere meters away. Leon's speed was 7 times that of an average person, allowing him to twist and maneuver through the air, evading the seemingly random onslaught of bullets as if dodging the fateful red thread. Chapter 91, The Dark Artist in Comparison to the Previous Mechanical Engineer, Mossy. The artillery expert Sterling's attacks fell well within Leon's realm of acceptance. An artilleryman who wielded such flamboyant grenades and employed dance music as his backdrop could not possibly lack a touch of artistic flair and narcissism. Bullets shot forth from the red mist like celestial maidens scattering flowers, countless crimson threads rising from the air like caged birds breaking free, racing towards their ultimate target. A bullet struck Leon's leg, and despite the pain, he swung a fist in an attempt to destroy the last loudspeaker. However, just as his energized fist was poised to strike, he suddenly sensed an unseen force wrapping around his body, rendering his punch entirely ineffective. Upon closer inspection, he noticed exceedingly fine, nearly imperceptible threads entwining his arm and body, their presence detectable only by their faint shimmer. This high-tensile, stealthy threading was now engaged in a contest of strength with Leon. Unexpectedly, a slight smirk crept upon Leon's lips. The dispersed threads coiled around his body. Yet tracing them back to their source revealed that these strands converged into the crimson mist, ultimately meeting at a singular point. It was evident that this was the location where their adversary lay concealed. As Leon hunts Sterling, he inadvertently exposes his own position. In the instant when bullets scatter like celestial flowers, enveloping the air in crimson smoke, Leon perceives the concealed strands of special material within. The heightened speed endows him with remarkable reflexes, especially in combat, where his neural signals transmit at several times the pace of an ordinary person, greatly enhancing his perception. Thus, upon realizing that the bullets merely serve as a distraction and that the red smoke is not a mere visual spectacle but a cover for the hidden strands, Leon devises a cunning plan. Finding the enemy obscured within the crimson haze is a challenge. Therefore, he decides to reveal himself. In that fleeting moment, the roles of hunter and prey shift. Leon bellows with fervor, his muscles swelling, and the gray skin tautens, leaving imprints where the strands tightly grip his flesh. With a sudden surge of strength, he yanks at the strands. What was once taut now clusters together even more densely. the gossamer strands, previously elusive in the air, now crystallize into clarity beneath the red mist. After this tug, Leon abruptly shifts his force in the opposite direction, executing a spirit light maneuver midair. Enveloped in black lightning, he performs a rapid two-stage displacement, arriving almost instantaneously. The spirit light, imbued with formidable momentum, crashes into the convergence of the strands. As Leon plunges into the crimson haze, the strands binding him scatter chaotically. Boom. The tiles shatter. The ensuing shockwave radiates outward from Leon's epicenter, causing the red mist to swirl and form a vacuum zone, reminiscent of clouds parting to reveal the sun. Yet, despite his astonishing speed, all Leon perceives is a cluster of scattered strands, devoid of any sight of the enemy. The fact that his rapid assault fails to subdue his opponent signifies that this adversary possesses formidable capabilities. A person's reputation and influence can elevate them to the rank of leader of the Monroe Guard, responsible for the Monroe family's security, given the cowardly disposition of Monroe III. One must possess considerable strength to hold such a position. However, in the faintest glimmer, Leon catches sight of a flash of red satin swiftly vanishing into the red mist. After merely 2 probing exchanges, Leon recognizes the exceptional prowess of his opponent. The speed and reflexes are astonishing, and the assault tactics are boundless. Although they have yet to face each other in earnest, Leon holds Sterling in high esteem, encapsulating his thoughts in a single phrase: "This individual is not beneath me." Thus, Leon opts for an alternative approach: psychological warfare. Is it art we are playing with? Crafting an atmosphere, perhaps? Engaging in narcissism, are we? Very well. Let us embark on a duel of artists. Casting his gaze upon the crater formed from the impact, he casually picks up a few shards of broken porcelain and hurls them towards the horn nestled in the corner of the ceiling. Yet, as the fragments breach the red mist, they are promptly obliterated by a gunshot, reduced to dust. Leon swiftly launches another barrage of porcelain shards, an unending cascade akin to a rain of blossoms. In the immediate aftermath of his throw, gunfire erupts in rapid succession. Instantly, Leon unfurls his tendrils, and the ink sac discharges a plume of ink towards the location of the gunfire. Upon reaching its designated target, the ink explodes dramatically. Amidst the crimson mist, a swirl of black fog emerged, akin to ink diffusing in water. "Rodents, do you aspire to be artists?" This seemingly innocuous taunt wielded a potency surpassing that of a ton of fists. Sterling, tainted by the inky darkness, found his movements constricted, his concealed form struggling to remain hidden within the red haze. "Do beasts comprehend art?" A mere 5 words encapsulated the initial exchange between the two, a declaration of defiance. The atmosphere thickened instantaneously. In the next moment, Sterling raised his weapon, shattering the illumination above them. Simultaneously, Leon struck, disabling the speaker in the corner of the ceiling. "Without music, let us see how you dance." Leon, having discerned the entirety of the situation in his prior probing, understood that it was not that Pompey could not sense Sterling's footsteps, but rather that Sterling's actions were cloaked within the fervent rhythms of a flamenco melody. The dance was the rhythm, and the rhythm was the dance. Thus, Pompey was unable to distinguish between them, creating the illusion of Sterling's ghostly invisibility. Now bereft of the musical backdrop, the sound of footsteps became evident. In a bid to obscure his whereabouts once more, Sterling extinguished the overhead lights. Consequently, whether it be the red mist or the black fog, the information center was shrouded in utter darkness, indistinguishable from one another. A trade-off of extremes. However, in this scenario, Leon held the advantage. He had never been concerned with illumination. In terms of vision, none possess greater acuity in the dark than creatures of the night. Moreover, Leon had Pompey by his side. He instructed Pompey to cling to his back, wrapping around his neck. In the shadows, the sound of footsteps echoed once more, this time accompanied by whistling. Pompey's ears perked up, attempting to pinpoint the source of the sound. Yet, to his astonishment, even without the musical accompaniment, he could not ascertain the position of his adversary. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, illuminating the darkness and the crimson fog. Under the brief flare of light, a graceful figure draped in a red cloak flickered in and out of sight, wielding twin pistols that orchestrated a splendid dance. Bullets whizzed past Leon. The illuminating fire revealed Sterling's mocking gaze, a deliberate miss. The vibrant and untamed melody surged forth in a wild crescendo. Sterling was taunting. Yet soon, gunfire poured forth like a torrential downpour, and despite wielding merely 2 silver pistols, the onslaught resembled a deluge of rain. Leon raised the golden bell, and brilliant sparks erupted from the black dome, a myriad of them. The clanging of metal reverberated, lifting the dance to its second climax. Chapter 92. Sterling's Achilles heel, 34. Although Leon appeared to be under pressure, he remained unscathed. Even amidst the tempest of gunfire, Both were acutely aware that this was merely a test of their abilities. The twin pistols danced in his hands, his form a scarlet specter. This gunslinger had elevated the art of gunplay to a level of artistry. Had it been another, they would have succumbed beneath the flamenco of gunfire. Defeated by Sterling's crimson cloak. After the enhancement of both physique and willpower, the defense provided by the golden bell became increasingly formidable. Faced with bullets descending like rain, Leon felt no pressure whatsoever. Although the power was far inferior to the artillery fire of the mechanical engineer, Mossy, before he could finish speaking, 2 bullets suddenly shot towards him. The first bullet, with a potent armor-piercing effect, left an etched mark upon the black bell. The crack spread like lightning, radiating in an instant. The second bullet followed closely behind, striking the same fissure and piercing through the black bell. A chill ran down Leon's spine, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of death. Even during his confrontation with the mechanical engineer Mossy, when faced with the latter's most formidable explosive attack, Leon had never felt this close to the brink of death. Yet now, this sensation was vivid and profound. In an almost instinctual reaction, Leon transformed into a bolt of black lightning, evading the oncoming bullets. The threat posed by these 2 rounds far surpassed any previous encounters. After dodging, cold sweat streamed down Leon's forehead. His tendrils simultaneously launched an assault on Sterling. These powerful armor-piercing rounds could even penetrate 50 millimeters of armor, serving as Sterling's hidden weapon. Previously, they had proven to be devastating when unleashed unexpectedly in battle. Unfortunately, it was a near miss. Sterling felt a tinge of regret. Had the second bullet been just a fraction faster, it could have pierced the head of the creature, rendering it a lifeless corpse. In the darkness, the tendrils surged forward. Comprising 3 clusters, they spread out to block any escape routes. Sterling swiftly retreated, his feet touching the ground in succession. Tendrils, after all, have a length. As long as he could evade their reach, he could naturally dissolve the opponent's offensive. While the thought was sound, the instantaneous reaction required was not always worthy of scrutiny. As Sterling's back pressed against the wall, he realized that the length of Leon's tendrils had long surpassed what had previously been demonstrated. In a battle of masters, every move concealed another. Each strike served as a probe. However, failing to withstand it could spell disaster. With a flourish, Sterling swept his red cloak, enveloping himself within it, becoming as weightless as a gust of wind. The tendrils crashed against the wall with overwhelming force, shattering bricks and deforming the structure. Retracting the tendrils, he found himself holding a fragment of the red cloak. This round of confrontation remained evenly matched. Sterling, at this moment, was filled with uncertainty. He recognized Leon's identity as a product of Dr. Maid's Dawn Project, the final research achievement, which stood as the most promising investment among the Count's endeavors toward immortality. Just days prior, a member of the Guard named Ander had returned to report a riot at the research facility. The creature had rebelled, killing its creator, Dr. Maid. Ander had subsequently selected a new team for investigation, but they had vanished without a trace. According to the information that trickled back, Ander and his squad had perished, leaving only the elemental mage to return. A second wave, recommended by Mr. Iori, the head instructor of the Rostam branch, was coordinated with the Monroe Guard to conduct a follow-up investigation in Shiyuan Town. Yet, the investigation team dispatched to Shiyuan Town had not returned. Instead, the creature had arrived. The outcome was all too predictable. This implies that even the mechanical engineer, Maxi, has fallen. A contingent of nearly 70 men could have instigated a siege against several towns. Yet they have met with utter defeat. Now, Sterling personally confronts Leon, and from their current exchanges, it is evident that their powers are on par, rendering them utterly incapable of contending against a dozen elementalists, a strategic mechanical engineer, and 50 formidable Monroe Guards. This individual must surely have accomplices. Such is the conclusion drawn by Sterling. Engaged in a fierce battle with Leon at the data center, Sterling suddenly realizes that if a substantial force of guards is diverted to the data center, the strength surrounding Lord Count would be significantly diminished. This is dire. Lord Count is in peril. With piercing eyes, Sterling believes he has discerned Leon's true intentions and plans. Everything happening now is merely bait. The actual objective of the opponent is to achieve a decisive victory once and for all. The silver revolver in Sterling's hand emits a clicking sound as the copper bullets are expelled, replaced by specially crafted silver bullets. Each silver bullet is inscribed with letters and unique patterns. Everyone has undergone sanctification and baptism by the Holy Cross Court, imbued with sacred power. These holy silver bullets are particularly effective against dark creatures. Coupled with Sterling's mastery of firearms, they unleash an even greater force. As the two sides clash once more, Sterling holds nothing back, no longer veiling his intentions. The whistle sounds, heralding the climax of the flamenco dance. Sterling's form becomes ghostly, enveloped in a crimson cloak. akin to a weightless octopus gliding through the sea, swiftly approaching. Sterling's style shifts dramatically. He abandons subtlety, foregoing pretense and artistry. This sudden transformation catches Leon off guard, instilling within him a sense of imminent danger. "Pompey, take cover behind the pillar," Leon exclaims. The ensuing battle requires no auditory cues. Both combatants must strive to survive amidst the other's lethal strikes. Pompey leaps down, taking refuge behind the pillar under Leon's protection. In complete darkness, the black mist mingles with crimson gas, rendering even excellent night vision ineffective. This is a contest of reflexes and perception. Emerging from the red cloak, the holy silver bullets are unleashed, radiating like moonlight from the muzzle, leaving behind a trail of astonishing silver brilliance. Each bullet glimmers with a faint silver light, akin to ribbonfish swaying in the sea. The bullets do not follow a linear path but carve an elegant arc, twisting and spiraling around the data center. Despite the muzzle being aimed directly at Leon's front, the bullet, after maneuvering in a circle, targets Leon's back. The second shot, the third shot. The bullets from Sterling's revolver resemble a form of acrobatics. More accurately, they exemplify advanced gunplay. In concert with the rhythm of the flamenco dance, a deadly cadence unfolds. Leon moves with remarkable speed, darting through the black mist to evade the holy silver bullets. The sudden appearance of these bullets, infused with the power of sacred light, instills within Leon a profound discomfort. If the radiant elements and light-based skills induce discomfort for Leon, then the sanctified silver bullets, enhanced through blessings and modifications, evoke a sense of impending doom. Even with Leon's impressive constitution rated at 8 points, he harbors no desire to experience the piercing of his body by these holy projectiles. As the two engaged, the ethereal red cloak billowed, obscuring the movements of the gun. Below the grip of the revolver, two curved blades reminiscent of shark fins complemented a slender knife beneath the barrel, transforming the handgun into a lethal weapon for close combat. Leon unleashed powerful strikes, each punch accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Tentacles occasionally launched surprise attacks, neutralizing the opponent's assaults. In their swift exchanges, Leon bore several sharp scratches on his arms, blood dripping from the curved blades of the revolver. Sterling's condition was less than ideal. During one of his assaults, Leon's tendrils successfully grazed Sterling's pinky finger. In mere moments, the neurotoxic venom seeped from the surface into the muscle, sending a disorienting signal straight to the brain. The sensation in his pinky diminished rapidly, nearly to the point of non-existence. Goodness, he had hidden such a trick. Had the tendrils made contact with a couple more fingers, Sterling's prowess and marksmanship would have been rendered ineffective. Though aware that the loss of sensation was temporary, a sense of dread lingered within Sterling. Losing the pinky momentarily had little impact on his shooting, but damage to any other finger would be a significant blow. Despite the ferocity of the battle, no insights were gleaned. Yet, Sterling's attacks grew increasingly frantic and chaotic. This was rather peculiar. Leon keenly sensed the anomaly. Sterling's fighting style, which had initially been elegant and sharp, had devolved into a desperate flurry of skills, as if he yearned to unleash everything at once to swiftly conclude the confrontation. Leon's instinct informed him that a person could not undergo spontaneous change without external influences. Thus, Sterling's shift in demeanor must be linked to something. Since entering the data center, Sterling had not communicated with the outside world. Therefore, any change in him was certainly related to Leon. Rapidly, Leon's mind cycled through the recent combat scenes, attempting to perceive the situation from Sterling's perspective. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Leon's mind. Could it be that Sterling believed he had an ally, with Leon holding him at bay while a phantom accomplice threatened Count Monroe III? Once this notion emerged, the previous doubts in his mind collapsed like a dam bursting, instantly clarifying all uncertainties. As the leader of Monroe's guard, Sterling's primary responsibility was the safety of the Monroe family. A mere data center paled in comparison to the weight of his duties. While the Rostam faction was numerous, the other entities were merely affiliates of the Blackstone Federation, with Monroe's guard being the only truly loyal retainers. Now that Sterling harbored such concerns, it played directly into Leon's hands. It seemed he had uncovered this fellow's vulnerability. Though Sterling moved like a specter, he was no match for Leon in terms of speed. Leon's inhuman speed of 7 points, combined with the displacement of his tentacles and his ethereal brilliance, allowed him to traverse nearly 50 meters in an instant. With a single breath, he could create distance between himself and his opponent. Simultaneously, Sterling's frantic offensive rhythm revealed another truth. There were truly no capable subordinates around Monroe III. Otherwise, Sterling would not be so visibly perturbed. Though the adversary uttered no words, his silence spoke volumes. In the darkness, a smirk crept across Liang's lips, and a hoarse, eerie laughter escaped his throat. "Ah, are you worried about the safety of Monroe III?" His words pierced Sterling's heart. Although Sterling's expression remained unchanged, The brief moment of hesitation before he struck betrayed his true feelings. Rest assured, my companion will take good care of this esteemed count. Just as Sterling was momentarily lost in thought, Liang seized the opportunity, channeling his power into a decisive punch. This time, the force was tangible. Unlike the previous featherlight touch, it resonated with palpable strength. Sterling was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the wall. Yet, as Liang prepared to pursue his advantage, Sterling spun the silver revolver in his hand and fired several shots with a resounding crack. The bullets, like strands of silver, converged rapidly. Liang dodged swiftly, but his abdomen was still struck by the sanctified silver bullet, unleashing a surge of divine light within him that erupted violently. Sterling collided with the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Liang clutched his wound. The injury from the holy silver bullet refused to heal, blood gushing forth. A sinister grin spread across Liang's face as a more audacious thought took shape in his mind. Why not seize this fortuitous moment to eliminate Monroe 3? Chapter 94. Activate lobster cells. Once this idea sprouted, it grew uncontrollably like weeds after a rainstorm, unstoppable and insatiable. Within the Countess' residence, Sterling was the only master of equal standing. The other guards of Monroe's squad appeared to Liang as mere fragile fish, utterly unworthy of concern. The critical point was that Sterling's demeanor was in disarray. He now firmly believed that Liang had accomplices. Since he could not secure a decisive victory, he would undoubtedly hold back in the ensuing battle, wary of potential ambushes from hidden foes. Liang seized the opportunity, pinpointing Sterling's location, and launched a sudden assault. The black lightning of his ethereal brilliance flickered as Sterling narrowly evaded the attack. Instead of pursuing, Liang executed a second displacement, darting to the wall and preparing a powerful strike against the previously cracked surface. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the wall yielded to his force, creating a gaping hole. Tentacles ensnared the massive Pompeii behind the pillar, and he leaped away from the archive. Just as Liang stepped outside, he found himself surrounded by a throng of guards encircling the archive. These guards, poised for action, had not anticipated that the battle would spill beyond the confines of the archive. Upon catching a glimpse of the terrifying amalgamation that was Liang, they were momentarily paralyzed by fear, their minds blank by the horrific visage before them. In the blink of an eye, Liang surged forward, his tentacles, resembling hefty logs, mercilessly struck down a line of soldiers. The sheer force propelled them with ruthless abandon, leaving those unfortunate enough to be hit bleeding from their orifices, their internal organs shattered. Ribs and arm bones fractured as they toppled over in disarray. The devastating impact was truly terrifying. Liang's system interface displayed a plethora of kill records, and his allocation points surged by over 1 point instantly. Indeed, after laboring extensively to defeat a leader for a mere point or two, it was far more gratifying to simply reap the ordinary soldiers, effortlessly earning points with every sweep. Having cleared the insignificant foes before him, Liang turned with a devilish smile, brimming with mockery. "Sterling, you know where to find me. Come seek me out." With that, he utilized his tentacles as a means of propulsion, leaping away and disappearing behind the intricate structures of the Count's estate. Sterling felt as if his insides were ablaze, the immense force threatening to tear him apart. Had he not employed a secret technique to dissipate some of the power upon impact, Liang's strike would have undoubtedly pierced his chest. Though shaken, Sterling's primary concern was now the safety of the Count. Liang's earlier words only confirmed his previous suspicions. This fiend indeed had accomplices. Clutching his chest, Sterling gritted his teeth and hastily rose to his feet, sprinting outside. The sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground made his heart race uncontrollably. While the Monroe Guard consisted of well-trained soldiers, they were ultimately mere mortals, entirely defenseless against such dark, supernatural entities. Taking the walkie-talkie from a subordinate, Sterling spoke urgently, "Protect the Count's family at all costs. We must not allow any harm to come to the Count." After uttering these words, he took several deep breaths, swiftly adjusting his state of mind. Manipulating the silver bracelet on his wrist, a hidden compartment sprang open, revealing 2 capsules, one red and one blue. With a grave expression, Sterling placed the red capsule in his mouth. As saliva mixed with blood and the capsule, it quickly descended into his stomach. The energy contained within the capsule rapidly diffused under the warmth of his blood, exploding in his stomach like an electric current coursing through his entire body. In an instant, Sterling's brown eyes transformed to a vivid red. His veins bulged, thick blood vessels and darkened veins becoming distinctly visible. His heart pounded like a drum, heavy and relentless. Breathing heavily, he exhaled hot breaths. "Everyone, disperse. Report every 30 seconds. If there is no response, nearby members must report." Sterling spoke with labored breath, his throat emitting strange sounds, yet he managed to convey his orders clearly. He understood that merely relying on numbers would be ineffective. at Leon's level. Only adversaries of equal strength could hope to restrain him. Any others lacking sufficient power would merely be swept aside or become an obstacle in the fray. Dispersing everyone as independent entities, utilizing their eyes and lives as detectors, was the most effective strategy that Sterling envisioned for his guards. The wounds on his body had ceased to bleed, the injuries had scabbed, and he felt no pain. Instead, he was imbued with vitality. This enhancement pill, which came at the cost of burning one's life essence, could temporarily amplify physical attributes and heal suppressed injuries. It was Sterling's trump card. He cast a glance at the blue pill nestled within his wristband and murmured to himself, "I hope I won't have to resort to this." Leon did not venture to the location where the Earl was concealed. The reason was quite simple. He was unaware. He had to wait for Sterling to guide him. Given the magnitude of the incident, Monroe 3 was undoubtedly under protection, perhaps relocated to some secretive place. Rather than floundering about like a headless chicken, it was wiser to await Sterling's direction. Moreover, Leon glanced down at the wound in his abdomen, pierced by the holy silver bullet. He needed to attend to his injuries. Otherwise, he might bleed out before even encountering Monroe 3. He frowned at the blood flowing profusely from the wound. The sensation emanating from the injury was intense. With a constitution level of 8, Leon's recovery rate was 8 times that of an ordinary human. Now, under the cover of night, his regenerative abilities were further heightened. He could distinctly feel his body undergoing self-repair. The tingling sensation at the wound was a testament to the cells proliferating to mend the injury. Though the holy silver bullet had penetrated his body, the luminous aura that clung to its surface persisted, continuously sabotaging the regeneration of Leon's new cells. The wound could not heal, and blood continued to gush forth. The individuals who sanctified these holy silver bullets possessed formidable strength. Leon pondered a solution. At present, the dark energy within his body could not suppress the light power of the holy silver bullets. Did he have to fight Sterling while still bleeding? Or should he leave the city in search of Alice for treatment? However, both options were quickly dismissed by Leon. He had little faith that Sterling possessed only a handful of holy silver bullets. Continuing to battle while wounded, 1 or 2 more bullets could prove fatal, as he would not have enough blood to spare. Yet, if he returned to seek Alice's aid, it would be too late. Monroe 3 had likely vanished into obscurity, and the defenses of Rostim were too formidable to allow another intrusion. Relying on others was not an option. He had to depend solely on himself. Leon contemplated deeply, realizing that the issue with his body could only be resolved by his own means. After the return from the experiment, the Tentacles had activated skill development through electric signal transmission. Now that Leon had comprehended the composition of his bodily modifications, could he activate the altered components through a similar method? Reflecting on the data regarding recovery-related changes, he recalled the lobster cells and zebrafish genes. The lobster cells governed limitless cellular replication, while the zebrafish genes were responsible for the regeneration of organs. At present, Leon's abdomen has been penetrated, yet no vital organs have sustained damage. Hence, the activation of the zebrafish gene cannot alter his predicament. Thus, the only recourse is to explore the potential of lobster cells. If these cells can be activated to engage in controlled proliferation, they might well serve to close the wound. However, a new dilemma arises in Chapter 95, Evolution once more. The tentacles are activated due to their visibility and tactile stimulation. In contrast, the lobster cells have been genetically modified by Dr. Made and integrated into the hematopoietic stem cells of the spinal cord, rendering them imperceptible and intangible. In this situation, how does one trigger the activation of the lobster cell capabilities? Surely, one cannot simply extract the spinal cord for stimulation. Leon fell into deep contemplation once more. Is there a method to perceive and interact with his organs without extricating the spinal cord? After a moment's reflection, he recalled the Vedic breathing technique taught by the elder. Immersed in the rhythmic embrace of nature's breath, he could enter a state of inner vision, observing and sensing the conditions within his body. Whether this inner sight would prove effective remained uncertain. However, with no alternative available, he had no choice but to attempt it. Pompey, assist me in pinpointing Sterling's location. I require a brief respite. As a creature of darkness, Pompey naturally noted the sacred energy permeating Leon's abdominal wound. The severity of the injury was evident, as even Leon felt the need to rest. Rest assured, I will not allow him to escape my awareness. With eyes closed, Leon began to mobilize his body, attuning himself to the natural rhythm of breath. Vital energy coursed through him, illuminated by the moonlight that bathed his form, while a gentle breeze caressed his side. Although his heart raced, it soon settled under nature's soothing influence, aligning with its cadence. Body and mind unified, he breathed in harmony with the moonlight. Leon maneuvered his consciousness into a state of inner vision. Suddenly, as his eyes remained closed, The darkness before him transformed into a perspective of intent. Within this inner vision, his body was filled with an abundance of blackness, characteristic of dark creatures. The perspective surged along the blood vessels, racing through his form. Leon strained to resist his body's primal instincts through ritualistic focus. He swam upstream against the torrents of blood, traversing fat, fascia, and muscle, until he finally beheld his spine. A surge of vital energy erupted from it, providing the most fundamental life essence to his body. Standing before his spine, resembling a towering tree, Leon felt its grandeur and solemnity. Each vertebra connected with the next, evoking a sense of reverence. He endeavored in vain to interact with it, yet the spine remained unresponsive, akin to an insensate object. As he twisted his body, the towering tree in his inner vision swayed violently, resembling a serpentine skeleton. Yet, the system offered no indication of progress. With internal stimulation proving futile, he turned to external stimuli. Currently, the only means of stimulating the spine lay in the radiant wound left by the sacred silver bullet within his body. Resolute in his decision, Leon directed his inner vision toward his abdomen. Though the body is incessantly besieged by pain, caught in the struggle between the forces of darkness and light, the introspective mind perceives no distinction between shadow and illumination, nor between righteousness and malevolence. Thus, when Leon beheld the wounds inflicted by the sacred silver bullet, he felt no discomfort. Within the confines of his introspective thought, the wound appeared magnificent, resembling a grandiose palace corridor, imbued with an epic quality. Leon finally discerned the reason for the wound's persistent failure to heal. For within the gaping hole of his abdominal injury, although the sacred silver bullet had penetrated and exited his body, the specially crafted luminous patterns on its shell had left an indelible impression within the wound. These patterns, when the wound attempted to clot, would emit a radiant golden light, reopening the wound and causing blood to flow anew. With a surge of will, Leon tore a fragment of flesh imprinted with the luminous patterns and directed it towards his spine. Upon sensing the power of the luminous patterns, his entire spine seemed to be struck by lightning, animating the lifeless matter with an intensity beyond imagination. Simultaneously, Leon's system finally presented a long-awaited notification. Spine stimulated by light energy, new state activated. Lobster gene control engaged. Lobster gene 1 can actively release lobster genes for rapid cellular self-replication, repairing damaged bodily areas, albeit at the cost of corresponding bodily energy. Indeed, the hypothesis proved correct. Only through external stimulation could the relevant skills be activated. As Leon exited his introspective state to examine the system interface, he discovered it had undergone a transformation. The previously amalgamated skill development options were now divided into two distinct subcategories, one for developing skills and another for vocational skills. Name: Leon, Leon, profession, monk attributes, strength 10, speed 7, will 61, constitution 8, development skills, tentacle control 4, 10,150, lobster gene 1, 0,100, vocational skills, spiritual light 1, 25,100, golden bell 1, 17100, explosion 1, 21100, divine dragontail 1, 22100, free allocation points, 24. Leon endeavored to utilize the lobster gene skill, prompting the synthetic hematopoietic stem cells within his spine to proliferate wildly, resulting in rapid cellular self-replication. The wound on his abdomen began to visibly sprout granulation tissue, which pushed aside the luminous markings, swiftly filling the void. In mere moments, the once gushing wound was entirely healed, the newly formed tender flesh sealing the bullet hole. The original luminous markings were crushed by the fresh granulation, rendering them ineffective. As for the residual light energy within, it was dispersed and disorganized, although it lingered. It had lost its former formidable presence. Was the infinite replication effect of the lobster gene truly so formidable? The resilient constitution that Leon possessed could not resolve the issue. Yet the transformation through genetic modification accomplished it instantaneously. However, the side effects soon became apparent. Leon was suddenly engulfed by a wave of fatigue, as though a substantial portion of his energy had been siphoned away. His eyes, sharp and alert like those of a hyena, roamed the area until they settled on a platter of fruit upon the terrace table. Just as he intended to replicate his previous actions and activate the crocodilian stomach ability to enhance the energy conversion rate, Pompey unexpectedly interjected, "We've locked onto Sterling." He remained stationary in a nearby location. Additionally, all soldiers are evenly dispersed, seemingly intending to serve as human radar. We also have enemies approaching us. The battlefield's rhythm was shifting rapidly, leaving no time for Leok to activate another organ. Instead, he seized the opportunity to indulge in the fruit. The juice and flesh were devoured hungrily, replenishing the energy he had just lost. Faced with the impossibility of activating another organ, Liang decided to enhance the level of the lobster gene, recognizing its significant developmental effects. Elevating its level would undoubtedly yield new effects akin to tentacle control or amplify its existing capabilities, proving invaluable for the upcoming battle. The lobster gene requires 95 proficiency points to advance from level 12. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Liang chose to upgrade. The hematopoietic stem cells infused with the lobster gene within his spine underwent rapid transformation. It was as if his spine had become a vast production facility, with newly formed hematopoietic stem cells swiftly disseminating throughout his body. Liang felt an indescribable surge of power and capability emerging from within. Chapter 96. Ultimate Violence. Third update. Liang sensed the newfound abilities bestowed by the lobster gene, a smile creeping onto his lips, tinged with euphoria. With this power, the impending tough battle would become significantly more manageable. Observing Liang's swift recovery, Pompey promptly reported Sterling's whereabouts. Liang couldn't help but chuckle. Sterling must be feeling quite stuck right now, arriving at Monroe 3's side yet finding neither us nor his accomplices. He must have begun to piece it all together. Pompey grinned, gazing from the balcony as the lights illuminated the sky over Rostam in a golden hue. The thought that this masterpiece was the result of both him and Liang filled him with pride. Let us proceed. It is time to bring everything to an end. With that, Liang leaped from the balcony towards the Count's hiding place. Throughout his journey, Liang spared no effort in his approach. The most effective way to instill fear is to brazenly advance under the gaze of the adversary. The suffocating sense of impending doom and helplessness is the most terrifying experience of all. The station guards were eliminated one by one, and reports from the intercom swiftly reached Sterling's ears. All the lights in the Count's estate flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Yet, a chill and darkness loomed ever closer. In Sterling's mind, he could already envision the image of Liang swaggering towards him with unwavering confidence. It was a pressure that was difficult to articulate. Go to the Rostam IUN division and summon Mr. Iori. Do not make a phone call. Convey the situation here in person. Do not forget to bring along the news of the complete annihilation of the accident investigation team. Currently, the city of Rostam is under martial law, and this sudden shift will undoubtedly arouse suspicions among various factions within the city. Other forces may harbor ulterior motives, seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil to gather intelligence. However, the branch of the IUN Institute is directly linked to this matter and possesses knowledge of the underlying causes. With the support of this esteemed senior mentor, Sterling's pressure will be significantly alleviated. Sterling took a deep breath as he sat in the gazebo of the courtyard, allowing the blood-stained breeze to wash over him. Upon arriving at the Count's hiding place, he found no trace of the enemy. At that moment, he realized he had been deceived. Yet now he was pinned down here, unable to move, which prompted him to summon Iori for assistance. The continuously sacrificed guards had traced out Leon's path with their lives. Events were unfolding in a manner that Sterling had long hoped to see. He feared not Leon's arrival, but rather his escape. An enemy concealed in the shadows is far more perilous than one who reveals themselves. On the stone table of the gazebo lay several firearms and an array of ammunition of various types and functions. After a brief encounter with Leon, Sterling fancied himself well-versed in much of Leon's intelligence. These weapons and munitions were prepared at his behest, waiting for Leon's arrival to bestow upon him a grand gift. "Chief, he has arrived," came a voice from the intercom. In the next moment, the distant white wall shattered, and Leon emerged like a dark deity, exuding an aura of malevolence. "I understand," Sterling declared, as his crimson cloak swept across the stone table, causing all the firearms and ammunition to vanish inexplicably. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Leon and Sterling's gazes clashed, their fierce eyes locking in a silent duel. Leon observed that Sterling's eyes glowed crimson, radiating a chilling aura. This man, having absorbed a blow from himself, not only remained undeterred, but seemed to thrive on the surge of bloodlust. He must have consumed some enhancement substance. Excellent. Having just undergone a significant evolution, if his opponent remained stagnant, this battle would indeed lack excitement. Pompey whispered something in Leon's ear before leaping into the foliage, seeking cover. Leon's muscles rippled, his height surged to approximately 2 meters following enhancements. His gray skin and the sinewy seams crawling across his body evoked a terrifying visage. Sterling's gaze swiftly fixated on Leon's abdomen, where a once wholly silver bullet had pierced, causing a relentless flow of blood. Yet now, fresh flesh had entirely filled the wound. It appeared this adversary had yet to reveal all of his cards, to withstand the holy silver bullet's searing light and recover so swiftly. This would indeed be a formidable confrontation. Emerging from beneath his crimson cloak, Sterling revealed 2 gleaming handguns that shimmered silver under the moonlight. their brilliance echoing the celestial glow. The muzzles emitted not red flames, but rather white glimmers, akin to fluttering ribbons of glass, scattering countless undulating lights as they surged toward Leon. Without the accompaniment of dance music, Sterling exhibited no change in his footwork. Yet this maneuver was remarkably splendid, leaving one in awe, a true embodiment of art. Leon sprinted forward, his body brimming with energy, as if on the verge of bursting. He too remained stationary, but with a sudden forceful push of his foot. A column of water, thick enough for 3 men to embrace, erupted from the lake, soaring skyward to a height of 4 to 5 meters. Resembling a cascading curtain of water, his left arm bulged with muscle, the entire sinew swelling, veins and capillaries pulsating with vibrant blood. Strength was squeezed from every cell in his body, manifesting in a fist that struck the water curtain. The water transformed into countless arrows, emitting a piercing sound as they sliced through the air, blending into a chaotic flurry akin to bullets. The force of this punch was so immense that the heat generated evaporated the water curtain, creating a dense cloud of white steam in its wake. In increasing numbers, the water curtains rose from the lake's surface, with water arrows shooting forth, matching the quantity of the white luminescence. The pavilion where Sterling stood had become riddled with holes from the water arrows. Striking the stone columns, they left small pockmarks upon hitting bricks and wood. They nearly penetrated through completely. Sterling dodged and weaved to evade the water arrows, yet his dual moonlight pistols remained relentless, bullets firing incessantly. The two engaged in combat in a manner that defied belief. Should an onlooker witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished by its beauty and brilliance, entirely forgetting the life and death struggle at hand. Suddenly, from the swirling steam, a flash of black lightning appeared. Leon strode across the water, his imposing figure gliding upon the surface, with waves crashing behind him, sending columns of water soaring, a sight of immense awe. When strength reaches an extraordinary pinnacle, movement can transcend the mundane. With a resounding crash, Leon struck the water with his bare hands, infusing it with vitality. Countless splashes erupted, engulfing the area, as droplets fell like rain, drenching the courtyard in a torrential downpour, leaving no refuge. As the water droplets neared the ground, each one burst with a resounding explosion of energy, igniting flashes of light,